Chapter 241 Solution. Not long after, a sword light came from a distance, and Xu Mingjian was approaching. The person who came was Elder Zhao, a golden elixir sword cultivator from the Shushan sect. His sharp sword intent made the 4 golden elixir cultivators present change their expressions. This is not some casual golden elixir cultivator, but a real golden elixir cultivator from a large sect. It is also known as the most lethal swordsman. The sword intent revealed alone makes several golden elixir cultivators tremble. Elder Zhao swept his mind and understood the situation here. He knows all the 4 golden elixir monks here. The number of golden elixir monks within the Shushan sect's sphere of influence is limited, and they have met each other in some activities of golden elixir monks. The 3 Jindan monks were obviously protecting the attic. The attic was full of formations. Coupled with the distress message, it seemed that Li Shiming was in the attic, and Hang Jian, the only one facing the attic, needless to say, wanted to attack and kill Li Shiming's golden elixir monk. This thought just flashed through his mind, and a sword intent locked onto Hang Jian. It seemed that as long as he made the slightest movement, the terrifying sword intent would burst out and kill him on the spot. Li Shiming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw Elder Zhao coming. Although the 3 golden elixir monks invited by Beishu Trading Company blocked Hang Jian, they could not give him much sense of security. The 3 golden elixir monks knew each other and had friendship with Hang Jian. This could be judged from the speed at which the 3 golden elixir monks arrived. The 3 golden elixir monks must be very close to the market here to be able to arrive in a short time. Li Shiming would not put his own safety on the balance of interests and friendship and let the 3 golden elixir monks choose. His spiritual thought swept over and put away all the formation flags, and the formation in the attic disappeared. Disciple Li Shiming has met Master Zhao. Thank you, Master Zhao, for coming to the rescue. Li Shiming walked out of the attic and bowed. Okay, what's going on? Elder Zhao's mind also noticed the situation in the attic after the formation disappeared, especially when he saw Ji Hongbao lying limp on the ground. He seemed to understand something, and he asked, waving his hands. Ji Hongbao colluded with Hang Yuqing and used the formation here to set up an ambush to harm me. Hang Yuqing and 5 accomplices were killed by me. Ji Hongbao has a special status. I will leave his life to the sect's disposal. Li Shiming explained the matter in general. After a while, after finishing speaking, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao's mind examined the jade slips, with anger and surprise in his eyes. The anger was due to Ji Hongbao's audacity, and his daring to entangle 5 monks in the late stage of the sect's foundation building to attack and kill the sect's true elixir. The true inheritance of alchemy is not an ordinary true inheritance. It is to pass on the sect's line of alchemy, and is an important cornerstone of the sect. Ordinary true teachings can fall, and the impact on the sect will not be great. But once the alchemy true teachings fall, the consequences will be extremely serious. Regarding the supply of spiritual elixirs to the sect, and the allocation of resources to the sect for hundreds of years to come, it will have an impact on all monks in the sect. Elder Zhao's surprise came from Li Shiming's short battle. As a swordsman, how could he not see the key points of Li Shiming's victory in the battle? None of the 5 late-stage foundation building monks were able to block Li Shiming's flying sword. The sword intent contained in that flying sword was so powerful. It was a pity that such a swordsmanship genius actually practiced some thunder method. You were so attentive that you recorded every move they made. But your courage has also weakened. Why didn't you kill Ji Hongbao with 1 sword? Elder Zhao looked at Ji Hongbao, who was lying on the ground in the attic. Said to Li Shiming. He thought in his mind that if Li Shiming majored in sword cultivation, he would have to be decisive in killing. He would never be like this. And he actually spared Ji Hongbao's life. There is still a friendship between Master and Elder Ji. Li Shiming replied with a smile. Elder Zhao pointed at Li Shiming and couldn't help laughing. Of course, he understood what Li Shiming meant. This was outside, and in front of several casual Jindan cultivators. He couldn't expose the conflicts between Jindan within the sect. Li Shiming kept Ji Hongbao, which was equivalent to letting Elder Su get Elder Ji's shortcomings. In addition, he saved Ji Hongbao's life. No matter what, Elder Ji had to accept Elder Su's favor. Otherwise, Elder Ji would be in the sect. There is no need to mess around in the world of immortality. Li Shiming's move will give Elder Su a huge advantage in the competition for resources to be promoted to nascent soul. Hang Jian, what do you have to say? Elder Zhao turned to look at Hang Jian and asked in a deep voice. After listening to Li Shiming's words, Hang Jian's face was uncertain. He was not a fool. His son Hang Yuqing was killed before, and the city was robbed and his mentality was unbalanced. At this time, he knew what happened. And he also understood that it was his Hang family who was at fault in this matter. Besides, in the current situation, he has no right to speak. What can he say? And what he dares to say? Elder Zhao's sword intent is locked on him. If he dares to show any dissatisfaction, he will be killed on the spot. Ending. It's because Hang Jian is incompetent and has no way to teach his son. He lowered his head and said, Hang Jian, you need to return to the sect with me, and the sect will study your punishment. But before that, Sure Ming, you must make compensation first. Elder Zhao thought for a while and said. He looked at Hang Jian's body, and then saw the flying sword magic weapon. With a move of his hand, the flying sword magic weapon was in his hand. Of course, this was because Hang Jian did not resist at all and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Otherwise, even if he was a swordsman, he would not be able to control other people's flying swords. Hang Jian felt a chill in his heart, knowing that the loss this time was probably huge. To be honest, since he was being taken to the Shushan sect, his life was naturally not in danger. At most, he could serve the Shushan sect as a Jindan monk for a period of time. This is also the normal punishment method used by large sects for the Golden Elixir monks. Even if the Golden Elixir monk is the weakest casual cultivator, it is an extremely precious combat power. As long as he is not a heinous person, he will give priority to using it instead of behead. Especially Hang Jian, who is burdened by his family, is even easier to control. Elder Zhao looked at the flying sword magic weapon in his hand. The sword intention in his body suddenly aroused, and the flying sword magic weapon let out a soft cry. Hang Jian's body swayed, and he almost fell from the air because he could not stabilize his body. Although he knew what Elder Zhao wanted to do before, and was mentally prepared, the forcible disconnection between the magic weapon and his soul still made him suffer some mental trauma. The flying sword magic weapon in Elder Zhao's hand lost its owner, and its light dimmed. Sure Ming, although you are not a sword cultivator, you can practice 10,000 swordsmanship. There will be a lot of demand for the flying sword magic weapon in the future. I will make the decision to compensate you for Hang Jian's flying sword magic weapon. Elder Zhao threw the flying sword magic weapon to Li Shiming said. Thank you, Master Zhao. Li Shiming took the flying sword magic weapon and bowed to thank him. You are a good swordsman, but you want to practice thunder? Elder Zhao still wanted to persuade Li Shiming and shook his head. Li Shiming smiled and said nothing more. He looked at the flying sword magic weapon in his hand. Obviously, this flying sword magic weapon is Hang Jian's only magic weapon. It has not been long since Hang Jian became a golden elixir, and this flying sword magic weapon has not yet been completely refined into a natal magic weapon. Otherwise, the value of this flying sword magic weapon will be greatly reduced. Because if the natal magic weapon is used by other monks, its power will be reduced by almost half. Yuan Xingyi's natal flying sword, had Yuan Xingyi not prepared to seize it, would not have transferred the ownership of the natal flying sword. This also made Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanbao less powerful when using the natal flying sword. Diminished concerns. It was precisely because of this that Elder Zhao took the flying sword magic weapon from Hang Jian and gave it to Li Shiming. In addition, he also thought that Hang Jian's combat power would be greatly reduced if he lost the flying sword magic weapon. In addition, the sect's punishment would force Hang Jian to serve at least for decades, or even 100 years. In this way, Hang Jian's threat to Li Shiming will completely disappear. If Hang Jian meets Li Shiming again in 100 years, he will never be Li Shiming's opponent. The flying sword magic weapon in his hand was the third flying sword magic weapon that Li Shiming obtained. Yuan Xingyi's natal flying sword magic weapon was given to his clone Li Yuanbao. The quality of the natal flying sword magic weapon is the best, and it is enough for Li Yuanbao to use in the golden elixir period. Li Yuanbao plans to become a pure sword cultivator, and will only have one natal flying sword magic weapon. Elder Zhao just said that Li Shiming is a cultivator of Wanjian Lu, which is a special existence in the lineage of long-range flying swords among sword cultivators. Of course, Wanjian style does not mean refining Wanjian, but refers to using multiple flying swords to attack the enemy with dense flying swords. This is completely opposite to the sword cultivation concept of specializing in one sword. One sword can break all magic, and 10,000 swords can be used together. It is impossible to compare who is better and who is worse. However, when you think of obtaining a large number of flying sword magic weapons in the golden elixir stage, this difficulty alone is enough. This made most sword cultivators give up the idea of joining the 10,000 sword style. Elder Zhao had no objections to Li Shiming's cultivation of 10,000 sword style. mainly because of Li Shiming's alchemy skills. As long as Li Shiming became an alchemy master, it would not be too difficult to accumulate multiple flying sword magic weapons. The alchemy master is so rich that the golden elixir monks are willing to give up the most precious spiritual materials just to be able to ask the alchemy master to refine the elixir. Hey, your two masters are here too. Elder Zhao looked into the distance and said with a smile. The arrival of Elder Su and Elder Ma made Hang Jian feel even more grateful that Li Shiming was not harmed. He didn't know that Li Shiming had two masters of the golden elixir, especially Elder Ma, the master of alchemy, who was also Li Shiming's master. If he had known that, he would have thought about it before taking action. Sure Ming! Elder Su and Elder Ma shouted in unison. They naturally felt that Li Shiming's breath was normal, and their worries disappeared. Elder Zhao handed the jade slips into the hands of the two people and told what happened. Of course Elder Su knew the reason why Li Shiming kept Ji Hongbao. The disciple thought so much about him as his master, which made him very happy. Shiming, Ji Hongbao can no longer practice in the future. Elder Su would not leave any hidden dangers to Li Shiming. He grabbed Ji Hongbao with his spiritual thoughts, pressed his hand lightly on his body, and then said to Li Shiming in a deep voice said. His attack was different from Li Shiming's. This completely destroyed Ji Hongbao's spiritual roots. Without spiritual roots, even if the Yuaning ancestor took action, it would not be able to change the result of Ji Hongbao being unable to practice. No matter how much Elder Ji takes a fancy to a mortal, he will only be thrown into the mortal world and raised until death. There is no need to think about making any more troubles. Ji Hongbao's whole body was shaking. He felt that the most precious spiritual roots in his body were disappearing. He kept trying to struggle, not wanting his spiritual roots to disappear. But everything was in vain. After his spiritual roots completely disappeared, he no longer had any energy at all. And even his resentment towards Li Shiming disappeared with his spiritual roots. I would like to thank the three of you on behalf of my disciples. From now on, this market will be jointly run by the three of you. Elder Su thanked the three golden elixir monks for their help. Hang Jian said nothing. He would be punished by the Shushan sect and lose his family. He could only find a place to hide and recuperate. How could he still have the ability to keep such a city? Elder Su, most of this market should be owned by fellow Taoist Li. We are willing to run this place for fellow Taoist Li. The three golden elixir monks quickly bowed and said. They didn't want to offset their feelings for this rescue with just one city. After this experience, it is hard to say whether Fanshe can still operate. Besides, what they value is Li Shiming's future. And Li Shiming's favor is more important to them than Fanshe. Three seniors, I will remember your favor. If the family master of this city gives it to you, just keep it. Li Shiming interjected. Thank you, Elder Su and fellow Taoist Li. I will run the market well later. The three Jindan monks looked at each other, and after exchanging ideas, Fu Feng bowed and said. The three Jindan monks retreated to find someone to deal with the matter in the market. They also needed to properly comfort the monks, who were currently stranded at the scene. It can be said that the monks present have an eye-opening experience today, and they will be able to brag about it for many years when they go back. They saw a total of 7 golden elixirs, as well as 3 golden elixir elders from the Shushan sect, and experienced the unparalleled power of the sword cultivating the golden elixir. I also saw that Li Shiming relied on a formation to block Hang Jian's attack, and saw that Li Shiming summoned 6 golden elixirs in a short time. What an influence this was. Master, I have to travel for a while longer, so I won't go back with you, Li Shiming said with some embarrassment when only Elder Jindan and Li Shiming of the sect were left. After this time, I don't think any monk who is short-sighted will dare to deal with you. It's a good thing for you to travel for a while. Elder Su pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Li Shiming grew up a bit fast, and he had been staying in the sect to refine elixirs. Elder Su was afraid that he would not have contact with the outside world for a long time, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. I know you have a life-saving thing on you. You can use the 10,000 miles escape talisman, but tell me when you are done with it. I will prepare it for you, Elder Ma continued to say from the side. Regarding Li Shiming being trapped this time, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Shiming's handling method. You must know that Li Shiming has a life-saving object such as the escape talisman in his hand. Even if he encounters an early Jindan monk, he can easily escape by using the escape talisman without putting himself in danger at all. Chapter 242 Ambush. In Shawandishan, Li Yuanbao was flying using sword escape. After he practiced the sword intention climb to the sky technique, he rarely used flying boats anymore. Of course, This was also related to the fact that he had not traveled long distances during this period. Now, even if he is preparing to cross the 100,000 mountains to reach the righteous area, he still uses sword escape. Long-distance sword escape has some effect on sharpening his sword intention. In the past year or so, his strength has improved rapidly. But his sword intention does lack experience. The sword intention that has not been polished in battle always feels like a sword that has not been sharpened. His gaze fell into the distance, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Along the way, with his perception, he had already discovered the peeps hidden in the distance. Li Yuanbao thought of Elder Jian's reminder to him, and knew that the Chengdan resources in his body had become the root cause of the sect's demonic cultivators attacking him. Not only was he not afraid, but he was actually delighted. "Stay!" A cold voice came, and 4 mid-stage foundation building magic cultivators flew out from the hiding place below to block him. "What's the matter?" Li Yuanbao asked sharply after stopping. "Senior Brother Lin will be here soon. Senior Brother asked us to ask you to wait for a moment." A demon cultivator cupped his hands and said, although they have 4 monks in the middle stage of foundation establishment, they don't dare to be rude to Li Yuanbao. This is a sword cultivator. Even if they have 4 monks at the same level as Li Yuanbao, they can't guarantee that they can get anything good from Li Yuanbao. Since Li Yuanbao became a true disciple, there were not many reported achievements, but just the fact that he killed Zhu Yuan Buddha was enough to make the sect's demon cultivators scruple. There were quite a lot of sect demon cultivators killed by Zhu Yuan Buddha. Li Yuanbao's record showed that he was extremely powerful. "Senior Brother Lin, he is worth waiting for me." Li Yuanbao waved his hand impatiently. He didn't even care about the 4 mid-stage foundation building demon cultivators blocking his way. And his sword light was about to fly past the 4 mid-stage foundation building demon cultivators. "Stop him!" A red light quickly approached from behind. And at the same time, a voice came first. The 4 demon cultivators in the middle stage of foundation establishment did not hesitate at all and released their respective spiritual weapons. They didn't use many vicious methods. They just thought that if they stopped Li Yuanbao from counting his breath, they would have completed the task assigned by Senior Brother Lin Ping. "Seeking death!" Li Yuanbao shouted sharply, and the sword light was released. The moment the sword light appeared, the 4 demon cultivators in the middle stage of foundation construction froze up, and a terrifying power of the sun appeared in the sword light like a big sun. The power of Ji Yang is inherently in conflict with the demonic cultivation techniques, and they and Li Yuanbao are both in the middle stage of foundation building. So this restraint effect is particularly obvious. The spiritual power in the bodies of the 4 demon cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building was somewhat obscure and difficult to mobilize for a while. Spiritual power is the foundation of a monk's existence. If spiritual power cannot be mobilized in time, their spiritual weapons and various secret techniques cannot be used immediately. The sword light passed through the bodies of the 4 mid-stage foundation building demon cultivators. When the sword light was withdrawn by Li Yuanbao, only 1 breath of time had passed. But the 4 mid-stage foundation building demon cultivators were completely lifeless. Li Yuanbao sensed the terrifying power of Yang in the sword's intention, which at least had unimaginable miraculous effects when dealing with demonic cultivators. "Anyone who dares to kill me is seeking death." Lin Ping also arrived at this time, but he was still a step too late. What he saw were 4 corpses falling to the ground. Lin Ping is a true disciple. In the late stage of foundation building, he has been frantically doing tasks to seek for elixir resources. When he heard that a set of Chengdan resources had been received by a newcomer, Li Yuanbao, he became angry and thought of killing people. After getting the news that Li Yuanbao had left the sect, he was the first to react. He immediately set out to chase him out and inform the future. The monk intercepted. Lin Ping waved his hand, and a poisonous mist appeared. There was a buzzing sound in the poisonous mist, which was a large group of poisonous insects. This is the iron-winged smoke insect he cultivated. The iron-winged smoke insect is ranked among the poisonous insects in the world. Each iron-winged smoke insect can control a poisonous mist. A group of iron-winged smoke insects together form a poisonous insect. The fog range is extremely wide and powerful. In addition, the flight speed of the iron-winged smoke bug is relatively fast among poisonous insects. There is no special means to deal with poisonous insects. It is impossible to kill the iron-winged smoke bug with ordinary methods. Li Yuanbao waved his hand, and the sword light met the swarm of iron-winged smoke insects. Just when the sword light approached the swarm of iron-winged smoke insects, the sword intent in the sword light turned into threads, forming a large sword intent net. At the same time, the sword light was also dividing, and the physical sword light, and the illusory sword intent were intertwined. Together, they wrapped up the swarm of iron-winged smoke insects. The piercing scream of the iron-winged smoke insect came out. It was the sound made after the sword intention came into contact with the iron-winged smoke insect before its body was annihilated by the power of the sun contained in the sword intention. Although Li Yuanba has not learned any special method to deal with poisonous insects, the application of sword intention Cheng Shao technique is completely sufficient. With the differentiation of sword light and the sword intention, these iron-winged smoke insects were killed by the sword intention without any resistance. Die. My iron-winged smoke insects! Mr. Lin Ping came into contact with Li Yuanba. He did not understand Li Yuanba's strength at this time. Seeing the iron-winged smoke insects that he had worked so hard to cultivate being killed in large numbers, he was so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. The iron-winged smoke insect cost him a lot of effort, and it is equivalent to less than half of his strength. But Li Yuanba ignored his thoughts, and the net of sword light and sword intention tightened tighter and tighter. The iron-winged smoke and cloud insects in the net were killed without even a chance. However, the true disciples who were able to survive to the late stage of foundation building also had a clear understanding of Li Yuanba's strength. He refused to advance but retreated. No matter how heartbroken he was about the spiritual insects, he still waved 2 iron-winged smoke insects to block him in front of him. Don't think about taking advantage of him. He is too strong and cannot be dealt with by any of us, Lin Ping shouted as he retreated. He knew that when he came out of the sect, the people behind him were all familiar true demon cultivators. At this time, he was considering killing Li Yuanba. As for the damned resources, he would wait until he killed Li Yuanba before considering what to do. Assigned, if he takes the initiative to attack Li Yuanba again, he may be making wedding clothes for the following true demon cultivators. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Although Li Yuanba was a true sword cultivator, he had only just joined the sect for a few years, so his strength was not very strong. Lin Ping, there are times when you are in such a mess. To the left of Li Yuanba, 2 figures appeared. One of them said in a voice, but the other figure was an iron corpse. Li Yuanba's eyes narrowed, not to mention the combat power of the demon cultivator who was speaking. The iron corpse next to him had the aura of the iron corpse's peak. Silver light flashed on his skin from time to time. This was a sign that the silver corpse was not far away. He knows how terrifying the iron corpse peak is. And the general is the iron corpse peak. Of course, the general is a bit special. The general is the pinnacle of the iron corpse made by practicing the golden elixir sword. In fact, he is not strong enough to be promoted to the silver corpse realm, but he is blessed by part of the golden elixir sword cultivation intention in his attacks. Much more powerful than the average peak iron corpse. Li Yuanba, you are wandering around with Changdan resources. If we keep you alive, doesn't it make us appear incompetent? Another voice came from the distance on the right. Li Yuanba looked over and found that although there was a late-stage foundation building demon cultivator in that direction, he was shadowy. A group of phantoms appeared and disappeared around the demon cultivator, seemingly illusory and real. Just the 3 of you? There aren't enough people for me to kill, Li Yuanba said solemnly as he looked at the 2 new demon cultivators. Duke, the true successor of the Sanluo sect, you have robbed our elixir resources. Hand it over and I will keep your whole body. Dooku on the left was not angered by Li Yuanba's disregard. He immediately took action and said coldly, Yu Piao, the true successor of Sanluo's sect. Remember this name. I will kill you. Yu Piao on the right continued. You too. Be careful. His sword intention is a bit weird, Lin Ping reminded. Standing in the void, the position where he stood happened to form the 3 points of a triangle with the other 2 demon cultivators, trapping Li Yuanba within it. Lin Ping, you became a true legend by playing with bugs. Once the bugs are restrained, you will have no fighting power. I'm really ashamed to be a true legend with you, Dooku sarcastically said. Duke, didn't you just rely on the iron corpse? Why didn't you turn yourself into an iron corpse too? Lin Ping replied angrily. Although they were fighting against the same enemy, the demon cultivators were not that honest in character. They were already targeting each other before the fight even started. Stop arguing. Let's make an agreement first. The materials for Puyu Dan belong to me, and you can do whatever you want with the rest, Yu Piao said, squeezing his hands. You are dreaming. I will take the Puyu pill. Lin Ping turned to look at Yu Piao and shouted. Yu Piao, why don't you want them all? Dooku also said very dissatisfied. Li Yuanba looked at these 3 Sanluo sect true disciples, and thought that they had killed him and taken the Chengdan resources into their hands. But he soon realized that he had been fooled, because there were many monks approaching from the direction of the 3 demon cultivators. The 3 demon cultivators quietly cooperated and used their quarrels to delay time, allowing their respective monks to rush over. The speed of the 3 demon cultivators is the fastest, and the demon cultivators under their respective hands are a little slower. The 3 demon cultivators still had a clear understanding of Li Yuanba's combat power. Lin Ping's spirit insects were not weak at all, but they were destroyed not long after contact. If you want to keep Li Yuanba, you must rely on numerical advantage. Li Yuanba did not move. He sensed the demonic cultivators getting closer and closer. These demonic cultivators were all foundation building monks, and the strongest ones were in the late stage foundation building stage. As long as he is a demon cultivator in the foundation building stage, he has the power to fight. In just 10 breaths, more than 20 foundation building demon cultivators appeared around Li Yuanba, and they looked at Li Yuanba with greed in their eyes. Li Yuanba thought to himself that if he threw the storage bracelet out now, he might immediately cause a fight among these foundation building demon cultivators. Of course, just thinking about it, at this time, he no longer waited. The blood in his body was boiling, and he couldn't wait to verify his combat power. He attacked Dooku's side on the left first. There were 6 demon cultivators surrounding Dooku, but there were 10 iron corpses. They seemed to be the strongest on all sides. Li Yuanba still chose to attack in this direction first, because his sword intention had a natural restraint effect on the corpse. He once experimented with generals, even his own corpse, which should be immune to the master's unintentional energy influence, was still extremely frightened when faced with the power of the sun and the sword's will, and even turned around and ran away. Thoughts. This is still his own corpse refining. What will be the effect if he faces the enemy's corpse refining? Today, he wanted to see how effective this was, and Dooku's 10 iron corpses could just be used to test it. His sword light flew out and flew towards Dooku. Although he was a little surprised by his sudden attack, Dooku still laughed and waved his subordinates to meet the enemy. After surrounding Li Yuanba, Dooku regarded Li Yuanba as a fish in the net. What he needed to be careful about was the demon cultivators on the other 2 sides. Li Yuanba took the initiative to attack his side, which was exactly what he wanted. He killed Li Yuanba, snatched the storage bracelet, and left immediately. There was nothing to happen to the other 2 demon cultivators. Just as he was thinking about it, he felt a palpitation in his heart, which was the instinctive feeling of facing a natural enemy. Li Yuanba's sword light flew closer and did not attack the demon cultivators. The demon cultivators were protected by spiritual weapons. Instead, the 10 iron corpses relied entirely on their own defense. The sword intent suddenly rose from the sword light, and the sword intent was like a bright sun. The iron corpses that were about to pounce forward all froze. And then Dooku's peak iron corpse hesitated a little, and its 9 weak bodies, some of the iron corpses turned around and ran away. But their speed was not as fast as the sword light. Under the control of Li Yuanba, the sword light kept killing the iron corpses one after another. Li Yuanba now controls the flying sword with his spiritual thoughts, which increases the power of the sword intent to the sky technique by at least 20%, coupled with the restraint of the sun power attribute of sword intent. This resulted in the outcome of all being killed as soon as they came into contact with the iron corpse. Even Dooku's peak iron corpse is no exception. The power of the sun in the swords will affect the actions of the peak iron corpse. With the flying sword controlled by the divine mind, there is no difference between killing the peak iron corpse and killing other iron corpses. What a difference! Dooku and the 6 foundation building demon cultivators groaned as the iron corpse was destroyed. Their spirits were traumatized. Kill! Li Yuanba shouted violently. His mind controlled the flying sword, focusing all the sword intent and shooting towards Dooku's body. Dooku, who was mentally traumatized, used the spiritual weapon shield outside to defend against the flying sword. But the spiritual weapon shield was also severely damaged. Dooku felt that if he tried again, his spirit would be injured again due to the damage to the spiritual weapon. Hurry and stop him! Dooku quickly begged for help. Only then did Lin Ping and Yu Piao on the other 2 sides react. They had been shocked by Li Yuanba's instant kill of 10 iron corpses. Surround him! If he doesn't die, we will be in trouble. The 2 demon cultivators ordered in unison. There was a hint of fear in their voices. Such a terrifying sword cultivator reminded them of Elder Sword. If Li Yuanba is allowed to grow any further, another sword elder will be waiting for Li Yuanba's crazy revenge. Sword cultivators who grow up are terrifying, so they cannot let Li Yuanba continue to grow. Now it is no longer a matter of Chengdan resources, but a matter of life and death. Chapter 243 Shock. The aura on Li Yuanba's body was as sharp as his sword intention. He was a real swordsman at this moment. Who could compete with him if he had a sword in his hand? He likes to fight. Fighting is like a furnace, which continuously forges his sword intention. And his sword intention grows rapidly in actual combat. The power of the yang in the sword intention is derived from the innate purple energy, which can restrain almost all evil energy. In this kind of battle against enemy demon cultivators, its terrifying suppression effect is even more revealed. Yu Piao was the fastest. His figure changed, and he reached a distance enough to attack Li Yuanba. 12 fine needles flew out, and shot towards Li Yuanba. Although the fine needle is small, its material reaches the 3rd grade. That is to say, the thin needle has very little material requirements for spiritual weapons, which is why he has this kind of 3rd grade material spiritual weapon that transcends the grade. This is also the basis for him to gain a foothold among the true disciples. Due to the terrifying combat power displayed by Li Yuanba, he attacks with the strongest power as soon as he takes action, and does not dare to hide anything. Li Yuanba's spiritual thought was always by his side. When the 12 fine needles came, he felt something was wrong. These 12 fine needles gave him a feeling similar to that of a 3rd grade sword base. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his right hand, and a 3rd grade sword base appeared in his right hand. Although he did not specialize in the method of distraction, the spiritual application method he learned on the main body can also be used by his clone, especially since he now also has spiritual thoughts. Now, in addition to being unable to use spiritual thoughts to make elixirs, the clone and there is almost no difference in the spiritual application of the ontology. Half of his mind was on controlling the flying sword, and the other half was focused on the 3rd grade sword base in his hand. At this time, Li Yuanba is a combination of 2 sword cultivators, the long-range flying sword style, and the close-range long sword style. At least in the foundation building period, the Sword Demon Secret Book can still compete with the long-range flying sword style. When Yu Piao saw Li Yuanba using a long sword, she felt angry at Li Yuanba's arrogance. At the same time, she also wanted to use her 12 fine needle spiritual weapons to teach Li Yuanba a profound lesson. The 3rd grade sword base in Li Yuanba's hand. At the moment when the 12 fine needles came close, the 3rd grade sword base stabbed, swept, teased and chopped one by one. 12 fine needle spiritual weapons failed to get close to him, and were blocked by the 3rd grade sword GG. After the 3rd grade sword base blocked 12 fine needle spiritual weapons for the first time, the sword intention had already acted on the inside of the 12 fine needle spiritual weapons, causing the power of these 12 fine needle spiritual weapons to drop greatly. And the speed could not be worse before. So when Yu Piao wanted to take back the 12 fine needle spiritual weapons, the second round of attacks from the 3rd grade sword base also arrived. This time, the 12 fine needle spiritual weapons were no longer controlled by Yu Piao, and were swept away by Li Yuanba's spiritual thoughts. Charge! Poof! Yu Piao spurted out a mouthful of blood, and he looked at Li Yuanba in shock and fear. To be honest, the fine needle spiritual weapon should not be used as a means of frontal combat at all. If the fine needle spiritual weapon is used for sneak attacks, the effect will be much stronger. He dared to use 12 fine needle spiritual weapons to attack Li Yuanba. It was when he saw the flying sword of Li Yuanba, a swordsman, attacking Dooku, that he took the opportunity to attack Li Yuanba, who did not have the flying sword by his side. But how could he have imagined that Li Yuanba actually had a sword? A long sword for melee combat? What was even more unimaginable to him was that Li Yuanba used a long melee sword to disperse the spiritual imprints in his 12 fine needle spiritual weapons. The battle between Yu Piao and Li Yuanba lasted only 2 breaths. And Dooku, who was attacked by Li Yuanba's flying sword, had his defensive weapon broken during these 2 breaths. He took out a talisman in his hand and was about to escape. A thin thread flew out of the sword light, and before the talisman was fully activated, it swept across Dooku's body. We can't blame Dooku for his slow reaction. Under the sword intention of Feijian, which contains the power of the sun, the spiritual power in his body mobilized a little slower than usual. This is because the technique he cultivates is among the magic cultivation techniques, a relatively peaceful one. The change in the use of spiritual power caused Dooku to make a mistake in activating the talisman at the critical moment of life and death. With the activation of the talisman, the upper half of Dooku's body turned into a ray of light, and was about to escape. Li Yuanba used his sword intention to turn into silk, and cut the defenseless Dooku's body in half. After the talisman was activated, Only the half of the body connected to the hand was taken away. This weird scene made the many demon cultivators, who were gathering towards Li Yuanba, tremble in their hearts. Dooku is a true disciple. Every true disciple is the strongest among the monks at the same time, and is many times higher than ordinary sect disciples in terms of resources, skills, and magical weapons. A true disciple is normally surrounded by a group of ordinary disciples. The ordinary disciples follow the true disciple, just for the leftovers that leak out of the hands of the true disciple. Even these leftovers make ordinary disciples feel extremely precious. It can be said that true disciples and ordinary disciples are two different kinds of monks. This rule is universal in any sect. Dooku was easily killed by Li Yuanba, and did not even use life-saving means to escape alive, which dealt a huge blow to the hearts of many demon cultivators. Li Yuanba didn't have their thoughts. The power of the flying sword was fully activated. The divided sword light and the sword's intention were like silk. The flying sword was like a bright sun. It passed through the 6 demon cultivators on the left and covered half of Dooku's body. After 3 breaths of escaping, all 6 demon cultivators were killed. At this time, the demon cultivators brought by Lin Ping and Yu Piao were all close to the attack range. However, the encirclement they had prepared before was broken open before the encirclement was actually formed, because Li Yuanba's killing speed was too fast and his methods were too terrifying. A sword light appeared under Li Yuanba's feet. This was a sword light that allowed him to use sword escape to speed up his movement. There was a solemn look in his eyes, with no emotion at all, only sword intent and killing intent rising. The demonic cultivators launched an attack on him, but he used sword escape to distance themselves, putting the distance between them beyond the attack range of each demonic cultivator. The problem is that this is the attack range of the demonic cultivators, not his. With his spiritual mind, although the attack distance of his flying sword is not as far as that of the golden elixir monks, it is still farther than that of ordinary monks who use spiritual thoughts. Much further. The magic cultivators found that although they had a numerical advantage, after being surrounded by Li Yuanba, it became impossible to even attack the spiritual weapon close to Li Yuanba. It is not that there are no demon cultivators who are good at speed. For example, Yu Piao, a true disciple, is the fastest among many demon cultivators. But he didn't show much speed. He stayed with other demon cultivators. Dooku's tragic death shocked him. In addition, his proud spiritual weapon was taken away. At this time, he regretted participating in the fight for the Chengdan resources in Li Yuanba's hands. Action. The demon cultivators were unable to attack Li Yuanba, but Li Yuanba's flying sword kept calling names among the demon cultivators. Li Yuanba is now in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Even when facing late-stage Foundation establishment monks, he does not have the passive feeling of being suppressed across multiple realms. The spiritual weapon of the demon cultivator in the late stage of Foundation building may be able to block the blow of his flying sword, and the spiritual imprint in his spiritual weapon will not be destroyed with just one blow. But those demonic cultivators in the early and middle stages of Foundation building are no longer good. As long as their spiritual weapons come into contact with Li Yuanba's flying sword, the spiritual weapons will lose control and fall from the air. If the demon cultivators were not very close to each other and taking care of each other, one of the demon cultivators would have fallen to the flying sword again within a moment of fighting. But even like this, the demon cultivators could not hold on for long. After nearly 10 spiritual weapons were damaged, the demon cultivators, who were originally united, had other thoughts. You can't blame the demon cultivators. They have a selfish nature. After discovering that the enemy cannot be defeated, and they will be killed one by one if they continue, they have only one choice, which is to escape earlier than the demon cultivators around them. When the first demonic cultivator made a move, it affected other demonic cultivators, and the originally stable defense was broken. Continuous screams were heard. As the demon cultivator withdrew from the battle, the demon cultivator next to him did not have time to react, allowing Li Yuanba's flying sword to pass through the defense and get close to the demon cultivator. The remaining demon cultivators were killed first, under the double attack of the sword cultivator's flying sword and sword intention. The demon cultivators, who lost their defense, were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. After more than a dozen Foundation building demonic cultivators died, and several more died, they completely collapsed. They each used their own methods to escape into the distance. During this process, demon cultivators were constantly being killed by the sword light, and the speed of the sword light was faster than their flying speed. When Lin Ping and Yu Piao realized something was wrong at first, they retreated together, thinking that it would be safer to act together. But they soon discovered the problem. Li Yuanba was faster and chased, and killed their subordinate demon cultivators. Escaped separately. Lin Ping changed directions and said. Yu Piao also noticed the same problem. He didn't react, and also fled in another direction. Li Yuanba chose Lin Ping. The other demon cultivators could escape. But he would not let go of Lin Ping, the true demon cultivator, who was the first to pursue him. When Yu Piao saw Li Yuanba chasing Lin Ping, he couldn't help but feel calmer. He distanced himself, while observing the battle in the distance. It shouldn't be called a battle. This is a massacre. After losing their courage, every demon cultivator will no longer have any decent resistance. The demon cultivators, who fall behind, will be killed by the light of the sword. Finally, Lin Ping no longer thought about escaping with his subordinate demon cultivators. He took out a talisman, and was about to activate it. Li Yuanba's whole body momentum increased to the extreme. And he had no reservations at all. A white lotus appeared under his feet. And then a white lotus also appeared next to Lin Ping, and the remaining two foundation-building demon cultivators. His figure first appeared next to Lin Ping, with the third-grade sword base in his hand. In Lin Ping's horrified eyes, he swept Lin Ping's head with his sword. Before the sword light of the third-grade sword base that killed Lin Ping disappeared, the figure has appeared next to another foundation-building demon cultivator, as if teleporting. In less than a breath, all the demon cultivators on Lin Ping's side were killed. Li Yuanba turned to look at Yu Piao. Yu Piao was more than 1,000 meters away from him. According to normal circumstances, at such a long distance, Yu Piao was a monk who was good at speed. So he should be safe. But when Yu Piao saw Li Yuanba's gaze, his whole body could not help but shiver. He turned around and ran away with all his strength. Damn it! Li Yuanba can actually make lotus flowers step by step. Yu Piao was escaping while thinking about the scene he just saw. He could guess where Li Yuanba learned lotus every step. He must have killed Jueyuan Buddha and obtained the inheritance from Qianya Temple. That was the inheritance of magical powers. A sword cultivator who could use magical powers made his scalp tingle just thinking about it. He worked hard to squeeze the spiritual power in his body. And the skills he learned had a strong bonus to speed. He wanted to escape from this demon. In his eyes, Li Yuanba was more terrifying than the demon cultivator who had practiced demon skills. What is that? A white flower appeared in front of Yu Piao's eyes. The white flower looked so familiar. Like a white lotus. Bai Lian! His mind woke up instantly. But it was too late. Li Yuanba's figure appeared in front of him. And at the same time, the third-grade sword base cooperated with the sword without any delay, and chopped off his head. At this point in the battle, Li Yuanba's fighting spirit slowly subsided. He looked at the battlefield. In addition to the two late-stage foundation-building demon cultivators who initially escaped, there were 23 demon cultivators who participated in the attack on him this time, including 3 Sanluo sect members. All the true disciples were killed by him. This is the sword cultivator. When dealing with monks of the same realm, through various fighting methods such as bursting and wandering, you can gain an absolute advantage in the battle. The unparalleled sword intention is an absolute killer weapon, at least in the foundation building stage. Unless one has cultivated the ability to rival the sword intention, he will be restrained. Li Yuanba began to clean the battlefield. This time the battle was very wide. Fortunately, he kept using his spiritual sense. The monks he killed would collect the spoils if they had the chance. Half of Duko's body escaped, and the remaining half had a storage bracelet on his wrist, which did not cause him any loss. Of course, for Li Yuanba, it is extremely rare for Li Yuanba to find spiritual objects that interest him even in the storage spaces of true disciples. After cleaning the battlefield, they put away the corpses of the demon cultivators, especially the corpses of the 2 true disciples. Those who can become true disciples have a high probability of having Tailingen. As for Yu Piao and Lin Ping, both of them had heavenly spiritual roots, which were excellent corpse refining materials. He didn't need them, but it would be nice to have the opportunity to exchange them for some resources. Li Yuanba did not encounter any more attacks while cleaning the battlefield. What he didn't know was that the 2 late-stage foundation-building demon cultivators who escaped were stopped by 2 groups of demon cultivators. His record was also spread through the mouths of 2 late-stage foundation-building demon cultivators. However, because the 2 late-stage foundation-building demon cultivators escaped too early, they did not know the endings of Lin Ping and Yu Piao, nor did they know that Li Yuanba used Bu Shang Lotus Thing. After hearing about Li Yuanba's performance, the demon cultivators who wanted to intercept him hesitated. Everyone wanted to take advantage, and no demon cultivator wanted to get into trouble. The demon cultivators thought that other demon cultivators would take action first, and then see what happened. But Li Yuanba's record cannot be concealed at all. After the two groups of demon cultivators knew about it, all the demon cultivators who should know it knew. Especially there was no news about Lin Ping and Yu Piao. Everyone knew that they were killed by Li Yuanba together with Du Ke. This made many demon cultivators lose their courage. Chengdan resources may only be carried by Li Yuanba, and it may cost his life for this. Whether it is worth fighting for needs to be reconsidered. Chapter 244 Inventory. The time when the main body Li Shiming and the clone Li Yuanba were attacked were not much different. On one side, Li Yuanba saw the battle and found a resting place to take stock of the harvest. On the other side, Li Shiming was also resting at a place and counting the harvest. Li Shiming's biggest gain this time should be a flying sword magic weapon. If Elder Zhao hadn't arrived this time, he might not have had such benefits. Elder Zhao is a swordsman. Although Li Shiming does not practice swordsmanship as his main skill, he possesses sword intent and uses swordsmanship to deal with enemies. He also shows a sword intent that is far beyond ordinary swordsmanship. In addition, Zhao Elder and Elder Su are from the same faction of the sect. This was the move to snatch the flying sword magic weapon from Hang Jian and give it to Li Shiming. This is the love and care of the elders for the younger ones. And it is also an expectation. Elder Zhao is convinced that Li Shiming will become a golden elixir. Of course, many monks who know Li Shiming's details agree on this point. No matter what the Shushan sect says, they will push Li Shiming, who has the potential of an alchemy master, to the realm of golden elixir. Of course, this also requires Li Shiming to be lucky enough to be able to break through the golden elixir barrier if he has the resources. Li Shiming's love and care for Elder Zhao will be remembered in his heart, and this will need to be repaid in the future. He took out Ji Hongba's storage bracelet and entered it with his spiritual thoughts. Ji Hongba is a true disciple of the Shushan sect. Since he has not died, the storage bracelet actually has limitations. But don't say that Ji Hongba is immortal now. Even if he still has his original strength and is still a foundation-building monk, the restrictions on his storage bracelet cannot resist Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts. There are many items in the storage bracelet, but not many of them can be seen by Li Shiming. Spiritual weapons, jade slips of martial arts, etc. If he wants them, he can get them at will. There are probably more than 5 million spiritual stones, part of which is in the form of jade tablets stored by Beishu Trading Company, and the other part is physical spiritual stones. However, the quality of spiritual wine and spiritual food is very high, and there is also a box of spiritual tea, which has reached the 3rd grade, which is the most surprising thing for Li Shiming among the storage bracelets. Just when his spiritual thoughts scanned the storage bracelet, and he was about to withdraw his spiritual thoughts, he suddenly paused. In the area where the elixir was stored, his spiritual thoughts wrapped a jade bottle and took it out. If it wasn't for something special about this jade bottle, he would have almost ignored it. This is a jade bottle customized by the Shushan sect to store elixirs, but it is different from the normal jade bottle. The reason why Li Shiming feels special is that this jade bottle rarely appears in the hands of foundation-building monks, but is used exclusively by golden elixir monks to store important elixirs. The refining technique of the jade bottle is extremely complicated, and it takes a lot of effort from a senior or above refiner to make it. He opened the jade bottle, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance entered his nose. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately sealed the jade bottle again. Qianxiang Enlightenment Pill, he exclaimed softly. Li Shiming accepted the inheritance of the Shushan Alchemy Code, and was familiar with the Shushan sect's elixirs. Qianxiang Enlightenment Pill is a 3rd grade elixir, but it is more precious than the authentic 3rd grade elixir. This is just like the 1st grade cultivation auxiliary elixir in the Qi chain stage, and the 1st grade foundation building elixir. The difference in value between the two can be described as worldwide. Qianxiang Enlightenment Pill is used by golden pill monks to break through barriers. Its function is to perceive the artistic conception of the next realm in advance, thereby increasing the chance of success in breaking through. Of course, the Qianxiang Enlightenment Pill also has an effect on promoting the foundation stage to the golden elixir stage, but it is not listed among the elixir-forming resources. This is because the Qianxiang Enlightenment Pill is made from several 3rd grade elixirs. It is an extremely precious resource even among golden pill monks. How can it be taken by foundation establishment monks? Between adding a golden elixir monk and improving the realm of an existing golden elixir monk, sects generally choose the latter. The probability of the former choice is very small. A foundation building monk with the resources to become a golden elixir has a 30% to 40% higher chance of being promoted to the golden elixir. And the effect of the Qianxiang enlightenment pill on the improvement of the golden elixir monk's realm is. But it is real. Even if the golden pill cultivator is not able to improve his realm this time, his insights will not disappear with the accumulation of taking the Qianxiang enlightenment pill. Once, the insights gained will always become a help for advancement. The Qianxiang enlightenment pill in Li Shiming's hand can be said to have suddenly increased his chance of being promoted to the golden pill by more than 20%. Coupled with the Chengdan resources, and the fact that he is still a Yuanyang body and a Wushuo Dao body, he feels the chance of being promoted to Jin Dan is more than 60%. But he also understood his own weaknesses. The 5 elements Qi receiving formation he had created in the spiritual lake in his body made his promotion to the golden elixir full of variables. At present, he is not short of Chengdan resources. Whether it is Shushan sect or his clone Li Yuanba, he can get Chengdan resources. In addition, he himself is an alchemist. When he reaches the later stage of foundation building, he is confident that he can refine third-grade elixirs. At that time, he will be able to use the most effective elixir-forming resource elixirs. What he lacks are 2 of the third-grade 5-element formation materials. The third-grade water attribute material, and the third-grade wood attribute material. He must have these 2 third-grade materials in order to raise the level of the 5 elements Qi Nai Ray in his body to the 3rd grade. He only then can we have a chance to break through the foundation building period. There's no need to rush. Li Shiming was very clear-headed. With his status, he could get these 2 third-grade materials even by asking 2 masters. Of course, this was his last choice. To the 2 masters, 2 third-grade materials might not be that precious. But asking for them was a bit over the top. Elder Su and Elder Ma were not the only disciples of him. If every disciple asked for third-grade materials, Elder Ma would be rich. But Elder Su would probably be bleeding heavily. The problem is that he is only Elder Ma's registered disciple. And he cannot speak like this. Li Shiming smiled and looked at the Qianxiang enlightenment pill. If he had known about this elixir earlier, he might have killed Ji Hongbao directly. I'm thinking too much. Could it be that Elder Ji would send a golden elixir monk to deal with him for a Qianxiang enlightenment pill? He smiled, shook his head, and said to himself. He no longer thought about these things, closed his eyes, and began to connect to Z15. Z15 transferred all the recent analysis and research on the formation, including the process and results, into his brain. Above his head, a formation of starlight sea appeared, and a group of galaxy clouds had taken shape and began to connect with each other. We're still a little short of it. When we go back this time, we'll let the monks who ask for elixirs use the formation knowledge as reward. He murmured as he sensed the formation starlight sea. He thought that it was easy to achieve the formation master. But after gaining the knowledge of the Sanluo sect's formations from his clone Li Yuanba, he digested and absorbed the formation knowledge of the Sanluo sect and the Shushan sect. But there was still a short way to complete the formation of the starry sea of lights. Sublimation has always been stuck at the bottleneck of just one step away from being a master of formation techniques. He does not have a master who teaches the formation. If he had a formation master, he would tell him how difficult it is to become a formation master. Which formation master doesn't have the best of hundreds of schools of thought. And only after hundreds of years of dedicated research can he gain insights and achieve breakthroughs in one fell swoop. It is extremely rare in the history of the world of immortality that he has only learned the formation for a few years and wants to become a master of the formation. Of course, in terms of formation application, his level is actually no worse than that of the formation master. The most important thing for him at the moment is the issue of realm. If he has the strength of the golden core and can access third-grade materials and use the third-grade materials to make formation flags, he can make the temporarily arranged formation resist the attack of the golden core monks. Look at him now. If he wants to get all the third-grade and 5-element formation materials, he must combine the power of the main body and the clone. The main body and the clone are very good in both the good and evil sects. But he still has not collected all the third-grade and 5-element formation materials. Not to mention getting more third-grade formation materials to make formation flags. When your alchemy level reaches the level of an alchemy master, you will start preparing to learn how to refine weapons. Li Shiming began to make plans for the future. After reaching the golden elixir stage, weapon refining has become a must-learn for most golden elixir monks. When monks reach the golden elixir stage, they can use the fire of the golden elixir to refine third-grade weapon refining materials, thus forming the basis for weapon refining. Although the golden elixir fire is spiritual fire, its nature is too violent to be used for elixir refining, but it is suitable for refining weapons. Golden elixir monks have to work hard to obtain third-grade weapon refining materials, either by serving the sect for many years and exchanging contribution points to the sect, or by taking risks to explore some dangerous places, or by relying on their own opportunities. No matter which way you get the third-grade weapon refining materials, you will always cherish the third-grade weapon refining materials. If you use third-grade weapon refining materials to refine magic weapons in the hands of others, the golden elixir monks are always not so reassured. Not to mention, many golden elixir monks' natal magic weapons need to be refined according to the records in the inheritance exercises, which involves the monk's important inheritance. Asking others to refine them will reveal their secrets, thus bringing hidden dangers to themselves. Any inheritance is the most important part when it reaches the golden elixir stage. It involves the secrets of one's own cultivation. A slight mistake will be exploited by the enemy. Therefore, even if the golden elixir cultivator does not master the art of refining weapons, he still needs to master some methods to be able to refine his own magic weapons. In the Shirwan Mountain, Li Yuanba was looking at 12 fine needle spiritual weapons. The more he looked at them, the more he felt Yu Piao's luxury. The 12 fine needle spiritual weapons are made of third-grade metal. He currently has little research on weapon refining, especially third-grade weapon refining materials, and has no way of knowing what third-grade metal is used. Although these third-grade metals are small, if you find a suitable weapon refiner, you can at least refine a small magic weapon. Li Yuanba didn't know that it was a fluke that Yu Piao got this set of third-grade spiritual weapons. Originally, this set of fine needle magic weapons was a magic weapon refined by a golden elixir monk for himself. Because there was too little third-grade metal, he chose a needle-shaped magic weapon and ambitiously prepared to use all third-grade metals to refine a set. 12 needle-shaped magic weapons. However, this golden elixir monk overestimated his skill in refining weapons. His skill in refining weapons was only half measured. Perhaps the success rate of refining a single magic weapon was higher. In the end, he refined a set of needle-shaped magic weapons made of third-grade metal into waste. In a very bad mood, he sold the set of waste products to a monk who was good at refining weapons at a low price. The monk got this set of 12 needle-shaped magic weapons. After a lot of hard work, he also overturned and changed the waste magic weapons into spiritual weapon-level garbage. Yu Piao got the news and spent a lot of money to buy this set of garbage from the monk. For the golden core cultivator, the spiritual weapon is naturally rubbish, and it is still a spiritual weapon refined with third-grade metal. If this thing is really used, other golden core cultivators will almost laugh to death. No golden core cultivator would have the face to use such a spiritual weapon. But for a foundation establishment cultivator, this is an absolute treasure. The 12 needle-shaped spiritual weapons are the top-notch existence among the spiritual weapons. This is the function of their materials. And no matter how poor their refining level is, they have experienced the hands of 2 golden elixirs. And the latter one, he is also good at refining the golden elixir. If the former Jin Dan hadn't dug a big hole, the latter Jin Dan, who was good at refining weapons, might have turned waste into treasure. The grade of the 12 needle-shaped spiritual weapons is almost similar to that of Li Yuanba's third-grade sword base. They are all based on third-grade metal, and are all spiritual weapons. Of course, the two are also very different. The third-grade sword base is currently a good spiritual weapon. But this is just a transition. The third-grade sword base can grow. When Li Yuanba achieves the golden elixir, the third-grade sword base will evolve into a magic weapon. The 12 needle-shaped spiritual weapons can only be spiritual weapons and cannot be upgraded. Li Yuanba did not refine this set of 12 needle-shaped spiritual weapons. Although he did not agree with the concept of pure sword cultivation, the 12 needle-shaped spiritual weapons were useless to him, unable to enhance his strength at all. His attack power is far greater than that of the Gale of Wind Golden Light Sword, and as close as that of a third-grade sword base. For a swordsman to use a needle-shaped spiritual weapon, it is just a joke. However, the 12 needle-shaped spiritual weapons have some effect on the main body Li Shiming. At least there is an additional method of forming an array, which can perfectly cooperate with a 9-palace sword array. Li Yuanba put away the 12 needle-shaped spiritual objects. He opened the storage bags and storage bracelets one by one, took out the useful spiritual objects and put them aside, and put the useless ones in another place. He couldn't help but shake his head and lamented that there was a huge difference between the true heritage of the Sanluo sect and the true heritage of the Shushan sect. In fact, he made a misjudgment. If Lin Ping, Duke and Yu Piaozhen had strong backgrounds in the Sanluo sect. How could they come to snatch his elixir resources? These three true disciples are all marginal figures among the true disciples of the Sanluo sect. They did not gain the favor of the powerful gened and elder of the sect, but were taken under the sect by the weaker gened and elder. You must know that those weaker gened and elders are not proud of being in the sect. So how can they take care of their disciples? Especially when it comes to important resources. Priority will of course be given to the disciples of the powerful gened and elders. For example, Li Yuanbao was the kind of powerful true disciple who was casually rewarded with a set of elixir-making resources by Patriarch Lu. Coupled with Elder Jian's strength in the sect, he naturally looked down upon the items belonging to these true disciples. Ji Hongbao was the son of the most powerful gened and elder in the Shushan sect, so there was no comparison between the two. Chapter 245 Coming Out of Seclusion. Li Yuanbao was thinking about things while using his spiritual thoughts to clean up the spiritual objects. When he opened a medicine box, he hesitated slightly. Li Shiming, the main body on the other side, has already looked up the elixir in the medicine box in the Z15 information. It is a red flower with 36 petals. Based on his memory, it seems that he has seen a jade elixir from his master, Elder Ma. Related records in simplified Chinese. It's the beauty flower, Li Shiming said to himself with a smile. The beauty flower is a second-grade elixir, but to some extent, it is more precious than the third and fourth-grade elixirs. First of all, the beauty flower is extremely rare. The growth conditions are extremely harsh, and there is no possibility of artificial cultivation. This makes the beauty flower even rarer than third and fourth-grade elixirs. Secondly, the beauty flower can help monks regain their youthful appearance. This function has little effect for male monks, but it is a treasure that cannot be refused for female monks. Looking at the state of preservation of the Zhuyin flower, it seems that this true disciple did not know the value of the Zhuyin flower at all, and was preserving it as a second-grade elixir. Fortunately, the medicinal power of Ziyanhua was sufficient, so it was not affected at all. Because the beauty flower is so rare, even if a normal monk sees the beauty flower, it is normal for him not to recognize it. The monk's appearance is actually considered ageless. But agelessness and youthful state are two different things. Monks don't care about appearance, so they usually let their appearance change naturally as their practice time increases. Female nuns use various skin-nourishing spiritual substances in order to keep the skin in a youthful state. Female nuns are not satisfied with being immortal, but want to keep their appearance in the most beautiful season. When a monk reaches the end of his longevity, his appearance will age rapidly. But after taking the beauty pill refined from the beauty flower, he can keep his appearance forever. Li Yuanbao changed the Zhuyin flower into a jade box to store it. He didn't even take a look at the other items, just waiting to get rid of them when he had time. Li Yuanbao activated the flying sword again and flew towards Jieshan Pass. This time, he had a smooth journey, but there was no demonic cultivator to intercept him. He landed outside Jieshan City and walked into Jieshan City. The last time he went to Jieshan checkpoint, he did not stop at Jieshan City. However, his main body Li Shiming had been here before, so he was quite familiar with the city. Jiucheng Shop. This is a shop belonging to Qian Huan sect. This time he plans to pass the customs through Qian Huan sect's channels. Walking into the store was quite busy. The sound of abacus and counting by the clerk filled the store with a market atmosphere. Li Yuanbao wore a bronze mask to hide his face. This appearance naturally attracted the attention of the waiter. Without waiting for the man to come over and say Lo, an old monk in the early stage of foundation building came out and waved his hand to the man to tell him to do his own thing. What's wrong, fellow Taoist? The old monk asked with a monk salute. Get out of seclusion! Li Yuanbao took out the identity jade disc and replied in a deep voice. The old monk looked at Sanluo sect's identity jade disc and said nothing. He took out a jade token and touched it with the identity jade disc, then nodded slightly. He made an inviting gesture and led Li Yuanbao into the inner room. According to the agreement, you can use this pass to go back and forth to the checkpoint, and the stay in the middle cannot exceed 3 months. You are not allowed to do evil things in the righteous areas without authorization, and you are not allowed to take the initiative to kill people. If you do not return after 3 months, the pass will be invalid. The old monkey took out a wooden pass and said. Li Yuanbao took the wooden pass, which had the mark of the Jiucheng store, as well as his simple information and related precautions. The pass is backed up at the checkpoint of Qianhuan sect. Don't think about forging it, the old monk reminded again. Li Yuanbao nodded. The Boundary Mountain Pass of Sanluo sect was very close to the sphere of influence of Qianhuan sect. Sun Luo sect had some agreements with the three Jingdao sects. These agreements are made for the benefit of both parties. Only with the guarantee of the agreement can the two parties, good and evil, maintain restraint and have some exchanges for the benefit of each other. Take Li Yuanba as an example. The Jindan elder of Sun Luo sect gave him the qualification to enter and exit the Boundary Mountain Pass. He can find a store represented by any of the three sects, and the representative of the Jingdao sect at the store will give him a pass. With the pass, Li Yuanba can leave the Jishan Pass once and stay for up to 3 months before returning to Shirwanda Mountain. This is the tacit understanding of both parties. Controlled personnel exchanges are easier to manage than uncontrolled infiltration. Sneaking in is risky. With such an opportunity to communicate peacefully, the monk's first choice is to apply for a pass. With the pass, Li Yuanba didn't have to enjoy the feeling of sitting in a truck. At the checkpoint on the Sun Luo sect side, he easily passed by relying on his identity as Elder Jade Disc Sword Elder. Then there is a 400-mile junction area, which is safe under normal circumstances. Only when the two sides have a conflict will they find a solution in the junction area. The distance of 400 miles was a very short distance for a monk. It didn't take long for Li Yuanba to escape through the junction area with his sword. When he saw the right path checkpoint, he put away his sword and escaped to the ground. No matter whether it is the checkpoint on the Sun Luo sect side or the checkpoint here, monks are not allowed to fly through, and they need to be inspected honestly. Li Yuanba took out his pass, and when he passed the checkpoint, he felt a spiritual thought sweep across his pass. The divine thought did not scan his body, but stayed on the pass for a moment before taking it back. He passed through a passage that was almost 200 meters long, and the energy fluctuations of the large array could be felt all around. If he had a problem, the surrounding large array would surround him, entering a large formation with many Jindan elders stationed there. Not even the Jindan monks can escape. Although Li Yuanba knew that he passed here through legal means, he still felt nervous when he felt the large formation and the vague sense of peeping. Suddenly, he felt wary because he sensed a malicious gaze. The other party's strength should not be strong. Otherwise, he would not only perceive the malicious prying eyes, but not the danger, which means there is no threat to him at all. Juang Buddha looked down at Li Yuanba, who was walking in the checkpoint passage. He recognized this monk wearing a bronze mask. It was this monk who had fought in the battle between the Sun Luo sect and the foundation building monks of Qianya Temple a year ago. Killed many fellow disciples. Buddha Juaning also participated in that battle and saw Li Yuanba from a distance. He was afraid at the time. After seeing Li Yuanba killing many Buddhas in a row, he avoided Li Yuanba from a distance and did not come into contact with Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba became his inner demon for a long time, and it took him nearly 3 months to recover. Li Yuanba walked through the passage safely and left the checkpoint without stopping at all. The feeling of being watched by many golden elixir monks made his scalp numb. At least before he became a golden elixir monk, he warned himself not to get too close to strange golden elixir monks. It was really too much psychological pressure. As soon as he exited the level, he used sword escape and sped up to leave. When he was about to disappear, an Arhat arrived with the Buddha awakening. Unfortunately, the Buddha awakened was a little slow in reporting and could not stop him. Of course, at the checkpoint, even if they have grudges, the other golden elixir monks guarding here will not allow a strong man of the Arhat level to deal with a foundation building demon cultivator. Li Yuanba entered the sphere of influence of the righteous path through formal channels. Although the agreement between the good and the evil may not be 100% abided by, if you want to violate the agreement, you still have to cover it up. The good way does not want to be known as betrayal. Li Yuanba wanted to get out of trouble. When he was spied on by the monks in the checkpoint passage, he guessed that there might be trouble. After leaving the level, the sword cultivator's speed spread out, and it was not easy to catch up with him. On the other side, Li Shiming was preparing to go to Qianhuan sect first, which was the way to go. But after learning about Xianhua, he changed his mind. He first went to a market to buy other elixirs of Xianhua. The other elixirs in the elixir were not particularly precious, so he found 2 in a market and bought them all. In the flying boat, he set the flight direction, and he and his clone Li Yuanba would meet at a mountain peak within the Qianhuan sect's influence. He took out the ancient jade slip he purchased from the Hangzhou Immortal Cultivation family market. The information in the ancient jade slip had long been imported into Z15. After such a long period of analysis, the results were finally available. The information in the ancient jade slips was encrypted, and the encryption method was almost impossible for monks to crack. However, After Z15's repeated calculations, he still found the pattern. What was recorded in the ancient jade slip was an inheritance called 5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique. To be honest, he was extremely disappointed after seeing that it was a Kung Fu inheritance. With his status in the Shushan sect, even if he wants to apply for the strongest inherited techniques in the sect, he can do it. Although the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique he is currently practicing is not as good as the Sword Intention Chong Shao technique practiced by his clone Li Yuanba. The sense of fit between the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique and him is more important than the skill level. I remember that when my master, Elder Su, knew that Li Shiming was compatible with the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique, he immediately gave up the idea of letting Li Shiming switch to a stronger sect technique. The 5 Rhymes Chain Chi technique is not a complete technique, but after reaching the Golden Elixir stage, the subsequent inheritance is incomplete. This is because some damage to the ancient jade slips has affected the contents inside. This greatly reduces the value of the 5 Rhymes Chain Chi Ju, and at most it can provide some reference for Li Shiming. However, when the ancient jade slips recorded the 5 Rhymes Chain Chi Ju, they also mentioned the ancient 5 Chi sect and attached a map of the 5 Chi sect. He didn't know how many years ago the 5 Chi sect was a sect. When he asked Z15 to compare the maps, he found that this map was very different from the current map. If artificial comparison is made, there is a high probability that the location of the 5 Chi sect will not be found. You must know that the map of this world itself is not that accurate. Not to mention that the ancient map is not clear in description, making the comparison even more difficult. Z15 collects the maps of Sun Luo sect and Shushan sect. The combination of the two can be regarded as a relatively complete map of the northern Shu continent. In addition, Z15 is also redrawing a more accurate map. Wherever Li Shiming passes, terrain data will be collected by Z15 and added to the three-dimensional map. Although this new map has not been produced much, the original map is enough for Z15 to find the similarities with the ancient map and analyze the possible location of the 5 Chi sect. He discovered that the location of the 5 Chi sect was not on the Beishu continent, but 300 miles offshore from the Beishu continent. If it hadn't been for repeated verification by Z15, he wouldn't have believed the result. You must know that on the ancient map, the 5 Chi sect is on the mainland. No matter how the terrain changes, there will never be such a big change. Maybe it's not an active change in the terrain. Li Shiming thought that this world had powerful monks who could move mountains and reclaim seas. Maybe the Beishu continent had experienced a battle between powerful monks a long time ago. This can be estimated from the fact that nascent soul monks rarely fight each other on land, and usually fight between nascent souls on the 33rd level. So we can estimate the destructive power of nascent soul monks on the terrain. It was a rare occasion that he came out, so he thought about going to the original location of the 5 Chi sect. Of course, this is different from exploring the Relic Mansion. The Relic Mansion is a cave left by monks. The monks will leave some means to prevent other monks from entering. The original site of the 5 Chi sect may have long been in ruins. He visited it with the mentality of admiring the ruins. He had no idea whether there would be any major discoveries from the original site of the 5 Chi sect. After this kind of experience for countless years, even the terrain of the mainland has changed. It would be nice to be able to see the remnants of the original sect at the original site of the ancient sect that sank to the bottom of the sea. The 5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique is not entirely useless. There are still many unique features in the study of the 5 elements' spiritual power, which gave him a deeper understanding of the power of the 5 elements. This was one of the reasons why he was interested in the 5 Chi sect in situ. At the same time, he also wanted to see what kind of power destroyed the 5 Chi sect. After Li Yuanba traveled for 3 hours, he felt a little more relaxed, thinking to himself that there would be no trouble. At this moment, he suddenly turned back and looked into the distance, where a golden elixir level aura was rapidly approaching, and the target was in his direction. He almost immediately took out the wooden pass, and after repeatedly scanning the pass with his spiritual thoughts, he discovered that the wooden pass was made of some kind of wood that could isolate his spiritual thoughts, which allowed the wooden pass to hide the magic circle inside. This magic circle is not activated at any time, and will only be triggered after passing the level. So even though Li Yuanba was proficient in formations, he didn't find anything special about the wooden pass. As Li Yuanba scanned the wooden pass with his spiritual mind, Li Shiming, the body on the other side, also cast his consciousness over Z15 could use his spiritual mind to help analyze the wooden pass, and only then discover the problem with the wooden pass. Based on the subtle array fluctuations produced by the wooden pass and the characteristics of the spiritual power lines, he was certain that there was an array inside the wooden pass that sent out positioning signals. As long as he was within the coverage of Jingdao's communication array, he would be located. Chapter 246 Meeting. The wise Arhat's face was as sinking as water. He had stayed at the checkpoint since the death of Juyuan Buddha and Ju2 Buddha last time, and the Jade Foot relics were lost. He was looking for an opportunity to sneak into Shirwanda Mountain, find Li Yuanba, and take back the Yuzu relic. Xianye Temple already knows that it was Li Yuanba who killed Juyuan Buddha, but Li Yuanba has been in retreat in Sanluo's sect in the past year. Otherwise, Jiming Arhat would have sneaked into Shirwanda Mountain and captured Li Yuanba himself. He had been waiting for information from Sanluo's sect, but he never expected that Li Yuanba would leave Shirwandashan and appear within the sphere of influence of Zhengdao. After Juening Buddha discovered Li Yuanba, he immediately reported it to Jiming Arhat. When Jiming Arhat got the news, Li Yuanba had already disappeared. Jiming Luohan spent some money to obtain the positioning information in Li Yuanba's pass and chased him out again. Indeed, there is a positioning circle inside each wooden pass. This is a backup to prevent the demon cultivator from being able to track the demon cultivator after causing any trouble within the righteous sphere of influence. Since the energy fluctuations of the positioning array inside the wooden pass are interfered by the fluctuations of various anti-counterfeiting, solid and other arrays on the wooden pass, and the fluctuations of the positioning array itself are extremely weak, the hands and feet moving on it must not have been discovered. Every time the positioning method on the wooden pass is used, there is a risk of exposing the positioning of the wooden pass. Therefore, Zhengdao will not use this function unless it is absolutely necessary, and it is only used for supervision. The wise Arhat also requested the use of this function for the sake of the Jade Foot relic and the inheritance of the Divine Foot power, with his strength equivalent to that of the Golden Core stage. If he wanted to capture Li Yuanba, who was only in the Foundation establishment stage, he thought it would be impossible to capture him manually. Although Li Yuanba's sword escape speed is very fast, Jiming Arhat's speed is considered to be at the upper level among the Jindan level. After applying for the positioning array information, it took him 3 hours to catch up with Li Yuanba. Jiming Luohan had already seen Li Yuanba's figure from a distance. He did not suppress the joy in his heart, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Amitabha! He chanted the Buddha's name, and his speed increased again. Every tone of the Buddha's name would bring him much closer to Li Yuanba. Based on his judgment, he would stand right in front of Li Yuanba as soon as the Buddha's name was announced. This is the self-confidence that comes from Arhat, the determination of the strength of the weak. The sword cultivator is indeed very strong, and the speed of sword escape is indeed very fast. But that is under the same realm. When Jiming Arhat was crushed by a big realm, Li Yuanba's speed was not enough. Just when the last tone was about to be uttered, Li Yuanba sighed helplessly. Li Yuanba knew that he would be in big trouble after today. Just when Jiming Arhat was about to catch Li Yuanba, his eyes suddenly became horrified. As he watched, a holy white lotus appeared at Li Yuanba's feet, making Li Yuanba emerge from the earth like an immortal Buddha. 200 meters in front of Li Yuanba, a second white lotus appeared instantly. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot and reappeared on top of the second white lotus, strengthened by purple chi from the east and cultivated spiritual thoughts. The normal distance when he used Ubu Shang Lotus reached 200 meters. His figure kept flashing in the void, disappearing from the eyes of Jiming Arhat at an extremely fast speed. The wise Arhat stood stunned in the air, his mouth wide open, completely losing the bearing of a senior monk. The reason why he didn't catch up was because he knew there was no way he could catch up. That was the building lotus step by step of the magical power. Although it was just the beginning of the magical power stage, it was still much faster than the golden elixir monk. Jiming Arhat also wanted to inherit the magical power, but unfortunately he failed to pass the test. After failing once, he was no longer qualified. Only every few hundred years will a disciple inherit the divine foot power appear, which shows how difficult it is to practice the inheritance of the divine foot power. It took Buddha Juyuan more than 10 years to master the technique of lotus is born step by step. After that, he practiced for several decades before he could reach 100 meters in one step level. But look at Li Yuanba just now. Each step is 200 meters. After Li Yuanba obtained the Jade Foot relic, he immediately obtained the inheritance of the divine foot power, which only took a year. In 1 year, he was able to cultivate the divine power of Buddha's lotus, to such a level that even the wise Arhat began to doubt the Buddha's birth. How did he pass the test of Buddha's will? After Jiming Arhat stood there for a long time, he regained his composure and thought of the most critical question. If you want to obtain the inheritance of Shinzutong, your own research on Buddhism must reach an extremely deep level, and you must withstand the influence of the Buddha's sound on your soul. Not to mention non-Buddhists. Even a Buddhist sect like Chiba Temple that specializes in the test of divine foot power. Cultivating a Buddha who can pass the inheritance of divine foot power requires thousands of selections and long-term targeted training. When Xianya Temple is undergoing the test of divine foot power, there will be many eminent monks with profound Buddhist teachings to protect them. Even so, the probability of successfully passing on the inheritance is still terrifyingly low. Could it be the reincarnation of a certain bodhisattva? Jiming Arhat murmured to himself. He no longer wanted to capture Li Yuanba. He needed to report to the sect that Li Yuanba had learned. Every step of the way, a lotus grows. According to his judgment, there is only one possibility for him to be able to learn. Building lotus step by step. So quickly. That is, Li Yuanba is the reincarnation of a certain bodhisattva. This bodhisattva learned the magical power in his previous life, so he can practice step by step to generate lotus to such a level so easily in this life. Even the wise Arhat did not guess that he was the reincarnation of a Buddhist venerable. Because mastering the magical power to the point where even reincarnation bears the mark of the magical power was definitely not something that a Buddhist venerable could do. This is a big deal. A bodhisattva reincarnated and fell into the demon sect, which is intolerable to the Buddhist sect. If the reincarnated bodhisattva is brought back to the temple, it is inevitable that the reincarnated bodhisattva will become a venerable person in the future. And it is even possible to return to the status of a bodhisattva. If there is a bodhisattva sitting in Xianya Temple, then Xianya Temple will become the strongest sect in the northern Shu continent. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Jiming Luohan immediately contacted Chiba Temple and informed Chiba Temple of the discovery. Not to mention the speculations about Li Yuanba's identity by Jiming Arhat and Xianya Temple. Li Yuanba finally left Jiming Arhat far away after using step by step to live lotus. This was the first time that he used step by step to live lotus to get rid of a monk with golden elixir strength. He found that the speed of step by step to live lotus could really surpass the speed of a golden elixir powerful monk, which made him feel at ease a lot. On the other side, Li Shiming sensed what happened to his clone Li Yuanba. He activated the secret technique of charming soul concealment and used step by step lotus to meet Li Yuanba without considering the meeting place. The way he uses step by step to live lotus is more subtle. Once the secret technique of charming soul concealment is activated, as long as you are in the shadow, you can achieve the invisibility effect. He no longer uses step by step lotus in the sky, but uses various shadows on the ground to maintain his invisible state and constantly move instantaneously. At present, the distance of lotus growing step by step has reached 260 meters. How can there be no shadow at this distance? In addition, Z15 assisted him in making judgments. Although the interval between the first use of Ubu Shanglian was so short that he did not have time to think, his spirit reached the level of a golden elixir monk. And with the help of Z15, he could, while maintaining top speed, he was also able to remain invisible. This method of movement was something he had thought up recently, and was used to save his life at critical moments. It originally took several days to reunite, but after the main body Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanba used step-by-step lotus like crazy, they met a few hours later. The first thing the clone Li Yuanba did when he met the original Li Shiming was to put the wooden pass into the computer room space of the original Li Shiming, and then move them to another place together, and set up an isolation and hiding formation. Fellow Taoist, we meet again! Li Shiming smiled. Fellow Taoist, I need your help again! The clone Li Yuanba also said with a smile. They are the same person, so there is no need to be polite. Li Shiming took out the top elixirs that he had prepared long ago. They were all auxiliary elixirs for training in the middle and late stages of foundation building. They were enough for Li Yuanba to reach the peak of foundation building, being able to accumulate so much. And Li Shiming himself also reserved his own share. Is all thanks to Beishu Trading Company. He refined elixirs for Beishu Trading Company, and the quantity was extremely large. A single sect could not satisfy his elixir refining ability. Beishu Trading House is the largest trading house in northern Shu, with 6 major sects and partners all over Beishu behind it, allowing it to obtain more elixirs than a single major sect. Of course, some of the elixir tasks that Li Shiming refined were not actually for external parties, but were orders placed by other large sects for Beishu Trading Company. The major sects would not be able to recruit Li Shiming without going through the channel of Beishu Trading Company. After all, Li Shiming was still the true master of alchemy of Shushan sect. So how could he openly help other major sects refine elixirs? It is precisely for these reasons that Li Shiming was able to accumulate so many top-level elixirs in just over a year. Anyway, it is enough to supply him and his clone Li Yuanba for training. In addition, he will continue to refine elixirs for the sect and Beishu Trading Company in the future. There are some shortcomings in the original body, but they can be obtained later. Li Yuanba also packed the prepared things in a storage bag and handed them to Li Shiming. Among them was a set of elixir-making resources that could be refined after Li Shiming's alchemy strength reached the level of an alchemy master. Of course, elixirs with elixir resources can only be refined into 3 elixirs at most. This requires the top alchemy master to ensure such a level. A normal alchemy master can maintain the elixir production rate of 1 to 2 elixirs. Not bad. Therefore, for the refining of this type of elixir, the alchemy master is not only given the elixir, but also receives other rewards. In fact, Li Shiming can give this set of elixir resources to his master, Elder Ma, to refine it, and then he can immediately get a complete set of pulse-protecting elixirs, spirit-fixing elixirs, rebirth elixirs, and you-breaking elixirs. But he could not guarantee that Elder Ma could produce more than 2 pieces per furnace. In addition to the remuneration to the alchemist, he, the disciple, also had to pay. This was the alchemist's rule, and no one could break it. He is not in such a hurry. It is better to wait until he has the ability to refine the elixir. In the computer room space, he is sure to reach the full elixir. In addition, with the 110-point elixir formula, he can get a complete set of elixirs. There will be up to 6 elixirs of each type. There are also a large number of corpses of foundation building monks in the storage bag, all of which were killed by Li Yuanba. The most numerous of them is the corpse of the Buddha, followed by the corpse of the demon cultivator. Li Shiming is not far away from the late stage of foundation building. He has already considered refining all those peak iron corpses. Anyway, his spirit is strong enough. As long as he reaches the state, he can completely suppress them. The reason why he wanted so many foundation building monk corpses was because he wanted to transform the peak iron corpse into one with 3 heads and 6 arms. With Neza's successful case, the transformation was not difficult. You must know that although Neza did not have many opportunities to play, his performance was extremely eye-catching, at least increasing the strength of Iron Corpse by 30 to 40%. If there weren't so many corpses of foundation-building monks, he wouldn't have considered transforming the Iron Corpses. However, Li Yuanba had killed too many monks in the Senluo sect over the years. The corpses of the foundation-building period left behind were not so much sold. It's better to improve your combat power. With his current status, the resources that a monk in the foundation establishment stage can obtain are all easily available to him. And there is no need to sell off the trophies. Especially this time, after he exchanged resources with his clone Li Yuanba. It was enough for them to reach the peak of the late stage of foundation building without having to consider resources. In the storage bag handed over by Li Yuanba, there were also the 12 third-grade needle-shaped spiritual weapons and the standing beauty flower. What Li Shiming paid most attention to was the Juyan Hua. He put the Juyan Hua into the computer room space. In the computer room space, the Tianbao furnace in the 3rd rotation had already been preheated with the chiming spiritual fire. It is not difficult to refine the Juyan Dan. After sensing the medicinal power of the Juyan flower in the computer room space, although it was the first time I came into contact with it, under the micron level induction and control, I quickly became familiar with the Juyan flower's medicinal properties. As he refines more and more elixirs in the computer room space, he can learn about the medicinal properties of 1st and 2nd grade elixirs. Not just 1st and 2nd grade elixirs, but even 3rd grade elixirs through experience and micron level observations. With the help of Z15, form a complete set of data support. This is a reflection of the growth of his alchemy level. Nowadays, even if it is a new elixir, as long as it is within the scope of his alchemy level, he can easily achieve perfection. Maybe there may be slight flaws when refining the elixir outside the computer room space. But in the computer room space, this possibility of defects is absolutely avoided. More than an hour later, the power of the medicine rose above the 3rd turn Tianbao furnace. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts accurately used the 101 Pill Ju. In the alchemy furnace, next to the 10 spiritual pills that were being formed, the shadows of 10 spiritual pills appeared. The surrounding spiritual power converged towards the phantoms of the 10 spiritual elixirs in the alchemy furnace. He had already arranged the spirit gathering array in the computer room space, and was using medium-grade spiritual stones, so he did not have to worry about insufficient spiritual power. Chapter 247 Venerable. Li Shiming carefully packed the Zhuan Dan in a jade bottle. The 20 Zhuan Dan were all high-grade elixirs. He took out 2 high-level Yanzhuden, gave 1 to his clone Li Yuanba, and kept 1 for himself. It seems that the appearance of my Taoist friend and I will not change, he said to his clone Li Yuanba with a smile. And after speaking, he took the high-level facial retention pill in 1 gulp. After the high-grade Yan Zhuan Dan entered his abdomen, it turned into a trace of heat and rushed towards his skin, and then disappeared, as if there was no change. He also knew that this was because he was still young and in his prime, so the effect of the Zhu Yan Dan was not obvious, but he sensed through his spiritual mind that an inexplicable energy entered his skin. This should be the beauty-preserving effect of the Yanzi Dan. It seems that the appearance that fellow Taoists created for me can be preserved forever. The clone Li Yuanba smiled and took off the mask, and also took the high-level facial retention pill. He went through many battles in Sun Luo's sect, but it did not affect Li Yuanba's peerless appearance. Mo's hang is like jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Li Shiming, the real person, looked at the appearance of his clone Li Yuanba. Even though he often sensed Li Yuanba's state through remote sensing, he still sighed when he saw Li Yuanba's appearance. This is his most proud plastic surgery work. The most beautiful face developed by Z15, as well as micron-level plastic surgery methods, coupled with the strong recovery power of monks, resulted in Li Yuanba's beautiful face without any trace of modification. Unlike Li Shiming, who took the Yanzhu Dan. After Li Yuanba took the Yanzhu Dan, his skin flashed with a crystal color, and the exposed skin looked as delicate as beautiful porcelain. Li Shiming practiced purple chi from the east, and turned his Taoist body into a clean Taoist body. Therefore, after taking Zhuan Dan, he only retained the continuous beauty effect of Zhuan Dan, and it did not change his current condition. Dao body. Because the Wugo Dao body itself brought his body to its extreme state, it could not be changed by the Zhu Yan Dan. Li Yuanba, on the other hand, also practiced purple chi from the east, but the effect was completely different. His human state is the highest yang, and his corpse refining state is the highest yin. But he is an unknown Tao body. But the direction of improvement is completely different from that of the Wugo Tao body. Only the Zhu Yan Dan can change his skin. Li Shiming frowned and looked into the distance. That direction was exactly where he put Li Yuanba's pass into the computer room space, where he left a monitoring probe and transmitted data to him through the long-distance communication network covering the Zhengdao sphere of influence, so that he could see it here. Images monitored by surveillance cameras. He saw 3 monks appearing there. 2 of the monks were marked by arhats from Chiba Temple. The other monk had no mark on his body, but the 2 monks were centered on that monk, which showed that he had a higher status. Just when Li Shiming was observing the 3 monks through the surveillance probe, the unmarked monk suddenly looked at the surveillance probe, and then the surveillance probe went dark. Li Shiming was not surprised. Even he could feel the sense of peeping in the dark. It was not difficult for him to observe the 3 monks through the surveillance camera and attract attention. But this at least shows that the monk's level must be much higher than his. And the other 2 arhats did not notice the surveillance probe, which gave Li Shiming a bad feeling. I hope it's not His Holiness, he muttered to himself. He looked at Li Yuanba. Could it be that Li Yuanba exposed Ubu Shang Lotus and asked Jinya Temple to send the Venerable? This is too ridiculous. The Venerable is the nascent soul cultivator. Even in the northern Shu continent, the nascent soul cultivator is the top existence. Not to mention the Foundation establishment monks. Even to deal with the Golden Core cultivators, a Venerable will not be dispatched. Fellow Taoist, if you are in trouble, you'd better come to the bowl. Li Shiming joked, and waved to his clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba helplessly restrained his aura, and allowed him to take himself into the computer room space. All the aura belonging to Li Yuanba disappeared. This was the best solution. Li Shiming sent Li Yuanba directly to the Jieshan Pass. Venerable Hike, the pass of Sun Luo's sect Li Yuanba disappeared here. Jiming Arhat respectfully reported to Venerable Hike. Venerable Haik couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power in his body. He stood in the void like a mortal standing on the earth. It was not a magic spell. The sky was like a real thing for him to step on. There is a breath of divine foot power here. It's strange. Why are there two different breaths of divine foot power? Venerable Huika sensed it more deeply than the two arhats. He said in a deep voice. If Li Shiming's surveillance probe had not been destroyed, he would probably be shocked. However, Venerable Haik did not expect that there would be two people who had mastered the divine foot power. Instead, he was thinking that Li Yuanba had some secret method for transforming aura, because these two different Shinzitong auras are essentially from the same source. His judgment is not wrong. Venerable Haik, can you trace Li Yuanba's trace? Jiming Arhat asked aloud. The divine foot power is an untraceable magical power. If he hadn't stayed here for a while, he wouldn't have left any breath. Venerable Huika shook his head and said calmly. Venerable Haik played with the surveillance probe in his hand, doubts flashing in his eyes. Based on his knowledge, he knows most of the methods in the northern Shu continent. Even those who don't understand can at least analyze their principles after seeing them. But the thing in his hand, apart from a tiny and almost negligible contact formation, has nothing to do with spiritual objects. However, Venerable Haik was very sure that a monk was peering at them through this thing just now. He could not make a mistake in this regard after practicing Buddhism for many years. It's a pity that when I took action just now, I didn't control the force well, and the monitoring probe was seriously damaged. In addition, no matter how he analyzed it, he could not study the working principle of the object in his hand, making it impossible for him to determine what force it came from. You guys wait for me here. I'll go check around. Venerable Haik thought for a moment and said something to the two arhats. His figure disappeared on the spot and appeared outside Li Su one step later, and then step by step disappear. The speed of Venerable Haik is simply unimaginable. He is using the divine foot power, and it is the higher level of the divine foot power. South close to the end of the world. After receiving the report from Jiming Arhat, Qianye Temple took Li Yuanba's matter very seriously. In order to retain Li Yuanba, who had mastered the magical foot power, step by step, the lotus is born. Qianye Temple even invited Venerable Haik, who had mastered the magic foot power. South close to the end of the world. South close to the end of the world. Although it cannot reach the level of what Buddhism calls a step to the end of the world, it can be achieved step by step. This speed is several times faster than Li Yuanba, so it is naturally not a problem to catch Li Yuanba. Although it is impossible to find any traces of Li Yuanba's journey, with Venerable Haik's speed, it is not a problem to travel thousands of miles nearby in a short time. He thought that since Li Yuanba left behind a strange surveillance method, it must be hidden somewhere nearby. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Venerable Haik to discover a formation. The formation isolated the spiritual thoughts and hid the existence. Everything looked like the means Li Yuanba should use. Amitabha! Venerable Haik shouted the Buddha's name and pressed down on the formation with one palm. Li Shiming saw a figure appearing at the formation, and found that the monk was the one he suspected to be the Venerable. He quickly swept around him with his spiritual thoughts, and gathered all the remaining aura of Li Yuanba into the computer room space. But through his clone Li Yuanba, he knew how terrifying the Yuanning monk's methods were. He even put some items that were not allowed to be exposed into the computer room space, leaving only a space ring on his finger. He did not expect that Venerable Huiku would be so unscrupulous. He would forcefully break the formation after observing the formation. With an ugly look on his face, he felt that the 128 formation flags he had made using second-grade formation materials turned into powder. Fortunately, Venerable Huiku had no intention of harming anyone and just broke the formation and took back the power. Venerable Haik couldn't help but be startled when he saw Li Shiming. His spiritual mind swept across Li Shiming and saw a mark on Li Shiming's body, which was the mark of a true disciple of the Shushan sect. He did not expect that the person staying here was not Li Yuanba of the demon sect and Luo sect, but a true disciple of the righteous Shushan sect. I wonder why Master wanted to break my formation and destroy my formation flag. Li Shiming stood up and asked without any fear. Venerable Haik ignored Li Shiming's accusation. Even though Li Shiming was a true disciple, he didn't take it seriously. What are you doing here? Venerable Haik asked, staring at Li Shiming. Master, it's unreasonable. I'm resting here, but you're blaming me for destroying my magic circle? Li Shiming said in a deep voice without answering. Venerable Haik was slightly angry, and an unparalleled coercion pressed from the air towards Li Shiming, trying to force Li Shiming to kneel down. Li Shiming felt like a huge mountain, with an indescribable weight falling on him. However, he did not kneel down. Instead, his body was pressed into the earth by the terrifying pressure, until it reached his waist. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. I am refining the true inheritance of alchemy for the Shushan sect. Who are you? Are you deceiving no one in the Shushan sect? Li Shiming announced his identity loudly and asked again. He took out the identity jade disc to show his identity, and at the same time, the identity jade disc showed the energy fluctuations he had reported to the sect. Venerable Hike didn't really want to do anything to Li Shiming. He just wanted to ask why Li Shiming appeared here. It was such a coincidence that Li Shiming appeared here. After seeing the identity jade plate and hearing Li Shiming announce his identity, Venerable Huika felt a slight sense of trouble with the identity of Venerable Hike. Even if he killed a true disciple of the Shushan sect, the problem would not be too big. At most, he would just make compensation and explain the reason. But the alchemy true inheritance is different. This is the treasure of any sect, and it is the same in Qianye Temple. The alchemy true inheritance is the future alchemy master. Once he is killed, he will form a big enemy. It will even affect the relationship between Qianye Temple and Shushan sect. Under the current situation, if the two righteous sects have bad blood, they may create great hidden dangers when they jointly fight against the devil. Venerable Hike has a very high status in Qianye Temple. He needs to consider Qianye Temple instead of just considering his own likes and dislikes. Venerable Huika, Shushan sect Fan Ting, we went to Qianye Temple to ask for an explanation as to why he bullied my disciple who taught me the true alchemy of our sect. Could it be that Qianye Temple wants to go to war with Shushan sect? Venerable Hike was still thinking about how to solve this problem. At this time, a voice came from the identity jade disc in Li Shiming's hand. Ancestor Fan Ting. This is an ancestor of the Shushan sect and Elder Su's master. Li Shiming has never seen this ancestor. Unexpectedly, this ancestor took advantage of his authority and directly issued a warning to Venerable Hike through his identity jade plate. Ba, it was just a misunderstanding between me and the young benefactor Li Shiming. I will compensate for the losses caused to the young benefactor. Venerable Huika heard the voice of Patriarch Fan Ting and said helplessly with his hands clasped together. It's best this way. Otherwise our two sects will have a fight first. Patriarch Fan Ting's attitude was extremely tough. So tough that Li Shiming was not used to it. Li Shiming had forgotten that Shushan sect was one of the three righteous sections. It was able to remain among the major sects in northern Shu because of nothing else but its own strength. Speaking of which, Patriarch Fan Ting's departure from seclusion was related to Li Shiming. Li Shiming previously sent a request for help message to the sect. When the message for help was sent back, Patriarch Fan Ting had finished his training. If there was no message from him asking for help, Patriarch Fan Ting would continue to enter the next round of practice. That is unknown. How long to stay in retreat? But the message for help sent back by Li Shiming let Patriarch Fan Ting know that his disciple, Elder Su, had taken in a new disciple, who was being bullied outside. Patriarch Fan Ting found out Li Shiming's information, and after checking it, he began to pay attention to Li Shiming. If anything happens to Li Shiming, Patriarch Fan Ting is ready to take action himself. After that, Patriarch Fan Ting stopped retreating and came out to meet with Elder Su and arrange some matters. But during this period, Li Shiming sent back a message asking for help again. This time it was the Venerable Master of Qianye Temple who was embarrassing Li Shiming. Patriarch Fan Ting responded immediately as soon as he saw the message. Elder Su, Elder Ma, and other Jindan elders who paid attention to Li Shiming all shook their heads and lamented Li Shiming's luck. Especially Elder Su. He lamented in his heart that this deep blessing has both good and bad aspects. It is difficult for other monks to think of meeting the Golden Core monks when they go out. In a short period of time, Li Shiming not only encountered attacks from the Golden Core monks, but also the Venerable Hualien Yuanying realm appeared. Elder Su and Ma Chong were not worried about Li Shiming's safety, with Patriarch Fan Ting coming forward. Unless the Venerable Huika was crazy, he would never embarrass Li Shiming again. When Li Shiming comes back this time, we must let him practice in the sect with peace of mind and never go out again. Elder Su made a decision in his mind. Li Shiming's good fortune is so great. In good times, he may encounter great opportunities, but in bad times, his life will be in danger. With Li Shiming's current level of alchemy, he was practicing law anyway, so he could just stay in the sect and rely on cultivation resources to improve his strength. Chapter 248,000 Fantasy. Li Shiming held a jade box in his hand and felt happy in his heart when he saw the figure of Venerable Hike appearing outside Li Su in a flash, then flashing continuously, and then disappearing again. There is no Shushan sect behind him, and no ancestor comes forward. So I am afraid that he will not be able to suppress the Venerable Hike. Venerable Hike used the divine foot power, and Li Shiming, who had received the inheritance, recognized it. Li Shiming has truly realized how powerful the nascent soul stage is. So close to the end of the world, he can reach Li Su in one step. This is simply the legendary ability to shrink an area into an inch. He knew that the interval between each use of the divine foot power was determined by the thinking speed of the monk's brain. As long as the thinking speed was fast enough, the divine foot power could be used continuously. This can almost put a monk who has practiced Shinzu Tong in an invincible position. He has a great yearning for the Shinzu Tong in the nascent soul period. Of course, with Li Shiming's current vision, he can only imagine the abilities of Yuaning monks. What his real abilities are is like a blind man trying to grasp an elephant. In his hand was the compensation given by Venerable Huiku. 128 formation flags were destroyed, and the pressure of using the power of Yuaning caused him to suffer some injuries. It is impossible to really give out a second-grade spiritual object as compensation. In addition, Venerable Hike is also helpless. As a powerful nascent soul, he has no second-grade spiritual objects in his hands. In the end, there was no other way. So Venerable Hike took a piece of third-grade black mace and secret iron as compensation for Li Shiming. This is a piece of metallic third-grade weapon refining material, which is enough to refine a flying sword magic weapon. It is equivalent to saying that Venerable Hike is a magic weapon. This kind of generosity surprised Li Shiming. In fact, giving third-grade weapon refining materials is much better than giving a ready-made magic weapon. After all, the magic weapon refined by others is refined by others to suit their own characteristics. And it is always impossible to achieve a 100% fit with them. As long as this mysterious iron can be refined according to one's own needs, it will be even better than other flying sword magic weapons currently in hand. Li Shiming put away the mysterious iron, but he did not leave immediately. He always felt that although Venerable Hike left, he was still paying attention to him in some way. He smiled lightly, threw out another 128 formation flags, and rearranged a formation. He hoped that Venerable Hike would come again and give him another piece of third-grade weapon refining material. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. He had already met up with Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was very safe now. It didn't matter if he waited for a while before sending Li Yuanba off. Venerable Hike was indeed observing Li Shiming from a distance. He was still suspicious of Li Shiming. He even suspected that the person who arranged the spying means was Li Shiming, mainly because Li Shiming's location was too sensitive and too close to the place where the past Li Yuanba carried with him disappeared. There are no coincidences in the world of immortality. Everything is connected. Venerable Hike is still in the realm of the nascent soul stage, and there is still some credibility in telepathy. If it weren't for Li Shiming's identity issue, Venerable Hike would have been prepared to arrest him first and use some means to get Li Shiming to confess. Buddhism has many ways to confuse the soul, and with the realm of Venerable Huiku, it is not difficult to get Li Shiming to tell the truth. But Venerable Hike did not want to do this. The reincarnation of Li Yuanba, the Bodhisattva, was very important. But the alliance between Shushan sect and Qianye temple was even more important. The reincarnation of Li Yuanba Bodhisattva is still just a guess. For a guess, Li Shiming, the true alchemist of the Shushan sect, was captured and tortured. Even if Li Shiming did not do much harm afterwards, it would affect the relationship between the two sects. In addition, using methods to confuse the soul will more or less affect the monk's soul and hinder future cultivation. Venerable Hike, haven't you found Li Yuanba? Jiming Arhut asked quickly when he saw Venerable Hike returning. No. Shiming, go and monitor Li Shiming in the magic circle 120 miles over there. He is the true alchemist of Shushan sect. Don't let him find you. Venerable Hike pointed in a direction and told Jiming Arhut. As a venerable, he could not monitor Li Shiming for a long time. He also believed that with Li Shiming's strength in the middle stage of foundation building, Jiming Arhut was enough to monitor Li Shiming. Venerable Hike, is this Li Shiming related to Li Yuanba? Jiming Arhut asked in confusion. Although the two monks have the same surname, Li is a common surname. There are not hundreds of millions in the world of immortality, but there are definitely tens of millions. It's just a feeling. Shushan sect attaches great importance to Li Shiming. If you find anything, report it directly. Don't act without authorization. Venerable Hike reminded him in a deep voice as he thought of the important point. I'll be there right now. Arhut Jiming asked no more questions. Venerable Hike said that if Li Shiming had a problem, then there must be something wrong. Li Shiming stayed in place for a day, ostensibly treating his injuries. In fact, his injuries were very minor. The Wugo Dao body allowed the injury to recover much faster than other monks. And he had already recovered while talking to Venerable Hike. After deciding to leave, he put away the formation flag. Although he couldn't accurately feel that someone was peeping, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He guessed that Chiba Temple was still monitoring him in some way. He did not fly towards the Boundary Mountain Pass, but changed direction and headed towards Qian Huan sect. The clone Li Yuanba went into seclusion directly in the computer room space. He had enough top-level elixirs, and coupled with the previous killings, it was the time when he was rapidly improving his strength. Being in the computer room space did not affect his cultivation. Li Shiming did not use Lotus every step. This time, he was also a bit over the top. His clone, Li Yuanba, used Lotus every step once, and was hunted down by powerful men at the level of Venerable sent by Qinya Temple. If he was discovered using Bubu Shanglian, Chiba Temple probably wouldn't let him go either. So this time he honestly took out the flying boat. And the flying boat flew smoothly towards Qinhuan sect. The flying boat had the mark of the Shushan sect, and it would not face any trouble even within the Qinhuan sect's sphere of influence. There was no trouble along the way to the gate of the Qinhuan sect. Li Shiming did not tell Yin Shiruan in advance, but in his previous message, he knew that Yin Shiruan had not been practicing in seclusion these days, but was studying formations. He took out the magical weapon flying sword that was refined while chaining Qi, and left a message on the magical weapon flying sword with his spiritual thoughts. Then he threw the magical weapon flying sword, and the magical weapon flying sword turned into a sword light and disappeared. Not see. This is the secret method of flying sword message in the inheritance of sword cultivators, which is recorded in Sword Intent Climbing to the Sky. Of course, other sword cultivation inheritances also have similar secret methods of flying sword message, although there are differences in application. They are essentially the same. After knowing the general location of the recipient, the Feijian uses its own refined Feijian to leave the message in the Feijian and sets the aura characteristics of the recipient. The Feijian will find the recipient on its own and deliver the message. This is the means by which the sword cultivator transmits information, and it requires the support of the sword's will. Li Shiming still likes the method of flying swords to send messages, which is similar to the tracking missiles in his previous life. However, after research, he found that flying sword communication could not replace the function of tracking missiles at all. With his current level, flying sword communication could only be used within 100 miles at most, and the flying sword could not carry him. Things. The idea of using flying sword message as a tracking missile cannot be realized, at least during the Foundation building period. The flying sword message is not offensive in any way. Otherwise it would have been blocked by the large formation. Flying sword message will take the initiative to show a kind of kindness when encountering a large formation. This is just like other monks playing tricks to remind the master, and will not be hindered by the large formation. Not long after, a beautiful figure appeared on a familiar green flying boat. Although she is already a Foundation establishment monk, Yin Shiruan has not changed her flying boat. This is normal. There is not much difference between the flying boat in the chain energy stage and the flying boat in the Foundation building stage. Only in the golden elixir stage will the flying boat magic weapon appear. But not all golden elixir monks will have magic weapon level flying boats. Magic weapon level flying boats are a luxury item among golden elixir monks. Only a handful of golden elixir monks with high positions and rich wealth are qualified to own them. Loner! Li Shiming called softly. In his eyes, Yin Shiruan's pretty face was still as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. Flawless and pure. Shiming! A rare expression of excitement appeared on Yin Shiruan's face, which made her blush slightly. She was pleasantly surprised by Li Shiming's sudden visit. The two of them looked at each other quietly outside the mountain gate, with the joy in each other's eyes of seeing each other through the autumn water, seeming to want to imprint the image of each other deep in their souls. Junior sister Yin, who is this? A disgusting voice broke this extremely rare, peaceful, and beautiful atmosphere. Li Shiming looked at the speaker. He was a young monk. However, after taking the Yin Judan, Li Shiming was particularly sensitive to subtle changes in his skin. With just one glance, he could tell that the young monk was no less than 100 years old. This could be seen from the subtle wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth. This young monk should have been using spiritual products to maintain his skin for a long time, so he can maintain a seemingly youthful appearance. The strength of the young monk is not weak. He is in the late stage of Foundation building, and there is an obvious mark of true inheritance on the chest of his cassock. Lord, go to your cave! Li Shiming saw the look of disgust for the visitor flashing in Yin Shirlan's eyes, and said to Yin Shirlan with a smile, Yin Shirlan still wants to survive in Qianhuan's sect, and Li Shiming doesn't want to provoke too many true disciples of Qianhuan's sect and cause trouble to Yin Shirlan. But he himself is not afraid of trouble. Who are you? Did you call me Loner? The young monk saw that the two of them were ignoring him, and his face turned blue and white. After hearing Li Shiming's affectionate name, he couldn't bear to raise his voice to ask questions. Road. The young monk's name is Xiaoke, the true successor of Qianhuan's sect. After meeting Yin Shirlan, he got out of hand. As long as Yin Shirlan appeared, he would stalk and approach her, hoping to become a Taoist couple with Yin Shirlan. Regarding Yin Shirlan's status as the true successor of the formation, Xiaoke did not dare to go too far, but only struggled with words. Fortunately, Yin Shirlan likes to be quiet on weekdays, except when she is in the cave. She goes to the master to learn formation knowledge. She didn't want Li Shiming to worry, so she didn't tell Li Shiming about Xiaoke. Lord, let's go! Li Shiming jumped on Yin Shirlan's flying boat and gently supported Yin Shirlan's slim arm. Xiaoke's eyes were red at this time. In his opinion, Yin Shirlan was his person, and Li Shiming's action provoked his bottom line. You dare to kidnap junior sister Yin at the gate of Qianhuan's sect. You deserve to die. He was not a fool. Although he was extremely angry, he still thought of a legitimate reason to take action. Even if he was held accountable afterwards, he would still quibble and misunderstand. With his status in the sect, even killing the monk would not be a big deal. While Xiaoke was speaking, a flying sword shot at Li Shiming. He did not use the illusion technique that he was most good at. The illusion technique took a long time to kill people. He was worried that the elders in charge of the sect would come and get in the way. Be careful! Yin Shirlan shouted softly, and a spiritual shield appeared in front of her, about to block Xiaoke's blow. She knew that Xiaoke was a veteran foundation-building monk, and his combat power ranked among the top 20 among the foundation-building monks of Qianhuan's sect. Don't underestimate the top 20. For a large sect, these are the elite selected from 1,000. Although Yin Shirlan also knew that Li Shiming had become a foundation-building monk, Li Shiming had only been practicing for a long time, which was 1 year less than the time she had become a foundation-building monk. Just when Yin Shirlan was thinking, Li Shiming's Zhonggong sword was shot out one step faster than Yin Shirlan's spiritual weapon shield. The Zhonggong sword first intersected with Xiaoke's flying sword in the air, and they rubbed each other in the air. The thunder and lightning sword intention in the Zhonggong sword pierced the defense of Xiaoke's flying sword, and the terrifying thunder and lightning spiritual power entered the inside of his flying sword and destroyed his spirit imprint. Xiaoke only felt a pain in his brain. Before he could recover, Zhonggong's sword was in front of him. Li Shiming also knew that if he killed a true disciple of his sect in front of the mountain gate of Qianhuan's sect, even if he was being reasonable, he would probably be in a lot of trouble. So he still kept his hand. After the Zhonggong sword broke Xiaoke's protective spiritual power, it just stabbed Xiaoke lightly and flew back to his side. At this moment, a figure appeared at the scene, and a terrifying aura enveloped the three people at the scene. What happened? Why did you do it in front of the mountain gate? This was a Jin elder. His eyes swept across the three people present, and the focus was on Li Shiming. Since both parties at the scene were true disciples, Elder Jin Dan did not immediately take action to control both parties. Back to Elder Zheng. Xiaoke doesn't care about the facts and attacks my friend first. Yin Shirlan bent over and said with an angry look on her face, I have met Elder Zheng. I am Li Shiming, the true disciple of Shushan sect's alchemy. I didn't know that the Qianhuan sect's mountain gate is so strict, and any true disciple of your sect who comes to guide you will be attacked. Li Shiming's words were not so polite. No one was attacked inexplicably. We'll be happy. Xiaoke wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his expression changed and no sound came out. Elder Zheng thought that Xiaoke was speechless, and his face showed an unhappy look. Shushan sect's true alchemy biography was the top existence in the true biography. He had lost etiquette here in Qianhuan's sect. How could he not be attracted by him then? What a joke. Chapter 249 Breakthrough. Xiaoke actually wanted to talk. He wanted to tell the excuse he had prepared before, and add some words about Li Shiming's arrogance and unreasonableness. He thought Elder Zheng would believe the words of him, a true disciple of the sect. More. But he was unable to speak. In his spiritual lake, there was an extra sword intention. This sword intention is a lightning sword intention, running around in the spirit lake. and will impact the spirit lake from time to time. The spiritual lake is the core of the foundation building monk. Any problem in the spiritual lake will damage the foundation of the foundation building monk. At this time, he is constantly being harassed by the thunder and lightning sword intention, and needs all his mind to fight against the thunder and lightning sword intention. Once, he was distracted talking and unable to suppress the invasion of thunder and lightning sword intent. He was worried that his spiritual lake would be damaged. Li Shiming, I remembered. You are the senior alchemist of Shushan sect. The disciples of the sect are offended. Elder Zheng suddenly remembered who Li Shiming was, and said with a smile on his face. Li Shiming has become famous in this year. And even Elder Zheng, a golden elixir monk, has heard of this reputation. Li Shiming's shot must be a high-level elixir, and his alchemy capacity is large enough to refine second-grade elixirs in large quantities, which is extremely rare among alchemists. You must know that monks who can refine elixirs in batches are able to refine elixirs that are one level lower than their own alchemy level. Being able to refine large quantities of elixirs of the same level as one's own alchemy level can be said to be a top genius among alchemists. Elder Zheng, it was just a trivial matter at first, so I would like to thank Elder Zheng for handling it fairly. Li Shiming bowed and saluted. Elder Zheng smiled and nodded. Seeing Li Shiming's humble attitude, he couldn't help but glance at Xiaoke with disgust. There was no need to say who was right or wrong. Yin Shiruan also thanked Elder Zheng and took Li Shiming into the mountain gate. As a true disciple of the formation, Yin Shiruan also has a mountain of her own in the mountain gate. This is the right of a true disciple. After Yin Shiruan left with Li Shiming, Elder Zheng was about to leave. When he saw Xiaoke, who was still standing there, he also saw that Xiaoke was a little injured. That is to say, the flying spell used by Xiaoke still lasts. Otherwise Linghu would have fallen from the air now, when it could not use its spiritual power. Elder Zheng came to Xiaoke. His spiritual sense penetrated Xiaoke's body, and soon discovered the sword intention in his spiritual lake. Go back to your master and ask your master to remove the sword intent for you. If your master can't do anything, just ask your master to find Li Shiming. Elder Zheng shook his head helplessly. Although Li Shiming's sword intention was not very strong, it was extremely pure and had a thunder and lightning effect, which gave Elder Zheng a headache. Since the sword intention is in Xiaoke's spiritual lake, it is very dangerous to remove the sword intention. The spiritual lake is extremely fragile. If you are not careful, the spiritual lake will collapse, and Xiaoke's foundation will be completely damaged. That's it. The sword intention of the sword cultivator has an extremely special effect. Even after leaving the sword cultivator, it can still be maintained for a very long time as long as it is in a spiritual environment, especially the monk's spiritual lake. The sword intent is in it. While destroying it, it can absorb spiritual power to replenish its own losses. It can be said that if the sword intention is not removed for a day, there will be no peace in Xiaoke's spiritual lake. Don't think that the sword intention will disappear automatically. The sword intention will definitely exist in the spiritual lake longer than Xiaoke's spiritual lake can support the destruction of the sword intention. Longer. Xiaoke is unable to practice now, while the spirit lake is being destroyed by the sword intent. The sword intent is also absorbing spiritual power. Once the spiritual power in the spirit lake reaches a certain level and cannot withstand the attack of the sword intent, his spirit lake will collapse. Elder Zheng judged that his success rate was too low, and it was not worth the risk. If he failed, it would actually affect his reputation. While he was talking, Xiaoke's figure flickered and was about to fall. It's better that I send you to your master. Elder Zheng grabbed his figure with his spiritual thoughts, and said with a look of helplessness on his face. He would not sacrifice his face to find Li Shiming for Xiaoke. A future alchemy master like Li Shiming, even a golden elixir monk like him, needs to be friends with him. And maybe he will find Li Shiming in the future. Even if Li Shiming is not asked for help in the future. Elder Zheng does not want to offend Li Shiming for Xiaoke because of his connections as an alchemy master. Not to mention that Elder Zheng took Xiaoke to meet his master. Yin Shiruan and Li Shiming were flying inside the Qianhuan sect's mountain gate, and soon arrived at Yin Shiruan's peak. That's where the master's cave is. That's the cave where my 3 senior sisters are. And that's where my cave is. Yin Shiruan introduced Li Shiming along the way. The Qianhuan sect is similar to the Shushan sect. The Jindan monks occupy a section of the mountain range. The main peak is occupied by the Jindan monks, and the surrounding peaks are the caves of their disciples. What caught Li Shiming's attention was the large formation here, which was somewhat different from the formations he had come into contact with before. He saw clouds and mist lingering among the mountain peaks, and cranes were flying through the clouds from time to time. But he could not feel the breath of life. The crane should have been transformed. And even the clouds and mist were like this. The flying boat landed on Immortality's mountain peak. And she led Li Shiming to sit in the pavilion on the top of the mountain. This is her favorite place to be alone. And she can see the most beautiful scenery here. It's really a paradise for immortals. Li Shiming couldn't help but praise it after sitting down in the pavilion. I don't know whether it was due to the influence of the formation or the beautiful scenery here. There is a spiritual spring in my mountain peak. Even the senior sisters come here to ask for it from time to time. I will have someone bring it and make you a cup of spiritual tea for you to taste. Immortality saw that Li Shiming liked the scenery here. And a flash of light flashed in her eyes. Happy. She chuckled. I got some good tea a few days ago. But I have been reluctant to drink it. All I need to do is bring the spiritual spring here. And we can taste this good tea. Li Shiming took out a jade box and said happily. This jade box is the third-grade spiritual tea obtained from Ji Hongbao's storage bracelet a few days ago. This is used by Jindan monks to entertain friends. There are almost no opportunities for monks in the foundation building period to drink it. Even as a true disciple, he cannot access the resources of the Golden Core cultivator. Immortality did not refuse. Sharing some precious things would only add happiness to the relationship between the two. But when Li Shiming opened the jade box, she was still surprised. This is the third-grade spiritual tea, she explained softly. As monks, everyone likes spiritual tea. Spiritual tea has a certain boosting effect on the spirit of monks. Good spiritual tea can even be compared to the top spiritual elixirs. It's just that each kind of spiritual tea has the best effect when you drink it for the first time. And the effect of drinking it again is extremely weak. Therefore, good spiritual tea is mostly used as a way to entertain guests, which makes it even more precious. Shiming, let me brew it. Immortality took the jade box from Li Shiming. At this time, a female attendant brought spiritual spring water. After the female attendant brought the spiritual spring water, she looked at Li Shiming curiously, and then left softly. Unlike Li Shiming, a person from another world who has never enjoyed the service of others, Immortality has enjoyed the best of everything since she was born. Therefore, after becoming a true disciple of Qinhuan sect, the female attendant she chose also has a part in serving her. Li Shiming watched Immortality take out a small spoon made of spiritual bamboo, pick a piece of spiritual tea leaves from the jade box, and put one piece each in the jade cup. There are only a dozen pieces of spiritual tea leaves in the jade box. But it is already a lot. One piece of third-grade spiritual tea is enough to make a cup of tea. And the jade box is enough to entertain 6 or 7 times. This is not Ji Hongbao's spiritual tea. Even if he is Elder Jindan's biological son, Elder Ji would not be able to give Ji Hongbao the third-grade spiritual tea. This 3-grade spiritual tea is a sect resource received by Elder Ji Hongbao on behalf of Ji. Elder Ji's normal practice requires a lot of time. So the resources are received by Ji Hongbao on his behalf. Only then did Li Shiming get this benefit. Otherwise it would be impossible to get the third-grade spiritual tea from the foundation building monks. Immortality's movements were calm and elegant, without the slightest hint of fireworks. Li Shiming looked at her movements, and his heart felt peaceful. He expected it to continue like this, and for a moment he was obsessed with it. Shiming! When Immortality looked up, she saw a pair of affectionate eyes, which made her cheeks blush for a moment. She placed a cup of brewed spiritual tea in front of Li Shiming and whispered, Lord, enjoy some tea. Li Shiming woke up and chuckled. At the entrance of the third-grade spiritual tea, the spiritual power in Li Shiming's body was rolling. The realm he had hidden using the Demon Shadow Buddha form technique could no longer be maintained. And the spiritual power that was close to the peak of the middle stage of foundation building was completely exposed. He was not worried about Immortality discovering his cultivation. He was just feeling the changes brought by the third-grade spiritual tea to his spiritual lake. He was only one step away from breaking through to the middle stage of foundation building. This cup of third-grade spiritual tea filled his spiritual lake instantly. And because his spiritual power was the purest, he didn't need to compress his spiritual energy like other foundation building monks. Strength. He sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough at this time. On the other side, Immortality's realm was at its peak in the early stage of foundation building. She relied on her own cultivation talent, the resources of the true disciples of Qinhuan sect, and the support of her master, Master Luo, to reach the peak of early stage of foundation building in just a few years. Sanpin Lingsha was a great opportunity for improvement for Li Shiming, and the same was true for Immortality. Both of them felt a breakthrough opportunity. Go to my cave. Yin Sherlan naturally knew how important a breakthrough was. She suppressed the spiritual power surging in her body and said to Li Shiming. Li Shiming also suppressed the surging spiritual power in his body and held up Yin Sherlan with his spiritual thoughts. He was worried that moving Yin Sherlan would affect Yin Sherlan. Then a white lotus appeared under him. And then another white lotus appeared in front of the cave. Yin Sherlan didn't resist at all, with a sweet feeling of being cared for in her heart. When she arrived in front of the cave, she opened the cave. Bai Lian appeared in the training room again, and Li Shiming appeared in the training room with Yin Sherlan. The spiritual energy here is very abundant, and with the formation laid out by Yin Sherlan to lock the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the training room is far richer than in a normal true training room. As soon as the two of them entered the training room, they each began to make breakthroughs. Although Yin Sherlan's little senior sister Liang Yishuan is not a master, because they are similar in age, the two sisters have a very good relationship. Liang Yishuan does not need to pass the message when she comes to Yin Sherlan's mountain peak on weekdays. She has the authority to enter and exit the mountain peak. And Yin Sherlan can also enter and exit her mountain peak. However, each cave is private, so the owner still needs permission to enter. Liang Yishuan knew that Yin Sherlan was free recently, so she came to play with Yin Sherlan whenever she had time. Although a girl of this age is a monk, she still has to communicate with peers. She entered the mountain as usual, and when she came to the pavilion, she saw 2 cups of spiritual tea. Okay, you secretly drank good tea without looking for me. When Liang Yishuan came to the pavilion, she saw a pair of jade cups and smelled the remaining spiritual energy in the jade cups. She couldn't help but frown slightly and said in annoyance, her father is Elder Jean Dan, and she has also drank the 3rd grade spiritual tea. She is slightly annoyed not because of the 3rd grade spiritual tea, but because of her relationship with Yin Sherlan. In the sect, they want to drink the 3rd grade spiritual tea together. It's time to find yourself. Of course, this is the emotion of the younger daughter. Not really angry. She searched with her eyes, but did not find Yin Sherlan. Yin Sherlan's female attendant knew that the host was entertaining a male cultivator, and the two were extremely intimate, so she knew how to stay away. Therefore, Liang Yishuan did not even find the female attendant, and the entire mountain top was deserted. She came to Yin Sherlan's cave angrily with an angry mood, and fired a magic formula inside. After waiting for a while, Yin Sherlan didn't come out, and her face bulged with anger. She stood outside the cave, guarding the cave, and waiting for Yin Sherlan to give her an explanation. In this state, my best friend found another best friend who didn't agree with me, and I felt a strong sense of abandonment. In the training room, Li Shiming slowly opened his eyes and saw Yin Sherlan looking at him. You've reached the late stage of foundation building. It's so fast, Yin Sherlan said in an admiring tone. She was not surprised that Li Shiming had improved his strength to the late stage of foundation building in just a few years. She was one of the few who knew how magical Li Shiming was. When Li Shiming first came into contact with formations in the Tianai sect, he still received an inheritance of formations from her, but he designed a spirit turtle shield that combined the formations on the spot. After that, Yin Sherlan watched Li Shiming grow up. Even in an environment full of talents like Beishu continent, Li Shiming still became famous in a short period of time. I have prepared some elixirs for you that can increase your cultivation speed. Li Shiming did not explain anything. He did not want to deceive Yin Sherlan, who was the person he cared about most in the world. He took out a bottle of 10 pieces of the top-notch Chushan Yellow Spirit Pill, which was an auxiliary cultivation pill taken in the middle stage of foundation building. It's not that he doesn't want to give too much. The matter of the top elixir is related to the computer room space. He can't leak it to Yin Sherlan, at least without enough strength to protect himself and Yin Sherlan. Telling Yin Sherlan about the computer room space is not good for either of them. 10 top-level Chushan Yellow Spirit Pills is a reasonable amount. You must know that Li Shiming has refined a lot of pills. It is not unimaginable to produce dozens of top-grade pills. Chapter 250 Resources. Li Shiming took out 10 top-level Chushan Huangling pills and handed them to Yin Sherlan. After checking the elixir, Yin Sherlan looked surprised. But just as he thought, he was not too shocked. Yin Sherlan looked at Li Shiming with eyes that were as gentle as water. These 10 top elixirs alone could make her feel Li Shiming's affection for her. Here are 200 high-grade Chushan Yellow Spirit Pills. I know that you can obtain cultivation resources in Qianhuan sect. These pills can be used for your own use or given to others. I am now a senior alchemist. Spirit pills of this level are very useful to me. It's nothing. Li Shiming took out another large jade bottle and placed it in Yin Sherlan's hand while explaining. Yin Sherlan still put it away silently. No need to thank her. Just like she gave the most precious elixir to Li Shiming back then. Both of them are the most important people in each other's hearts. Worth giving and worth having. Guess what this is? Li Shiming took out another jade bottle and said slightly proudly. I like everything you give me. Yin Sherlan put her jade hand in his, pressed the jade bottle, and touched his big hand softly. It is estimated that only in front of Li Shiming in the whole world, Yin Sherlan would say such affectionate words. The day before yesterday, I got a beauty-preserving flower and made it into a preserving beauty pill. Li Shiming didn't let Yin Sherlan wait for long. He held her hand back and said happily, Is this the beauty pill? Yin Sherlan is the kind of person whose emotions don't fluctuate too much. She has been getting along with Li Shiming for a long time, and the relationship has gradually deepened. However, after hearing about the beauty pill, she suddenly became excited. Her beautiful almond eyes widened, and she looked at the jade bottle held by their hands. Take it now! Li Shiming stared closely at Yin Sherlan's exquisite and flawless face, looking forward to fixing it all at this moment forever. Yeah, Yin Sherlan replied, tapping her bun lightly. After taking a high-grade Yanshouden, she excitedly took out a round mirror and checked her changes. After discovering that her skin was more delicate, she hugged Li Shiming excitedly. The training room was filled with a charming atmosphere. The two of them hugged each other, without the need for words. They just felt each other's presence quietly. A woman is a confidant. So Li Shiming brought the facial retention pill to keep Yin Sherlan's appearance forever, but also made Yin Sherlan lose her usual reserve. After a long time, Yin Sherlan discovered the message transmission technique that was restrained by the cave formation. Ah! It's Lian Yeshuan here! She quickly straightened her robe and messy hair. Li Shiming looked at her movements with a smile. In Li Shiming's eyes, Yin Sherlan was the most beautiful no matter what. Lian Yeshuan, who was waiting impatiently, saw the magic circle in the cave opened. When she was about to speak, she saw Yin Sherlan and Li Shiming appearing side by side. The words she was about to say were stuck in her throat, especially when she saw Yin Sherlan's happy face and moist skin. She thought of some kind of speculation. She and Yin Sherlan are good sisters, so they are naturally familiar with Yin Sherlan's skin. In a short period of time, her skin has become so moisturized, and with Li Shiming nearby, it is inevitable that she will think wrong. Sherlan, I'm disturbing you. Lian Yeshuan's face turned red, and she waved her hand. If she weren't afraid of being rude in front of Li Shiming, she would have the urge to turn around and run away. What are you talking about? Yin Sherlan's face turned red, and she hurriedly stepped forward to stop Lian Yeshuan's mouth. Be careful! Before Lian Yeshuan's mouth was sealed by Yin Sherlan's hand, she still said something that made Yin Sherlan blush even more. The two best friends were arguing for a while, but with Li Shiming around, they quickly calmed down and returned to the pavilion. You have been promoted to the middle stage. Lian Yeshuan sensed Yin Sherlan's realm and glanced at the jade cup that had not been put away on the table. Only then did she understand why the two of them were going to the cave. It was probably because Yin Sherlan wanted to go to the cave after drinking the third-grade spiritual tea. Breakthrough. So he returned to the cave. Li Shiming had already activated the Demon Shadow Buddha form technique to reveal his realm in the middle stage of foundation building. Li Shiming's cultivation speed is so fast. Lian Yeshuan was also surprised by Li Shiming's cultivation speed. The last time she saw Li Shiming, it was not long after Li Shiming's breakthrough. I am an alchemist, and I have no shortage of resources. It is normal for me to practice faster. Li Shiming replied with a smile. I also studied alchemy for a while, but unfortunately I don't have the talent. Lian Yeshuan believed it, and said with envy. Yin Sherlan watched Li Shiming deceive Lian Yeshuan from the sidelines, and did not reveal it out loud. She knew that since Li Shiming hid his own realm, he must not want others to know. And when the true state was revealed in front of her, it was because the two of them trusted each other. Thinking of this, a knowing smile appeared on her face again. Lian Yeshuan looked at Yin Sherlan's smile, and regretted why she came here again when Li Shiming appeared. Li Shiming was not close to Lian Yeshuan. He did not take out the third-grade spiritual tea. The third-grade spiritual tea was not an ordinary spiritual thing. He probably only had so much before he reached the golden elixir stage. If Yin Sherlan opened his mouth, he would be willing to give away all the 3-grade spiritual tea. But even if it was Yin Sherlan's best friend, he would not be able to take the initiative to entertain such a precious thing. Of course, if Li Shiming and Yin Sherlan become Taoist couples, They won't need to think so much when they become a family. Sure, Lon. I see why your skin has changed so much. Liang Yeshuan looked left and right, but still couldn't help asking. She also saw that Yin Shirlan and Li Shiming did not have sex in the cave, as she thought. After such a long time, Yin Shirlan's skin was still moist and smooth. Much different from when she saw them the day before. Are not the same. This kind of skin should be the skin of babies. It is similar to this when a girl is 16 or 17 years old. As she grows older, her skin will slowly change and lose the skin condition that she only has when she is born. Ming brought me a beautiful beauty pill. Yin Shirlan was a woman after all, and she had something happy. When asked by her best friend, she still couldn't help sharing her joy. The beauty pill. Is that the beauty pill Shirlan is talking about? Liang Yeshuan wanted to express something, but she was at a loss for words, and her words were a bit confusing. But Yin Shirlan understood what she wanted to ask and nodded gently to confirm her guess. Li Shiming, can I buy a beautiful beauty pill from you? Liang Yeshuan immediately turned her head and asked in the most sincere voice. Li Shiming was a little hesitant. Although there were still a lot of Xuan Dan, he did not want to waste the preciousness of Xuan Dan. For female cultivators, Xuan Dan was more valuable than most third-grade elixirs. Precious. In other words, Zhu Yan Dan can be exchanged for third-grade resources, and it is still of extremely high value among third-grade resources. He glanced at Yin Shirlan, who was looking apologetically at him. Yin Shirlan did not expect that Liang Yeshuan would directly ask for the purchase. Yin Shirlan has been exposed to a very high level of monks since she was a child. And of course she is very clear about the value of the Zhu Yan Dan. On the contrary, Liang Yeshuan was delighted. She was such a smart person. After seeing Li Shiming's hesitation, she immediately understood that Li Shiming still had the Zhu Yan Dan in his hand. Li Shiming, as long as you are willing to give me a staying beauty pill, you can do whatever it takes. Liang Yeshuan continued with a gleam in her eyes. 1 piece each of third-grade wood and water attribute formation materials. If this condition can be met, I can give up a Yinjuan Dan. Li Shiming thought for a moment and put forward his conditions politely. Originally, he wanted to take out a Zhu Yan Dan and exchange it for these 2 5-elements formation materials through the channels of Beishu Trading Company. Since Liang Yeshuan wants to exchange for the Zhu Yan Dan, as long as she can come up with these 2 5-elements formation materials, it will save her trouble. Wait a minute. I'm going to beg my father. There was no surprise that Liang Yeshuan needed a third-grade spiritual object to exchange for the Yinjuan Dan. She felt that Li Shiming's price was fair, and she hurriedly used her escape technique to leave. Shiming, it's my fault. Yin Shirlan lowered her head and apologized to Li Shiming after Liang Yeshuan left. We don't need this between us. It's just a beautiful beauty pill. Li Shiming smiled and waved his hand. He was worried that Yin Shirlan would think too much about this matter. So he changed the subject and took out a purple jade slipper and handed it over. He said in the past, this is a method of cultivating spiritual thoughts and spiritual thoughts. It is not owned by the sect, but I got it by accident. What he took out was the 1,000 Hammers Divine Technique. Yin Shirlan is an array master. In addition, he has practiced spiritual techniques since he was a child. He has spiritual thoughts during the Qi Chain stage. Now Yin Shirlan has been promoted to the middle stage of foundation building, and his spirit it has grown a lot. Although he has not yet reached the conditions for practicing the 1,000 Hammers Forging Technique. As long as his spirit grows a little more, he will be able to practice the 1,000 Hammers Forging Technique. He didn't know if Qianhuan's sect had the method of forging gods, but he was certain that even true disciples would need to make a lot of contributions if they wanted to obtain the method of forging gods. Without decades of accumulation and a profound background, it would be impossible. Redeemed? I also need to practice the skills of spiritual thoughts. I can't exchange for such skills in the sect. Yin Shirlan was attracted by the 1,000 Hammers Forging Divine Technique, and forgot about the previous Zhu Yan Dan. Things happened, and the smile returned to his face. After Liang Yeshuan left, the world of 2 people resumed in the pavilion. Li Shiming and Yin Shirlan enjoyed the scenery and each told interesting stories after their separation. But before the time of a stick of incense passed, this warm time was interrupted by a message-delivering formula. Did Liang Yeshuan move so fast? Li Shiming was surprised. Those were 2 types of third-grade and 5-element formation materials. Unless he happened to have something ready-made in his hand. Master is here. Yin Shirlan was also a little surprised. She stood up, straightened her appearance, and opened the formation while answering. Li Shiming had met Master Yin Sherlan, the female Jindan stage formation master Master Luo. It's just that he was a little embarrassed to meet Master Luo again. Master Luo gave him the qualification to become an ordinary disciple of Qinhuan sect. But he chose to go to Shushan sect. Facts have proved that his choice to go to Shushan sect was right. After he went there, he became a disciple of Jindan Elder Su. Before he started competing for true disciples, he was accepted as a registered disciple by Elder Ma and became a true disciple of alchemy. If he joins the Thousand Fantasy sect and starts as an ordinary disciple, it is still unclear whether he can achieve his current achievements in the Thousand Fantasy sect. At least this chance is very small. In Shushan sect, his status was second only to Jinzhuan as soon as he joined the sect. And he lost at least several years of hard work. Although Li Shiming has not experienced the talent selection of the big sects, he also knows how the big sects select talents. The outer sect disciples send talents to the inner sect every year. New disciples who join the outer sect, no matter how outstanding they are, have to wait for a year before they can participate in the selection competition with the other outer sect disciples. Trials are generally an opportunity for outer sect monks in the middle and late stages of foundation building. New disciples in the early stages of foundation building need to compete with monks in the middle and late stages of foundation building. The possibility of victory can be imagined, even if he can suddenly emerge in the selection competition a year later. After entering the inner sect, he still needs to wait for another year before he can participate in the inner sect competition for true talents. You must know that the competition between the inner disciples to compete for the true inheritance has the participation of the Golden Elixir Cultivator disciples. After Li Shiming was accepted as a disciple by Elder Su in the Shushan sect, if Elder Ma had not directly mentioned him as the true successor of alchemy, he would have also needed to participate in the competition among the inner sects to compete for the true successor. Even if the inner disciples pass the competition in the first attempt, it will take 2 years to become a true successor. In other words, if Li Shiming had joined the Thousand Fantasy sect, he would probably still be hanging around in the inner sect. In a large sect, if you have not become a true successor, the level you can access is extremely low. If Li Shiming was not Elder Su's disciple, how could he have received Elder Ma's attention? How could he have been accepted as a registered disciple by Elder Ma and taught him alchemy? The starting point for all of this was to have a certain status in the sect before he could contact him, to the level of Jindan monk. While he was thinking, Master Luo and another Jindan monk took Xiaoku and landed outside the pavilion. When Master Luo looked at Li Shiming, she also looked at Li Shiming. To be honest, Master Luo's mood was extremely complicated at this time. Although she knew that Li Shiming had understood the meaning of the sword early and was very accomplished in formations, she still looked down upon Li Shiming, because Li Shiming's spiritual talent is so poor. Even if Li Shiming can become a formation master, he cannot become a golden elixir monk. 200 years is the limit of Li Shiming's lifespan. It takes a lot of effort for the sect to train a formation master. But when Li Shiming becomes a formation master, the time he can serve the sect is too short. When Yin Sherlan was there at the time, Master Luo believed that Yin Sherlan's formation talent was not weaker than Li Shiming's. The key was that Yin Sherlan's spiritual root talent was much higher than Li Shiming's. So her choice was of course Yin Sherlan. When she learned that Li Shiming had not joined the Thousand Fantasy sect, she did not feel any pity. He was just an ordinary outer disciple. But Master Luo never imagined that Li Shiming would become famous in a short period of time. His talent in alchemy would be out of control, and he would become the most famous young senior alchemist in the Shushan sect and even the northern Shu continent. Chapter 251 Transaction. What made Master Luo even more concerned was that when she observed Li Shiming, she sensed that Li Shiming's formation star light C had reached a level close to that of a formation master. Li Shiming is only one step away from the formation master, and Li Shiming is only one enlightenment away from a breakthrough. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a few years later, but no matter how long it takes for enlightenment to happen, it is inevitable that Li Shiming will become a formation master. Sherlan, have you made a breakthrough? Master Luo was looking at Li Shiming and Yin Sherlan when he discovered that Yin Sherlan had made a breakthrough. In addition, Li Shiming's strength also made Master Luo feel incredible. In her perception, Li Shiming's realm had reached the same intermediate stage of foundation building as Yin Sherlan. Master, I just made a breakthrough too. I made a breakthrough after drinking the spiritual tea brought by Sherming. Yin Sherlan replied with a happy smile on her face. Master Luo's eyes glanced at the jade cup beside her. She and the Jindan monk next to her looked at each other. Both of them were a little surprised by Li Shiming's generosity. Even for a big sect elder like Master Luo, It only takes 5 years for him to get more than 10 slices of third-grade spiritual tea. It can be said that unless he is a close friend, it is impossible to entertain him with third-grade spiritual tea. However, considering Li Shiming's status in Shushan sect, he might actually be able to obtain precious resources such as third-grade spiritual tea, which is only available to Jindan monks. Master Lu rarely regretted anything in his life, especially after becoming a golden elixir monk. Today, she felt regret in her heart. If she had accepted Li Shiming as a disciple, it would have brought great benefits to her in the sect. Disciple Li Shiming has met Master Luo. Li Shiming bowed respectfully and said, okay, to Master Luo as a junior. Whether it was because he was Yin Shirlan's master or because Master Luo had granted him the qualification of being an outer disciple of Qianhuan sect, he was worthy of his respect. Even though he didn't use his qualification as an outer disciple, it was because of his qualification as an outer disciple of Qianhuan sect that he chose to travel thousands of miles to the northern Shu continent. Li Shiming, I misjudged you. If I had known better, I would have kept you by my side. Master Luo did not hide her emotions. She shook her head and sighed. She thought of the Jindan monk beside her and introduced Li Shiming. This is Elder Niu, and this is his disciple Xiaoke. Master Luo obviously knew what happened, but she did not use her little friendship with Li Shiming to intercede for Xiaoke, but only made a brief introduction. Nowadays, Li Shiming's favors are extremely valuable, and she will not use them for such things. Being able to bring Elder Niu and Xiaoke for introduction was done for the sake of fellow disciples. I've met Elder Niu. Li Shiming bowed to Elder Niu. Fellow Taoist Li, I am here to ask for a favor on behalf of my disciple. Xiaoke deserves to be taught a lesson without any reason. I also ask friend Taoist Li to be merciful and release the sword intent from Xiaoke's body. Elder Niu did not accept Li Shiming's junior salute. He returned the courtesy with a common courtesy and said, when Xiaoke was sent back by Elder Zheng and saw the miserable state of the spiritual lake in Xiaoke's body, Elder Niu was very angry. But after Elder Zheng told what happened outside the mountain gate, Elder Niu wanted to slap Xiaoke to death. The other monks were trying their best to make friends with Li Shiming, but Xiaoke was looking for trouble and directly offended Li Shiming. But Xiaoke is Elder Niu's disciple, and he must release the sword intent from Xiaoke's body no matter what. As a result, after some inspections, Elder Niu did not dare to act rashly. If there was a slight error in the spiritual lake, the result would be the collapse of the spiritual lake and the complete end of the road. So Elder Niu approached Master Luo and asked Master Luo to come forward to introduce him. And that's why he paid this visit. Elder Niu, it's not difficult to dispel the sword intention in Xiaoke's body. I also ask Elder Niu to control Xiaoke and stop harassing Yin Shirlan. Li Shiming didn't want to form a deadly feud. He just wanted to teach Xiaoke a lesson. Elder Niu came forward in person, and Master Luo was on the side, so he couldn't refuse it no matter what. Although Master Luo knew what happened outside the mountain gate, he did not know the cause of the conflict between the two sides. After hearing what Li Shiming said, his eyes were fixed on Xiaoke. She regretted it again. If she had known that Xiaoke had caused trouble by harassing Yin Shirlan, she would have been too lazy to care about Xiaoke's life and death. She is also a female cultivator, so she naturally knows the troubles female cultivators often encounter in the sect. She thought that with her own protection, no monk in the sect dared to harass her disciples. Fellow Taoist Li, please don't worry about this. After I return, I will let Xiaoke retreat for a year. If he disturbs Yin Shirlan again, I will kill this evil disciple with my own hands. Elder Niu was also very embarrassed at this time. In front of Master Luo his face was burning. He looked at Xiaoke hatefully and said. Xiaoke shrank his neck. Although Linghu could not be invoked, he could still feel the needle-like gazes of his master and Master Luo. Li Shiming smiled. His spiritual thoughts swept over Xiaoke's body, and withdrew the sword intention left in Xiaoke's body. Master Luo and Elder Niu both sighed in their hearts. No wonder Li Shiming was able to achieve such success in alchemy, and was able to master spiritual thoughts in the middle stage of foundation building. At this time, Master Luo wanted to ask Li Shiming to test his spiritual roots again. Could it be that the Tianhai sect's spiritual root measurement was not accurate, and had measured Li Shiming's spiritual roots wrongly? Otherwise, a genius like Li Shiming would not be able to do anything in terms of cultivation speed. How come a genius monk who is so excellent in formations and alchemy can only detect 3 spiritual roots? I'm coming! When Liang Yishuan came from outside the formation, she had already activated the formation and flew close to the pavilion on the top of the mountain. When she saw Master Luo and Elder Niu in the pavilion, She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and hurriedly greeted them. Girl Xian is still so reckless. Why is it so urgent? Master Luo looked at Liang Yishuan with a doting look. Even Elder Niu had a smile on his face. He was not angry at all because of Liang Yishuan's rudeness. Instead, he smiled in a friendly manner. Liang Yishuan is different from other true disciples. She has lived in this sect since she was a child, under the protection of her father, Elder Liang. The sect's Jindan elders like her very much. This is a child that the Jindan elders have watched grow up. It's nothing. It's really nothing. Liang Yishuan put the jade box she had been holding into her storage bracelet and shook her head. She is a smart person. How could she mention the Yanju Dan in front of Master Luo? The deal between her and Li Shiming has not ended yet. To be honest, with Master Luo's financial resources, not to mention 2 pieces of 5 elements formation materials, even a complete set of 5 elements formation materials is not difficult for Master Luo. She had finally managed to get 2 pieces of 3rd grade and 5 element formation materials from her father by acting coquettishly and cutely. She must not let others cut off her hair. Master Luo looked at Liang Yishuan's covert look and shook his head in amusement. He didn't care about anything. It was just a little secret between young people. Li Shiming. Sure, Lon. I won't interfere with your gathering here, Master Luo said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Li, I will take Xiaoku back and I will apologize later. Elder Niu then said goodbye. The 2 Jindan monks took Xiaoku away as Li Shiming bowed to say goodbye. I almost got asked by Elder Luo. Liang Yishuan patted her chest with her hand and said fearfully, Are the 3rd grade formation materials coming so soon? Yin Sherlan asked curiously. I cried loudly in front of my father, and he gave it to me, Liang Yishuan said with a hint of complacency. She took out the jade box and handed it to Li Shiming, then looked at Li Shiming eagerly. Her meaning was obvious. Li Shiming was not polite. He opened the jade box in front of her and checked the 3rd grade wood attribute formation materials and the 3rd grade water attribute formation materials. The 2 3rd grade formation materials are both high quality and meet his requirements. Of course, this Thousand Fantasy sect is a large sect, and the Jindan Elder, who has a high status in the sect, has resources at his disposal that outsiders cannot imagine. He couldn't help but feel relieved at this time. He had all the materials for the 5 3rd grade and 5 element formations. He had now reached the late stage of foundation building. He was just waiting to refine the elixir needed to advance to the golden elixir stage. Even if he would be promoted to the golden elixir stage, he could not help but feel relieved. All preparations for the period have been completed. After that, it all depends on your luck. Whether you can be promoted to Jindan. Resources are one thing, and luck is also extremely important. Li Shiming took out a jade bottle and placed it on the stone table in front of him. Liang Yishuan reached out and picked up the jade bottle on the stone table, opened it carefully, and observed it carefully. She recalled the sect's records about the Juyan Dan. In her mind, a monk like her, even if it was a spiritual elixir that she had never seen before, could judge the authenticity of the elixir based on the records in the sect. After checking it, her face showed ecstasy. What kind of 3rd grade material can be found like this? Yinjuan Dan. This is the elixir that can make her look last forever. Any female cultivator would be crazy about the beauty-resisting pill. She only got 2 3rd grade materials in exchange for this beauty-resisting pill. She felt it was extremely cost-effective. She even felt that Li Shiming was taking care of it for Yin Sherlan's sake. The deal is done, Liang Yishuan said, as she couldn't wait to take the Juyan Dan in one mouthful. This kind of elixir is very unsafe to hold in your hands. If a high-ranking female cultivator sees it, you may not know who will take this elixir in the end. It is not as stable as taking it directly into the abdomen. It will have the same effect no matter when you take it. Liang Yishuan's skin is becoming visibly moisturized and smooth, and her pores are almost invisible. It can truly be said that it can be broken by blowing a bullet. She also felt the changes in herself. She touched her face and opened her mouth involuntarily. She was not ladylike at all. Of course, she was not ladylike in the first place. Sherlan, look at my skin! She excitedly pulled Yin Sherlan to share her joy. Liang Yishuan, it's getting late. Shouldn't you go back? Li Shiming reminded Liang Yishuan. Ignoring Liang Yishuan's excitement, he finally came over. But he was interrupted one after another before spending time with Yin Sherlan. I know. I'm going to her other sisters. Liang Yishuan jumped into the air as she spoke. Just like her temperament. As eager as she was when she came, she was as fiery when she left. Li Shiming was about to tell her not to talk about the Zhu Yan Dan, but Liang Yixuan actually used the escape method to leave, leaving him without a chance to speak. Lord, it seems that I can't stay for long. I have to leave now. Otherwise there will be real trouble. Li Shiming knew that once the news about him having the Zhu Yan Dan spread, it would be difficult for him to escape. Shiming, there will be many opportunities to meet in the future. I'm waiting for you. Although Yin Sherlan felt that the moment of separation came too quickly, she did not say anything to ask Li Shiming to stay longer. She said softly. Li Shiming was moved, and he gently held Yin Sherlan into his arms. When we reach the Golden Elixir stage, we will become a Taoist couple, and we will never be separated. He said his promise in a firm voice. Yeah. Yin Sherlan felt like the happiest woman in the world at this moment. There are many female cultivators in Qianhuan sect. This is related to the Qianhuan sect's techniques. Several Qianhuan sect's techniques are more suitable for female cultivators. As Li Shiming feared, Liang Yixuan went to show off to her little sisters. And soon the news about the Zhu Yan Dan broke out among the female monks of Qianhuan sect. Not long after Master Luo returned to the cave, she received messages from many female cultivators from the sect, all of whom asked her about Li Shiming and wanted to meet Li Shiming. She was still wondering why so many monks wanted to see Li Shiming today, especially among these female monks. There were many Jindan monks. Could it be that Li Shiming had trouble with so many sect monks in such a short period of time? Under her questioning, a female Jindan who had a good relationship with Master Luo told her about Liang Yixuan's exchange for a Yanju Dan from Li Shiming. After hearing the news, Master Luo stood there blankly. She thought of Liang Yixuan's expression at that time. That nervous look that she didn't want outsiders to know. She thought she was about to trade the Yinjuan pill with Li Shiming. Master Luo regretted it again and again in one day. She only had to ask one question at that time. And with Liang Yixuan's temperament, there was no way she could hide it from her. She touched her face, and a beauty-resisting pill could bring her back to her youthful glory. She was also a woman, and even if she practiced the beauty-resisting pill, it would not be as effective as a beauty-resisting pill. How could Master Luo care about those who asked for an introduction to Li Shiming? She flew towards Yin Sherlan's peak in a flash. She thought about Yin Sherlan's changes. She didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now she thought it was probably due to taking the Zhu Yan Dan, one for Yin Sherlan and one for Liang Yixuan. Since Li Shiming took out two Zhuan Dan, Li Shiming took one Zhuan Dan himself. So Li Shiming should still have Zhuan Dan in his hand. Because Li Shiming is a senior alchemist, there is a high probability that the Zhu Yan Dan was refined by Li Shiming. Coupled with Li Shiming's level of alchemy, the second-grade elixirs are always full elixirs, which means that Li Shiming still has at least 7 Yinjuan Dan in his hand. Thinking of this, Master Luo's flight speed increased, and the two mountain peaks were very close. In a few breaths, she arrived outside the mountain where Yin Sherlan was located, and she entered a magic formula. When she entered the formation, she only saw Yin Sherlan alone and not Li Shiming. She couldn't help but secretly sigh that she was late. There were many monks throughout Qianhuan sect looking for Li Shiming, and some were looking for Yin Sherlan. After that, Yin Sherlan stopped thinking about peace and quiet for a long time. However, that can be regarded as a happy trouble. Chapter 252 Refining Corpse. Li Shiming walked out of the mountain gate of Qianhuan sect. He didn't know if the monk from Qianya Temple who was following him was still there. He looked at the sky and saw that it was already darkening, and it would be dark in half an hour. He took out the flying boat, and the flying boat took him flying towards the Shushan sect. After waiting until dark, he found an unknown mountain peak, dug out a cave, and set up an isolation and hiding formation. Jiming Luohan kept staring at Li Shiming. After Li Shiming entered the mountain gate of Qianhuan sect, he stayed at the mountain gate to guard it. Fortunately, Qianya Temple and Qianhuan sect are allies, and Jiming Luohan greeted Qianhuan sect, which allowed him to get so close to the gate of Qianhuan sect without being expelled by Qianhuan sect. Under normal circumstances, unless it is a formal visit for a monk from the outer sect's golden core stage to wander outside the sect's formation, it is very easy to cause misunderstandings. The sect's formation is very sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual power in the golden elixir stage. No matter how hard the golden elixir monks hide, they will be detected by the sect's formation within a certain range of the sect's formation. You must know that the golden elixir monks have been able to have a certain impact on the sect's formation. If multiple golden elixir monks attack the sect's formation at the same time, It is very likely that the sex formation will be affected if the sex formation is not fully activated, cause serious damage. Therefore, all sects are extremely vigilant against Jindan monks who try to approach the sex formation. Jiming Luohan watched until Li Shiming left the Qianhuan sect's mountain gate. He continued to follow Li Shiming until Li Shiming arranged a temporary cave to rest. There is nothing unusual about this. If there is a spiritual elixir, a monk can practice without a spiritual environment. As a senior alchemist, Li Shiming had quite a lot of elixirs for cultivation in his hands. Presumably, this was to prepare for his daily major exercises. Jiming Arhut is guarding not far from the formation. He has a magic weapon to hide himself, so there is no need to worry that Li Shiming will find him. Li Shiming did not act immediately. He really needed time to adapt to the later stage of foundation building. Thinking that this breakthrough was due to Ling Cha again, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. No wonder the monks paid special attention to Ling Cha. Of course, the spiritual tea only had a boosting effect. In fact, he was very close to breaking through to the late stage of foundation building, feeling the space in the spiritual lake expanding again. The spiritual energy that originally filled the spiritual lake was now only 1/10 of the amount. This is the amount of spiritual power in the late stage of foundation building, which is 10 times the total amount of spiritual power of a peak monk in the middle stage of foundation building. And the power of each ray of spiritual power has been greatly improved. The previous spiritual power was liquid like water, but now the spiritual power is like viscous petroleum. Although they are both liquid, their densities are completely different. In fact, the reason why Li Shiming's spiritual power changed so obviously was because of the 5 elements receiving chi formation. It is precisely because of the continuous purification of spiritual power by the 5 elements chi naya ray that his spiritual power has been purified to the extreme of the current state. That is, his spiritual power is equivalent to the spiritual power at the peak of the later stage of foundation building. This has nothing to do with the total amount of spiritual power. Even if he has just entered the late stage of foundation establishment, he can still exert his peak strength in the late stage of foundation establishment. Li Shiming loves and hates the 5 elements receiving chi array. He loves it because the 5 elements receiving chi array has indeed brought him great benefits. The spiritual power in his body has always been at the peak of its current state, and the 5 elements of spiritual power in the body are complete. Needless to say, there are benefits brought by having all 5 elements of spiritual power. He can learn and use almost all kinds of secret techniques without having to consider whether the spiritual power supports it. His hatred for the 5 elements receiving chi formation was because he could not find the same phenomenon in any information about the 5 elements receiving chi formation, not even similar ones. This leaves a lot of unknowns in his future. When it comes to becoming an elixir, he almost has to carve out his own path on his own. This matter was so difficult that he didn't have the slightest confidence. So after he learned about the 5 Chi sect, he wanted to go and have a look. He also thought that the 5 Chi sect was an ancient sect specializing in the spiritual power of the 5 elements. He doesn't need to discover any skills in the Wuchi sect ruins. He only needs to see the ruins left by the Wuchi sect's mountain gate, so that Z15 can analyze some situations, which will be a reference and help for him to study the 5 elements' spiritual power. Of course, with the monks of Qianya Temple watching him, it was naturally impossible for him to go there in such a big way. If there was something preserved in the ruins of the 5 Air sect, he did not believe that the monks of Qianya Temple would let him succeed. In addition, he still needs to send his clone Li Yuanba back to Shirwanda Mountain first. Qianya Temple's attitude is too weird, and he cannot guarantee what will happen to Li Yuanba once he is caught by Qianya Temple. Although the role of the clone Li Yuanba to the main body is not as important as initially expected, Li Yuanba is an important combat power of the main body, especially after the Sunluo sect learned the Sword Intention Chong Shao technique. He will almost certainly become the top Jindan swordsman. Just like Elder Sword, he can single-handedly defeat the terrifying combat power of many Jindan monks of the same level. Li Shiming now has different positions for the main body and the clone. The main body is focused on the secondary position, and has now made great achievements in formations and alchemy. What the main body wants is safety. If the main body falls, the clone Li Yuanba will most likely also fall. This does not mean that the main body's combat power is weak. At least in the foundation building stage, the main body's combat power can definitely suppress the clone. The body defense and mental improvement brought by the Wushu Taoist body allow the main body to improve to many extents. It has reached the peak of melee combat power in the foundation building period. As long as the main body is allowed to get close, He believes that even a half-step golden elixir foundation building monk will not be able to defeat the main body at close range. Li Shiming's position for the clone Li Yuanba is to be in charge of combat, increase combat experience for the main body, and solve some of the troubles of the main body. While Li Shiming was thinking about this, he took out some corpse refining materials from the space ring. He is already in the late stage of foundation building. He can use the iron corpses in the corpse refining space of the space ring for his own use and refine all the iron corpses. In addition, the body of Buddha Juetu can also be refined into a refining corpse to help him. He did not take out the corpse of Buddha Juetu. Instead, he placed a corpse refining circle in the corpse refining space of the space ring and began to sacrifice the corpse of Buddha Juetu. Buddha Juetu practiced killing to become a Buddha and reached the level of half-step golden elixir. Even Elder Lu of Sanluo's sect was extremely fond of the body of Buddha Juetu. After killing Buddha Juetu, he immediately prepared his body for sacrifice. Li Shiming didn't know much about Elder Lu before, but after getting Elder Lu's space ring and discovering the corpse refining space of the space ring, he was sure that Elder Lu was the Jin Dan Elder of Sanluo's sect who was good at corpse refining. There are 10 peak iron corpses and 1 silver corpse in the corpse refining space. If Elder Lu is given another period of time to upgrade all 10 peak iron corpses to silver corpses, their strength will be greatly improved. A silver corpse is equivalent to a golden elixir monk. It may be far from a real golden elixir monk in terms of long-range attacks and spells, but in terms of defense and melee capabilities, it is enough to suppress golden elixir monks of the same level. If the number of silver corpses is increased to 11, then any Jin Dan monk will have a headache when facing so many silver corpses. Li Shiming refined the corpse of Juetu Buddha to identify its owner. After the success, he left it in the corpse refining space and allowed it to absorb the cold power and grow in the corpse refining space. After Juetu Buddha's body was refined into a refined corpse, it was directly an iron corpse, and its physical defense and destructive power far exceeded that of a normal iron corpse. In his perception, it was almost the same as a general. You must know that the general is a refined corpse made from the body of Jin Dan sword Xiao Yunxingyi, due to the limitations of the clone Li Yuanba's strength. Even if it is refined into the original corpse, it will only reduce the general's strength to the same level as the peak of the iron corpse in the foundation building stage. After Juetu Buddha became the refined corpse, his defense and attack power caught up with the general's even before he reached the peak of the iron corpse. This shows that Juetu Buddha's iron corpse has huge potential, even surpassing that of the general's. I'll call you Killing from now on. Li Shiming sensed the iron corpse of Buddha Juetu in the corpse refining space. Such an iron corpse deserves a name. Moreover, he will not transform Shaoxing's body, because the main reason why Shaoxing is so powerful is the changes in his body caused by the influence of killing intent. Even if the Buddha is dead, the influence on his body that he has practiced for hundreds of years will not disappear with death. After the transformation of the corpse, the murderous intention has become the origin of the iron corpse. Ability. Li Shiming has studied the Moonlight Corpse Scroll and received all the corpse refining inheritance from Elder Lu. He has his own understanding of the murderous iron corpse transformed by Juetu Buddha. Originally, the corpse refining monster was a monster that loved killing. However, the murderous intention in the corpse of Buddha Juetu, who cultivated the intention to kill and became a Buddha, was transformed by the corpse refining corpse. This deliberately cultivated killing intention was integrated into every aspect of the killing iron corpse. If the record on the Yuwa Corpse Scroll is correct, in the future, the killing iron corpse can strengthen its killing intention through continuous killing, and in another way complete the unfinished killing intention of the Buddha and become a Buddha. Of course, in the end, the killing iron corpse that really relies on the killing intention will definitely not become a Buddha with a killing intention, but should become a demon with a killing intention. Li Shiming then began to refine the 10 peak iron corpses in the corpse refining space one by one. The corpses in the corpse refining space were very quiet. Even if they lost their original owners, they were always in a dormant state. His refining went very smoothly, and he did not encounter the slightest sense of resistance. 11 iron corpses were collected at once, plus Neza. This is 12 iron corpses. If his spirit had not already exceeded the level of a monk at the peak of the late foundation building stage, he would probably have a headache at this moment, in an endless state. Even so, he felt a slight mental burden. But looking at the 12 iron corpses belonging to him in the corpse refining space, a smile appeared on his face. At present, among the 12 iron corpses, 10 are at the peak level of the iron corpse. Although the killing iron corpse has not reached the peak iron corpse level, It has the combat power of the peak Iron Corpse level. Only Neza is still in the middle stage of the Iron Corpse. This is because Li Shiming has just made a breakthrough. He thought that by constantly absorbing the cold power in the corpse refining space of the space ring, he would soon be able to improve his state. In fact, there is still Elder Lu's corpse that has not been refined. But Li Shiming will not sacrifice Elder Lu's corpse during the foundation building period. There is a chance that the corpse of the Golden Elixir monk will be transformed into a silver corpse. He will not consider refining Elder Lu's body until his realm reaches the Golden Core stage. It was a pity to sacrifice Yuan Xingyi's corpse before. Now that I think about it, it is a pity. Judging from the fact that Yuan Xingyi's body directly became the peak Iron Corpse after being sacrificed. If he sacrificed it again in the Golden Elixir stage, there is a certain probability that he would get one silver corpse. After identifying all the Iron Corpses, the matter was not over. Li Shiming had already made plans for refining the corpses. He put an Iron Corpse into the computer room. The Iron Corpse had recognized its owner and was completely under his control. There was nothing to worry about. He once again used the third-grade sword base as a scalpel, and used the body of the foundation building monk sent by his clone Li Yuanba as material to start transforming the Iron Corpse into 3 heads and 6 arms. The peak defensive power of the Iron Corpse was extremely terrifying. During the operation, Li Shiming had to ask his clone Li Yuanba, who was also in the computer room, to attach sword intent to the third-grade sword base, so that the operation could proceed normally. With Neza's transformation experience, the transformation of this Iron Corpse was not difficult. Coupled with his now greatly increased strength, he could complete the transformation of the Iron Corpse in an hour. The new 3-headed and 6-armed Iron Corpse was taken into the corpse refining space of the space ring and placed in the Ghost Realm formation in the corpse refining space, receiving dual nourishment from the Ghost Realm and the cold energy automatically generated by the array in the corpse refining space. This was the first one. Later, Li Shiming sent Iron Corpses one after another into the machine room space for surgery. And a peak Iron Corpse with 3 heads and 6 arms was sent into the corpse refining space for cultivation. In one day, except for the killing Iron Corpse, all the other Iron Corpses changed their appearance. The 3-headed and 6-armed Iron Corpses are currently unable to form combat power. They need to absorb the cold energy for a period of time and allow the newly added parts to be converted into part of the Iron Corpse before they can have combat power. After finishing all these things, Li Shiming also performed plastic surgery on the Iron Corpse. Although the face of the Iron Corpse will change drastically after it turns into an Iron Corpse, monks who are familiar with the Buddha can still see the origin of the Iron Corpse. Come here. Li Shiming is the true successor of the righteous Shushan sect, and he is an ally with Qianye Temple. He cannot let Qianye Temple get a handle on him. Therefore, it became necessary to change the face of the Iron Corpse. Although such an operation is simpler, it is due to the defensive power of the Iron Corpse. This operation was finally performed by the clone Li Yuanba, who mobilized all his sword will and spiritual power, holding with the cooperation of the third-grade sword base. It was barely completed. Li Yuanba could evade the attack power of the defense in the later stage of foundation building with one sword, and it was particularly difficult to break through the facial skin of the killing Iron Corpse. Fortunately, the facial skin was broken open, as there was a lack of muscle tissue there, and there were no special requirements for the face. In the end, it was just a matter of adding several bones to the face of the Iron Corpse, completely changing the outline of the Iron Corpse's face. The operation is considered completed. One can imagine how difficult it would be for a foundation building monk to break through the defense of a killing Iron Corpse in a real battle. Chapter 253 Layout. Li Shiming took out the third turn Tianbao furnace. He did not prepare a large amount of alchemy, but to delay time. Therefore, what was refined in the third turn Tianbao furnace was the Shushan mixed novel pill. In the early stage of foundation building, according to his estimation, a monk from Qianye Temple would really follow and monitor him. If he did not move for a long time, the other party would probably come to check. He even put the 10,000 miles of escape talisman in his hand. This life-saving talisman was actually a little slower than the step-by-step lotus, and had limited effect on him. Jiming Arhut stayed outside all day and night. He felt something was wrong, and there was no spiritual vein here. Li Shiming dug a temporary cave here, and there wasn't much he could do. Even in cultivation, it is impossible to take elixirs continuously. No matter what kind of elixir it is, it takes time to digest. You cannot take elixirs continuously to practice. Did Li Shiming find me? Use the formation to cover up. And leave secretly? Jiming Luohan became more and more anxious as he waited. And he couldn't help but secretly thought, we can't blame Ziming Arhut for not being calm enough. But this mission was assigned by Venerable Hike. And Jiming Arhut didn't want to make any mistakes. After a few more hours, Jiming Arhut began to feel restless. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stopped hiding his whereabouts. He came outside the formation of the temporary cave and tried to cast a spell inside. This is called alerting the snake. And when the time comes, he really responds and has a reason to explain. When monks encounter such formations outside, they either avoid them or try to say low. This is normal. However, as a Jiming Arhut, Venerable Hike had taken action against Li Shiming not long ago. And Jiming Arhut disturbed Li Shiming again. Anyone who sees it has problems. But Jiming Arhut really had no choice. He wanted to know whether Li Shiming was still there. When the magic formula was inserted into the formation, there was no response at all, which made him change his expression. Without any further hesitation, he took out his magic weapon and mobilized his spiritual power to slam it down towards the magic circle. This formation is not a very powerful formation. All formation flags used are formation flags made of second-grade formation materials. At most, it can only defend against attacks by monks in the foundation stage. A powerful monk at the Golden Core stage, like Jiming Luohan, could break the formation in an instant with a single blow from his magic weapon. The moment the formation was broken, there was a loud noise inside, and the smell of burning mixed with the aroma of elixir came from the cave. My elixir! Li Shiming's heartbroken roar came from the cave. Jiming Arhut really didn't expect that Li Shiming was still in the temporary cave. He dared to break the formation because he was more than 80% sure that Li Shiming would leave. He attacked the formation just to confirm that Li Shiming was not in the temporary cave. When Li Shiming came out of the cave, his expression changed drastically when he saw Jiming Arhut. Qianya Temple, we are not done yet! The talisman in Li Shiming's hand flashed, and his figure drew a long shadow on the spot. His voice was still there, but the figure had already fled away. He didn't even have a chance to explain to Jiming Arhut before he activated the escape talisman. Only Jiming Arhut was left standing there blankly. He saw that it was an extremely precious life-saving talisman, and it was the last trump card left by the Golden Elixir monk to the true disciples. Li Shiming had used such life-saving cards, and Jiming Arhut couldn't explain it clearly even if he had a mouth. How did Jiming Arhut know that all this was planned by Li Shiming? If he didn't make the matter bigger, Qianya Temple's endless tracking would really give him a headache. He is just a late-stage foundation-building monk. Although he has methods to hide himself, he cannot guarantee that his hiding methods will be 100% effective when facing Arhats and even sages from large sects like Qianba Temple. Therefore, he did not choose to use the secret technique of charming soul concealment, but directly set up a trap, at the cost of consuming a 10,000 miles escape talisman, to confirm that Qianba Temple attacked him again. The effect of the 10,000 miles of escape talisman was quite good. The energy inside carried him across nearly 10,000 miles at an extremely fast speed, which was much faster than a normal Golden Core cultivator. Although the escape talisman is very effective, it is extremely troublesome to make, not to mention the difficulty of drawing the talisman. The materials used for the talisman alone consume some third-grade materials to achieve such an effect. When the effect of the 10,000 miles of escape talisman disappeared, his whole body felt relaxed. He could not detect it in his perception, but the feeling of being followed in his mind made him uneasy. Now he was finally free from the tracking. Li Shiming first reported to the Shushan sect that Jiming Arhut attacked his defensive formation, and that he was forced to use the escape talisman to escape, and also attached a live recording. He ignored how the sect negotiated with Qianya Temple, and used his guest status badge to contact Kai Hong. Fellow Daoisley, it's rare for you to take the initiative to contact me. A hearty laugh came from Kai Hong's side. Kai Hong thought that Li Shiming came to express his gratitude to Beishu Trading Company. Not long ago, Li Shiming encountered trouble, and asked 3 Jindan monks to help through Beishu Trading Company. He considered this a good thing to strengthen his relationship with Li Shiming. Li Shiming's value lies in his ability to refine elixirs in large quantities, and ensure the quality of elixirs, which even master alchemists cannot match. The reason why Li Shiming's elixir is so popular in the world of immortality is that the supply exceeds the demand. This is because the quality of every elixir refined by Li Shiming is the best among high-end ones. Even if each cultivation auxiliary elixir can improve the effect a little, it will be a great benefit for long-term use. Not to mention those life-saving elixirs, If the effect is improved a little, it may be a guarantee of life. Shop manager Kai. I remember that when signing the guest alchemist contract, I could choose the identity of the customer. Right? Li Shiming asked calmly. Of course. Beiju Trading Company will never interfere with who Daoistly is willing to make elixirs for or not. Kai Hong was startled and didn't understand what was going on. He replied, That's good. All future alchemy tasks involving Qianye Temple should not appear on my task list. If found, I will terminate the guest relationship with Beiju Trading Company. Li Shiming explained calmly. Fellow Daoistly, do you know why? Kai Hong asked in confusion, as he didn't know why. This matter is not trivial. Li Shiming's level of alchemy is almost definitely the best among senior alchemists. Moreover, Li Shiming's alchemy quantity and quality are the best. The 6 major sects have customized a large number of elixirs from Li Shiming through Beiju Trading Company, and have gained a lot of benefits. Li Shiming wanted to use his own power to block the alchemy business of Qianye Temple, a large sect. Although it seems that Li Shiming is extremely arrogant, it is actually feasible. Li Shiming no longer refines elixirs for Qianye Temple. That is Li Shiming's private matter. Of course, doing so would offend Qianye Temple. Those monks were not good-tempered. And Kai Hong couldn't help but worry about Li Shiming. Kai Hong wanted to find out the reason from Li Shiming, and then make peace with both parties through Beiju Commercial Bank. No matter which Buddha in Qianye Temple Li Shiming had a problem with, Beiju Trading Company could speak out so that the situation would not expand and cause greater trouble. Kai Hong even knew that the 6 major sects had ordered a large number of elixirs from Li Shiming this year, and almost handed over most of the second-grade elixirs to Li Shiming. Just ask Qianba Temple what he did to me. Li Shiming cut off the contact after saying this. In Qianye Temple, neither Jiming Arhat nor Haik Venerable, or even most of the Arhat Venerables, are quite clear about the importance of Li Shiming to Qianye Temple. The Qianye Temple's elixir task was outsourced to Beiju Trading Company, which was done by Jian Arhat, who was in charge of alchemy in the temple. For more than half a year, Qianye Temple can be said to have tasted the benefits. The elixirs that the Buddhas exchanged for their contribution points were all high-quality elixirs of the highest quality, which greatly improved the efficiency of the Buddha's cultivation. Jian Arhat inexplicably received a notice from Beiju Trading Company that Li Shiming, the guest alchemist, would no longer accept tasks from Qianye Temple, and stated that this was due to Qianye Temple. Li Shiming made this decision. Jian Arhat immediately became anxious. His medicine Buddha Hall was working hard to collect second-grade elixirs, and was preparing to refine a new batch of second-grade elixirs. If Li Shiming doesn't accept the task, he will go back to before and be refined by the alchemist in the temple. As for the second-grade elixir refined by the senior alchemist in the temple, it would be good if 1/10 of the second-grade elixir is a high-grade elixir. Even if the high-grade elixir is produced, it is far inferior to the quality of the high-grade elixir refined by Li Shiming. Jian Arhat has kept less than half of the elixirs for more than half a year, just to prevent the senior alchemists in the temple from having no elixirs to use, causing the senior alchemists he trained to go to waste. If we all rely on the senior alchemist in the temple from now on, then after tasting the high-level elixir refined by Li Shiming, the Buddha in the temple may be in trouble. Jian Arhat hurriedly reported the matter, and wanted to know why Li Shiming stopped refining elixirs for Qianye Temple. The senior officials of Qianye Temple naturally knew what was going on. At this time, several venerables and arhats were worried, and the Shushan sect sent severe accusations. If the first attack on Li Shiming was a misunderstanding, then a second attack followed immediately. It was no longer a misunderstanding. It was specifically targeted at Li Shiming. In order to be attacked by Chiaki Arhat at Chiba Temple, Li Shiming used the escape talisman to escape for his life. This result has begun to affect the relationship between the two sects. You must know that Patriarch Fan stepped in to solve the problem last time. But within 2 days, Patriarch Fan was beaten in the face, and Qianye Temple attacked Li Shiming again. Li Shiming was on his way through the night. He was at ease in the dark night, using the secret technique of concealment to hide his figure. The white lotus of step-by-step lotus was also hidden, making him as silent as a ghost in the dark, moving breathlessly. During the day, he still used the secret technique of charming soul concealment, and used the step-by-step lotus, using the shadows everywhere. In a dozen hours, he arrived at the checkpoint. He found the flaw in the last defensive formation with ease, and quietly passed through the formation to the junction area. Here he released the clone Li Yuanba, and the two sides looked at each other and smiled. After a okay salute, Li Yuanba turned into a sword light and headed towards the Boundary Mountain Pass. Li Shiming finally breathed a sigh of relief after sending his clone Li Yuanbao back. No matter what Qianye Temple thinks, the clone Li Yuanbao has returned to Shirwanda Mountain, so he no longer needs to worry about Qianye Temple's arrest. Besides, after returning this time, Li Yuanbao will devote all his efforts to training and reduce the time he spends in leaving the sect. This will give him even fewer opportunities to take action against Qianye Temple. Li Shiming passed through the defensive formation again and returned to the sphere of influence of the righteous path. This time, his target was the ruins of the 5Chi sect. He still used the method of combining charming soul concealment secret technique and step-by-step lotus to rush on his way, which was much more concealed than using a flying boat. Now he is being watched by Qianye Temple. A large sect like Qianye Temple has an intelligence system in Beishu continent. If he openly uses the flying boat to travel, he will probably be tracked by Qianye Temple soon. Hike, I need an explanation. Patriarch Fan contacted Venerable Hike, his voice full of anger. Donor Fan, we have no ill intentions towards little benefactor Li Shiming. We just want to investigate the news of a Buddhist reincarnation from him. Venerable Huika hesitated for a moment, then explained some of the facts. If Qianye Temple wants to ask Li Shiming any questions, he can definitely go through Shushan's sect. When Li Shiming was out, you attacked Li Shiming one after another. This time, Li Shiming even used life-saving measures. Is this the attitude of Qianye Temple? Can I, the Shushan sect, use the same method to ask the Buddha at Qianye Temple? Patriarch Fan asked back with unabated anger. Venerable Hike also felt a little regretful at this time. He learned from Jian Arhut that Li Shiming had stopped refining alchemy for Qianye Temple. He had not known about this before. I didn't even know that Li Shiming played such an important role in Qianye Temple in alchemy. As a venerable person, he would not pay attention to affairs at the level of second-grade elixirs and Buddhas. Originally, it was not a big deal that Li Shiming did not refine elixirs for Qianye Temple. They were just elixirs from the Buddha's period. There were also senior alchemists in his own temple, so there would not be a shortage of elixirs. But the problem is that Li Shiming refines high-level elixirs for the other 5 major sects, and not for Qianye Temple alone. This means that the foundation building period monks of the other 5 major sects generally improve their cultivation faster than Qianye Temple. The impact of this kind of thing cannot be seen in a short period of time. But as time goes by, the gap between them will widen. If the strength of the Buddha of Chiba Temple is generally weaker than that of the other 5 major sects, it will cause great trouble. It may not have much impact on top combat power, but in the event of large-scale conflicts, it will be catastrophic trouble. Therefore, Li Shiming's troubles must be resolved as soon as possible. This is the consensus of the top management of Qianye Temple. Who would have thought that a small senior alchemist in the foundation building stage could influence a large sect like Qianye Temple on his own, forcing it to make certain concessions. Chapter 254 Spirit Snake. Only when you are in the sea can you realize how big the world is. Li Shiming stood above the sea, with no landmarks around him. If it weren't for Z15 planning the direction for him, he would not have been able to find the location marked on the ancient map with just a pair of eyes. He was excited because many monks in the world of immortality would go on adventures to various places. This is related to the fact that there are a large number of unknown ruins in the world of immortality. For the large number of monks in the world of immortality, many caves left behind by monks who died of injury or aging will become the targets of exploration by the monks. Li Shiming and his clone Li Yuanbao only explored the monks' remains once. That time they gained a lot. But of course, they were also extremely dangerous. This time Li Shiming explored the ruins of the 5Chi sect, which was considered his second exploration operation in the true sense. He stopped the sword light. According to the results of Z15 comparison, this should be the location of the 5Chi sect on the ancient map. Looking at the seawater all around him, he couldn't help but sigh at the changes in the world. He blessed himself with a spiritual shield and entered the sea. This place is almost 300 miles away from the sea. The visibility of the water is very good. You can see a distance of tens of meters in the sea. And his spiritual exploration is farther away. After a while, he descended to the bottom of the sea. What disappointed him was that he didn't see anything of note on this seabed. His spiritual thoughts swept downwards, and the mud on the seabed greatly reduced the scanning distance of his spiritual thoughts. His spiritual thoughts can penetrate the seabed mud at a maximum of about 50 meters. And there is nothing he can do further away. He was not in a hurry, and just moved slowly on this seabed, while using his spiritual sense to explore. A burst of heart palpitations suddenly appeared. Li Shiming almost instinctively used Lotus every step. A white lotus appeared under his feet. and another white lotus appeared 100 meters away. A venomous snake with a slender body opened its mouth from the mud on the seabed, revealing 4 fangs above and below. It seemed to bite Li Shiming, but in fact it just bit the shadow. The hairs all over Li Shiming's body stood up. He had always been wary of the seabed. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape the attack of this poisonous snake. The poisonous snake is a spiritual beast close to the level of a great demon. What is even more terrifying is that if the poisonous snake had not opened its mouth to attack him, he would not have noticed the existence of the poisonous snake. Li Shiming had always maintained his spiritual consciousness. Under such circumstances, it was simply unimaginable that this poisonous snake could approach him silently. He had long heard that the sea was the most dangerous place. The reason why he dared to come here was because it was not far from the sea and belonged to the offshore area. The poisonous snake missed the blow, but did not give up. The snake drew a water line in the water and pursued Li Shiming. Li Shiming is not good at underwater combat, or unless he is a monk who specializes in underwater combat. Normal monks will be at a loss when fighting underwater. Whether you are using spells or magic weapons, you will be affected by sea water. Especially spiritual powers such as fire attributes will be greatly suppressed. The resistance in the water will also slow down the speed of the magic weapon, which requires adaptation to be able to fight freely. Even when moving in the sea, it will be affected by the resistance of sea water and cannot reach 1/3 of the speed in the air. Li Shiming doesn't need to worry about this. Lotus is born step by step. Does not need to consider the movement between the 2 white lotuses at all. He moves directly and instantly between the 2 white lotuses. Seeing the poisonous snake coming, Li Shiming chose to use the water attribute thunder power and issued a lightning strike. After the lightning strike technique was released, countless electric currents formed in the sea water in front of him. He quickly dodged far away, not wanting to let the lightning strike technique he released affect himself. When he used step-by-step lotus to appear 100 meters away, he was surprised to find that the poisonous snake spirit beast was missing. He can be 100% sure that the poisonous snake was not killed by the lightning strike technique. Not to mention that the power of the lightning strike technique was dispersed by the seawater. Even if the lightning strike technique hit all the poisonous snake spirit beasts, it would not be able to kill one with one blow. A spiritual beast close to the great demon. Cunning guy! Li Shiming activated the Icarus shield bead with an ugly look on his face, putting a powerful defense on his body. The Icarus shield bead is a trophy obtained by the clone Liu Yunba when he killed a certain sect. Its defensive effect is very powerful. The only drawback is that it needs to be charged in advance with Earth attribute spiritual power. With the defense of the Icarus shield bead, he felt relieved. Due to the short-term contact just now, the silt on the seabed was stirred up, causing the visibility in the sea to be affected by the flying sand, and the visible distance was greatly reduced. In addition, he had just discovered that the poisonous snake spirit beast could not be sensed by spiritual thoughts, which made him even more careful. He did not take out the flying sword. The speed of the flying sword on the seabed was not as fast as that of the poisonous snake spirit beast. He sensed slight fluctuations in the sea water beside him, and a white lotus appeared in the distance. He appeared on the white lotus, and his original position was bitten by the poisonous snake spirit beast. It's the phantom changeling snake. Li Shiming dodged again to avoid the attack and determined the species of the venomous snake spirit beast. He read a lot of miscellaneous books from the Shushan sect. It was more like scanning than reading. He scanned a large number of books into the Z-15's hard drive. Just now Z-15 found similar descriptions of the appearance and fighting methods of the viper spirit beast after a short period of contact. The absolute changeling snake is an ancient venomous snake spirit beast. The information about the absolute changeling snake is recorded on a jade slip found by the sect from an ancient ruin. The skin of the ultimate soul changeling snake can isolate the detection of spiritual power, and the existence of the ultimate soul changeling snake cannot be sensed by elephants, spiritual thoughts, etc. The eternal transformation snake also has a transformation ability that can blend into the environment, similar to the ability of invisibility. The combination of the two abilities makes him the most terrifying surprise assassin. Although the jade slip did not explain how powerful the poison of the ultimate changeable snake was, it placed its threat level ahead of many well-known poisons. One can imagine how powerful the ultimate changeable snake was. The horror. Fortunately, this unparalleled phantom snake is only close to the great demon. When it really reaches the realm of the great demon, Li Shiming will be really in danger. After learning about the characteristics of the ultimate changeling snake, Li Shiming's eyes lit up. The ultimate changeling snake posed a limited threat to him. But there was a venomous snake spirit beast that only existed in ancient times. How could that happen? Doesn't it mean that there is still something left over from ancient times in this place for the spirit-changing snake to stay? Of course, before exploring, he needs to get rid of the ultimate changeling snake first. Otherwise, he will still be in some danger with the ultimate changeling snake's weird attack method. Electricity flashed across his body, and this time, he released the mines one after another. The Water Mine Group is the application method of the Water Thunder spiritual power in 9 Heavens Thunder Strike Technique. The release of the Water Mine Group can be a triggering attack method. The Mine Group will explode when touched by an external force or controlled by Li Shiming, releasing water-type thunder and lightning within a surrounding area. You must know that Li Shiming is in the late stage of foundation building at this time. The 5 Elements Chi Collection Array in the spiritual lake has made his spiritual power reach the peak of the late stage of foundation building. The power of the Water Mine Group is considered to be the ultimate spell power in the foundation building stage. Li Shiming couldn't find the spirit-changing snake, and he didn't stay in any place for too long. He kept using step-by-step lotus to keep flashing in the sea within a certain area. Every time he appeared, he would release multiple mines, and soon, he would leave a large number of mines in this area. The seemingly random release of mines is actually based on the formation. Each mine is equivalent to a formation flag. However, due to the single energy of the mines, the power of this formation is not great. Li Shiming appeared in the center of the formation, with white lotuses under his feet, and 12 white lotuses scattered in all directions around him. He waited quietly, and the spirit changeling snake didn't keep him waiting long. The ultimate changeable snake may have strong confidence in its own attack capabilities. Although Li Shiming deployed a large number of mines, it did not affect the attack of the ultimate changeable snake. Still close to Li Shiming's side, no energy was revealed. Suddenly, the eternal spirit changeling snake appeared and bit Li Shiming in one bite. This time Li Shiming did not dodge. He blocked the blow with a thick earth shield bead. He truly realized the poison of the ultimate changeling snake, and the thick earth shield bead was a rare treasure. However, after being bitten by the ultimate changeling snake, the earth attribute spiritual shield was corroded. A gap has appeared, and it is still expanding rapidly. The power of this mouthful of ultimate soul changeling snake can even be compared to the power of a full blow from the half-step golden pill. If Li Shiming hadn't used the thick earth shield bead and used the trap he set, he might have trapped himself. He acted immediately, and in a flash of his mind, all the mines were activated, and within a radius of almost 200 meters with him as the center, a water-attributed thunder and lightning filled entirely inspired by the mines was formed. And at the moment when the mine group was activated, the formation he deployed was fully effective. Of course, due to the time problem of activating the mine group, this formation can only last for 2 breaths at most. The absolute changeable snake missed a hit, and then entered a state of invisibility, disappearing in Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts. I believe that when the thick earth shield bead is corroded to the point where it loses its defensive effect, the excellent soul changeling snake, it will appear again and give Li Shiming a fatal blow. At this time, the water-type thunder and lightning from the Water Mine Group burst out, causing the spirit-changing snake to fall into countless lightning attacks. With the defensive power and speed of the supernatural changeling snake, it can withstand lightning attacks and rush out from a distance of 200 meters in an instant. But when the phantom changeling snake wanted to rush out of the range of water attribute lightning, it found that no matter how it rushed, it was still within the range of lightning. The water attribute thunder and lightning made it impossible for the body of the spirit changeling snake to remain hidden, and appeared almost 60 meters away from Li Shiming. A white lotus appeared next to the ultimate soul changeling snake, and at the same time Li Shiming's figure appeared on the white lotus. The third-grade sword base used his unparalleled power and sword intent to slash at the ultimate soul changeling snake with all his strength. Li Shiming had been accumulating strength for this blow for a long time, and he had arranged such a large formation just for this final blow. The third-grade sword base slashed 7 inches away from the absolute spirit transformed snake. How strong is Li Shiming's close combat ability? The Wushu Taoist body plus 2 body training techniques, plus the 3rd grade sword base and sword intention. Can be said this blow definitely reached the power of a full-strength blow from the half-step golden pill. No matter how you say the ultimate changeling snake is only close to the great demon, it is not the real great demon. The 3rd grade sword base almost cut off half of the 7-inch section of the absolute spirit changeling snake, and the sword body got stuck at the 7-inch section. The absolute changeling snake struggled wildly, trying to get rid of the 3rd grade sword base at 7 inches. Die! Li Shiming's left hand was free. As he shouted violently, his left hand grabbed the head of the ultimate changeling snake, just in time to block the mouth of the ultimate changeling snake with his hand, making it unable to use its fangs. He exerted force with his right hand, trying to use the 3rd grade sword base to cut off 7 inches of the spirit-changing snake. The snake's body of the absolute changeable snake curved and whipped at him, and he allowed it to whip without changing his expression. Although the ultimate spirit-changeling snake beat desperately, each blow was as powerful as a heavy blow from a late-stage foundation-building monk. But an attack of this level could not break Li Shiming's defense, let alone hurt him. It can be said that at this time, he is a ferocious beast in human form, a spiritual beast with a physical quality close to that of a great demon. If the spiritual changeling snake could speak at this time, everyone would probably wonder who is the spiritual beast. When did the human monk's body be able to compete with the same level of spiritual beasts and gain an advantage? Li Shiming was also extremely horrified by the defensive power of the spiritual changeling snake. The power of the 3rd grade sword base in his hand was considered his most powerful attack method at present, but it was still extremely strenuous. The two sides continued for about 10 breaths, and the 3rd grade sword base finally cut through 7 inches of the ultimate spirit changeling snake. The ultimate changeling snake was divided into 2 parts. The snake's body was constantly twitching, and the snake's head was in his left hand with its mouth wide open. Its vitality was extremely strong. But now, the ultimate changeling snake has completely failed. After waiting for a while, the ultimate changeling snake died, and he collected the body of the ultimate changeling snake. The corpse of the incredible changeling snake is a good thing, and its snake skin might be made into a special spiritual weapon. Li Shiming put away the thick earth shield bead. At this time, the earth attribute's spiritual power in the thick earth shield bead was almost empty, and it was completely corroded by the poison of the ultimate spirit changeling snake. He ignored the thick earth shield bead and focused his attention on the bottom of the sea again. This time, he did not do what he did before, but used his spiritual thoughts and spiritual power to dig at the bottom of the sea. He dug out a large amount of silt, put it into a storage bag, and then discharged it into the distance. He continued this work for a day, digging down more than 30 meters of silt in an area. Slowly, the secrets hidden under the silt began to be exposed to his mind. He sensed blocks of artificially excavated rocks, which were all stones used for construction. Chapter 255 Ruins. In Li Shiming's mind, the rock he just discovered was actually the ground of a square, and as he dug out more and more mud, the ruins he perceived with his spiritual mind became larger. He seemed to see the destruction process of a mountain gate. The mountain was smashed into pieces by the terrible attack, and countless buildings were turned into ruins. In his spiritual perception, the entire ruins was truly a ruin, seemingly without any value at all. But he thought of the ultimate changeling snake. Where did the ultimate changeling snake live? You must know that if these ancient spiritual beasts did not have a special living environment, they would have disappeared forever like other ancient creatures. Since the ultimate changeling snake is still alive, there must be an environment in which the ultimate changeling snake can survive. It was with this idea in mind that he continued to dig out the mud, trying to discover the place where the spiritual changeling snake lived under the mud. Found it! It wasn't until the next day that Li Shiming finally made the discovery. His excavation work has been carried out with great care, and he is also worried that there will be other phantom changeable snakes, or more dangerous creatures. Fortunately, everything went well. One spiritual changeling snake was enough to make this place full of crisis, and no second one appeared. What he found was a hole covered by mud, which was just right for the body of the spiritual changeling snake to pass through. Li Shiming couldn't enter with his body upright, but he could still pass through. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow the entrance of the cave to explore. Since there is still room for preservation of the relics of this ancient sect, it is very likely that there are valuable items. Besides, his physical strength is the best fighting environment in a small space. Compared with strength, defense, and melee attacks, he can be proud of the foundation stage. He cleaned the mud at the entrance of the cave, but the mud inside couldn't be cleaned. He needed to walk through the mud. Due to the frequent passage of the phantom change snake, the mud in the cave is relatively loose, which reduces a lot of trouble. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts were constantly released, sensing the situation dozens of meters ahead. This passage was very long, and he felt that it was probably a ventilation hole designed, or another passage for communication with the outside world. It was not for people to walk, and it was too narrow. After traveling for almost 200 meters, his mind sensed that the front was empty, and he knew that he had found the inner space. As he guessed, the living environment of the spiritual changeling snake should be right ahead. Li Shiming could not guarantee whether there were other ultimate changeable snakes still alive. He slowed down his traveling speed and released the 9 palaces sword formation in front, forming a dense sword network. If there were ultimate soul changeling snakes appearing in front, you will be blocked by the sword net and discovered. The unexpected surprise did not happen. He came out of the passage, and the exit was underwater. Aura. The water here is fresh water, which is different from the seawater in the outside world. And the water is rich in aura. The water here can be called a spiritual spring. Looking up from the water, there is light above. I don't know what is shining. He surrounded the 9 palace sword formation around him to prevent accidental surprise attacks. In fact, when he got here, he had nothing to worry about, because the space here was large enough, and he could easily use step-by-step lotus. Unlike in a narrow passage, step-by-step lotus cannot be used at all. His spiritual mind came out of the water. At this glance, his scalp was numb, and the muscles in his body were tense, and he almost screamed. After a while, his mind found no life breath, so he relaxed. He poked his head out of the water and looked at a huge spiritual changeling snake that was more than 10 feet tall on the shore. The light he saw was exactly what the eyes of this huge spiritual changeling snake reflected. The glow. When his mind discovered the huge spiritual changeling snake, he almost thought he was going to die. Judging from the size of the ultimate soul changeling snake that he killed before, the strength of that ultimate soul changeling snake was at the peak of Foundation building. So this huge ultimate soul changeling snake, its strength definitely exceeds the great demon level, and may even be equivalent to the human nascent soul level. If the huge ultimate changeable snake is still alive, Li Shiming will bring it to his door, which will be a snack for the ultimate changeable snake. Even though it was judged that the huge spirit-changing snake was dead and all that was left was a snake corpse, Li Shiming still felt the pressure, which was the residual energy left in the body by the powerful existence. After coming out of the water, he didn't look anywhere else. He was completely attracted by the snake corpse. He was already imagining what level of corpse could be made by using such a snake corpse to sacrifice. Of course, it is many times more difficult to sacrifice a snake corpse into a refined corpse than to sacrifice a human corpse. He will not refine it into a corpse until he understands the state of this spirit-changing snake corpse during its lifetime. In addition, an analysis and judgment must be made to see whether it is more cost-effective to refine the body of the spiritual changeling snake into a corpse, or to make it into a magic weapon. None of these can be accurately judged based on his current state, at least until the golden elixir stage. He looked at the huge corpse of the ultimate changeling snake, and then looked at the small passage he came in. Maybe because the passage was too small, the ultimate changeling snake was trapped and died here. His spiritual thoughts wrapped around the body of the absolute changeling snake, and he felt the trembling sensation coming from his spiritual thoughts. This was the instinctive reaction of his spiritual thoughts coming into contact with an existence that was too powerful. He did not let his spiritual thoughts come into contact with the body of the spirit-transformed snake for a long time, and moved his thoughts slightly to collect the snake corpse into the space ring. When the body of the huge spiritual changeling snake was put away, the pressure felt by Li Shiming's spiritual mind relaxed, and he had time to take stock of the situation around him. Since the body of the eternal changeling snake was put away, the only light source in the space was gone, leaving the space pitch black. Li Shiming took out a high-power LED light and hung it on the wall to brighten the space again. The walls are made of pieces of jade, with patterns drawn on the surface. Even after countless years, the jade still maintains its original luster. He stretched out his hand to touch the jade on the wall, and felt the faint fluctuations of spiritual power. Those patterns contained spiritual power, protecting the wall and the space. He exerted a little force, and the power in his hand continued to increase. But he was not able to cause even the slightest damage to the wall. The pattern that seemed to have little spiritual power actually hid the power inside. Finally, he came to the conclusion that the defense of the space here was extremely strong. If he wanted to break the jade on the wall, he would need to break the entire space with one blow. Anyway, with Li Shiming's strength, it is impossible to do it in an area on the shore, due to the presence of the huge ultimate changeling snake. There are not even large rocks. It must have been crushed by the body of the huge ultimate changeling serpent. He followed the space inward, and there was a jade door in front of him, which was ajar. Li Shiming's spiritual sense first penetrated the interior, which was a semi-remaining room. There is a withered skeleton in the middle of the room. Next to the withered skeleton is a small magic circle with flashing light. There is a translucent egg in the center of the small magic circle. He checked that there was no danger and walked into the room. I don't know how many years have passed. The clothes and skin on the body have turned into dust, leaving only the jade bones. Looking at this skeleton, you can tell that this withered bone was extremely powerful during his lifetime. At least not so powerful that Li Shiming could understand. Li Shiming's eyes focused on a ring that fell on the ground next to Dry Bones. It should be Dry Bones' space ring. His spiritual mind grabbed the space ring and took the space ring in his hand. He tried to use his spiritual thoughts to enter the space ring. Since the owner of the space ring had died for many years, the space ring did not prevent his spiritual thoughts from entering. There are many things stored in the space ring, including some unknown elixirs and elixirs. After his spiritual thoughts came into contact with these elixirs and elixirs, he felt that these elixirs and elixirs had long lost their spirituality. Even if the interior of the space ring can slow down the loss of spirituality of the elixirs and elixirs, the time is really too long. Even if they are placed in the space ring, the elixirs and elixirs still lose their spirituality and become useless mortal objects. There are two other magic weapons. One is a flying sword and the other is an umbrella-shaped magic weapon. Unfortunately, both of them have lost their spirituality. They need to be cultivated in a rich spiritual energy environment for a long time. And maybe they can be recovered. Li Shiming focused his attention on 3 ancient jade slips. These ancient jade slips were different from the jade slips used today, and the grade of the contents stored inside them could not be seen from the outside. He took out 3 ancient jade slips, placed one of them between his eyebrows, and sensed it with his spiritual mind. He was overjoyed. This first ancient jade slip contained formation knowledge. This ancient jade slip contained exactly the 5 rhymes chi training technique, and it was also the complete version of the 5 rhymes chi training technique, from the chi chain stage to ascension. This is not the first time he has obtained such a level of skills. The sword intent climbs to the sky, practiced by his clone Li Yuanba, is a skill that can be practiced to ascension. The most important thing is that he can practice the 5 rhymes chi training technique. After he read the chi chaining chapter of 5 rhymes chi training technique, he found that it was very similar to the 5 elements chi receiving technique he practiced during the chi chaining period. It seems that the 5 elements chi training technique is modified from the 5 rhymes chi training technique. Perhaps a monk received part of the inheritance of the 5 rhymes chi training technique because he wanted to create suitable skills for the descendants of the 5 spiritual roots. Based on the 5 rhymes chi training technique, the 5 elements receiving chi technique was reworked with the state of the 5 elements spiritual power in Li Shiming's spiritual lake. He could completely skip the chi chaining chapter of 5 rhymes chi training technique and directly practice the foundation building chapter. Moreover, the 5 rhymes chi training technique is extremely compatible, and you can practice other attribute techniques at the same time without conflict. His 9 heavens thunder strike technique can still be practiced as the main technique. After being promoted to the golden elixir, 5 rhymes chi training technique will be turned into a major, and 9 heavens thunder strike technique will be turned into a concurrent subject. The only trouble is that the situation recorded in the 5 rhymes chi training technique is not the same as the state of the spiritual lake in Li Shiming's body. There is no such phenomenon as the 5 elements chi receiving formation in the spiritual lake. It seems that Li Shiming mistakenly made a mistake in practicing the 5 elements receiving Qi technique, and built the 5 elements receiving Qi formation in Linghu, which was composed of the second grade 5 elements formation materials extracted from the second grade 5 elements formation materials. No matter what he thinks, the situation in his spiritual lake has become a reality. He can only go all the way to the dark side, practicing according to the 5 rhymes Qi training technique, while continuing to absorb higher level 5 elements formation materials when he is promoted. Spirituality. He took out a second ancient jade slip. This ancient jade slip was a secret method called 9 Shao Insect Scriptures, in which he saw the method of raising the spiritual changeling snake. It turns out that the huge, incredible changeling snake was the spiritual beast raised by this ancient monk. The ancient monk died first, but in order to protect his remains, he untied the huge, incredible changeling snake before his death. Contract. At the same time, several snake eggs of the incredible changeling snake are placed in a magic circle that can preserve the spirituality of the snake eggs, and the magic array is arranged at the spiritual vein outlet in order to allow the incredible changeling snake to continue to perform protection task. I don't know how this ancient monk was cultivated, whether it was the original huge, ultimate soul changeling snake, or the later, ultimate soul changeling snake. They have never left this space, and have been guarding the remains of the ancient monk. Fortunately, Li Shiming came here now. If he came here when the huge, spiritual changeling snake was still alive, he would definitely be dead. Even now that he is here, it is his movement speed of building lotus every step that allows him to escape the attacks of the absolute changeable snake. Many times, it turns out that this is the egg of the spiritual changeling snake. Li Shiming carefully looked at the egg in the center of the formation, and murmured with joy in his eyes. There is only one snake egg left in the formation. Only when the previous phantom change snake dies, finally comes here and injects the protective consciousness into the snake egg and then activates the snake egg, will the snake egg hatch. This is a kind of inheritance. The inheritance of the guardian master of the spiritual changeling snake. Li Shiming recalled the contents of the 9 Shao insect scripture in his mind, took out the third grade sword base, mobilized the sword intention and deliberately restrained the spiritual power on his skin, and used the third grade sword base to open a wound on his arm with the defense power of Wugo Taoist body. If he didn't do this, it would be difficult to break through the defense of his skin. He forced out a drop of blood essence and smeared it on the eggs of the spiritual changeling snake, and then mobilized his spiritual power to draw a complex contract pattern. The blood essence is absorbed into the snake eggs, and the spiritual contract pattern is also absorbed along with it. Then he felt that the life in the snake egg was connected with his soul, and the life in the snake egg was almost stagnant. With a thought in his mind, the snake egg's stagnant state changed to a normal state, and it began to absorb spiritual energy with all its strength. And there was subtle movement inside the snake egg. It would take a long time for the phantom change snake to hatch, so he took out the third ancient jade slip. The 5 Elements Avenue, recorded in this ancient jade. If the 5 rhymes Qi training technique is a specific skill, then this 5 Elements Avenue is the general outline of the 5 elements. Even with the help of Z15, it is profound. I can't understand much. Chapter 256. Return to the clan. Returning to the Beishu continent from the sea, Li Shiming had a small snake on his finger that no one else could see. It was the spirit transformed snake that had signed a contract with him. The Jiushao insect scripture highly praises the ultimate changeable snake. On the one hand, the ultimate changeable snake has extremely strong combat power, especially under a surprise attack. It is almost unstoppable at the same level. On the other hand, it is the loyalty of the incredible changeling snake. Take a look at the space left behind by the 5 air sect in order to protect the remains of the master. Even if the master terminates the contract of the ultimate soul changeling snake, the ultimate soul changeling snake will still not leave the master until death remains. It can be seen that the loyalty of the ultimate changeling snake is that even after the death of the huge ultimate changeling snake, this protective consciousness was passed on through inheritance, allowing generations of ultimate changelings to snakes continue to guard the remains of their masters. The cold and smooth feeling of the ultimate changeable snake came from his fingers. Li Shiming was not disgusted with this feeling, because the sense of dependence from the ultimate changeable snake made him very happy. This is his first spiritual beast in the true sense. The clone Li Yuanba is his clone. Although there are still 12 iron corpses, the intelligence of the iron corpses is based on fighting instinct. Besides, he cannot be allowed to fight against one. Is there any intimate communication between corpse refining? The ultimate changeling snake has become his companion. And with the lifespan of the ultimate changeling snake, perhaps this companionship will last a lifetime. The food of the spiritual changeling snake is a problem, since the 9 Shao insect scripture is an ancient inheritance. Many of the ingredients used in the recipes of the spiritual beasts have been lost. However, spiritual beasts have an instinct to eat. Li Shiming tried to use some of his own spiritual objects to give the ultimate soul changeling snake a choice, but ultimate soul changeling snake chose the elixir. No matter what kind of elixir it is all liked by the spirit changing snake. At first, Li Shiming was worried about what problems the Zhu Ling changing snake would have after eating the elixir. After the ultimate soul changing snake ate a first grade elixir in the late stage of chain energy, he used his spiritual thoughts and the Zhu Ling changing snake to interact with him. The contract connection of spirit changeling serpent. I carefully checked the situation of ultimate changeling serpent and found that there was no problem at all. The absorptive ability of the spiritual changeling snake is extremely powerful. After taking the elixir, it is immediately digested into the energy needed by its body. The strength of the newly born ultimate soul changeling snake is probably in the late stage of chain energy. It is still just born. In the few days along the way, the strength of ultimate soul changeling snake is still improving continuously. According to the records of the 9 Shao insect scriptures, the adult ultimate spiritual changeling snake has the level of a great demon. As for why the ultimate spiritual changeling snake killed by Li Shiming in the sea was only in the late stage of foundation building and still a little worse than a great demon, the reason is very simple. It has the influence of inheritance consciousness. That ultimate spiritual changeling snake never straying far from that space, only hunting nearby. And that place is only 300 miles away from the Beishu continent. And it is offshore. No powerful sea beast would approach such a close distance. Even weak spiritual beasts would know the dangers of this sea area after being preyed upon by the spiritual changeling snake. Many times, weak spirit beasts are even more sensitive to danger than powerful spirit beasts. And the ultimate spirit changeling snake cannot leave the vicinity of that space, which makes the ultimate spirit changeling snake almost without any resources. Grew up under circumstances. No matter how good your talents are, how can you grow without the corresponding resources? Li Shiming teased the ultimate changeling snake with his fingers. No one would have thought that the small ultimate changeling snake would become a big monster in the future. Moreover, the great demon is not the limit of ultimate changeling snake. As long as there is sufficient resource supply, ultimate changeling snake's growth limit is very high. He took out another spiritual pill. He didn't have many of this kind of spiritual pill taken by monks in the late stage of Qi chain. The main reason is that when he was refining the late stage chain energy elixir, he did not have the ability to refine 10 furnaces of elixir at once. Of course, although the number of spiritual elixirs taken by the monks in the late stage of Qi chain is not large, it is compared with the spiritual elixirs in his hands during the foundation building stage. Ultimate changeable snake almost refuses food that comes to him. At first, he was worried that ultimate changeling snake would be bad if he ate too much. But ultimate changeling snake's digestive system is really too strong. A spiritual elixir that can be absorbed by a monk in the late stage of Qi for a day or two. The phantom changeable snake only takes a few hours to absorb it. The spiritual changeling snake will not develop any drug resistance in its body. It treats the elixir as a spiritual object containing energy. Based on the appetite of the phantom change snake, it is estimated that most monks cannot afford to feed it. But this does not include Li Shiming. The spiritual changeling snake swallowed the elixir in Li Shiming's hand, and then rolled it happily in his hand, expressing gratitude and happiness to him in this way. He smiled and returned his mind to this harvest. At first, he thought that getting the 5 rhymes Qi training technique was the biggest gain, and the ultimate spirit transformed snake was the second most important gain. After all, 5 rhymes training was the second most important gain. Qi Ju is the foundation of a monk, and it is more important than the external force. Ultimate Soul Changeling Snake. But along the way, he studied the 5 Elements Avenue through Z15, and then discovered that his biggest gain should be the 5 Elements Avenue. After reading through the 5 Elements Avenue many times, although he could not understand it in depth, it gave him a sense of familiarity. This 5 Elements Avenue seemed to be somewhat similar to Shinzutong. Of course, this does not mean that the content of 5 Elements Avenue and Shinzutong are similar, but that they both involve the deepest power of the world of immortality. The 5 Elements Avenue is not like the inheritance of Shinzutong, which can be applied in the foundation building stage. Li Shiming has a feeling that the 5 Elements Avenue may play an unimaginable importance after he achieves the golden elixir or a higher realm. He shook his head, and with a slight movement of consciousness, he put the ancient jade slips of 5 Elements Avenue into the computer room space, and after thinking about it, he put away the other 2 ancient jade slips. This time he harvested 2 magic weapons, but he did not put them away. He would need to ask his master, Elder Su, for these 2 magic weapons when he returned. He didn't know much about the magic weapons. As soon as he entered the communication range, his identity Yeti received continuous messages. He took out the identity jade disc and checked it, and found that it was a confirmation of security message from Elder Su and Elder Ma. After he left the Beishu continent, he lost contact with the sect. He was probably a little anxious because he couldn't find him and couldn't contact him. He first reported to the 2 masters that he was safe and informed them of his route to reassure them. Li Shiming left the sect's communication range not long ago, and he only stayed at the bottom of the sea for about 3 days. Although there are spiritual veins in the space under the sea, the spiritual veins may have been extremely rich in spiritual energy in ancient times. However, without monks to maintain them, and considering the passage of time, it is already very good that the spiritual veins can still exist. The spiritual energy generated by that spiritual vein was not enough to sustain his cultivation needs. So after the Ultimate Soul Changeling Snake was hatched and cultivated for a period of time, he left when the Ultimate Soul Changeling Snake stabilized. Got there. That seabed space was extremely secretive. He restored the silt on the seabed and had an accurate location. Next time, he didn't need to work so hard and could directly use step-by-step lotus to enter the underground space. Li Shiming was still very careful when traveling. He didn't know whether Qianye Temple was still following him. Since there was nothing urgent, he did not use the bu Shanglian to rush on. He was flying leisurely while admiring the scenery. He knew very well that after returning this time, he would be in trouble if he thought about sect again. Qianye Temple is a trouble, and the resources he needs have been gathered. The most important thing next is to improve his strength and prepare for the next promotion to Jindan. This time would be one of the few opportunities for him to travel far away before the Golden Core stage. But he still didn't want to return to the sect too early. A day later, Li Shiming was flying with his sword light when he suddenly felt a golden elixir aura approaching from the front. He frowned, thinking he was in trouble again. Just as he was about to gather his spiritual power and avoid the golden elixir monk, he stopped. He stood in the air, waiting for the golden elixir monk to approach. Disciple has met Master Zhao. Li Shiming saluted the visitor respectfully. Finally I found you. Come back with me quickly. Uncle Zhao saw Li Shiming, smiled and waved. Uncle, are you looking for me? Li Shiming asked, slightly surprised. Master Zhao is a sword cultivator. The last time he asked for help, Master Zhao was the first to arrive and solve the problem for him. He didn't ask for help this time. So why did Uncle Zhao come over anyway? Qianye Temple and Beiju Trading Company have wanted to see you in this sect many times. We were also worried that Qianye Temple would intercept you on the way. So I was kicked out by Master Qin to pick you up. Master Zhao said, while extending his spiritual thoughts led Li Shiming to accelerate his flight. And he explained with a smile. The so-called expulsion is a joke. Master Zhao and Elder Su are from the same sect and have a very close relationship. As a sword cultivator, Uncle Zhao can fly extremely fast and his combat power is even more powerful. So he is the best candidate to take back Li Shiming. Why is Qianye Temple staring at me? Li Shiming was still a little confused. He happened to meet Elder Zhao, who was nice to him and easy to talk to. So he asked, according to what your master said, you were lucky enough to get into this trouble. According to the Venerable of Chiba Temple discovered clues to the reincarnation of Buddha seniors. And you were not there at that time. In the distance, Xianye Temple wants to find clues from you. Elder Zhao was indeed easy to talk to, and told him what he knew. Li Shiming immediately understood the reason. The clone Li Yuanba used Lotus every step. He had also learned Lotus every step, and knew how troublesome it was to master Lotus every step, even if it is recognized by the Yuzu relic and passes the assessment. Just memorizing a White Lotus picture cannot be achieved in a year or two, let alone using step-by-step Lotus to a comfortable level. When the monks of Xianye Temple saw that Li Yuanba had learned step-by-step to grow a lotus in a short period of time, they naturally thought of the reincarnation of a great Buddhist master. Otherwise, how could they explain that he had learned the magical power of foot in such a short period of time? He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It was such a disaster. Fortunately, he didn't use step-by-step Lotus in front of the monks at Xianye Temple. Otherwise, wouldn't he also be the reincarnation of a Buddhist senior? It seems that I won't be able to go out in the future. Li Shiming sighed. Let's go back and talk about it first. This time Xianye Temple took the initiative to cause trouble for our sect, and all the ancestors were dispatched. I guess Xianye Temple can't do anything if they don't give an explanation, Elder Zhao said leisurely. The more trouble Li Shiming causes, the more it illustrates Li Shiming's influence. In fact, neither Elder Zhao nor Li Shiming's two masters were too worried about this incident. The main reason was that Xianye Temple was a member of the righteous path, and it was impossible for the Shushan sect to attack Li Shiming when the Shushan sect knew what happened. Just the fact that Jiming Arhat broke through Li Shiming's formation put Xianye Temple in a passive position. In order to calm down the trouble, Xianye Temple sent Zhikong Arhat, the highest status among the Arhats, to deal with the matter, and went to the Shushan sect gate in person. The person sent by the Beishu Trading Company this time was not Kai Hong, the fake elixir shopkeeper, but Lai Fei, the late Jinden shopkeeper, who also went to the Shushan sect's gate in person. This shows that Beishu Commercial Bank attaches great importance to Li Shiming. This kind of attention makes Xianye Temple also consider the consequences of dealing with Li Shiming again. With Elder Zhao's leadership, Li Shiming's return to the sect was greatly accelerated. Of course, although Elder Zhao's sword escape speed was fast, it was far inferior to building Lotus every step. Li Shiming put the ultimate changeable snake into the computer room space, prepared a lot of elixirs, and allowed the ultimate changeable snake to eat on its own. He had no intention of exposing the ultimate changeable snake. The ultimate changeling snake was too weird. The fact that it could not be detected by his spiritual mind was enough to attract a lot of attention. He planned to make the ultimate changeling snake one of his trump cards. After the ultimate changeling serpent's ability was exposed, its suddenness against the enemy was greatly reduced. Use ultimate changeling serpent against him. Snake is unfavorable. Elder Zhao was not idle along the way. He continued to instill in Li Shiming the power of sword cultivation, and also showed Li Shiming his sword intention from time to time. Elder Zhao's intention was obvious. He wanted Li Shiming to switch to swordsmanship. Although he might not be able to become Elder Zhao's registered disciple, at least he would be able to produce another top swordsman in the sect. Li Shiming always smiled. He didn't need to learn sword cultivation anymore. His clone Li Yuanba took sword cultivation as his major. His body could naturally use some of the sword cultivation methods, coupled with his lightning skills and formations. With the fighting ability of a normal monk alone, he can suppress most of the monks of the same level. On the way, he still had time to distract himself from studying the corpse refining and combination formation. He now has 12 iron corpses, 11 of which are 3-headed and 6-armed iron corpses. If combined with the formation, he can make these 12 iron corpses. The power is even higher. Chapter 257 Ancestor. Returning to the gate of Shushan sect, Li Shiming thanked Elder Zhao, and then went to his master, Elder Su. Elder Su sent him a message almost as soon as he arrived outside the mountain gate, asking him to go immediately. Master, the disciple is back. When Li Shiming arrived at the top of Tianmu Peak, he saw Elder Su waiting for him, and quickly stepped forward to salute. Follow me! Elder Su's face was very serious, but Li Shiming could feel that Elder Su was in a good mood, and there was relief in his serious eyes. Li Shiming followed Elder Su, and flew toward the rear through the mountain gate, and soon arrived at a mountain peak. Elder Su fired a magic formula inward. This process made Li Shiming very familiar. Isn't this the process of the clone Li Yuanba following Elder Jian to visit Patriarch Lu? Given Elder Su's status, Such a solemn visit must be a visit to a certain ancestor. This should be the cave of Patriarch Fan, Li Shiming guessed secretly. It is not difficult to guess that when Patriarch Fan met Venerable Huike before, he helped him fight off Venerable Huike. Li Shiming saw Ancestor Fan. He had white hair and a red face. He was sitting in front of a stone table. There was a pile of food on the table. Ancestor Fan was eating food and drinking wine. This made Li Shiming slightly startled. He did not expect that Patriarch Fan would look like this. Master, this is the spiritual wine I found, and I came here to honor you. Elder Su seemed to be used to Patriarch Fan's appearance, and smiled as he stepped forward and placed a bottle of wine on the stone table. Li Shiming didn't dare to be so casual. He bowed down and made a big salute, while maintaining his bowing posture. Okay, get up. It's better to bring me some good wine than any other salute from now on. Patriarch Fan waved his hand, and a force made Li Shiming stand upright involuntarily. Ancestor Fan opened the wine brought by Elder Su, poured it into the cup and took a sip, then nodded with satisfaction. Although Li Shiming didn't dare to use his spiritual thoughts, he could tell from the smell of the wine that it was only a second-grade spiritual wine. Of course, the taste of spiritual wine is not entirely related to its grade. Spiritual wine is more about its taste. Although the spiritual wine given by Elder Su is of the second grade, it is definitely brewed carefully, and is considered top-notch among the second-grade spiritual wine. Disciple, I know. He could tell that Patriarch Fan was of a casual nature, and was not overly restrained. So he said with a smile. Elder Su smiled at the side. Elder Su naturally knew very well what kind of temper his master was. In fact, any Yuanning ancestor will have some quirks. Who knows that the Yuanning ancestor lived too long? 1,000 years of life allowed the Yuanning ancestor to see everything in the world clearly. The ancestors of Yuanning need to have some way to spend their free time. In addition, the ancestors of Yuanning are almost the top beings of the masters of Northern Shu. They can do whatever they want with almost no restrictions. Freedom allows them to always, I want to do what my heart naturally wants to do. This is also a kind of practice. Letting go of one's own mind is also a way of training one's own mind. Ancestor Fan spent about an hour eating and drinking. Elder Su kept pouring wine for Ancestor Fan on the side, as naturally as a father and son in this world. Your name is Li Shiming. You are a little too careful. After finishing eating, Patriarch Fan looked over Li Shiming's body and shook his head. Master, Shiming is a good boy. If he hadn't brought me the elixir from Sherwanda Mountain, my injury would have affected my path. After hearing what Patriarch Fan said, the most anxious person was not Li Shiming, but it's Elder Su. Elder Su quickly explained. Li Shiming also looked at Patriarch Fan with confusion and didn't understand why there was such a comment. I didn't say he wasn't a good boy. He was just too careful. Patriarch Fan waved his hand to Elder Su, then pointed at Li Shiming and asked, You are really good at being a master. You told me last time that this kid has just been promoted to the middle stage of foundation building, and he has already been promoted to the late stage of foundation building. And you, the master, don't even know. Elder Su suddenly turned back to look at Li Shiming, his eyes filled with disbelief. The foundation building period is not the Chain-Chi stage. If there are enough resources in the Chain-Chi stage, the cultivation speed will be extremely fast. But even with sufficient resources, it will still take several years. However, the foundation building period is considered as the period of laying the foundation. Promotion at each level requires repeatedly honing the spiritual power in the body and compressing the spiritual power to the extreme. This requires a lot of time. Not to mention just accumulating the spiritual power in the spiritual lake. Each layer takes anywhere from a few years to decades. If Li Shiming's aura was empty, he would definitely be able to tell it. But Li Shiming's aura was extremely calm, and his state should be extremely stable. What Elder Su didn't expect was that Li Shiming actually hit his own realm. He looked like he was only in the middle stage of foundation building, but he was actually in the late stage of foundation building. Before Shiming joined my family, he traveled alone from Tianhai Island to Beishu continent and passed through hundreds of thousands of mountains. It is normal to be a little cautious. Elder Su still defended Li Shiming. Sure, Ming. You are my disciple, and you are also protected by the Shushan sect. Don't hide anything in your realm. I also understand your thoughts. There are many adventures in the world of immortality. No matter what kind of adventure you get, you can conquer it in a short time. When your strength reaches the late stage of foundation building, you don't have to worry about being asked about this matter. Among the Yuanning monks of the Shushan sect in the past, which one has not had adventures, and which one has no secrets? If the sect did not have such a capacity to accommodate people, it would have fallen apart long ago. Ancestor Fan said to Li Shiming with a smile. Master's teachings and disciples should keep them in mind. Li Shiming bowed and responded. He stopped the Demon Shadow Buddha form technique, and the aura on his body returned to normal. Master, when the disciple went out this time, he got the 3rd grade spiritual tea from Ji Hongba's storage bracelet. He was originally at the peak of the middle stage of Foundation establishment. After drinking the 3rd grade spiritual tea, he was directly promoted to the late stage of Foundation establishment. He didn't dare to deceive the master. He turned to Elder Su and bowed to explain. Let's just say he is blessed with deep blessings. When Elder Su heard the news, he smiled broadly and turned to Patriarch Fan. It is indeed a blessing. Ji Hongba is Xiuji's son. Right. When did Xiaoji become so generous that he could give 3 grade spiritual tea to his son? Patriarch Fan thought for a while and asked. I calculated the time, and it was almost the time when the 3 grade spiritual tea is distributed every 3 years. It is estimated that Elder Ji Hongbo Daiji received the 3 grade spiritual tea and went to track down Shiming before I gave it to him. Su the Elder smiled very happily. Elder Ji always dealt with him, and although he made some counterattacks, he only fought back in the interests of the sect and had little impact on Elder Ji's own resources. A Jindan Elder receives 1 point and 3 grades of spiritual tea every 3 years based on his or her status within the sect. This 3rd grade spiritual tea is used to entertain distinguished guests, especially the Jindan Elders, who have real power in the sect. The importance of the 3rd grade spiritual tea also represents the importance given to a certain Jindan monk. This is an unspoken rule. Being treated with 3 grade spiritual tea represents their affection and closeness to a certain Jindan monk. However, Elder Ji has lost 3 years of supply of Samp and Lingcha, which means that Elder Ji has been unable to use Samp and Lingcha to entertain guests for 3 years. This kind of thing is difficult to explain, and it is estimated that it will affect the relationship between Elder Ji and some old friends. Relationship. Now that Shiming has reached the late stage of foundation building, please send me a message asking Xiaoji to give up a resource for Jindan promotion. If he doesn't agree, I will go to his master Laozwa myself. Mr. Fanzu waved his hand and decided. It doesn't matter if his disciples are competed fairly by factions within the sect, but if they are attacked and killed by monks from the sect outside the sect, the matter is serious. Although Ji Hongbo is deposed, as a father, Elder Ji must bear the consequences of this matter. Ancestor Zhua and Ancestor Fan are both nascent souls of the Shushan sect. Originally, as nascent soul ancestors, they would only watch from aloof and not interfere in the competition between the younger generations. But the attack and killing of Li Shiming by Elder Ji was no longer a competition between 2 factions, but affected the interests of the sect. Li Shiming is the true master of alchemy. Let's see why Qinya Temple sent Shikong Arhut. It's because Li Shiming stopped refining elixirs for Qinya Temple. This shows that even if Li Shiming has not become an alchemy master, his influence is already very great. The Shushan sect had such a true alchemy inheritance, but was attacked and killed by monks from the same sect. This is something that all factions in the entire sect will not forgive. Without a satisfactory compensation, this matter cannot be settled. However, the elixir resources of Zhua ancestors' line in the past 10 years have not yet been distributed. Unlike Fan ancestors' line, which has long been assigned to Li Shiming's senior sister Yi Jingxian. Originally, I was thinking of relying on Elder Ma to seek elixir resources, but the disciple is Elder Su's, and they are only registered disciples. If we really want Elder Ma to provide Li Shiming with elixir resources, then Elder Su will also lose face. Shiming, why don't you thank your master quickly? Elder Su gestured to Li Shiming with a smile on his face. Thank you, master. Of course Li Shiming knew this was a good thing, although he already had a set of elixir resources. Who would dislike having so many elixir resources? The Sunluo sect's elixir-forming resources are different from the Shushan sect's elixir-forming resources. The knowledge about the elixir-forming elixirs is different. Even the pulse-protecting pill, Dinglingling pill, resurrection pill, and you-breaking pill with the same names are just the same names. The effects are the same. In fact, the elixirs used in the 4 elixirs of each sect are different. Qianya Temple sent Shikong Arhat over. Since you were not in the sect came forward to discuss with him and secured an inheritance opportunity for you. Of course, the sect also received a lot of benefits, which will be given to you. Your corresponding contribution points will be used as rewards. The inheritance opportunity is the inheritance of divine vision. There is only one chance to accept the inheritance. It is best to accept the inheritance when you reach the golden elixir stage. Ancestor Fan looked at Li Shiming and said slowly. In fact, Li Shiming also understood that Qianye Temple and Shushan sect were both two of the three righteous sects. So it was impossible for them to truly become enemies. He was very satisfied when he heard that he could get a chance to inherit the magical power. If he was left to talk on his own, he might be set away with just a few spiritual weapons or elixirs used in the foundation building stage. Could he really be able to oppose Qianye Temple by relying on his own strength? His previous threat seemed as simple as asking him not to make an elixir for Qianye Temple. But it really affected the development of Qianye Temple. And Qianye Temple might really kill him completely. Shiming follows the sect's arrangements. Li Shiming bowed and said, Xiaoma said that you will definitely become an alchemy master. So I will advance part of the treatment and upgrade your sword-holding peak spiritual veins to the golden elixir level, which will also make it easier for you to practice. Patriarch Fan was very satisfied with Li Shiming's knowledge. Decided with a smile. Li Shiming once again expressed his gratitude. By the way, you used a 10,000 miles of escape talisman, and Qianye Temple sent 3 Buddha's Light 1,000 miles talisman. You should also put it away. Patriarch Fan touched it himself, and there were 3 more in his hand. The talisman was thrown to Li Shiming and said. Li Shiming almost forgot about using them. Escape talisman for 10,000 miles, and got an opportunity to receive the inheritance of divine vision. He felt that he had made a profit. He didn't expect that there would be compensation for 3 Buddha's Light talisman. In fact, this kind of life-saving method was not important to him. That made him suddenly think of using his life-saving trump card. His speed-type life-saving trump card would definitely not be the escape talisman for 10,000 miles, but the introductory magical power of building Lotus step by step. After coming out of Ancestor Fan's place, Elder Su asked Li Shiming to go back to Qijian Peak. Shopkeeper Lai Fei of Beishu Trading Company would visit him in person soon. Unlike before, Kai Hong had to rely on Elder Su's face to meet Li Shiming. The status of this shopkeeper Lai De is very high. At least the look on Elder Su's face, when explaining Li Shiming, made Li Shiming know the background of shopkeeper Lai De. Not simple. Now that Li Shiming has a certain status, he can handle matters related to himself alone. Li Shiming returned to his sword-holding peak. As soon as he landed on the top of the peak, he felt the change in spiritual energy. Of course, the change in spiritual energy at the top of the mountain was very subtle. But when he entered the cave, especially when he came to the training room, the concentration of spiritual energy at the exit of the spiritual veins had increased to the golden elixir level, which was the same as the concentration of spiritual energy at the master. Elder Su. Same again. Although the Shushan sect's spiritual energy supply is provided through spiritual veins, it is also controlled by the sect's formation. Spiritual energy is a limited resource, and the sect must strictly control the supply of spiritual energy. Even if the main spiritual energy is rich, it will not be invested in various caves. The main spiritual vein cannot be used at full strength, but requires constant maintenance. This requires the sect's formation and some spiritual objects to be carried out together. And at the same time, the consumption ratio of the main spiritual vein must be ensured. Now the spiritual energy of the sword-holding peak no longer consumes the Tianmu peak spiritual vein of his master, Elder Su, but reaches from the main spiritual vein directly to a spiritual vein. These operations are completed by the Yuanying ancestor through the sect formation of. It is estimated that the operation was completed before Li Shiming came back, but it was old ancestor Fan who officially informed him, feeling his own golden elixir stage spiritual veins. This marks that his status in the sect has become closer to that of the golden elixir monks. Chapter 258 Visitor. Li Shiming had just come back, and before he carefully checked the changes in the spiritual veins of the sword-holding peak, he received a message from outside the sword-holding peak's formation. He walked out of the cave and controlled the open formation. Shopkeeper Lai De is a middle-aged golden elixir monk with a green face and a heavy aura, but he is very restrained. As soon as he entered the sword-holding peak, he was slightly stunned. His sense of spiritual energy was more sensitive than Li Shiming's. He was certain that the spiritual veins of this seemingly ordinary spiritual mountain reached the golden elixir level. He has rich experience, and is very clear about the spiritual energy supply of large sects, such as Shushan sect. Li Shiming's sword-holding peak should be a branch of Tianmu peak. Theoretically, there will be no golden elixir level spiritual veins. If it needs to be transformed, the spiritual veins must be reshaped by Yuanying monks, and another one must be connected from the main spiritual veins. Come here. Any affairs involving laboring nascent soul monks are extremely rare among large sects. Generally speaking, if you want to improve your spiritual veins, just redistribute a spiritual mountain with ready-made golden elixir level spiritual veins. Li Shiming is still a foundation-building monk and needs to learn from Elder Su. So he has such a spiritual transformation. It is this specialness that reflects the changes in Li Shiming's status within the Shushan sect.
Fellow Taoist Li, I'm here to visit you on behalf of Beishu Trading Company.
Shopkeeper Lida said with a sincere smile on his face. He originally wanted to use another title, such as Li Xiaoyu, which was the most appropriate. But after he sensed the changes in the spiritual veins of Zijianfeng, he immediately changed his title and treated Li Shiming as a peer.
Master Lai, please invite me quickly.
Li Shiming knew that the other party was a late-stage Jindan monk, so he invited him in return. This time, Li Shiming invited shopkeeper Lida to the hall of the cave. He rarely did this. This time, as shopkeeper Lai, he must treat it seriously. Shopkeeper Lida entered the hall and looked at the surrounding arrangements, especially the second-grade golden lotus raised in the pond, his eyes full of admiration. This was not his intention, but his sincere admiration. Treasures like the second-grade golden lotus are extremely rare even in the caves of golden elixir monks.
Fellow Taoist Li, I originally prepared a gift, but after seeing this golden lotus, I have a more suitable gift.
Shopkeeper Lida said with a smile. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Li Shiming. Li Shiming took the jade bottle, opened the mouth of the bottle, and penetrated it with his spiritual sense, sensing the extremely strong vitality.
Third-grade spiritual milk?
He couldn't help but be surprised. Although he could not determine the true name of the spiritual object in the jade bottle, it did not prevent him from judging its grade.
This is the third grade with spirit treasure milk. It was obtained by accident. Although it is rare, it is not too precious. Its function is only to upgrade a spiritual plant from the second grade to the third grade. This function is too useless. Keep it there.
Shopkeeper Lida didn't hide anything and explained with a smile. What he said is correct. The improvement of the spiritual plant from the second level to the third level cannot be achieved by using the wood spirit treasure milk. Instead, the spiritual plant itself needs to possess the potential of the third level. But using the third grade wood spirit milk to upgrade a spiritual plant that only takes time to reach the third grade is a useless function. It is equivalent to using the third grade wood spirit milk for the rapid growth of a third grade spiritual plant. Just like the second grade golden lotus, under the previous spiritual energy concentration, it would take many years to be promoted to the third grade. But with the current spiritual energy concentration, this time can be saved a lot. But using the third grade with spirit treasure milk on the second grade golden lotus is indeed better than using it on other spiritual plants. The second grade golden lotus is almost one of the most precious varieties among spiritual plants. Its growth period is extremely long. With the speed at which Li Shiming's strength is improving, the second grade golden lotus may not be able to keep up with his improvement soon.
Shopkeeper Lai is too polite, so I feel disrespected?
Li Shiming didn't care about such a gift as a bottle of third grade with spirit milk. Although this gift is said to be a third grade gift, it is actually just a consumable item among the third grade items. It is the lowest valued third grade spiritual object. He also did not keep the third grade with spirit treasure milk, and poured the third grade with spirit treasure milk in the jade bottle onto the second grade golden lotus on the spot. After the third grade with spirit treasure milk came into contact with the second grade golden lotus, it was immediately absorbed by the second grade golden lotus. The golden dots on the edge of the second grade golden lotus slowly expanded and became more obvious. Its grade is also improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the golden lotus is swaying slightly in the spiritual spring water. When he first obtained the second grade golden lotus, Li Shiming didn't know its effect. He only found out about it after being reminded by his fellow disciples. The main reason is that the effect of the second grade golden lotus is not obvious. But now when the quality of the golden lotus is upgraded to the third grade, the amount of spiritual energy inhaled increases many times. Standing next to the third grade golden lotus, you can feel that the spiritual energy is being purified. This kind of spiritual energy is easier for monks to absorb, and it can calm the monk's mind and reduce the influence of the spiritual citra practice. This increases the speed of cultivation in a disguised manner. No wonder golden lotus has become one of the most desired spiritual plants among monks. Li Shiming and shopkeeper Lida stood in front of the third grade golden lotus, both looking intoxicated. For monks, purified spiritual energy is as intoxicating as fine wine.
Congratulations to fellow Taoist Li for receiving the third grade golden lotus. I hope your cultivation will be smoother in the future.
Shopkeeper Lida said with a smile and congratulations.
I would also like to thank Shopkeeper Lai for the 3rd grade with Spirit Treasure. Hurry up and take a seat. I'm rude,
Li Shiming also said with a smile, after jointly witnessing the promotion of the 2nd grade Golden Lotus to the 3rd grade. The relationship between the two became much closer. Li Shiming took out the 2nd grade spiritual tea that he roasted to entertain his guests. It was not that he was stingy, but that the 2nd grade spiritual tea was suitable for his status. Using 3rd grade spiritual tea to entertain guests seemed to be showing off. Shopkeeper Lai naturally boasted about the 2nd grade spiritual tea. This was also a sincere boast. The spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming in the computer room space was the same as the spiritual elixir he refined in the computer room space. The ultimate in quality.
Fellow Daoist, I think you have already negotiated with Jinya Temple. I was also set as a lobbyist. I hope you can accept the alchemy task regardless of where you come from.
Shopkeeper Lai tasted the 2nd grade spiritual tea before speaking, talking about the first thing that happened this time.
Master Lai, you didn't expect that I would bother you to make this trip because of my willful behavior. I have indeed reached a settlement with Jinya Temple,
Li Shiming replied with a smile. Shopkeeper Lai received the news before he came, but it was reached before Li Shiming came back. With Li Shiming's youth and arrogance, there is likely to be some reversal. After hearing Li Shiming's personal confirmation, Shopkeeper Lai breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on his face became more sincere.
Fellow Daoist, I heard that you have the Yinzhuan Dan in your hand.
Shopkeeper Lai changed the subject and asked seemingly casually. However, Li Shiming saw the light in Shopkeeper Lai's eyes flash. Li Shiming thought that this was probably the most important thing for Shopkeeper Lai to come over. Not a few days after the Qianhuan sect incident happened, the Beishu Trading Company got the news, which shows how much influence the Beishu Trading Company has in the Beishu continent. Since he traded the
Zhuyan Dan
in Qianhuan sect, he also considered today's situation.
I do still have 2
Yan's Huden
in my hand. I didn't expect that Shopkeeper Lai would know about this trivial matter,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
I wonder if Li Dao could hand over the 2 Zhuyan Dan to the trading house for auction. The trading house will not charge any handling fees, and will sell you the best price for free.
Shopkeeper Lai's eyes became brighter, and he suggested with a smile. Shopkeeper Lai didn't believe that Li Shiming only had 2
beauty-resisting pills
in his hand, but he couldn't force Li Shiming to do anything. He was very happy that Li Shiming could tell him that there were
beauty-resisting pills.
Li Shiming didn't know anything about business. Under the explosion of information in his previous life, he also knew some business skills. If the quantity of a product is too large, it will lose its value. He does have a lot of Yan's Huden, but if he takes out too many at one time, the value at auction will be affected.
Among the 2
Zhuan Dan,
I have 1
Zhuan Dan.
That is useful. I can trade at most 1
Zhuan Dan,
but I don't need spiritual stones. If there is any spiritual object that can impress me, I'm willing to take action.
Li Shiming ignored what Shopkeeper Lai said about the auction. Now, he can proudly say about spiritual stones. I am not interested in spiritual stones. To me, spiritual stones are just a series of numbers. If he wants spiritual stones, he can take out some high-level spiritual elixirs from the space ring and sell them for astronomical amounts of spiritual stones. There are already many spiritual stones in his hand, enough for him to use.
Fellow Daoist, after I go back, I will contact the customers in need, and then inform you of the trading items they can offer. After you read it, you agree to trade.
Shopkeeper Lai was slightly disappointed, but still said with a smile. Originally, he thought that having the
Zhuyan Dan
as the finale of the auction would increase the popularity of Beishu Trading Company's annual auction. But it is obvious that Li Shiming is not an ordinary foundation-building monk, and the currency of Lingshi is not attracted to him. Fortunately, as long as Li Shiming is willing to take out the
Zhuyan Dan,
Beishu Trading Company can benefit. In fact, within the Beishu Trading Company, there are senior executives who want to directly purchase the Zhuan Dan, who calls Zhuan Dan too rare and only appear once every few years. And the demand for Zhuan Dan in the world of immortality, but it is huge. The Beishu Trading Company initially discussed it in the name of an auction, and then bought back the
Zhuyan Dan
at a high price, and only used the
Zhuyan Dan
to hype up the atmosphere of the auction. Now we can only let the high-end customers of Beishu Commercial Bank make their own bids. Since Li Shiming has proposed this, Beishu Commercial Bank can no longer operate in private. Otherwise it will alienate Li Shiming, an important alchemist.
Thank you, shopkeeper Lida, for your help.
Li Shiming expressed his gratitude with a smile.
By the way, I have one more thing to do when I come here this time. The trading company has decided to upgrade your status in the trading company from guest alchemist to guest minister. This is the guest minister's rights and responsibilities. Please review it.
Shopkeeper Lida took out an agreement and handed it to him. Li Shiming said, Kitching is a special status. It is a high-level status held by non-powerful people within the power. It can be regarded as entering the upper level of Beishu Trading Company. Of course, the guest's freedom is not as high as that of the guest alchemist, but his powers are much stronger. For example, Li Shiming can call the intelligence system of Beishu Commercial Bank and receive a summary of intelligence from the intelligence system every once in a while, so that he can know the major events that occurred in Beishu continent during this period. In addition, the Beishu Trading Company has a fixed reward for its guests, and it is paid according to the level of the Jin and monk. There are third-level resources among them, and this alone is much more advanced than the guest alchemist. The only trouble is that Kitching is bound to Beishu Trading Company to some extent. When Beishu Trading Company encounters big trouble, Kitching needs to work together to face it. As Li Shiming is an alchemist, this kind of help will not require force, but will provide help in alchemy. Li Shiming looked at the agreement, thought about it in his mind, and finally agreed to become a guest of Beishu Trading Company.
Li Kitching, this is the guest identity card. From now on, you will be one of my own. If you are in danger again, you can use the guest identity card to report it in advance. The business bank can ask the Jin and elders of the 6 major sects to take action. Those who have connections with the 6 major sects if you are in trouble, the trading company can resolve it for you.
Shopkeeper Lida's smile became more sincere. Li Shiming has a good impression of Beishu Trading Company, especially the shopkeeper Lida. The identity of Kuching was raised at the end, and Li Shiming agreed to hand over the
Zhu Yan Dan
to a trading house to sell it for the sake of Kuching's golden elixir resources after presenting the Kuching agreement. If that were the case, it would make Li Shiming feel intimidated. And after everything was settled, bringing out the guest agreement showed the respect that shopkeeper Lai had for Li Shiming.
This is a portion of 3rd grade spiritual tea, a pot of 3rd grade spiritual wine, 3 3rd grade silver frost spiritual peaches, and 10 3rd grade green beard nuts. This is 3 years of golden elixir resources. When the time comes in 3 years, there will be a dedicated person who will transfer the gold dam resources sent it here.
Shopkeeper Lida took out a storage bag and brought it to Li Shiming, explaining to him. Li Shiming was shocked. Although he knew after reading the guest agreement, the guests of Beishu Commercial Bank could receive golden elixir resources, but he did not expect that there would be so many golden elixir resources in 3 years. Of course, these 3rd grade resources should be produced by Beishu Trading Company itself. But even so, all 3rd grade spiritual tea, spirit wine and spiritual fruits are the top hospitality items in the world of immortality, even if it is not used for entertaining. If you take it yourself, it is a treasure that can enhance your own strength without any harm. He took the storage bag and scanned the golden elixir resources inside with his mind, confirming that he had received the 3rd grade spiritual objects just as shopkeeper Lai said.
It seems that I am stingy.
Li Shiming smiled helplessly. He took out a jade bottle from the space ring and handed it to shopkeeper Lai to use this for publicity. And then send me a list of exchanges for spiritual items, and I will make my choice. Don't worry. The firm will definitely run it well for you and maximize the value of the Zhu Yan Dan.
Shopkeeper Lida took the jade bottle with a smile, opened it, and observed it carefully. Chapter 259 Concurrent Studies. After seeing off shopkeeper Lida, Li Shiming took out his guest identity card and took over the alchemy tasks he had accumulated over the past few days. It would take some time for the elixir needed for the alchemy mission to be delivered, so he walked into the practice room. He did not take the top elixir, but sat at the aura outlet and practiced the foundation building chapter of the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique.
There is no need to worry about the conflict between the techniques. The biggest feature of
5 Rhymes Chi training technique
is that it is neutral, peaceful, and extremely tolerant. And there are 5 elements of spiritual power in his spiritual lake. Although they are all 5 elements of thunder spiritual power, it does not affect his practice of the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique.
Precisely because of the special conditions in Spirit Lake,
the 5 Rhymes Chi training technique
does not need to be practiced from the Chi chaining stage, and there is no need to even consider the realm of the foundation establishment stage. You can directly continue practicing from the current realm. Li Shiming devoted his mind completely to the practice of
5 Rhymes Chi training technique.
It was the first time he practiced
5 rhymes chi training technique.
since it was based on the
5 elements receiving chi technique.
There was no feeling of awkwardness at all. His body slowly left the ground, and the 5-colored light enveloped his whole body and lifted him off the ground. The spiritual power emitted from the spiritual vein outlet was immediately attracted when encountering the 5-color light, and was then introduced into his body. The spiritual energy in his body, after operating according to the foundation building chapter of the
5 rhymes chi training technique,
transformed itself into the spiritual power of the 5 elements. He would have thought that the
5 elements chi receiving array
in his spiritual lake had lost its function, because the 5 elements attribute spiritual power was already generated when it was running in the body. So there was no need for the
5 elements receiving chi array
anymore. But he soon discovered that he was wrong. The 5-element attribute spiritual power cultivated in the
5 rhymes chi training technique
was only the spiritual power in the late stage of foundation building. After being purified by the
5 elements chi receiving formation,
it was promoted to the foundation building spiritual power. The spiritual power at the peak of the late stage.
He also discovered that the newly cultivated 5-element spiritual power in the spirit lake was of the same purity as the previous 5-element spiritual power, because it had been purified by the
5 elements receiving chi formation,
and both had reached the late stage of foundation building. Peak. However, the new 5-element spiritual power has an extra spirituality than the previous 5-element spiritual power. This kind of spirituality was not available before. The 5 kinds of spirituality matched the 5 elements attributes, making the spiritual power in his spiritual lake more agile. He felt that the new 5 elements spiritual power had increased in power by at least 10%. After practicing one round of
5 rhymes chi training technique,
he practiced another round of
9 heavens thunder strike technique.
This time he discovered the new 5-element attribute spiritual power that he had previously cultivated through
5 rhymes chi training technique.
In the spirit lake, it needs to be transformed through the
9 heavens thunder strike technique.
Again, which is equivalent to repeating the training process. This is a huge waste of training time. In the same training time, only half of the spiritual power is improved, and a lot of time is wasted on the transformation of the thunder attribute of spiritual power. With his brain spinning, Z15 also extracted the 2 techniques for comparison, and quickly came up with a solution. That is to practice the
5 rhymes chi training technique
and the
9 heavens thunder strike technique
at the same time, since the
5 rhymes chi training technique
and the
9 heavens thunder strike technique
absorb spiritual energy into the body. Most of their running routes are the same. After Z15's re-examination, after planning and calculation, we found out the best plan for the 2 techniques to use the spiritual power the fastest. He has gone through many simulations in Z15. Although Z15's simulation of immortal cultivation methods is still in its infancy, and is only based on the data that usually monitors his cultivation, it is not specific to him as an individual. In other words, the accuracy is extremely high. It is estimated that in the entire world of immortality, there are not many monks who dare to practice such advanced techniques, and some of them died of being possessed. Li Shiming didn't know this. He didn't even ask his master, Elder Su. After getting the conclusion that Z15 passed many simulations, he started practicing the
5 rhymes chi training technique
and
9 heavens thunder strike technique
at the same time. Of course, he is also very careful. Z15 will always monitor his situation. If there is a problem, it will warn him and use sound and other methods to pull him out of his cultivation state. The simultaneous practice of
5 rhymes chi training technique
and
9 heavens thunder strike technique
went extremely smoothly, so smoothly that he couldn't believe it. This is related to the compatibility of the
5 rhymes chi training technique.
The boldly shimming practiced the
5 rhymes chi training technique
and the
9 heavens thunder strike technique
at the same time in one round of practice. And the 5 elements of spirituality were added to the spiritual lake. 5 elements attribute thunder spiritual power. Li Shiming was very proud of his cultivation achievements. He took out a first-grade elixir, released the
spiritual changeling snake
from the machine room space, teased it with the elixir, and cultivated feelings with it. He suddenly patted his head, then went to the hall of the cave, and moved the 3rd-grade golden lotus together with the pool into the practice room. The 3rd-grade golden lotus can purify spiritual energy. The spiritual energy that has been swallowed by the 3rd-grade golden lotus can absorb the same amount of spiritual energy during cultivation. But the spiritual power that can be transformed is different. The effect of spiritual energy transformed by the third-grade Golden Lotus is nearly twice that of ordinary spiritual energy. This allows him to make more use of every minute of his training time and make his training more efficient. The third-grade Golden Lotus is extremely important to other monks. But to him, it is just the icing on the cake. When his cultivation was most efficient, he practiced after taking the top spiritual pill. At that time, the main source of spiritual energy was provided by the top spiritual pill. And external spiritual energy only accounted for a very small part. However, no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. The improvement in cultivation efficiency, when not using the top elixir, will also be of great help to his cultivation. Moving the third-grade Golden Lotus removed an important scene in the cave hall. But the monk's cultivation was more important. Li Shiming lived a normal life again. He would refine elixirs 5 times a day. 10 furnaces each time. All of which were second-grade elixirs. The rest of the time is spent practicing, studying formations and technology from previous lives. And life is becoming more and more hurried. Just a few months later, the benefits of practicing the
5 rhymes chi training technique
became apparent. It was not an improvement in strength. Li Shiming's current strength in the foundation building period has almost reached the top of the late foundation building stage. The benefit he got was the enhancement of the red yang spiritual fire. After months of absorbing fire attribute spiritual power, the originally small red yang spiritual fire had grown to the size of a punch. This was a major improvement. And the speed of improvement still surprised him. You must know that Qiyang spiritual fire has absorbed fire attribute spiritual power before. But it did not have such an improvement speed at that time. Originally, he thought that Qiyang spiritual fire would not be able to be significantly enhanced until the golden elixir stage. The improvement of Qiyang spiritual fire naturally comes from the fire attribute spiritual power cultivated in the
5 rhymes chi training technique.
The 5 elements thunder spiritual power in Li Shiming's Linghu Lake is more spiritual than before he practiced the
5 rhymes chi training technique.
And it is this spirituality that makes the red yang spiritual fire appear to be greatly enhanced. Although he didn't know the other functions of this spirituality, it was already a great surprise just to be able to enhance the Qiyang spiritual fire. This means that he can try to refine the third-grade spiritual elixir now. The Qiyang spiritual fire before was still a bit reluctant. But now, he does not need to worry about this problem. He has been in seclusion these days. Except for the monks from Beishu Trading Company, who sent in the elixir materials and took away the elixirs. He himself has not been out in Jianji Peak. It just so happens that the master, Elder Su, is also in retreat. So there is no need to go there for the time being. When Li Shiming was about to go to Danning Peak to meet Elder Ma, he received a message from Elder Su. It seemed that Elder Su had left the country, and it was also the guidance day in a normal month. He thought for a moment, then filled 2 jade boxes with 1 silver frost spirit peach and 3 green beard nuts respectively, and then headed towards Tianmu Peak. When he arrived at Tianmu Peak, he saw the senior sister and 3 senior brothers there. When the 4th senior brother Su Chuan and the 3rd senior brother Lu Shi saw him, they showed shyness on their faces. Even the 2nd senior brother Wan Zheng had a look of sadness on his face, thinking to himself that if he hadn't been in the late stage of foundation building, maybe he would be in a bad mood right now.
I told you to practice hard. You will be better now. You have been surpassed by your junior brother.
Senior sister Yi Jingxian expressed the thoughts of the 3 of them.
3 senior brothers? I am like this just because I have some opportunities.
Li Shiming quickly comforted. He didn't want his senior brothers to have a break because of this matter. In the past, his senior brothers had taken very good care of him.
It has nothing to do with junior brother. We don't have to compete with other monks for the spiritual elixirs we have now. They are all the best and have surpassed other monks by a lot. These are all due to junior brother's care.
Wan Zheng waved his hands and said. Lu Shi and Su Chuan also nodded in agreement with the 2nd senior brother. With Li Shiming, a senior alchemist junior, they no longer have to worry about cultivation resources. Although Li Shiming would not refine elixirs for them for free due to the alchemist's rules, he could let Li Shiming refine elixirs for them at any time. This alone was enough to make all the foundation building monks in Beishu continent envious. Li Shiming's reputation is very high in the northern Shu continent, especially among the monks in the foundation establishment stage. The main reason is that he almost no longer refines the spiritual pills of the Chain Chi stage, and all he receives are second-grade spiritual pills. There are so many foundation building monks in the Beishu continent, and most of the elixirs he refines are orders from the 6 major sects, and the rest are from small and medium-sized sections. Not many of them actually flow into the hands of casual cultivators. Therefore, it seems that Li Shiming refines a lot of elixirs every month. But the elixirs with his mark are still in short supply, which greatly increases his fame.
After a while, I'm afraid I will reduce the number of refining second-grade elixirs.
Seeing that the three senior brothers were not jealous, Li Shiming smiled and revealed a little information.
Did something happen?
Su Chuan was startled and asked hurriedly.
I recently feel that I should be able to try to refine the third-grade elixir. I am planning to go to the alchemy peak after meeting the master.
They are all family members. And Li Shiming did not hide it. He felt that refining the third-grade elixir would not be a problem. He had seen Elder Ma refining the third-grade elixir. In addition, Elder Ma was extremely tolerant of him and allowed him to observe with his spiritual mind while refining the elixir. This gave him a long time ago. A large amount of data on refining third-grade elixirs was recorded in Z15.
Junior brother, are you going to attack the alchemy master?
Yi Jingxian had the biggest reaction. She excitedly grabbed Li Shiming's shoulders with confirmation in her eyes.
I feel it's almost done, and I'm about to give it a try.
Li Shiming nodded.
I need to refine the 4 spiritual elixirs of Chengdan. I don't know what to do, so I have to ask my junior brother to help.
Yi Jingxian said extremely happily. She was naturally happy. Although she could also ask her master, Elder Su, to ask Elder Ma to take action. Master Su's invitation to Elder Ma would cost a lot of favors. The most important thing is that Li Shiming's shot must be a high-level elixir, which even Elder Ma is not as good as. Of course, Yi Jingxian didn't know whether Li Shiming could guarantee the quality of the third-grade elixir when he refined it. But presumably with her relationship with Li Shiming would not have refined the elixir if she was not sure.
If you don't dislike it, Senior Sister, I will refine it for Senior Sister when I am sure.
Li Shiming did not refuse. And Senior Sister treated him well.
I'll give you the materials first, and then give them to me after you refine them.
Yi Jingxian, almost without thinking, took out a few jade boxes and handed them to Li Shiming and said. She was not worried at all about what might happen to the Chengdan resources she had worked so hard to obtain. Li Shiming's reputation had been built through countless high-quality and advanced elixirs.
Please rest assured, Senior Sister.
Li Shiming looked at the jade boxes in his hands and nodded heavily in agreement. He knew how important the elixir resources were. Yi Jingxian's set of elixir resources was not only obtained because of Elder Su, but also because of Yi Jingxian's decades of accumulation of contribution points. This kind of trust moved him. He actually already has 2 sets of elixir-forming resources. One from his clone Li Yuanba, and the other from Elder Ji's compensation. Elder Ji was able to come up with the elixir-forming resources. But he came up with the only qualification for elixir-forming resources in that line in 10 years. This was only negotiated by Patriarch Fan himself after he personally approached Swa Patriarch of Elder Ji's lineage. The main reason is that Elder Ji and the others went too far. They even dared to take action on the sect's true alchemy. Among them, the alchemy line also came forward, and Elder Ji and the line had to compromise. Otherwise, there may be problems with the supply of elixirs in Elder Ji's department. And in that case, all the monks in this department will become disengaged. This matter is very secretive. On the one hand, it is to protect Li Shiming. If the news spreads, it will be detrimental to his safety. There will be monks who are worried about his elixir resources. On the other hand, it is a matter of face for Elder Ji and his family. Such compensation can be said to make Elder Ji and his family lose face. They are eager to keep the news tightly sealed. While he was talking, Elder Su arrived. As before, Elder Su paid attention to the cultivation of his disciples. Su Chuan and Lu Shi were beaten hard, which made Su Chuan and Lu Shi look helpless. There was resentment in their eyes when they looked at Li Shiming. This kind of beating was naturally because Li Shiming had now reached the level of the later stage of foundation building. Elder Su was also looking at Li Shiming. Li Shiming, a disciple, was a little too worry-free. As long as Li Shiming didn't go out, he hardly had to worry about it. Li Shiming's major skills were all brought by him. Chapter 260, 3rd grade.
Any more questions?
Elder Su asked aloud. If nothing happens at this time, the disciples will disperse separately.
Master, I want to ask you for advice.
Li Shiming bowed and said. The senior sister and 3 senior brothers, who were about to leave, stopped and looked at Li Shiming.
This time my disciple went out and unexpectedly got 2 magic weapons. However, the spirituality of the 2 magic weapons was greatly lost. I would like to ask the master if there is any way to restore the spirituality of the magic weapons?
Li Shiming took out the flying sword and the umbrella-shaped magic weapon and said,
"Is this the blessing that the master said?"
This time, even the straightforward senior sister Yi Jingxian was sour. She looked at the two magic weapons and murmured to herself, "She is a half-step golden elixir." In addition to thinking about the elixir, she also needs to consider the magic weapon after the elixir is completed. However, at the foundation building stage, it is impossible to access third-grade resources. Of course, the sect has rewards for golden elixir monks. That is, they can borrow a third-grade magic weapon material from the sect. The material of this third-grade magic weapon is not very good, but it can allow the newly promoted Jindan monks to form combat effectiveness as soon as possible, so that they can explore dangerous places as soon as possible, find third-grade spiritual objects to enhance their own strength, or complete sect tasks. Perhaps after Yi Jingxian becomes a golden elixir monk, her master, Elder Su, will also receive a reward, most likely a magic weapon. This is another possibility of obtaining a magic weapon. But no matter which one you choose, you need to become a Jindan monk. This is the prerequisite. Seeing that Li Shiming was only at the late stage of foundation building, he already held two magic weapons in his hands. I heard that Elder Zhao also extorted a flying sword magic weapon from the rogue cultivator who had offended him. Just the last time I went out, I got 3 magic weapons. This is not a blessing. What is a blessing? Although she encountered danger last time when she went out, she, Yi Jingxian, was willing to come more often even if this opportunity was dangerous.
Sure, Ming. You are so blessed.
Even Elder Su was speechless mid-sentence. He took the 2 magic weapons and inspected them. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Both magic weapons are top-notch magic weapons, but their inner spirituality has been lost over time. After you get the golden elixir, you can use the golden elixir to cultivate it for a few years, and it will be
okay.
The sect has related secrets.
Elder Su he returned the 2 magic weapons to Li Shiming and said, to be honest, if Li Shiming hadn't been his disciple, he would have wanted these 2 magic weapons. The quality of these 2 magic weapons was better than what he used himself. But he had the nerve to ask for magic weapons from his disciples. This was also Li Shiming's opportunity. Li Shiming had great hope of becoming an elixir. The 2 magic weapons could just enhance Li Shiming's ability to protect himself. Li Shiming's ability to cause trouble is similar to Li Shiming's good fortune. The 2 magic weapons are more important to Li Shiming. The relationship between masters and disciples in the world of immortality is closer than that between father and son in the secular world, especially in large sects. As for why Elder Su didn't directly give Li Shiming the secret method, it was because he didn't need it. Li Shiming had enough contribution points and no longer needed to exchange them for elixir resources. The exercises included in the sect's exercise library are not allowed to be passed on privately. Even the Jindan elders need to greet the sect first and hand in corresponding contribution points before they can be passed on privately.
Thank you, Master.
Li Shiming happily put away the 2 magic weapons. He took out a jade box and sent it to Elder Su.
This disciple has become a guest of Beishu Trading Company. This is my filial piety to the Master.
Elder Su took the jade box and opened it. His eyes lit up.
Sure, Ming is determined.
The smile on his face could hardly be restrained as he spoke. This is not because the 2 third-grade spiritual fruits, 1 silver frost spirit peach and 3 green beard nuts, are particularly precious. As the powerful elder of the Shushan sect, he also has different but similar golden elixir resources. Not to mention that he also has there are other channels to obtain third-grade resources. This is the filial piety sent by his disciples. He plans to invite all his old friends in 2 days to let them see the filial piety sent by his disciples. He would accept any kind of disciple who could honor third-grade spiritual objects for his master during the foundation building period.
By the way, are you ready, Master Ma?
He thought of something and asked Li Shiming.
Already prepared,
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
This is the only time I'm here. Your guest resources only last 3 years. I think you, Master Ma, will also have the same resources.
Elder Su nodded and explained. After leaving Tianmu Peak, Li Shiming also gave his eldest sister and 3 senior brothers each a second-grade spiritual tea. Although the spiritual tea he made was not widely spread, it was highly praised even by the Jindan monks. The senior sister and the 3 senior brothers were satisfied. They did not think about the third-grade resources, which were not within their reach. Li Shiming left Tianmu Peak and arrived at Danning Peak. The first thing he did when he entered was to hand over the jade box.
Your master has sent a message. He also made an appointment with some of your uncles and uncles. He said he wanted to get everyone together. He also told you that you had received third-grade resources.
Elder Ma took the jade box. He said quickly while opening it, seeing the third-grade resources in the jade box. He also showed a happy smile.
Master, my Qiang spiritual fire has grown enough to refine third-grade elixirs. The reason I came here this time is to learn how to refine third-grade elixirs.
Seeing Elder Ma's happiness, Li Shiming revealed his purpose.
Put out the spiritual fire and let me see.
Elder Ma was in a good mood and did not refuse. He ordered with a smile. Li Shiming released the red yang spirit fire. And a ball of spirit fire that was as big as the palm of his hand appeared in his palm. If he hadn't restrained the power of the red yang spirit fire, this ball of red yang spirit fire could have lowered the temperature inside the alchemy hall. Immediately improve a lot.
Fu Yuan! Fu Yuan!
This time it was Elder Ma's turn to be speechless, and he murmured, I have seen people with profound blessings, but I have never seen anyone with such profound blessings as Li Shiming. It is not a secret among the sect that Li Shiming got the third-grade spiritual tea from Elder Ji. And after drinking it, his state was upgraded to the late stage of foundation building. Now even Li Shiming's Qiang spiritual fire has improved so much. This is almost a level that can only be achieved in the middle stage of the Golden Core. Elder Ma couldn't help but sigh.
I know your learning ability. There is no difference in the techniques for refining the third-grade elixir. It's just that the spiritual fire and the transformation of the third-grade elixir are more complicated. Today I am about to refine a furnace of turtle marrow enhancing pill. You're watching from the sidelines,
Elder Ma said after a pause. Elder Ma explained every step of the subsequent alchemy process in detail, and kept Li Shiming's mind in the alchemy furnace. Observing the changes in the alchemy furnace, he knew very well that this was the most critical piece of learning. Once Li Shiming could refine the third-grade
turtle marrows and yuan pill,
he would be considered a master of alchemy. This is a big event for both Li Shiming himself and the Shushan sect. Therefore, his explanations are extremely detailed, and he tries his best to impart his many years of experience. The refining of third-grade elixirs is different from the refining of first and second-grade elixirs. The refining of first-grade elixirs generally does not take more than an hour, while the refining of second-grade elixirs takes less than an hour and a half. However, the refining of the third-grade elixir takes an extremely long time, which is related to the number of third-grade elixirs in the elixir. A third-grade elixir such as the
turtle marrows and yuan dan
only contains third-grade turtle marrow, and the rest are first and second-grade elixirs as auxiliary materials. Therefore, the refining time of the
turtle marrows and yuan dan
takes almost 3 hours. The more third-grade elixirs there are in the third-grade elixir formula, the required elixir refining time will increase geometrically. It even takes about 10 days to refine some top-level third-grade spiritual elixirs. Without the strength of the golden elixir stage, the spiritual power and spirit of the foundation-building monks are simply not enough to support them. Li Shiming listened carefully to Elder Ma's explanation. He had already mastered some theoretical knowledge. The
Shushan alchemy code,
passed down to him by Elder Ma, is the fundamental inheritance of their alchemy lineage. What he lacks is the experience in refining third-grade elixirs. The value of third-grade elixirs is too high, and it is almost impossible to tolerate mistakes. Even a large sect like Shushan sect tries not to waste unnecessary consumption of third-grade elixirs. The more detailed Elder Ma explains here, the higher Li Shiming's elixir forming rate will be. 3 hours passed quickly, and the aroma of medicine in the alchemy furnace rose.
Collect the pill.
Elder Ma had no time to explain anymore. He shouted softly with a focused expression. 2 elixirs flew out from the elixir furnace, and the light of the 2 elixirs quickly subsided. He put the 2 elixirs in a jade bottle, but there was a slight look of helplessness on his face. To be honest, the elixir refining this time was pretty good. The number of elixirs needed to refine third-grade elixirs depends on the weight of the spiritual materials. Generally, the number of elixirs produced is 2 to 3. The 2 elixirs were not considered missed, and the quality of the 2 elixirs reached the intermediate level, which was his normal level. But Elder Ma knew Li Shiming's ability, so every time he had Li Shiming around, he would focus more on refining alchemy, just to perform better in front of his disciples. He knew deeply that it would be a matter of time before Li Shiming surpassed him. He just hoped to maintain the dignity of the master in front of Li Shiming as long as possible.
Sure, Ming. The sect has mastered a place where the third-grade turtle marrow is produced in the prescription of the turtle marrows in Yuan Dan. The turtle marrows in Yuan Dan is also a commonly used cultivation elixir for the sect's golden elixir monks. You can waste 2 if 2 parts of third-grade turtle marrow had not been refined into the turtle marrow enhancing pill. Then you need to purchase the elixir and spiritual materials through Beiju Trading Company to practice.
Elder Ma solemnly explained.
Disciple understands.
Li Shiming bowed and responded. 2 copies of third-grade turtle marrow are actually not much. The main reason is to reduce the loss of refining third-grade elixirs. Normal alchemy masters will suppress the materials of a furnace of elixirs to 2 to 3 pieces, which forms a convention. According to the rules, the materials for refining 3 third-grade elixirs are counted as 1 portion. The successful refining of 2 copies was only 6 third-grade elixirs. The sect was still willing to consume this kind of elixir, but any more would indicate that Li Shiming's level had not been reached, and the sect could not bear to consume a large amount of third-grade elixirs as learning materials. Under normal circumstances, an alchemist who wants to refine a third-grade elixir needs to stay with the senior alchemy master for at least several years, and be personally guided by the alchemy master step by step. He will not try to refine it until the alchemy master approves it. Third-grade elixir. Li Shiming's situation is special. On the one hand, his learning ability is too strong. This can be seen through the process of learning alchemy and becoming a senior alchemist. On the other hand, there is his talent. Now at the level of refining second-grade elixirs, he has almost suppressed all the refiners in the Beiju continent. Although Elder Ma didn't say anything, he knew that Li Shiming's level of refining second-grade elixirs had long surpassed his. Not only Elder Ma thinks so, but also many alchemy masters in the entire northern Shu continent think so. However, alchemy masters rarely refine second-grade elixirs. With Li Shiming refining a large number of second-grade elixirs, the alchemy masters will no longer try to refine second-grade elixirs. If you don't refine the second-grade elixir, you won't be able to compare with Li Shiming. Elder Ma is not worried that Li Shiming will surpass him in alchemy. No matter how far Li Shiming grows, he will still be Li Shiming's master in alchemy. Li Shiming left Danding Peak with 2 copies of the
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill
materials. Elder Ma had no intention of refining the pill anymore, so he contacted Elder Su and a group of old friends to arrange a gathering of old friends prepared by Elder Su. Earlier, according to Elder Ma's idea, it would be better to wait for news about Li Shiming while gathering with old friends. Li Shiming returned to the cave. He put the 3-turn Tianbao furnace into the machine room space. He had no intention of refining the
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill.
Outside, the controllability of refining the
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill
outside is still a bit poor, far inferior to the micron-level control in the computer room space, allowing him to minimize the risk of failure. It is still a bit difficult to refine the third-grade elixir in the 3rd-turn Tianbao furnace. The Red Yang spiritual fire dare not use it with all its strength, fearing that the 3rd-turn Tianbao furnace cannot withstand the flames of the Red Yang spiritual fire. Li Shiming feels that the Red Yang spirit fire is actually the most powerful means of attack. It is estimated that no monk can withstand the temperature of the Red Yang spirit fire during the foundation building period. Even if a monk in the early stage of the golden elixir is accidentally approached by the Red Yang spirit fire, he will be affected. Big trouble. However, although he collected the Red Yang spiritual fire, he was unable to completely control the Red Yang spiritual fire because he did not form a golden elixir himself. If the Qiyang spiritual fire was robbed, he would still lose the Qiyang spiritual fire. So he just felt a little emotional when he saw the power of the Qiyang spiritual fire, and did not really intend to use it as a means of attack. When he actually refined the 3rd-grade
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill,
he was extremely relaxed. He even felt that refining the
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill
was easier than Elder Ma, because this was in the computer room space. His observation at the micron level and the assistance of Z15 allowed him to predict any changes before they were formed. The changes in the alchemy furnace were detected by him and Z15 when they were in the state of micron-sized particles. Intervention at this stage can easily interrupt or change the changes in the alchemy furnace. For 3 hours, Li Shiming suppressed the urge to use the
100 points pill Ju.
This was his first time refining a 3rd-grade elixir, so he didn't want to take too many risks. 3 elixirs flew out of the elixir furnace. Just sensing the quality of the 3 elixirs made him smile. With the 3 high-level
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Dan,
he also collected the essence of the medicine produced. This is for after that. He prepared the 3rd-grade top elixir. Chapter 261 Congratulations. In the Juxian Pavilion at Tianmu Peak, 8 Jindan elders including Elder Su, Elder Ma, and Elder Zhao gathered together. For this gathering, Elder Su brought out the 3rd-grade spiritual tea and various 3rd-grade spiritual fruits to entertain all the old friends. This was a big deal, which showed how good his mood was.
Old Su, You are so stingy. There is only one silver frost spirit peach. Look, we can't even take a bite. And this Qingxiu nut is so small. What you brought out is not enough.
Elder Zhao nodded at the silver frost spirit peach and Qingxiu nut in front of him and said, in fact, Elder Su is not stingy. Except for these two spiritual fruits. The other spiritual fruits are only available to each person. However, silver frost spirit peach and Qingxiu nut are not the golden elixir benefits of the sect. So golden elixir monks rarely taste them on weekdays.
I can't help it. Whoever called Ming sent me this. I don't have the channels to get these two spiritual fruits.
Elder Su had been waiting for questions from his old friends for a long time. He smiled and spread his hands with a look of helplessness. Said,
Is this Ming's filial piety?
Elder Zhao asked in surprise. He is not short of these third-grade resources. But it is different if this is a disciple's filial piety. All the Jindan elders present have disciples. But Li Shiming is the only one whose disciples can contribute third-grade resources to their master during the foundation building period.
It is indeed missing. Ming also gave me a copy, so I will take it out together.
Elder Ma intervened at the right time. He took out the Yinchuang spirit peach and Qingxiu nut, divided them with a jade knife, and sent them to his old friends.
I regret it. Ming has a talent for swordsmanship. I should at least accept him as a registered disciple.
Elder Zhao took a piece of peach meat and bit it hard in his mouth, saying with some annoyance. His opening immediately aroused the echo of the other Jindan monks, and they all expressed that they should also accept Li Shiming as a registered disciple.
Old Ma, Jingxian's 4 kinds of elixir-forming resource materials have been handed over to Shiming. You have to help keep an eye on them and try not to fail.
Elder Su thought of his eldest disciple Yi Jingxian at this time and said to Elder Ma. Although this was not a direct intention to ask Elder Ma to take action, he also wanted Elder Ma to intervene. The main reason is that Chengdan resources are related to Yi Jingxian's promotion to Jindan. Not only Yi Jingxian has been preparing for this for decades, but also Elder Su, the master, has paid a heavy price for this. There are many foundation building monks competing for the elixir resources. If Li Shiming had not obtained a set of elixir resources from Elder Ji, even Yi Jingxian would not be able to compete with Li Shiming. Originally, Li Shiming had no chance to compete for the elixir resources in this round. But if Li Shiming's cultivation reached the late stage of foundation building, he would be eligible to compete for the elixir resources. Based on Li Shiming's conditions, the sect is almost bound to provide him with a set of elixir-making resources.
Dot!
Elder Ma heard this and was about to speak, but stopped. His mind scanned the jade plate of his identity, where he received a message from Li Shiming, saying that he had successfully refined 3 high-level
turtle marrow enhancing pills.
To be honest, Elder Ma couldn't help but feel jealous at this moment. What kind of alchemy talent is needed to allow Li Shiming to refine the full elixir when he refined the
turtle marrows in Yuan Dan
for the first time? And it is also a high-quality Dan. Even Elder Ma himself would only have an explosion of 3 high-level pills by chance when he was very lucky. The difficulty of refining the third-grade elixir is that the changes in the elixir furnace are hundreds of times higher than refining the second-grade elixir. Any mistake will affect the quality of the third-grade elixir, or even fail on the spot.
Turtle marrows and Yuan pill
is a third-grade elixir that is relatively easy to refine. But Elder Ma can only guarantee that it will not fail, and cannot guarantee its quality. However, as soon as Elder Ma's jealousy arose, he was overwhelmed by the ecstasy. His disciple became the second alchemy master in the sect. Although Li Shiming, the alchemy master, can only refine the lowest level third-grade elixir without becoming a golden elixir, an alchemy master is an alchemy master. And someone who can refine a third-grade elixir is an alchemy master. This is a generally accepted standard.
Old Ma, what happened?
The Jindan elders saw that Elder Su suddenly stopped answering, and their expressions continued to change. They thought something big had happened, and they quickly asked with concern.
Let's use tea instead of wine to congratulate the sect on adding another alchemy master.
Elder Ma stood up with a big smile, held a cup in both hands, and said to the golden elixir elders,
Did Shiming refine the third-grade elixir?
Elder Su confirmed with some disbelief. You can't blame him for not believing it. Everyone knows that a master of alchemy needs at least half a step of golden elixir to achieve it. This has to do with spiritual fire, but also with spirit, divine thoughts, etc.
Ming is not lying. He refined 3 high-level turtle marrow enhancing pills in his first batch of third-grade elixirs.
Elder Ma announced proudly. Elder Jindan present all understood that it was impossible for Li Shiming to lie to Elder Ma. They paid more attention to the 2 points of 3 and advanced. Their eyes flickered, which meant that Li Shiming had at least reached the ultimate level in refining the lowest level 3rd grade elixir. Unless there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of refining a top level elixir. High level elixirs are the highest quality of normal elixirs. 3 means that Li Shiming's elixir is full of elixirs. Don't think that the difference between 2 elixirs and 3 elixirs is just 1 elixir. In terms of the alchemy master's share, if 2 elixirs are produced, 1/3 of the share will be given to the alchemy master. And if there is less than 1, it will be counted as 1. In other words, the alchemy master will take away 1 of the elixirs. There is 1 elixir left. However, if 3 elixirs are produced in 1 furnace, the alchemy master will still take 1/3 of the share. But the elixir seeker will be able to obtain 2 elixirs. There is a huge gap between 1/3 grade elixir and 2 golden elixir monks risk their lives to obtain the elixir. Who wouldn't want to find an alchemy master who can produce a full range of elixirs to refine the elixir?
This is a good thing. Congratulations to Elder Ma for training an alchemy master.
Elder Su smiled and raised the cup, holding the spiritual tea as if it were wine.
Congratulations to Elder Ma.
Elder Zhao and other Jindan elders said loudly. He drank up the 3rd grade spiritual tea in 1 gulp. Although drinking the spiritual tea in this way lost the artistic conception of tasting the 3rd grade spiritual tea. At this time, when the Jindan elders were so excited, who would pay attention to the artistic conception?
Why don't we go see Sherming? Master Ma is just checking out the turtle marrows and yuan pill.
Elder Zhao suggested after the elders of the golden pill put down their cups.
I'll send a message to Sherming.
Elder Su agreed without waiting for Elder Ma to speak. In the past, when all the Jindan elders wanted to see any Foundation establishment monk, they would always call the Foundation establishment monk over. But now no one proposed calling Li Shiming over. But they all agreed to go to Li Shiming's sword-holding peak. This is the change in identity. The identity gap between having the potential of an alchemy master and actually becoming an alchemy master makes Li Shiming truly equal to the identity of Elder Jindan. Even as an alchemy master, he is more popular among sects and immortal cultivators than the golden elixir elders of major sects. There are many golden elixir elders in major sects. But it is good to have 1 alchemy master in each sect. Just like Elder Ma's alchemy lineage. If Li Shiming hadn't appeared, Elder Ma would have needed to pass on his earth flame spirit fire to a senior alchemist under his sect when his life was about to end, and train him to be the next one, Master of Alchemy. This is the usual method of inheriting alchemy masters from large sections. The probability of accidentally obtaining spiritual fire is too low, and the probability of obtaining spiritual fire while having the talent for alchemy is even lower. Spiritual fire is not only used for elixir refining, as Li Shiming thought. Spiritual fire is also a terrifying means of attack and the best flame for refining weapons. Although weapon refining can be replaced by elixir fire and earth fire, the special nature of spiritual fire is still the highest pursuit of the weapon refiner. Due to various reasons, the number of alchemy masters in Beishu has always been very small, making the status of alchemy masters even more noble. It should be said that Elder Ji's family had some thoughts against Li Shiming before. But now, as long as Elder Ji's family dares to reveal even the slightest such thoughts, there will be monks who want to make Li Shiming owe favors and take the initiative to solve Li Shiming's troubles.
I've met the master and the elders,
Li Shiming said respectfully outside the cave.
Let's talk about it after we go in.
Elder Su smiled and helped him up. Then as a half-master, he turned to the Jindan elders and said, entering the cave hall, Li Shiming was about to take out the hospitality items, but was stopped by Elder Ma.
There is no need to entertain us. We are here just to see the turtle marrow enhancing pill you refined,
Elder Ma said with a smile. Although Li Shiming has the guest resources of Beishu Trading Company, the supply is only that small in 3 years. A Jindan elders came at once. If Li Shiming really used it to entertain guests, there would be nothing left. Besides, when it is necessary for an alchemy master to entertain people with his own spiritual objects, it is always the alchemy master who accepts gifts from others.
Master, please look.
Li Shiming didn't insist. He was really reluctant to give up. He had never tasted those 3rd grade spiritual fruits. He handed the jade bottle to Elder Ma's hand. The jade bottle contained 3
turtle marrow enhancing pills.
Elder Ma used his spiritual thoughts to take out a
turtle marrows and yuan pill.
The spiritual thoughts of the Jindan elder present all focused on this.
Turtle marrows and yuan pill. The energy is concentrated and pure, with very few impurities. It's really a good elixir.
Elder Zhao first praised it. Although Elder Ma is the only one among the Jin and elders present who is an alchemy master, their ability to taste elixirs is not bad at all.
Sure, Ming. I have nothing more to teach you. From now on, the refining of the sect's low-level third-grade elixir will be in your hands.
Elder Ma looked at the
turtle marrow enhancing pill
and said slowly after a long time, indeed, even he would be amazed when he saw the high-level
turtle marrows and yuan pill
in front of him. If Li Shiming could maintain such a level, Elder Ma would be too embarrassed to compete with Li Shiming for the task of refining low-level third-grade elixirs.
Master, how about I take over the low-level third-grade elixir mission from Beiju Trading Company? It's up to you to refine the sect's elixir,
Li Shiming said, not wanting to take away the mission from his master. Elder Ma.
What nonsense are you talking about? You have no problem refining the second-grade elixir for Beiju Trading Company. Every time you make a third-grade elixir, you need to take the interests of the sect into consideration. Damn it. This Beiju Trading Company is really lucky. It just promoted you to guest minister. You become a master of alchemy and let them take advantage,
Elder Ma said, patting Li Shiming. The Jindan elders, especially Elder Su, had previously thought that the Yinchuanling peaches and Qingqiu nuts said by Li Shiming were very good. But now they thought that Beiju Trading Company had taken a big advantage. You must know that the alchemy masters of the major sects will not join any trading firms. The reason why Li Shiming was allowed to join Beiju Trading Company before was to increase Li Shiming's alchemy experience. The sect did not have so many alchemy materials for him to consume. No one thought that Li Shiming would become a master of alchemy so quickly. And he became a master of alchemy just after the Beiju Trading Company changed the treatment of guest officials. The alchemy master is a strategic talent for any sect. It doesn't matter if he wants to refine the second-grade elixir for the outer sect. But the third-grade elixir is an elixir that can improve the combat power of the golden elixir monks. It has an impact on the sect. It's huge, so it needs to be controlled.
Sure, Ming. The sect will evaluate the third-grade elixir task of Beiju Trading Company before handing it over to you. The sect will investigate the matter. You can just make the elixir with peace of mind and it's okay,
Elder Su continued.
Yes. Listen to the master.
Li Shiming had no objection.
Should Li Shiming become an alchemy master be announced now? Or should he hide it for a while?
Elder Zhao asked. Those present were either from Elder Su's lineage, or had close friendships with Elder Su. The results of the discussion between several Jindan elders basically represented the decision of this lineage. Elder Zhao was worried that Li Shiming was only a late-stage foundation-building monk, and did not have much ability to protect himself. You must know that the third-grade spiritual elixir is related to the monks at the golden elixir level, and it will bring a lot of trouble to Li Shiming.
There is no need to hide it. Shiming needs to continue to refine third-grade elixirs and gain experience in elixir refining. This matter cannot be concealed.
Elder Ma objected almost on the spot.
Indeed. Shi Ming has become a master of alchemy. Who dares to do anything to him?
Elder Su also nodded.
Then let's hold a celebration party to make the scene more lively, and let Shiming start to contact the righteous golden elixir monks, so that he can take over the alchemy task in the future,
Elder Ma said with a smile. In the past, Li Shiming rarely made friends with Taoists. But as an alchemy master, he needed to make a lot of friends. You must know that private alchemy tasks are private transactions. Without exchanging contact information, even if you want to come to your door, you can't get it. How can you receive the alchemy task? Nowadays, Li Shiming has just become an alchemy master, and needs a lot of alchemy to accumulate experience. He does not need to be like those old alchemy masters, who only rely on their preference to refine third-grade elixirs. Before Li Shiming could react, his two masters and other masters and uncles decided on his matter. Chapter 262 Reaction. Invitations were sent out one after another. The three major sects of the righteous path, the major forces, and the monks close to Elder Ma, Elder Su, and Li Shiming all received the invitations. In order to hold this grand event, Elder Su specially opened a mountain to arrange it, which can be reached directly from the sect's formation, and will not affect other caves of the sect. Elder Ji was the first to receive the news. Even before receiving the invitation, he had a very high status in the Shushan sect, and had his own source of information. In addition, Elder Su's family had no intention of hiding it. So the news that Li Shiming became an alchemy master also reached him.
Hey!
Elder Ji sighed heavily. Not only was he disappointed that he would not be able to seek revenge from Li Shiming in the future, he was also helpless that all his years of hard work would be in vain. Li Shiming turned his son Ji Hongbo into a mortal, and even took away the 3-grade spiritual tea that originally belonged to him. He still had no way to get it back from Li Shiming. This kind of hatred is deep enough. With the strength of Elder Ji's golden elixir, it is only a matter of time to seek revenge from Li Shiming. He is just waiting for an opportunity. But since Li Shiming became a master of alchemy, it would be impossible for Elder Ji to take action again. If Elder Ji takes action against Li Shiming again, the problem will not be between them, but between him and the Shushan sect, the Beishu Trading Company, and every golden elixir monk who wants to ask Li Shiming to make elixirs. Elder Ji had to consider how to reconcile with Li Shiming again. At least not to let Li Shiming think about causing trouble for him.
My elixir will be available soon.
When senior sister Yi Jingxian heard the news, her laughter spread far and wide. Her information was naturally more detailed than Elder Ji's. She knew that when Li Shiming refined the low-grade third-grade elixir,
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill,
what he produced were 3 high-grade
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pills.
Based on Li Shiming's level of alchemy, as long as she performs normally, she can get 2 pills each of the pulse-protecting pill, the spirit-fixing pill, the resurrection pill, and the U-breaking pill. And they are all high-quality elixirs. This means that she has a higher chance of impacting the golden elixir. Although taking multiple pulse-protecting elixirs, dingling elixirs, rebirth elixirs, and U-breaking elixirs at the same time, the effect is not greatly improved, which is a bit of a waste. Dan's important moment. Where would he think of waste? Any extra chance she had was worth wasting. If she hadn't known that Li Shiming had just acquired the title of Alchemy Master and would need a period of time to familiarize himself with the training process, Yi Jingxian would have thought of going to Li Shiming immediately and asking Li Shiming to make alchemy for her right away. What excited Yi Jingxian the most was that, after hearing that Li Shiming had become a master of alchemy, and that his alchemy level had remained at the same level as when he was a senior alchemist, the bottleneck she had been stuck in was miraculously relaxed. Although it was only a slight relief, it was a major improvement, which meant that she was still some time away from being promoted to the Golden Core stage. Yi Jingxian felt that she had taken advantage of Li Shiming's deep blessings, and her gratitude to Li Shiming became even stronger, because his master, Elder Su, often mentioned Li Shiming's good fortune. Now not only his disciples believe that Li Shiming's good fortune is profound, but also all the familiar Jindan masters and uncles also believe in this. Wan Zheng and Lu Shi were also ecstatic after receiving the news that Li Shiming was promoted to Alchemy Master. Although they did not need the Alchemy Master to make alchemy, they had a Junior Alchemy Master, and their status also increased, especially for them to apply for Chengdan resources in the future. It is estimated that as long as their performance is similar to that of other true disciples, the Chengdan resources will be tilted towards them. As for Su Chuan, his face was almost crooked with a smile. Because Li Shiming was his brother, Li Shiming didn't give him much benefit on the surface. In fact, he often sent him some high-level elixirs in private, just because he didn't want other monks to know. Shopkeeper Lida of Beishu Trading Company didn't know what happened when he received the invitation letter from Shushan sect. When he opened the invitation and learned the contents, the look on his face was extremely wonderful. He took out a jade cup, poured it into the 3-grade spiritual wine that he was reluctant to drink on weekdays, took a sip and laughed loudly. Shopkeeper Lida had just signed a guest agreement with Li Shiming, and then Li Shiming was promoted to Alchemy Master. This meant that he found an Alchemy Master for Beishu Trading Company, which was a great achievement. More importantly, he took the opportunity of asking Li Shiming to become a guest and use the 3rd grade with Spirit Treasure Milk to form a good friendship with Li Shiming. This was a good start. He was already thinking about what kind of gifts to prepare for Li Shiming, and at the same time, he was also worrying about how to arrange the alchemy task for Li Shiming. It is naturally an excellent thing for Li Shiming to become a master of alchemy. But the problem is that Li Shiming has become an alchemy master. According to the unspoken rules of the alchemy industry, Li Shiming will reduce the number of 2nd-grade elixirs. This is not only due to the dignity of Master Alchemy Li Shiming, but also to leave a way for senior alchemists to survive. If all the alchemy masters rush to refine 2nd-grade elixirs, there will not be more alchemy masters in the alchemy profession. Because senior alchemists do not have enough experience in alchemy, where can they grow? This does not mean that the alchemy master cannot refine the 2nd-grade elixir, but the amount of the 2nd-grade elixir can be refined under a certain limit, and the alchemy master will focus on refining the 3rd-grade elixir. Besides, the rewards from refining a furnace of 3rd-grade elixirs are even greater than those from refining countless 2nd-grade elixirs. 2nd-grade elixirs can still be purchased with spirit stones, but when it comes to 3rd-grade elixirs, they can almost only be traded with spiritual objects. This is the so-called price but no market. unless there is a spiritual object that makes the monk who possesses third-grade elixirs excited. Third-grade elixirs and second-grade elixirs are naturally not at the same level. Alchemy masters rarely spend several months refining second-grade elixirs. Instead, it is more practical to concentrate on refining a furnace of third-grade elixirs. Shopkeeper Lyda thought about this for a long time, and finally decided to discuss it with Li Shiming in person before congratulating him. At the same time, the Zhu Yan Dan in his hand is still being promoted. But now it is different. Li Shiming can completely use the fact that Li Shiming has become an alchemy master to expand the promotion of Zhu Yan Dan to all the people in the northern Shu continent. All the monks know that Beishu Trading Company has an additional alchemy master named Kachin. In Qianhuan sect, Yin Sherlan received an invitation letter. Originally, in her capacity, the invitation letter was with her master, Master Luo. However, due to her special status, her invitation was separate.
Oh my god! Li Shiming has become a master of alchemy and is going to hold a celebration ceremony. Why didn't he send me an invitation?
Lian Yishuan, a good friend who was at Yin Sherlan's place, also saw the invitation and said with half surprise and half resentment. She thought she knew Li Shiming and she was a beautiful woman. So why didn't Li Shiming send her an invitation letter?
This invitation letter can be carried by one person. If you want to go, just come with me,
Yin Sherlan said with a smile and waved the invitation letter.
Then should I send a congratulatory gift? If so, what should I give?
Lian Yeshuan immediately thought of another thing and couldn't help but feel distressed. This is not a celebration of the Foundation Establishment stage. Although Li Shiming is a Foundation Establishment stage monk, his status as an alchemy master has allowed him to reach the same status as the Golden Elixir stage. Therefore, when considering gifts, guests invited need to be at the Golden Elixir level. To treat, Lian Yeshuan's father is a Jin Dan monk, and she naturally knows this. Yin Sherlan also looked troubled. Although she was wealthy, her parents were both Golden Elixir monks, and she was also a true successor of the Thousand Fantasy sect. She did not have the Golden Elixir gift in her hand. Although she knew that Li Shiming wouldn't care about this, she represented Li Shiming's face. In that Golden Elixir period celebration, she didn't want to make Li Shiming lose face because of herself.
Master!
Just when Yin Sherlan and Lian Yeshuan were thinking about gifts, Master Luo came over.
Sherlan, it seems that you have also received the invitation letter from Li Shiming. You don't need me to take you there. This is a third-grade spiritual tea. Just treat it as your gift.
Master Luo looked at his disciple with a smile and said a jade box was handed over. In fact, Master Luo had already guessed that Li Shiming would definitely send a separate invitation letter to Yin Sherlan, and her third-grade spiritual tea was specially prepared for Yin Sherlan. This is a great honor. Based on the relationship between Yin Sherlan and Li Shiming, they will gain a lot in the future. Sanpin Lingcha can also resolve the small conflict between her and Li Shiming and deepen the relationship between them. Relationship. Master Luo's regret this time was stronger than before. This was giving up on an alchemy master. Originally, Li Shiming was supposed to join the Qianhuan sect, but she only gave him the qualification to be an outer disciple, which made Li Shiming consider joining the Shushan sect. Facts have proved Li Shiming's value. An outside disciple is indeed not worthy of his talent. At this time, Master Luo's granting Li Shiming the qualification of an outer disciple was not only not a favor, but seemed like an insult. Therefore, Master Luo prepared generous gifts for Li Shiming in order to resolve the previous minor conflicts. Although Li Shiming can only refine low-grade third-grade elixirs now, Li Shiming has become a master of alchemy at this young age. After becoming a master of alchemy, Li Shiming is almost certain to become a golden elixir. Even if the Shushan sect does not prepare elixir resources for Li Shiming, or a set of elixir resources cannot be successfully promoted to the golden elixir, he still has enough third-grade elixirs to repair his body and take the pulse-protecting elixir, the spirit-fixing elixir, the rebirth elixir, and the rebirth elixir. Break the Yudan until he is successfully promoted. Because Li Shiming can now refine the pulse-protecting pill, Ding Ling pill, rebirth pill, and Yu breaking pill into elixir resources. Each time the refining is successful, he can leave at least one of each of the pulse-protecting pill, Ding Ling pill, and rebirth pill, Dan, Yu Dan. This is the advantage of being a master of alchemy. Even Master Yu Luo believes that Li Shiming may come up with some more pulse-protecting pills, spirit-fixing pills, rebirth pills, and Yu-breaking pills. In addition, Master Luo also knows one thing. That is, the Beishu Trading Company is contacting capable monks and is preparing to release a
Resident Beauty Pill.
Due to Master Luo's status as a formation master and a female cultivator, she also received a quotation invitation from Beishu Trading Company. She knew the origin of this, Yan's Huden, and had prepared many extremely valuable spiritual objects and quoted the price. However, she still wanted to talk to Li Shiming through this congratulatory ceremony, and whether she could pay some price to get Li Shiming. There is a Yinzhuan Dan in his hand.
Thank you, Master.
Yin Sherlan was worrying about the gift, and the gift sent by the master was just right.
I'm going to find my father.
Liang Yishuan saw that Yin Sherlan's gift was solved, and she had no choice but to trick her father, and she flew away while talking. Master Luo looked at Liang Yishuan's background and couldn't help but smile. Of course Elder Liang would prepare a gift for Liang Yishuan, and it must be a gift that is very suitable for Liang Yishuan's status. You must know that Elder Liang may not have the opportunity to attend Li Shiming's ceremony. The other quota in the invitation letter in Master Luo's hand was originally planned to be brought by Yin Sherlan with another disciple if he had the invitation letter. But one of Master Luo's friends I found him, and when Yin Sherlan didn't need it, I went with that friend. Invitations to this grand ceremony have also become extremely popular, and all the Golden Elixir monks want to participate. This is an opportunity to make friends with Li Shiming. Not to mention that Elder Ma will also participate. It is not many opportunities to make friends with two alchemy masters at a close distance. At the Golden Elixir stage, third-grade elixirs have become a big problem. The Golden Elixir monks have found third-grade elixirs and need to refine them into third-grade elixirs. There are only a few alchemy masters in the entire Beishu continent. It is not easy to invite the alchemy masters to take action. Not to mention that alchemy masters are also different. Although some alchemy masters have the ability to refine third-grade elixirs, their failure rate is not low, and monks who seek elixirs often lose their money. Li Shiming's level of refining third-grade elixirs has not yet been revealed. But Li Shiming is young and has great potential in alchemy. In addition, Elder Ma has a good reputation in alchemy. What a good opportunity it is to make friends with these two alchemy masters at the same time. Among all the invitations sent out, the one that caused the most headache was Chiba Temple. After receiving the invitation letter, Shikong Arhat of Chiba Temple found several sages in the temple to discuss it. Although he had reached an understanding agreement with Li Shiming before, an opportunity to inherit his magical power made Li Shiming give up his previous angry decision. But things are different now. Li Shiming has become an alchemy master. With Li Shiming's alchemy level, even if he retains half of his previous alchemy level after becoming an alchemy master, he is the highest level alchemy master in the entire Beishu continent. Of course, this highest level only refers to the lowest grade third-grade elixir. Xianye Temple also knows that Li Shiming cannot refine more than 2 third-grade elixirs without reaching the golden elixir stage. But even so, Xianye Temple must completely resolve the previous conflicts with Li Shiming. In the past, Xianye Temple usually used this thorough solution to eliminate the monks who caused trouble. Now Xianye Temple cannot do this. What they are considering is a heavy gift. A gift that is enough to make Li Shiming change his mind and bring Li Shiming and Xianye Temple back together. Chapter 263 Welcome. Today's Shushan sect formation is a bit special. A light and shadow passage leads directly from the outside of the mountain gate to a peak next to Tianmu Peak, making this seemingly ordinary mountain stand out. The sect's formation gathered the light of the formation on the walls of the passage specially opened for this celebration. This was a sign of respect for the guests, and to avoid disturbing the caves of other monks. Of course, there are hardly many idle monks in Shushan sect today, except for the monks who are in retreat. All the monks are mobilized. Some are responsible for patrolling. Some are responsible for entertaining. Some are responsible for welcoming guests, etc. The celebration of the Alchemy Master is an extremely important event even for a large sect like Shushan sect. Luxurious flying boats entered the Shushan sect's gate one after another along the light and shadow passage. The marks on these flying boats showed the identities of their owners, who were all golden elixir monks from the 3 major sects of the righteous path and various major forces. Even the monks of the Shushan sect. Many monks saw so many golden elixir monks in person for the first time. Around the mountain peak where the celebration was held, flocks of fairy birds were flying, which were brought from all over the sect to entertain guests. The entire mountain peak has been rearranged from bottom to top, with various spiritual flowers and plants forming a gorgeous picture. Elder Su and Ma stood beside Li Shiming on a flat area on the top of the mountain, welcoming each guest. Li Shiming is very unfamiliar with these guests. Every guest will exchange contact information with him, which will be his future contacts. Some are golden elixir monks known to Elder Su and Elder Ma. Some are important allies of the sect, and some are important figures in various forces. Li Shiming saw an ordinary emerald green flying boat, and a smile appeared on his face. This was completely different from the polite smile he had maintained before. This time it was a smile from the heart.
This is the Immortality you mentioned. She is worthy of you,
Elder Su said to Li Shiming through voice transmission, when he saw Immortality coming off the emerald flying boat. Elder Su and Ma did not come forward, leaving Li Shiming to greet them. When Li Shiming stepped forward, he saw Liang Yishuan who got off the flying boat. He nodded slightly to Liang Yishuan, then ignored Liang Yishuan and came to Immortality.
Lord, come and meet my master,
Li Shiming said to Immortality with a smile. Of course Immortality knew what this meant. She was a little nervous, but she nodded slightly and followed Li Shiming to the two masters without objection. Liang Yishuan knew the special significance of this, so she was a few steps behind.
Immortality has met Elder Su.
Immortality bowed to Elder Su and saluted, then turned and bowed to Elder Ma.
Immortality has met Elder Ma. Shiming, treat others well.
Elder Su smiled, accepted the gift, and ordered Li Shiming.
Worthy of you. Sure Ming,
Elder Ma said with a smile as well. Elder Su took a spiritual weapon robe from a female cultivator and gave it to Immortality. Elder Ma gave a bottle of spiritual elixir. Although this gift is nothing at the level of the golden elixir, it is definitely a good gift during the foundation building period. Elder Su and Elder Ma both have other disciples, and they have standards for this kind of gifts. This is also a rule formed by the inheritance of large sects for thousands of years.
Thank you, Master.
Li Shiming smiled and thanked Immortality. What he thanked was not a gift, but the attitude of the two masters. The two masters accepted Immortality.
Immortality, just stand next to Sher Ming and help welcome the guests.
Elder Su looked at the two people standing together and ordered with a smile. While he was talking, Master Luo's flying boat also stopped, and Master Luo stepped out of the flying boat. This is a formal celebration. All monks, regardless of their status, use flying boats to come. This is a sign of respect for the master.
Elder Su, you are a disciple trying to steal my body.
Master Luo heard Elder Su's instructions and answered with a smile.
Elder Luo, I haven't seen him for a long time. How dare I steal your disciple? Sher Ming will be half of your disciple from now on.
Elder Su replied with a smile.
That's true.
Master Luo simply replied without saying anything more. She was still jealous of Elder Su. Li Shiming brought Elder Su's life-saving elixir to join Elder Su's sect, snatching away Li Shiming who was originally planning to join the Thousand Fantasy sect. Otherwise, the current scenery belongs to Qian Huan's sect and belongs to her. So she was actually a little critical when she opened her mouth. But when she saw Elder Su's smile, she didn't even think about talking.
Sher Ming, are you in the late stage of foundation building?
She suddenly saw Li Shi's clearly revealed state, and couldn't help but ask strangely. She knew that Li Shiming was in the middle stage of foundation building not long ago. So how could he be in the late stage of foundation building now?
Elder Luo didn't know something. Sher Ming is a boy who is cautious by nature. He is also a person with deep blessings. He has been hiding it since he improved his realm. After being discovered by his master, he gave him a lesson and made him understand that he was in the sect. Status. You don't need to be so careful,
Elder Su explained with a smile. What he said was actually meant for the Golden Core cultivators not far away. For the Golden Core cultivators, they could hear the words clearly without any special perception. At this age, Li Shiming is already in the late stage of foundation building, and he is indeed too conspicuous. However, after Elder Su moved out of Ancestor Fan, even those present who had any thoughts about Li Shiming's rapid improvement in realm gave up their thoughts at this time. Even if Li Shiming's status as an alchemy master is not considered, one still needs to consider the cost of offending a nascent soul ancestor who has spoken out to protect Li Shiming. Elder Su's words showed Ancestor Fan's attitude. As long as they were monks in the northern Shu continent, no monk dared to ignore Ancestor Fan's protection.
Shiming, this is my gift,
Immortality said softly as she delivered a jade box to Li Shiming.
This is mine.
Liang Yishuan also jumped out and handed over a jade box. Li Shiming took the jade box with a smile and opened it under Immortality's expectant eyes. The 3-grade spiritual tea inside was emerald green, with a total of 15 pieces, none of which were fried. But it made Li Shiming's eyes light up. For him, the unfried 3rd-grade Lingqiao leaves were better than the fried Lingqiao leaves. The spiritual teas he roasts are all of the highest quality, able to demonstrate the quality of the spiritual tea to the greatest extent. Although Master Luo prepared this gift for Immortality, He also prepared this gift after hearing from Yin Sherlan that Li Shiming was good at tea frying.
I like it very much. I'll give you half of it after it's fired,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
Look at my gift.
Liang Yishuan reminded from the side. Li Shiming smiled and opened the other jade box, revealing a third-grade elixir inside.
Liang Yishuan, this is so precious,
he said in astonishment. It's not that this gift is extremely precious among all the gifts given by the guests. In fact, most of the gifts given by the Jindan monks who came this time were third-grade elixirs. Third-grade elixirs are indeed precious. But golden elixir monks still have the ability to obtain them from dangerous places. Some third-grade elixirs that they cannot use are given to the alchemy master as gifts. This not only establishes a good relationship with the alchemy master, but also creates a friendship. At least when I contact Li Shiming later and ask for private refining of the third-grade elixir, I won't be easily rejected. But Liang Yishuan is a foundation-building monk, so this gift is heavy. Li Shiming only thought that Liang Yishuan would give a normal gift for a foundation-building monk, which would be slightly more expensive than an ordinary gift at most.
This is a gift prepared by Elder Liang, sent by Liang Yishuan,
Master Luo explained at the same time.
Liang Yishuan, thank Elder Liang for me.
Li Shiming understood and said to Liang Yishuan with a smile. You can't blame him for not inviting Elder Liang. Elder Liang is not a friend of Elder Su and Elder Ma. He didn't know Elder Liang before, so he never considered sending an invitation letter to Elder Liang.
Sure, Ming. This is my gift.
Master Luo also took out a storage bag and handed it over and said, if it can be packed in a storage bag, it means that the gift is either large in size or in large quantity. Li Shiming took the storage bag, entered the storage bag with his spiritual mind, and found that there were 18 formation flags. This is a third-grade formation flag made by the formation master. It can be said that among all the gifts received so far, this gift is the most important. 18 formation flags are almost equivalent to the value of a magic weapon, and they are not compared to ordinary magic weapons, but to the top of the magic weapons. Although Li Shiming's formation Starlight Sea is only one step away from being promoted, he has rarely been exposed to third-grade materials before this realm, and it is even more unnecessary to think about using third-grade materials to make a formation flag. With 18 third-grade formation flags in hand, he was confident that when he met the early Jindan monks outside the mountain gate, he would use the 18 third-grade formation flags to protect himself, which would be enough to hold on until the 6 Jindan monks arrived. Of course, this premise requires a sufficient formation level to match. Otherwise, these 18 third-grade formation flags will be just decorations. This is the most suitable gift for Li Shiming and will help him greatly.
Master Luo, this gift.
He was stopped halfway by Master Luo with a wave of his hand.
Shiming, this gift is also for Sherlan. Only when you have the ability to protect yourself can Sherlan rest assured.
Master Luo glanced at Yin Sherlan and said. Yin Sherlan's face turned red when she said this. Elder Su and Ma were both curious about the gift. Li Shiming had just checked the gift, but he used his spiritual mind to check it in the storage bag and did not take it out.
In addition, I also have a little selfishness. I also prepared 90 formation flags in exchange for a beautiful beauty pill.
Master Luo stared into Li Shiming's eyes and said softly. She didn't want to say it in public, but she knew very well that if she didn't say it now, who knew how many Yanju Dan Li Shiming still had in his hand. She saw a lot of female golden elixir cultivators arriving, and these female golden elixir cultivators were not supposed to be here. Their appearance can only mean one thing. That is, they are here for the Yinjuan Dan. As a female cultivator, Master Luo knows the attraction of the
beauty-resisting pill
to female cultivators. For a
beauty-resisting pill,
a female cultivator can pay a price that a male cultivator cannot imagine. Master Luo was worried that if other female cultivators of the golden pill offered to redeem it first, Li Shiming might exchange the
Juyin pill
in his hand. As for the
Juyin Dan
from the Beishu Trading Company, according to rumors, it is said that it has been spotted by a nascent soul female cultivator from the Beishu Trading Company. As long as Li Shiming reveals what spiritual object he has spotted, the nascent soul female cultivator ancestor will be the first to exchange it. Even though Master Luo suddenly took out 108 third-grade formation flags, which seemed extremely valuable, it was extremely uneconomical to exchange them for just one
Juyin Dan.
But in the eyes of a Yuaning female cultivator ancestor, these are nothing at all, as long as they are not fourth-grade spiritual objects. The Yuaning female cultivator ancestor can easily get them. Only then did Li Shiming realize that the Yanju Dan
he had sold to Liang Yishuan before seemed to be sold cheaply. He glanced at Liang Yishuan. "I've already eaten." Liang Yishuan quickly avoided his gaze and hid behind Yin Shuan and said softly, "Master Luo, please stay a little longer after the celebration is over." Li Shiming said vaguely to Master Luo with a smile. "It's natural. You want to talk to Sherlon more." Master Luo, of course, understood that there was a promise in his words and replied with a smile. The arrival of each guest can be said to have given Li Shiming a new understanding of the world of immortality. In the world of immortality, he had seen before. A third-grade spiritual object was extremely precious and extremely rare. But after becoming an alchemy master, looking at these guests, all the gifts were third-grade spiritual objects. "Shopkeeper Lida, welcome." Li Shiming saw shopkeeper Lida getting off a flying boat bearing the logo of Beishu Trading Company. He smiled and stepped forward to greet him along with the two masters and Yin Shuan. He has a public-private relationship with shopkeeper Lida, and he is also one of his rare golden elixir friends. So the enthusiasm he shows is sincere. Elder Su and Elder Ma also understood this. So after expressing their welcome, they stood aside to communicate with other monks, leaving Li Shiming here. "Call me shopkeeper Lida, brother Lai, and I'll call you brother Sherming. If you think of me as a friend, that's what you call me." Shopkeeper Lida is a businessman, and he knows how to close the relationship with each other. Brother Lai said so I will obey it. Li Shiming agreed without any politeness. His status as an alchemy master has indeed reached the status of a golden elixir stage monk, or even exceeded it. But he also understood that compared with late-stage Jin monks like shopkeeper Lida, his status was still quite different. "Brother Sherming, I didn't expect you to become an alchemy master so quickly," shopkeeper Lida said with emotion. "Everything is luck. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." Li Shiming said modestly, "Are these my younger siblings? I came out in a hurry this time and didn't bring any gifts. This talisman can be regarded as a meeting gift for my younger siblings." Shopkeeper Lida took out a talisman from his body and gave it to Li Shiming, who was standing next to him. Yin Shuan said. Although Yin Shuan was rich, she was still a little embarrassed to accept the talisman when she saw it. It was a life-saving talisman for a foundation-building monk. Not all true disciples could have it. Only the true disciples who valued it most in the sect would get one. "Lana, please accept Brother Lai's kindness." Li Shiming was not polite. The elixir he refined for Beishu Trading Company could be worth a lot of such talismans. Chapter 264 Gift. After Yin Shuan accepted the meeting gift, shopkeeper Lida smiled and took out a water bag from his waist and handed it to Li Shiming. "Brother Sherming, this is the gift I prepared for you," shopkeeper Lida said with a slight complacency. Li Shiming curiously took the water bag. This water bag was the lowest level magic weapon. It could be seen from the pattern on the surface that it had the effect of locking spirits. Naturally, this water bag cannot be a gift. It is the contents of the water bag. He opened the water bag and scanned the inside with his spiritual mind, but found two tiny fish swimming in the water bag. "Is this the pure spirit koi?" he asked with some uncertainty. Among the spiritual beings in the world, in addition to humans and spiritual beasts, there are also many special spiritual beings. This jingling koi is one of them. It is a non-threatening creature whose only function is to improve the water quality. Generally, pure spirit koi are raised in spiritual springs, which can improve the quality of the spiritual springs by one level. The jingling koi is rare, and it can grow on its own. It does not need to sign a contract and will not increase the owner's mental burden. Various benefits make the jingling koi extremely popular among high-level monks, not to mention anything else. It is a great thing to use the spiritual spring that has been upgraded with pure spirit koi, or to entertain guests, or to drink tea by yourself. For Li Shiming, this jingling koi has another function, which is to promote the growth of the third-grade golden lotus. The third-grade golden lotus relies on spiritual springs to survive. The higher the quality of the spiritual spring, the more beneficial it is to its growth. Li Shiming now knows the beneficial effect of the third-grade golden lotus on cultivation. This pure spirit koi is the most suitable gift, which shows that shopkeeper Lida has carefully chosen the gift. Of course, the jingling koi has limited effect on the current Li Shiming, but he knows very well that when he reaches a higher level, even if he has the status of an alchemy master, he will not be able to guarantee the supply of his elixir. When the time comes, the third-grade golden lotus and jingling the effect of combining koi and carp will become more important. He naturally didn't know whether the Yuanying monks were practicing auxiliary elixirs, but he did know one thing. He had never seen Elder Ma refining a 4th grade elixir at Elder Ma's place. So he could tell, even if the nascent soul monks have assistance in cultivating spiritual elixirs, it is very rare. By the time you reach the nascent soul stage, it is estimated that your cultivation will mainly rely on self-cultivation. He was thinking very long-term. He had not yet become a golden core cultivator, but he was already thinking about the nascent soul stage.
Brother Sherming has a good eye. These are exactly a pair of Jingling Koi. If Brother Sherming can train them well, maybe I can see groups of Jingling Koi in your cave in the future.
Shopkeeper Lida smiled. Replied, "This is of course a joke. The Jingling Koi is still in the state of a fry."
At the growth rate of the Jingling Koi, it may take more than 10 years to mature. Even if it wants to give birth to offspring after it matures, the chance is slim.
Brother Lai knows my needs. I like this gift very much,
Li Shiming said sincerely. When Shopkeeper Lida saw that Li Shiming liked it, he couldn't help but laugh happily. When he was about to say more words to Li Shiming, he saw Li Shiming looking into the distance with a solemn expression. He also looked back and saw a bright yellow flying boat slowly approaching.
Brother Shiming, Qianya Temple is a large sect, and it is better to resolve enemies than to make enemies.
Shopkeeper Lida persuaded softly using the method of transmission.
I understand.
Li Shiming nodded. Of course, he knew that he couldn't really fall out with Qianya Temple. Qianya Temple had a profound background. If he really formed a deadly feud with such a large sect, he would not be able to get over it with his strength.
Excuse me.
He changed his smile and said to Shopkeeper Lida, then turned to Yin Sherwan and smiled.
Lord, go and accompany your master and Liang Yishuan. I'll accompany you.
Yin Sherlan's voice was not loud, but the determination in it made Li Shiming stop trying to persuade her. How could Yin Sherwan not know about the conflict between Li Shiming and Qianya Temple? Because Li Shiming deliberately made the matter bigger. The conflict between him and Qianya Temple spread throughout the 3 righteous sects. Even some well-informed forces heard about this too. Yin Sherwan knew what Li Shiming meant by asking her to leave temporarily, because he didn't want her to face possible enemies together. Elder Su and Elder Ma on the other side looked at each other and waved to Li Shiming. Li Shiming helplessly walked over with Yin Sherwan. 3 monks got off the bright yellow flying boat. Shikong Arhut, Jiming Arhut, and Jishin Arhut. When they saw this lineup, many monks present were slightly startled. These 3 are considered the 3 most powerful in Qianya Temple. Arhut. It can be seen that Qianya Temple attaches great importance to the celebration of the alchemy master Li Shiming. 3 powerful Arhats suddenly came to the ceremony.
Welcome 3 masters.
Elder Su, as the master and an equal status Shushan sect Jin Dan Elder, stepped forward and said proactively with a smile. Elder Ma had a higher status and was smiling. None of them had any intention of enmity, whether it was for the 2 sects or for Li Shiming. Li Shiming and Yin Sherwan then bowed and saluted, welcoming the arrival of the 3 Arhats as hosts. The 3 powerful Arhats came here because they wanted to resolve their previous grudges. Otherwise, if they came to cause trouble at this time, they would never stop fighting. By resolving the grudges between the 2 parties at this kind of celebration, it can be said that Qianya Temple definitely gave Li Shiming a great deal of face.
Amitabha. The 3 poor monks were invited to come here to congratulate Taoist Li Shiming on behalf of Qianya Temple for becoming a master of alchemy.
Shikong Arhut said to the monks on the opposite side with a smile. The reason why I came here by invitation is to regain some face. Neither Elder Su nor Li Shiming would care about this.
For such a small achievement, it is really an honor for Shiming to have Arhat Shikong, Arhat Jiming, and Arhat Jishin come here in person,
Li Shiming said with a smile. Yin Sherwan looked at the peaceful atmosphere at the scene. If she hadn't known the cause of the matter, she would have thought that they were close to each other.
This is a congratulatory gift prepared by Qianya Temple for Taoist brother Li Shiming. I hope the friendship between our temple and Taoist brother Li Shiming will last forever.
Shikong Arhut took out a jade box and handed it over, saying with a smile. Li Shiming took the jade box with both hands. The space formation was drawn on the jade box. In addition, the jade used in the jade box was 2nd grade. The value of this jade box alone was not low. You must know that this type of space array is different from space items such as storage bags, but uses space arrays to forcibly expand the space. The space array can be used on a small jade box. Its maker is at least it can only be made if the formation master and the weapon refining master join forces. He gently opened the jade box, and before he could take a closer look, there were exclamations from the side. This included Elder Su, and the Jindan monks, who were watching from a distance, were all amazed.
3rd grade tea tree. Li Shiming couldn't help but gasp after seeing the contents of the jade box clearly. He is not an ignorant person, and his net worth is extremely rich. Even many Jindan monks are not as rich as him. However, the third-grade spiritual tea tree is an extremely special existence. The third-grade spiritual tea tree is one of the very few third-grade spiritual plants that can be transplanted. The requirements for environmental spiritual soil and spiritual water are still very high, but the ability to transplant this alone is enough for the third-grade spiritual plant. The spiritual tea tree seems extremely precious. Normally, it is very rare for Jindan monks to own a third-grade spiritual tea tree. Most of the third-grade spiritual tea trees come out and will be purchased by several major sects. For this kind of sustainable supply of resources in the Golden Elixir period, Daezong sect has agreements with various well-known commercial banks. No trading house dares to sell this strategic third-grade resource privately, and the price offered by Daezong sect is not low. Therefore, unless the Jindan monk himself found the third-grade Ling tea tree, he would not be able to buy the third-grade Ling tea tree from the market. Li Shiming did not expect that Qianye Temple would be so generous as to give him a third-grade Ling tea tree as a gift. A third-grade Lingsha tree, if cultivated well, can produce 30 Lingsha leaves every year. Needless to say, the value of 30 Lingsha leaves is already the supply of the elder Jindan of the sect for 6 years. Master Shikong, I have always admired Qianye Temple, and we will have more contacts in the future. Li Shiming's previous hatred towards Qianye Temple seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, and he said to Master Shikong with a smile. This was not because of a third-grade spiritual tea tree, but because he knew very well that Qianye Temple showed his attitude by giving such a big gift as a third-grade spiritual tea tree. If he didn't take a stand, Chiba Temple would probably have the same hostile attitude corresponding to this great gift. Besides, the trouble he had with Qianye Temple was just Qianye Temple's pursuit of his clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba had returned to Shirwanda Mountain and was in 10,000 Swords Peak. He was not afraid of Qianye Temple's pursuit at all. As a righteous monk, he should be his own righteous monk, and the clone Li Yuanba's troubles would be borne by the clone. I heard that fellow Taoist Li is planning to receive the inheritance of divine vision after he has achieved the golden elixir. I hope that fellow Taoist Li will achieve the elixir as soon as possible. The smile on Jikong Arhat's face looked much more natural. Elder Su and Ma did not interrupt, leaving Li Shiming and Jikong Arhat to talk. Yin Shirlan also had a smile on her face. Li Shiming and Qianye Temple had resolved their grudges, which made her feel relieved. It is not a good thing to be an enemy of Qianye Temple, a major righteous sect. Even if Li Shiming has the support of Yuaning ancestor behind him, it will inevitably be dangerous. With the arrival of the 3 Arhats from Chiba Temple, all the monks who received the invitation letters arrived, and the celebration officially began. Dear fellow Taoists, my disciple Li Shiming has entered the Alchemy Master's door for the first time. I would like to thank all the fellow Taoists for coming to congratulate me. Elder Su presided over the ceremony and made the opening remarks. After that, Li Shiming, under the leadership of Elder Ma, saluted the tablets of the seniors of the Shushan sect's alchemy line, and informed the seniors of the Shushan sect's alchemy line of the important event of the emergence of a new alchemy master. Li Shiming didn't know the detailed process. It was all under the command of Elder Xuan Ma. He would do whatever Elder Ma said. After the ceremony was completed, 2 sticks of incense time had passed. Li Shiming, on behalf of the Shushan sect's alchemy lineage, I pass on the 5 elements and 9 rotators to you. I hope you can use this furnace as soon as possible. Elder Ma solemnly handed a small alchemy furnace to Li Shiming's hand. Li Shiming didn't know that such a thing existed. He looked at the small alchemy furnace delivered to his hand with a look of surprise on his face. Even though the 5 elements and 9 transformers are small, they are magic weapons that can only be used by Jindan monks. He was very lucky and had received many magic weapons, but he had never received the Dan Furnace magic weapon. The Alchemy Furnace magic weapon is a special type of magic weapon. Both the materials used and the difficulty of making it are far more than ordinary magic weapons. He reached the late stage of foundation building and even had all the resources to create elixirs. He had also considered the Elixir Furnace magic weapon before, but he didn't expect that the sect had already prepared it for him. In fact, it is not difficult to imagine that a large sect like Shushan sect would naturally retain the Alchemy Furnace magic weapon. The Alchemy Furnace magic weapon is different from other magic weapons. Only alchemy masters are qualified to use it. Even if there is a high-level alchemist who has become a golden elixir monk, using the Alchemy Furnace magic weapon when refining alchemy is simply a waste of money.
It cannot bring out the true use of the alchemy furnace magic weapon, and it will only make people laugh. Therefore, only alchemy masters can use the alchemy furnace magic weapon, and other monks will not use the alchemy furnace magic weapon at all.
Normally at this time, you should use the 5 elements 9-turn furnace to refine a furnace of 3rd grade elixir to show your level as an alchemy master. But given your level, you should use the spiritual weapon elixir furnace.
Elder Ma smiled at Li Shiming. Alchemy will not be refined on site. Not to mention that there are many secret methods in the alchemy inheritance. Refining the 3rd grade elixir is an extremely delicate and labor-intensive matter. The alchemy master cannot be affected in the slightest.
Yes, master.
Li Shiming bowed and responded. He is not worried about refining the elixir. He is absolutely sure about it.
Everyone, the sect has prepared spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. Please rest while waiting.
Elder Su said to the monks with a smile. Spirit fruits are prepared based on the number of people. Each Jindan monk can be assigned a 3rd grade spiritual fruit, while there is no limit on the number of other 2nd grade spiritual fruits. The 3rd grade spiritual tea is also 2nd grade, and the 3rd grade spiritual tea is too precious. There are too many golden elixir monks coming this time, and even the Shushan sect cannot produce so much 3rd grade spiritual tea at once. This aspect is really normal. After most of the 3rd grade resources of the sect are produced, they are distributed to the hands of the Jindan monks, and very little remains. The retained part is also a strategic reserve and cannot be taken out easily. Li Shiming entered the cave nearby and activated the formation to prevent monks from peeking. The monks here were eating spiritual fruits and sipping spiritual tea while communicating with other monks. There were not many opportunities for many golden elixir monks to gather together, and it was also a good occasion to make connections. Although the monks are waiting for Li Shiming's alchemy results, it is also an important part of the celebration.
Hey, this spiritual tea is pretty good. Although it doesn't have the spiritual energy of the 3rd grade spiritual tea, it is definitely the best among the 2nd grade spiritual tea.
A golden elixir monk exclaimed. The other Jindan monks also tasted the extraordinary features of the 2nd grade spiritual tea. All the monks had been drinking spiritual tea for a long time, so they knew the quality of the spiritual tea very well. Chapter 265 Panacea.
Elder Su, I wonder who made this spiritual tea.
The monk who had good tea asked many questions that the monks were concerned about. This kind of craftsmanship can actually make the taste of the 2nd grade spiritual tea no less than that of the 3rd grade spiritual tea, although it is far inferior to the 3rd grade spiritual tea in terms of spiritual energy. It is the best for daily use and ordinary hospitality.
This is what Ming made in his spare time.
Elder Su knew what the monk was thinking when he asked this question and replied with a smile. His answer made the monk lose interest, and the other interested monks also said nothing more. Shouldn't they be asked to hire an alchemy master to make tea for them? With such an opportunity, it would be better to ask Li Shiming to make elixirs for them. In fact, the cost of asking Li Shiming to make tea is not as good as brewing 3rd grade spiritual tea directly. The monks changed the topic and laughed and talked about various interesting secrets. In addition, Elder Su and Elder Ma, as the masters, provided deliberate guidance, so the atmosphere remained warm. 3 hours passed, but Li Shiming did not come out. A monk was already looking in the direction of the cave. They wondered if there was something wrong. After all, Li Shiming had just become an alchemy master. This time he was publicly demonstrating his alchemy skills, so he might have failed. But doubts are doubts, and no one will say it out loud. At 4 hours, a monk finally couldn't help but look at Elder Ma. As Li Shiming's alchemy master and an alchemy master, Elder Ma is very clear about Li Shiming's alchemy level.
I wonder what 3rd grade elixir Shiming is refining. I think it's a bit complicated, so it takes a long time.
Elder Ma is not worried at all that Li Shiming's alchemy will fail, as long as it is within the scope of Li Shiming's alchemy ability. Li Shiming's level has exceeded he. While Elder Ma was speaking, the cave formation was activated. Li Shiming walked out with a slightly depressed spirit, for consecutive hours of refining the elixir had left him mentally exhausted. Instead, he had a smile on his face and held a jade bottle in his hand. The nearly 100 Jindan monks present, as well as other guests, all focused their attention on the jade bottle held in his hand.
This time I refined the Payu Dan for senior sister, and luckily I got 3 of them,
Li Shiming said as he sent the jade bottle to Elder Ma. If there are 3 elixirs, it means that the elixir is full, which is already very good. Elder Ma took the jade bottle with a smile, opened the bottle cap and scanned it with his mind. and his face showed that it was indeed like this.
You put one away, and give the rest to Yi Jingxian,
Elder Ma said, taking out a
breaking you Dan
from the jade bottle and putting it into another jade bottle. During this process, all the guests present saw the cyan aura on the elixir, which was a high level.
Breaking you Dan. Jingxian, go get the elixir,
Elder Su said to Dai Jingxian, who was standing far away with a smile on his face.
Yes, Master.
Yi Jingxian's tall figure came closer. She first bowed to Elder Su, and then came to Elder Ma and took the jade bottle. She opened the jade bottle, excitement appearing on her face.
Junior brother, senior sister, if I can achieve the elixir, I must thank you very much,
she said loudly. Okay, to Li Shiming.
Jingxian, show me the elixir to everyone here,
Elder Su reminded from the side. Yi Jingxian took out 2 high-grade
Pu Dan
with cyan charm from the jade bottle, showed them for a few breaths, and quickly put them away. This type of elixir cannot be left in the outside world for too long, as it will cause the spiritual energy in the elixir to be lost and affect its effect.
Sister, there are 3 more elixirs that will be sent over in a few days,
Li Shiming said with a smile. He thought that since he was refining a spiritual elixir anyway, there was no point in refining the
turtle marrow enhancing pill.
So he chose the
breaking you pill.
This was also his confidence in his own alchemy skills. Of course, the premise is that he must put the alchemy process in the computer room space to ensure such a stable level. Although the 3
broken moon pills
were displayed for a short time, all the golden pill monks could clearly see the status of the 3
broken moon pills.
The 3 high-level
breaking you pills
did not even dissipate the heat of the elixir. It was obvious that they were just refined elixirs. The
broken moon pill
is relatively difficult to refine among the junior 3rd grade elixirs. Li Shiming produced 3 high-level
broken moon pills
in 4 hours, maintaining the rate and quality of the pills he produced as a senior alchemist. This made all the monks present feel that this time was not in vain. If this occasion was not suitable for talking about alchemy, many golden elixir monks would have made requests to Li Shiming immediately. Next, Jindan monks kept coming to talk to Li Shiming, although they had seen him during the welcome before. Li Shiming's performance now deserves more attention from them. There are already Jindan monks who are regretting that the congratulatory gifts they sent were too light. If they had known that Li Shiming was performing at such a level, he would have given a heavier congratulatory gift anyway.
The choice in the temple is right,
Jiming Arhat said to Jikong Arhat through sound transmission. Jiming Luohan took action against Li Shiming before, but that time he thought that Li Shiming left quietly and fell into the trap set by Li Shiming. Jiming Arhat is a faction in Chiba Temple that has been demanding that the relationship with Li Shiming be dealt with seriously. But today he changed his mind. It is not a rational act to make enemies with an alchemy master with such a level of alchemy. If Li Shiming could become a golden elixir monk, I am afraid that when he reaches the late stage of the golden elixir, even the Yuaning monks would ask him to refine elixirs for him elsewhere. At first, he felt that the temple gave away a 3rd grade spiritual tea tree. But now Jiming Arhat had figured it out and understood the considerations of the temple's senior officials. The world of cultivating immortals will pay special respect to monks with backgrounds and talents. And Li Shiming is now a monk with background and talent. Although he is in the late stage of foundation building, all the Jindan monks who communicate with him are extremely polite. After all these monks had communicated with Li Shiming one by one, the stage of Li Shiming's participation in this celebration was over. Later activities will include exchanges of spiritual objects, exercises, etc. Li Shiming, who is not a golden elixir monk, does not need to participate. Li Shiming took Yin Shirlan, Liang Yishuan, and Master Luo, who had been staring at him for a long time, to the sword-holding peak. Because Master Luo is Yin Shirlan's master and Liang Yishuan is Yin Shirlan's best friend, Li Shiming introduced several people into his cave.
Master Luo, this is a beautiful beauty pill.
After entering the cave, Li Shiming saw the way Master Luo was hesitant to speak, so he couldn't help but smile, took out the jade bottle, and handed it over and said. Master Luo looked at the jade bottle and trembled slightly when he stretched out his hand. She quickly adjusted her mood. Her disciple Yin Shirlan was still there, and she couldn't let his disciple see her jokes. She took the jade bottle, scanned the inside with her spiritual thoughts, and sensed the spirituality of the high-level Yinzhuan Dan. She nodded with satisfaction. She hesitated slightly, then took out a storage bag and sent it to Li Shiming. Li Shiming was not polite. This 3rd grade formation flag was of great use to him. Even at the golden core stage, it was still an extremely important self-defense for a formation master like him. Having a third-grade formation flag in his hand can exert an effect that is enough to affect the golden core cultivator, whether it is defense, confusion, or attack. Of course, it was still due to his own lack of realm and the fact that he was not yet a master of formations. He was unable to severely damage the golden core cultivator in using formation attacks, but it was enough to confuse and defend him. Li Shiming's spiritual thought entered the storage bag, and 93rd grade formation flags were inside. He nodded to Master Luo. When Master Luo saw Li Shiming nodding, he no longer hesitated and poured the high-grade Juyan Dan directly into his mouth. Different from the effects of Li Shiming, Yin Sherwan and Liang Yishuan taking the Zhuan Dan. The three of them are young people. Although the Zhuan Dan has changed them, it has not reached a shocking level. But Master Luo was different. After taking the high-level Yin Zhuan Dan, her face and all the exposed skin were changing at an extremely fast speed. She is getting younger rapidly, and the traces left by the years on her body have been erased by an invisible hand, leaving only her youth.
Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Uncle!
Yin Sherwan and Liang Yishuan bowed to congratulate each other at the same time, with surprise flashing in their eyes. Li Shiming was also marveling at the magic of the
beautiful beauty pill. Beautiful beauty pill.
Turned Master Luo, a middle-aged beauty, into a young girl, standing next to Yin Sherwan and Liang Yishuan. She looked like their sister. Generally, Master Luo casually cast a water curtain and used the water curtain as a mirror to look at himself in the reflection. In fact, her mind swept over her, just like seeing it with her eyes. But she wanted to see her current appearance with her eyes. After seeing myself clearly in the water curtain, the regret caused by giving away 108 third-grade formation flags disappeared without a trace. I only saw my appearance returning to my youth. Not to mention the 108 third-grade formation flags. She was willing to pay even 10 times more.
Sherwan and Yixian are playing here. I'm going to meet some friends.
Master Luo was eager to share with his friends. What's more important is that many friends are at the celebration at this time, so that they can be happy for her together. This is a rare opportunity. When Master Luo returned to the celebration site, he immediately amazed the monks present. It's not that Master Luo's appearance is unparalleled, but that monks mostly identify monks by their breath. In many cases, hiding the breath is more important than hiding the appearance. Therefore, even though Master Luo has regained her youth, she is still recognized by the monks who are familiar with her. It was the sharp contrast between her appearance not long ago and her current appearance that surprised many monks. Almost instantly, a group of female monks surrounded Master Luo, and a series of spiritual shielding fields protected the female monks from being disturbed by the male cultivators outside. Due to the excessive number of female cultivators using spiritual shielding fields, there was an area at the celebration that was protected by more than 10 layers of shielding fields. In the shielding field, many female cultivators looked at Master Luo with jealous and envious eyes. These female cultivators are all golden elixir cultivators. Golden elixir cultivators usually have very close relationships with each other, and it is easy to do things without any interest. Become friends. In addition, the people who came to participate in the celebration this time were all righteous gened and female cultivators, and they were very familiar with each other. After using the spiritual shielding field, they had a lot less worries. In particular, some of them who were close friends with Master Luo directly took action and touched Master Luo's face and skin, making Master Luo laugh and curse. There is also a golden elixir female cultivator with twinkling eyes, thinking about how to obtain the Yinzhuan elixir. In Li Shiming's cave, he was taking Yin Sherwan to visit his cave. Liang Yishuan followed behind him like a little tail, not feeling redundant at all.
The aura you have here is wrong. Very wrong.
Liang Yishuan suddenly shouted. At this time, Li Shiming brought Yin Sherwan to the training room. This was a very private place. But for Yin Sherwan, Li Shiming had also been to Yin Sherwan's training room, so naturally there were no worries.
The aura I have here is configured according to Elder Jindan standards,
Li Shiming explained with a smile. He walked to the third-grade golden lotus, carefully took out the water bag, and poured 2 jingling koi into the water. Originally, he was a little worried that the jingling koi would not be used to this place. But when the jingling koi swam happily around the third-grade golden lotus, and jumped out of the water excitedly from time to time, he realized that his worries were in vain.
This is the third-grade golden lotus. No wonder you have reached the late stage of foundation building and have such a treasure. Liang Yishuan knew the goods and shouted again. Yin Shuan and Li Shiming smiled at each other, and were not affected by Liang Yishuan's noise. They were both thinking about what it would be like to live together in the future. There is actually nothing to visit in the cave. Li Shiming actually wanted to let Yin Shuan know that this might be their common cave after the Golden Core stage. Of course, if Li Shiming wants, he can reapply for Lingshan, or even apply for a mountain range. However, given his age, he would not leave Elder Su too far before he was ready to accept a disciple. After observing the cave, Li Shiming always felt that Yin Shuan had something on his mind. Lord, don't take it to heart if something happens. Just tell us and we'll face it together, he persuaded softly. Sure, Ming. My parents and sister sent back the news through Qianhua Temple. They are coming to the Northern Shu continent and want to borrow the commercial flying boat of the Northern Shu Trading Company. However, the manager of the Northern Shu Trading Company that my father knew was transferred, and the Northern Shu Trading Company said that they would not interfere. Tianhai Island affairs. So they never made the trip. You have some relationship with Beihai Commercial Bank. Can you ask someone to help clear it up? Yin Shuan hesitated for a moment and expressed her thoughts. The situation on Tianhai Island is now clear. The original 7 sects are being cannibalized and annexed by the Mingxin sect. Due to resource problems and other issues, many of the 7 monks have chosen to join the Mingxin sect, which owns the vast majority of Tianhai Island's resources. Tianhai sect is in the stage of disintegration, and several Jindan monks cannot see the future and have their own choices. Elder Yin chose to take the Taoist monk Elder Ren and his daughter Ren Fair to the Northern Shu continent. Unfortunately, they never made the trip, considering that Yin Shuan would be worried. The news was sent to the Northern Shu continent through connections. This news went through many twists and turns before it reached Yin Shuan. Yin Shuan thought of asking Li Shiming to help when she saw Beiju Commercial Bank sending expensive gifts to Li Shiming. This is a simple matter. I will ask Beiju Trading Company to pick up Uncle Yin. This matter was extremely easy for Li Shiming now, and he agreed with a smile. Chapter 266 Confession. The celebration lasted until the next day. The monks who came got what they wanted, made friends with Li Shiming, and traded some of the spiritual objects they had prepared. Yin Shuan also left together. After all, this is Shushan sect. Her current identity is the true successor of Qianhuan sect, and she cannot stay in Shushan sect for any longer. Li Shiming gained the most, with over 100 congratulatory gifts, which made his net worth explode again. A small area was opened up in his training room, supplemented with a thick layer of spiritual soil. This spiritual soil was not something that could be configured at will, but was exchanged for it with his contribution points to the sect. This spiritual soil is exclusively for third-grade spiritual plants, and contains many extremely precious spiritual materials. He planted the Sanpinling tea tree in the spiritual soil. Although the Sanpinling tea tree was well protected, it would still lose its vitality after being left out of the soil for many days. Although Li Shiming doesn't practice Ling Jifu's spells very much, Ling Jifu's level has still improved to nearly advanced levels. He exchanged the spells of the high-level spiritual planter, quickly learned the spells through Z15, and cast the spiritual rain on the third-grade spiritual tea tree, which finally restored the third-grade spiritual tea tree. He also installed LED lights on the top of the training room, and used a small lighting array and current conversion equipment to power a set of control equipment and LED lights. The function of the control equipment is to turn on the LED lights regularly when Li Shiming is not in the training room to simulate the environment under the outside sunlight. There is a reason why the third-grade spiritual tea tree is placed in the training room. The third-grade spiritual tea tree is an extremely precious resource and is coveted by all the Golden Elixir monks. Although there are almost no monks in the sect who dare to steal third-grade spiritual tea trees. Normally monks who own spiritual tea trees will plant them in the safest place to avoid arousing the jealousy of other monks and causing unnecessary trouble. There is another reason why Li Shiming placed the third-grade spiritual tea tree in the training room, and that is because there is a third-grade golden lotus there. The third-grade golden lotus and pure spirit koi make the spiritual energy in the practice room reach an extremely rich and pure level. This is the best environment for monks to practice, and it is not the favorite living environment of the third-grade spiritual tea tree. Even the sunlight needed by the Sanpinling tea tree was simulated by Li Shiming through LED lights. There is not much difference between the outside of the cave and the inside of the cave. Although the celebration had just ended, and he had made friends with many Jindan monks, no monks would disturb him in the past few days. He has already said that he needs to refine elixirs for senior sister Yi Jingxian in the next few days.
At the level of an alchemy master, he no longer refines 5 furnaces a day as he did before, due to the difference in energy and spirit consumption. The energy and spirit consumed by the 3rd grade elixir means that he can only refine 1 furnace of 3rd grade elixir a day. It took him 3 days to refine these 3 3rd grade elixirs: the pulse protecting pill, the spirit calming pill, and the rebirth pill. When he finished refining the last pot of 3rd grade elixir and walked out of the cave, he found that the senior sister was already guarding outside the sword-holding peak. It seemed that she was afraid of disturbing or affecting Li Shiming's alchemy mood, so the senior sister never sent out the formula to inform him. He smiled. When did the senior sister become so elegant? He opened the mountain protecting formation. Seeing the formation open, the senior sister knew that Li Shiming had finished refining alchemy, so she rushed in like flying.
Junior brother, have you finished practicing?
Yi Jingxian asked anxiously. Since Li Shiming became the alchemy master, the senior sister and 3 senior brothers changed the title of Li Shiming from junior brother to junior brother. Perhaps they thought they could no longer call him junior brother.
Senior sister, you are lucky to have lived up to your mission.
Li Shiming handed over 3 jade bottles containing 2 high-grade 3rd grade elixirs each, and said with a smile, when it comes to alchemy, he cannot break the rules. This is what Elder Ma has told him long ago. Alchemists must abide by certain rules, and can only receive more remuneration, and cannot receive less remuneration. This is also a common understanding in the immortal cultivation world. No monk will use this to make things difficult for alchemists. The senior sister took the 3 jade bottles, and immediately opened them to check. After reading them, her face was filled with excitement.
Junior brother, I don't know how to thank you. I'll invite you to watch my elixir formation process in a month.
She bowed with a rare bow. Li Shiming was not used to the curve of his tall body. What surprised Li Shiming even more was that he became an elixir a month later.
Congratulations, senior sister.
Li Shiming congratulated with a smile.
I don't know why. After I gave you the ingredients for the pill, I felt a little more enlightened. After you gave me the high-level
Broken Moon pill
a few days ago, my understanding of the pill became deeper. I believe it will be successful this time.
Although Yi Jingxian said that she didn't know why, her eyes showed deep gratitude to Li Shiming. She knew very well where her insights came from. It was Li Shiming who surpassed the level of ordinary alchemists and gave her great confidence. Because of this trust, she felt that the road to alchemy was much smoother. And this was the reason why the bottleneck of alchemy was broken.
It's because senior sister has accumulated enough,
Li Shiming said sincerely. He is also preparing to write the elixir. But in comparison, the senior sister who has been preparing for decades seems to be much more serious than him. Yi Jingxian continued to perform tasks outside for resources, just to have enough contribution points to redeem corresponding resources, and compete for Chengdian resources. Li Shiming does not have to compete for the elixir-forming resources. Even if he does not receive compensation for elixir-forming resources from Elder Ji's line, the sect will provide him with a set of elixir-forming resources when he reaches the peak of the late foundation building stage. But it seems that there is no need for it now, because he has become a master of alchemy. As long as the alchemy master's elixir-making rate is high enough, there will be no shortage of various 3rd grade elixirs. Take the 4 3rd grade elixirs of Chengdian resources as an example. After refining 4 3rd grade elixirs for Yi Jingxian, Li Shiming was given 1 of each of the 4 3rd grade elixirs, coupled with the compensation he received from Elder Ji's line, and the set of elixir-making resources and materials from his clone Li Yuanba. It is enough to ensure that he has the pulse-protecting pill, Dingling pill, rebirth pill, and you-breaking pill now. There are as many as 7. He also has a piece of Piyudan material sent by Beishu Trading Company, which allows him to increase his Piyudan by 3. This is not the end yet. There will definitely be monks who will send him the materials for the pulse-protecting pill, the spirit-dinging pill, the rebirth pill, and the you-breaking pill in the future for refining. Because the alchemy strength he showed at the alchemy master ceremony was enough for him to choose the 3rd grade elixir he wanted to refine among the many orders and refine it first. By the time he becomes a pill, he will probably have a lot of pulse-protecting pills, spirit-fixing pills, rebirth pills, and you-breaking pills at his hands. No matter how much he squanders them, they will be enough. Not long after senior sister left, Li Shiming received a message from Elder Su, asking him to go to Tianmu Peak to meet him. Li Shiming had nothing to do, and turned into a sword light and headed towards Tianmu Peak. When we arrived at Tianmu Peak, we met Elder Su waiting at the pavilion.
Master, you are looking for me.
Li Shiming stepped forward and greeted him.
Sit down and have a cup of tea with me.
Elder Su said with a smile, and pointed to the stone bench next to him. Then Elder Su personally poured a cup of 3-grade spiritual tea for Li Shiming. This was the highest treatment for Elder Su. It was clear that the 3rd-grade spiritual tea was full of spiritual energy. But Li Shiming felt a little flattered, which made him dare not take it for a while.
I'm not willing to drink some spiritual tea for you. I came here to make elixirs. Please don't be busy taking over elixirs from other sects recently. You can help refine a low-level 3rd-grade elixir within the sect first.
Granted, Elder Su said with a glare.
This is my duty. The sect trained me, so I serve the sect first.
When Li Shiming heard this, he felt relieved and responded with a smile.
It's good that you understand. In addition, the sect will allocate corresponding 3rd-grade resources to you according to the standards of Elder Jean Dan. It's good that you know this. Don't waste the 3rd-grade resources you get. Keep them, and save them for entertaining distinguished guests. Elder Su continued. Even though the 3rd-grade kitchen resources that Li Shiming obtained from Beiju Trading Company were divided between him and Elder Ma, he still felt that Li Shiming was too lavish. Using 3rd-grade resources to entertain distinguished guests is a necessary etiquette for making friends with Golden Core monks. It is precisely because all Golden Core monks understand that 3rd-grade resources are scarce. Using 3rd-grade resources to entertain distinguished guests will make distinguished guests feel that the host values them. According to Li Shiming's lavish usage, even the 3rd-grade resources of Beiju Trading Company and Shushan sect, plus the production of the 3rd-grade Ling Tea tree, were not enough for Li Shiming's entertainment.
Master, I understand.
Li Shiming knew clearly that this was concern, and listened attentively.
Lastly, it's a private matter. After your 3rd-grade spiritual tea tree is produced and roasted, remember to keep a copy. I will exchange it with the same amount of 3rd-grade spiritual tea.
Elder Su said a little embarrassed. He likes the best tea, although Sanpin Ling Cha is precious. If Li Shiming makes it, the quality of Sanpin Ling Cha can be improved to a higher level. Of course, this was definitely an advantage. But since Li Shiming was his disciple, he had taken advantage. Li Shiming made the 2nd-grade spiritual tea so good that all the monks were full of praise. If he could refine the 3rd-grade spiritual tea, Elder Su would be excited just thinking about it.
When the Sanpinling tea tree comes into production, I will naturally fry one to honor you.
Li Shiming couldn't help but smile.
You think I'm just greedy for your magical tea? I just want a change of taste.
Elder Su said angrily.
Master, of course not.
Li Shiming quickly followed the trend.
Your senior sister is about to be promoted to the Golden Core. This is thanks to your good fortune. I have some experience in elixir formation that I have summarized here. You can take a look at it first. When your senior sister is promoted, you can follow these observations. You can get more experience.
Elder Su took out a jade slip and gave it to Li Shiming. Elder Su has now made it clear that Li Shiming's blessings are extremely important and will also affect the people around Li Shiming. Senior sister Yi Jingxian has been stuck on the half-step golden elixir for many years and has never had a chance to break through. But when she handed over the elixir-forming resources and materials in her hands to Li Shiming,
and Li Shiming refined the high level,
breaking you Dan.
For her bottleneck was broken. What else is this if not relying on Li Shiming's good fortune? After coming out of the master, Elder Su, before returning to Sword-Holding Peak, Elder Ma called him over again. Li Shiming walked into the Alchemy Cauldron Hall and saw the huge alchemy furnace magic weapon, and a look of envy flashed in his eyes. Now that he is an alchemy master, he is clearly aware of the important role of the alchemy furnace magic weapon in refining 3rd-grade elixirs. Using the spiritual weapon alchemy furnace to refine 3rd-grade elixirs, he could not fully exert the effect of the Red Yang spiritual fire, making it impossible for him to improve his level of alchemy. He could only be suppressed to a low-level 3rd-grade elixir with only a single 3rd-grade elixir in the elixir recipe, within the scope of the elixir.
Why? If you want to use the alchemy furnace magic weapon, you should make the elixir quickly.
Elder Ma saw the desire in Li Shiming's eyes, and said with a smile,
Master, I have just been promoted to the late stage of foundation building.
Li Shiming replied helplessly.
Anyway, the alchemy furnace magic weapon is in your hands. It's up to you how hard you work.
Elder Ma waved his hand. Elder Ma put aside the elixir in his hand, and led Li Shiming to the reception area to sit down. A medicine boy brought a spiritual fruit, and Li Shiming unexpectedly discovered that it was a 3rd-grade spiritual fruit.
Eat it, and don't give me spiritual fruits in the future. I really want the 3rd-grade spiritual fruit. As long as there is some news, someone will send it to me.
Elder Ma pointed at the third-grade spiritual fruit and said with a smile. Li Shiming was not polite. He took a third-grade spiritual fruit and ate it. The spiritual energy contained in the third-grade spiritual fruit is extremely abundant. After eating a third-grade spiritual fruit, his whole body is filled with a gentle spiritual energy unique to the spiritual fruit. And these gentle spiritual energy are nourishing his Tao body. Of course, because his Tao body is too advanced. The effect of this third-grade spiritual fruit is extremely weak, considering his current immaculate Taoist body and the two body refining techniques of Vajra body protection divine art and Sword demon secret code that have been refined to the extreme, unless it is a major improvement. Otherwise his Taoist body will not be able to. There is very little room for improvement.
If you are free, I have some spiritual pills here that I would like you to help refine.
Elder Ma watched Li Shiming eat the third-grade spiritual fruit and said his purpose with a smile. Li Shiming regretted eating the third-grade spiritual fruit. Look at these two masters. Elder Su served him with third-grade spiritual tea, but he was asked to refine the elixir for the sect. Elder Ma treated him with third-grade spiritual fruit for the purpose. Prioritize refining Elder Ma's elixir.
Master Su told me to refine the sect's low-level third-grade elixir first.
Li Shiming explained helplessly.
It doesn't matter. I will say low to the sect. I have no choice but to ask for help from my old friends. I want to refine a set of pulse-protecting pills, spirit-fixing pills, rebirth pills, and you-breaking pills. For the sake of your respective descendants, you will also need these elixirs,
Elder Ma said, spreading his hands.
Listen to Master.
When Li Shiming heard that Elder Ma was willing to come forward to deal with the sect, he smiled and picked up another third-grade spiritual fruit and nodded.
Because they jumped in line, I asked them to prepare extra rewards. Don't be soft-hearted. They are all rich.
Although Elder Ma asked his disciples for help, he also increased his gains. Anyway, those old friends don't need this stuff, and it won't hurt their muscles at all to take it out. Chapter 267 Master and Disciple. In Shirwanda Mountain, Sunluo Sect's Wanjin Peak, Elder Jian paid great attention to Li Yuanba during these days. Since nothing major happened recently, Elder Jian has been staying on Wanjin Peak to guide Li Yuanba's cultivation. Elder Jian explained every detail of the
Sword Intention Chongshao technique
in detail. Even the content of the Golden Elixir stage was explained in advance. This made Li Yuanba confused, as if Elder Jian was trying to explain something. However, Elder Jian did not explain the reason to him, so he could only passively accept this inheritance. During this period, Li Yuanba's cultivation level also improved by leaps and bounds. With the assistance of a large number of top-level spiritual pills, his cultivation effect increased 20 times. And he also had more time to practice flying swords every day. Although he also has the trump card of a general. Under the training and influence of the Sword Elder, he becomes more and more like a true swordsman. While practicing, I also heard about the reputation of the original body Li Shiming in Sunluo's sect. He was a little surprised to find that Li Shiming, the master of alchemy, actually made the monks of Sunluo's sect not have any hatred towards evil spirits, but instead praised him. If it were not for his status and the opportunity to come into contact with Li Shiming, he believed that the demon cultivators in the sect would find a way to participate in the celebration of Master Li Shiming's alchemy and send congratulatory gifts. On this day, Elder Jian explained the
sword intent to the sky
to Li Yuanba as usual. He then questioned Li Yuanba about what he had explained before, and found that Li Yuanba had memorized all the contents without making any mistakes or omissions. He couldn't help but nodded with relief.
Yuanba, I have explained to you one by one the contents and precautions of the Yuaning stage of the sword intent to the sky technique. You may wonder why I am so anxious.
Elder Jian looked at Li Yuanba when he said this. Li Yuanba couldn't help but touch his scalp. He was really confused.
I won't be able to guide your cultivation for a long time after that,
Elder Jian said slowly.
Master,
Li Yuanba explained in shock, thinking that Elder Jian had encountered some trouble. With Elder Jian's strength, it would probably take a nascent soul stage monk to cause him trouble.
It's not what you think. It's a good thing. I've recently felt something in my mind, and I'm ready to retreat to comprehend the nascent soul avenue,
Elder Jian said with a smile on his face.
Congratulations, Master.
Li Yuanba was overjoyed and bowed quickly.
This also has something to do with you. Since I accepted you as my disciple, I feel that the sword intention of my lineage has been inherited by Chongshao Pavilion. I finally let go of a big stone in my heart. I felt something in my heart and made some breakthroughs.
Jian, The elder smiled. He was extremely satisfied with his disciple. Li Yuanba's talent was excellent, both in terms of foundation and learning ability. Even in the original sword and tent Chongshao Pavilion, he was still a top genius. There is hope for such a disciple to keep up with his pace, and perhaps return to sword and tent Chongshao Pavilion one day. Regardless of whether Elder Sword's promotion to Yuanying succeeds or fails, he can break through with confidence. Even if the breakthrough fails and dies, his disciple Li Yuanba still hopes to fulfill his wish and return to Jinni Chongshao Pavilion as Yuanying. At least he passed on the sword and tent Chongshao Pavilion here, passing it on from generation to generation, until one day his lineage returns to the sword and tent Chongshao Pavilion. Li Yuanba was a little surprised when he heard Elder Jin's words, because he had heard these words too many times. It seems that his good fortune is affecting the people around him. Li Shiming's master and senior sister are all affected. Now even the master here, Elder Jin, has found hope of breakthrough because of him. Master, rest assured that the disciples will be in retreat. The disciples will work hard on their own and will definitely live up to the master's expectations. Li Yuanba assured sternly. I feel confident about you, but I don't feel confident about the other monks in the sect. Elder Jian couldn't help but sneered when he said this, and looked outside the mountain. Li Yuanba thought of Elder Lu, and he naturally understood what Elder Jian was talking about. This 10,000 sword peak is my private property. Your master personally invited several Yuanying ancestors to snatch it and give it to me. This 10,000 sword peak has very little effect on me. After I retreat, I'm afraid there will be elders of the sect who will covet Wanjin Peak. Although they do not dare to rob it openly with the care of your master, they have to guard against secret methods. Once your master practices, he will be unable to contact you for a long time. So before I retreat, I will pass on Wanjin Peak to you. You have the control of Wanjin Peak. Even if you have gold in Wanjin Peak, Elder Dan, you can handle it. Elder Jian looked at Li Yuanba and said solemnly, Master, actually there is one thing I didn't tell you. Li Yuanba thought for a moment and bowed. If it's a secret about you, it goes without saying. Which monk doesn't have some secrets? Elder Jian looked at him with a smile. In Elder Jian's opinion, what Li Yuanba wanted to say would not be a big deal. Master, please look at this. Li Yuanba took out the design of the Wanjianfeng magic weapon found in Elder Lu's space ring, and held it in front of him and said. He took out the design drawing of Wanjianfeng's magic weapon. Naturally he wanted to inform Elder Jian of the thoughts of the Jindan elders in the sect. Although Elder Lu has died, who knows how many Jindan elders are still peeking at Wanjianfeng. He is worried that Jian the Elder underestimated how much the sect's Jindan Elder coveted Wanjian Peak. It seems that Elder Lu has been planning Wanjianfeng for a long time. This design alone is not something that ordinary weapon masters can design. Elder Jian sighed after looking at Wanjianfeng's design. He was not interested in knowing how Li Shiming obtained the design of the Wanjianfeng magic weapon. Elder Lu died on the battlefield during the Foundation building period, and it was normal for his belongings to be scattered outside. To be honest, if it weren't for Ancestor Lu's life-saving grace and Patriarch Lu's constant care, Elder Jian would not have stayed in Sun Luo's sect. Elder Jian stayed in Sun Luo's sect just to repay his kindness. He promised Ancestor Guolu that he would serve Sun Luo's sect before achieving Yuanying. After achieving Yuanying, he would return to Jinni Chongshao Pavilion and work in Sun Luo's sect. The sect left a legacy. As a sword cultivator, he naturally cannot go hand in hand with demon cultivators. This 10,000 sword peaks was specially snatched for him by Patriarch Lu in order to keep him, and he must repay this kindness. However, in the past few hundred years, Elder Jian has made great contributions to the Sun Luo sect. Countless enemy golden elixirs have fallen into his hands. His contribution to the Sun Luo sect's current power is not small. Elder Jian had also heard about the sect's Elder Jindan spying on Wan Jianfeng before, and he turned a blind eye to some small actions. Anyway, with him around, there would be no problems. But after seeing the design drawing of Wan Jianfeng, he understood that Elder Jindan of the sect was no longer just peeping. He was treating Wan Jianfeng as something to be divided up. He believed that as long as he failed to break through or left Sun Luo's sect successfully, Li Yuanba's strength would not be able to keep Wan Jianfeng at all. And at least until Li Yuanba's strength reaches the late stage of Jindan, Wan Jianfeng will be extremely important to Li Yuanba's practice of sword intent climbing to the sky. Without Wan Jianfeng, it would be extremely difficult for Li Yuanba to improve his swordsmanship, and he would even die of old age at the Golden Core stage due to too long a cultivation period, unable to reach the nascent soul realm. Yuanba, I have prepared the materials for this design drawing for you.
When your strength reaches the golden core stage, you can refine Wan Jianfeng into a magic weapon and carry it with you.
Elder Jian carefully looked at the design drawing in his hand. Finally made a decision. Rather than taking advantage of outsiders, it would be better for Li Yuanba to refine Wan Jianfeng into a magic weapon. As for the sword cultivator, who only has one magic weapon, Wan Jianfeng is regarded as Li Yuanba's training auxiliary magic weapon, and does not affect the sword cultivator's spirit.
Master, Elder Lu has actually prepared the materials a long time ago.
Li Yuanba took out a storage bag and handed it over.
It's an advantage for you.
Elder Jian took the storage bag and checked it, shook his head and smiled. There are so many materials in the storage bag, and the varieties are so complex that even if Elder Jian collects them himself, it will take a long time. Originally, he planned to help Li Yuanba handle this matter even if it delayed the retreat. Unexpectedly, Elder Lu had already collected all the materials, and was waiting for him to leave before refining Wan Jianfeng.
In the name of serving the Master, I will go to the 3 holy peaks of the Master, and then retreat there. I will not tell anyone externally, but within 5 years at most, the Jin Dan elders in the sect will confirm my breakthrough in retreat. Matter. So you should try your best to break through the golden elixir within 5 years.
Having said this, Elder Sword glanced at Li Yuanba, and then said,
Your strength is progressing very quickly. I don't know what kind of help you have found, but I think it won't be a problem for you to reach the peak of the late foundation building stage and try to break through the golden elixir stage in the next 5 years.
When Li Yuanba was practicing recently, he always took top-level elixirs to speed up his practice efficiency. Outsiders cannot detect the increase in strength brought about by his training at all. But recently, Elder Jian has been explaining the
sword intent to the sky technique
to Li Yuanba almost every day. How could he not sense that there is something wrong with Li Yuanba's training progress? Otherwise, why would Elder Jian propose 5 years to break through the golden elixir? You must know that for a normal monk, 5 years is not enough time to break through from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the late stage of foundation establishment.
I have a close relationship with the alchemy master outside. The last time I went out, I exchanged my resources with him for practicing elixirs.
Li Yuanba explained half-truthfully. He didn't want to deceive his master, Elder Jian, but he couldn't tell anyone about this matter. His relationship with his real body, Li Shiming, is his biggest secret.
I still say what I said. Everything is your chance. You don't need to explain anything to me. Master just hopes that when I come out of seclusion, you will still be in control of Wan Jianfeng and become a golden elixir sword cultivator.
Elder Jian smiled. He shook his head and said,
Master, how long will it take for you to retreat?
Li Yuanba asked.
It can be as little as 10 years. As long as 30 years. If I don't leave seclusion for 30 years, I might have died.
Elder Jian replied in a deep voice. Li Yuanba couldn't help but be silent for a while. He thought about every detail of getting along with Elder Jian. When he passed the test of Elder Jian and became a disciple of Jinni Chou Pavilion in front of the scroll of Jinni Chou Pavilion, Elder Jian treated him like a parent and son. Although the time he spent with Elder Jian was not long, the relationship was sincere, and there was no entanglement of interests at all.
No need to think too much. What a blessing it is to be able to understand the nascent soul avenue. Look at how many monks in the world of immortality are unable to look up to this level in their lives. Even if they can feel the realm of the Yuanying Avenue for only a moment, they have spent hundreds of years practicing for this. It's worth it.
Elder Jian's eyes flashed with light. He smiled and patted Li Yuanba's shoulder and said, Monks in the world of cultivating immortals will face many obstacles one after another starting from the Qi chain stage. In the chain energy stage alone, there is a small level on each level, a medium level on the third level, and at the peak level of link energy, there is a large level blocking the way to promotion and foundation building. Then, there is the foundation building. Each level will encounter bottlenecks, and each level is a path of cultivation with many difficulties. This caused the monks to be eliminated in batches. By the time they reached the foundation building stage, there were no more monks left, let alone those who could be promoted to the golden core later on. The monks who can truly try to break through the nascent soul avenue are each of the top beings among the sect's golden elixir monks. No wonder even with Elder Jian's talent, he couldn't help but feel emotional when talking about the difficulties of Yuanying Avenue. Elder Jian took Li Yuanba to the 5-handled flying sword magic weapon at the top of Wanjian Peak. The 5-handled flying sword magic weapon was inserted into the rock.
Today I will hand over the control of Wan Jianfeng to your hands. You try your best to protect Wan Jianfeng. If
Elder Jian couldn't help but pause when he said this.
And then he continued, if things cannot be done, just give up Wan Jianfeng and put your own safety first. I will keep Wan Jianfeng until Master comes out of seclusion, Li Yuanba said firmly. Elder Jian did not persuade him any more. The spirit of a sword cultivator is to be indomitable. If you can give up easily, you are not a sword cultivator. Fortunately, Li Yuanba's spiritual sense was upgraded to divine sense. And with the help of Elder Jian, the original owner of Wanjin Peak, he was able to put his own spiritual mark on the 5 flying sword magic weapons. After truly becoming the master of Wanjin Peak, Li Yuanba sensed the situation of the entire Wanjin Peak through the 5 flying sword magic weapons he used to practice in Wanjin Peak. Although he had a certain degree of control, he never had such a macroscopic observation perspective. The entire Wanjin Peak seems to be alive from the inside out. The aura and sword intent are the blood of life. The thousands of flying swords of various levels inserted on Wanjin Peak are connected to each other to form a complex energy connection network. The blood composed of spiritual energy and sword intent flows in the energy connection network composed of thousands of flying swords. Just like flowing in blood vessels, every flying sword of Wanjianfeng is an integral part of Wanjianfeng, no matter how poor the original quality of the flying sword is. After countless years of cultivation, the quality of the flying sword is closely related to Wanjianfeng. Connected, there are even golden elixir cultivators in 10,000 swords peak who want to destroy any of the flying swords, even the lowest magic weapon flying sword. But they are unable to do so, because although the target of the attack is the magic weapon flying sword, it is actually attacking Wanjianfeng as a whole, without destroying the overall strength of Wanjin Peak. It is impossible to cause damage to any flying sword. The most special thing is that even if a flying sword is damaged, it can still repair itself in Wanjin Peak. Chapter 268 Weapon Refining. In the Shushan sect, Li Shiming made elixirs once a day. Compared with the 5 elixirs a day before, it only took about 3 or 4 hours to refine the 3rd grade elixir at a time, which was relatively more time. He began to find out the weapon refining inheritance he had obtained before. Of course, the weapon refining inheritance in his hand was a very low grade, but it was still enough for getting started. In fact, it is an extremely wasteful behavior to use spiritual fire like Qiang's spiritual fire, which is almost at the level of golden elixir, to learn weapon refining, especially since he is still practicing with 1st grade materials, and all he makes are magic weapons. It was not difficult to make a magic weapon, but he soon discovered the flaws in the inheritance of the weapon in his hand. In his hand was the weapon refining inheritance summed up by casual cultivators. Whether it was 1st grade weapon refining materials or 2nd grade weapon refining materials, only a relatively small amount of the weapon refining materials were recorded, and there was no relevant information on most of the weapon refining materials. This cannot be blamed on the weapon refining inheritance of casual cultivators, but is caused by the casual cultivators themselves. There are not many weapon refining materials that casual cultivators have access to. Most of the better resources are occupied by the big sects and big forces. Those that can fall into the hands of casual cultivators are looked down upon by the big sects and big forces. Of course, it does not mean that there are no good materials, but that casual cultivators do not have an inheritance system like a large sect and can only rely on their own experience. Even if they are lucky enough to encounter good materials, they do not dare to refine them by themselves. Once casual cultivators fail to use good materials, or fail to achieve the desired quality, the losses will be too great for casual cultivators to afford. Therefore, the weapon refining inheritance in Li Shiming's hands was of little use soon after he started to use it. Just when he was thinking about whether to use his contribution points to redeem a piece of weapon refining inheritance from the sect's elder Zhang sent a message of visit outside the sword-holding peak. After Li Shiming saw the magic formula, he was slightly startled. He naturally knew Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang was a Jindan elder from the lineage of his master, Elder Su. But his relationship with Elder Zhang could only be described as average. Who calls him a junior? Elder Zhang only praised him verbally before, but it was for the sake of his master, Elder Su. Later, he became a master of alchemy. Elder Zhang's enthusiasm was not particularly eye-catching among the many golden elixir monks, so he could no longer leave a deep impression on him. However, although he didn't know why Elder Zhang came here, he could not help but see him because of the friendship between Elder Zhang and Elder Su. Li Shiming opened the mountain protection formation and invited Elder Zhang in. Shiming, am I disturbing you because I came unexpectedly? Elder Zhang said with a smile as soon as he saw Li Shiming. This is a reflection of Li Shiming's status. Now the elders of the sect live with him on an equal footing.
Elder Zhang also looked at the time. Li Shiming's alchemy refining time was fixed every day, and no monks would disturb him during this time. He said this intentionally to bring the relationship between the two people closer in a low profile.
Uncle Zhang is very polite. No need to disturb him.
Li Shiming smiled and invited him to the pavilion specially built for entertaining guests on the top of the mountain. Li Shiming took the second-grade spiritual tea and the spiritual spring water that had been improved by Jingling Koi, brewed a cup of spiritual tea, and handed it to Elder Zhang.
Tea or water? I've been thinking about your spiritual tea since the celebration.
Elder Zhang was not in a hurry to say why he came. He took a sip of the second-grade spiritual tea and said with bright eyes,
Since Uncle Zhang likes it, take a piece of spiritual tea and some spiritual spring water with you when you leave.
Li Shiming waved his hand and said with a smile, The second-grade spiritual tea is made by himself, and the taste is naturally excellent. Not to mention that it is paired with a spiritual spring that has been upgraded to the first level. It is estimated that the quality of this spiritual spring is better than that of Yuanying ancestor. The spiritual spring on his side is the top one in the sect. This is also a gift that he can currently get, and there is no need to think too much about the quantity.
Then I'm not welcome,
Elder Zhang said happily. When the atmosphere reached this point, he got down to business.
I heard that you are learning to refine weapons recently.
Anyone who is interested will find out about Li Shiming's learning of weapon refining. Li Shiming is different from before. Many monks in the sect are paying attention to his every move. Recently, he used his contribution points to exchange for a batch of first-grade weapon refining materials. How could he hide such a thing from the monks in the sect? He had no intention of hiding it, mainly because learning to refine weapons was not something shameful.
Yes, I'm just passing the time,
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
You are already in the late stage of foundation building, and you really should learn to refine weapons. I have never heard of you learning to refine weapons, so I will recommend myself to teach you how to refine weapons. Although I am not a master of weapon refinement, I am only one step away from a master of weapon refiners. First line. This is the reason why my talent for refining is so poor. However, the inheritance of the refining in my hand is top-notch.
Elder Zhang nodded and said. Elder Zhang understood Li Shiming's learning of weapon refining. Learning to refine weapons in the later stage of foundation building is a secondary job that most monks, who have confidence in themselves and can advance to the golden elixir stage, must learn. Because after a monk reaches the golden elixir stage, he needs to prepare magic weapons for himself. Magic weapons can be purchased or refined by oneself. Under normal circumstances, one's own inheritance will have a method for refining magic weapons, which is a magic weapon that matches one's own skills. Refining the magic weapon that is consistent with the main practice method, plus the magic weapon that you refine yourself, is more closely connected with your own soul and has better controllability. These characteristics allow qualified Jindan monks to refine the magic weapon by themselves. Elder Zhang believes that Li Shiming is like this. With his status as an alchemy master, Li Shiming's probability of producing an elixir is much higher than that of other late-stage foundation building monks. At this time, for the sake of becoming a pill, it is normal to learn to refine weapons.
Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I was looking for someone to guide me,
Li Shiming said with great joy. There are weapon refining inheritances in the sect that can be redeemed, but the truly good weapon refining inheritances are all passed down by the monks who specialize in weapon refining in the sect. There are few inheritances to the outside world, let alone redemption with contribution points. This is just like the alchemy inheritance. You can also use contribution points to redeem the alchemy inheritance in the sect. However, if you want to learn the
Jushen alchemy code,
the only chance is to get it from Elder Ma.
Can you let me see the magic weapon you refined?
Elder Zhang asked with a smile after hearing what Li Shiming said. Li Shiming took out several first-grade magic weapons that he had refined, and looked at Elder Zhang with some embarrassment, waiting for Elder Zhang's comments. I am studying the weapon refining inheritance of casual cultivators. It is estimated that the first-grade magic weapon I took out will be difficult to catch the eyes of Elder Zhang.
Your purification method is extremely rough, but your control of the flame is extremely fine, making the material purified to the extreme by you. This is related to your alchemy, but this is only a first-grade weapon refining material. If it reaches a second or third-grade material, the control used in alchemy, the fire technique, is beyond its power.
Elder Zhang commented while inspecting the first-grade magic weapon. Li Shiming certainly knows his abilities. With the assistance of Z15, he can do the best in various processing techniques. But as Elder Zhang said, he also felt his weakness in controlling fire. The spiritual flame control technique in the
Shushan Alchemy Code
mainly improves the subtle controllability of spiritual fire, and can achieve precise control and change of temperature during alchemy. When using the spiritual flame control technique to refine the materials for refining the weapon, it does not require the precise flame temperature as when refining elixirs, because even a tenth of a degree difference in temperature during elixir refining may cause problems with the elixir liquid in the elixir furnace. And when refining the elixir, as long as the temperature is controlled within an error of 1 or 2 degrees, it is within a reasonable range. However, when refining the weapon, the temperature needs to be instantly increased by thousands of degrees, which is something that the spiritual flame fire control technique cannot take into account.
Of course, my requirements are too high. From a beginner's perspective, these first-grade magic weapons of yours are already perfect.
Elder Zhang continued. The first-grade magic weapon in his hand fully unleashes the potential of the material. It is estimated that he would do it himself. And that's the best he can do. On the one hand, his previous comments were to promote the inheritance of the weapon refining in his hands. And on the other hand, they were also to prevent Li Shiming from underestimating the weapon refining method. At this time, he already had the same feeling as when Elder Ma taught Li Shiming how to make alchemy. Before it even started, he discovered that Li Shiming had an amazing talent in refining weapons, using obviously extremely low-level weapon refining techniques. He was able to refine such a perfect first-grade magic weapon. Elder Zhang can see the traces of casual cultivators in his weapon refining techniques. But if a casual cultivator could refine a magical weapon to this extent, even a first-grade magical weapon would be enough to become famous in the northern Shu continent. But he had never heard of any casual cultivator who used it like this. Rough weapon refining techniques are as perfect as Li Shiming's. This is talent. Li Shiming's talent for refining weapons.
Uncle Zhang, what should I do?
Li Shiming was not satisfied with Elder Zhang's praise, but wanted to solve the problems encountered in the weapon refining. He had heard too many praises for a long time. Ever since he started refining alchemy, he had been repeating all kinds of praises in his ears. He is almost immune to words such as praise, and he focuses more on self-improvement.
My weapon refining inheritance is called Zhang's Weapon Refining Inheritance. There have been 3 weapon refining masters and 9 senior weapon refining masters in my family. In my generation, I am the only senior weapon refining master left. With your skills, with the talent of weapon, it is only a matter of time before he acquires the Zhang family's weapon refining inheritance and becomes a weapon refining master. Elder Zhang waited for Li Shiming to ask a question, and he answered in a deep voice.
Uncle Zhang, this is your family inheritance.
Li Shiming did not expect that the weapon refining inheritance mentioned by Elder Zhang was a family inheritance, so he couldn't help but remind him. Although he really wanted to learn the Zhang family's weapon refining inheritance, the family inheritance, especially the family inheritance that was still being passed on, was rarely passed on to the outside world. This is the foundation for a family to settle down and live its life, and it is the crystallization of the wisdom of many generations of the family.
Sure Ming, the Zhang family has been passed down to this day. Currently, there are only 3 people with spiritual roots. Apart from me, the other 2 have 4 spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots. There has not been a child with spiritual roots in the family for 50 years. I put this inheritance in my hands. I might as well leave it to you. You just need to help me protect the Zhang family within the scope of your ability. Maybe after many generations, a descendant with excellent spiritual talent will appear. I can help you.
Elder Zhang explained helplessly. Li Shiming knew what Elder Zhang was thinking. This was also the situation that the Xiuxian family was most worried about. Normally speaking, since the bloodline of a cultivator family has the blood inheritance of monks, the proportion of spiritual roots appearing in the cultivator family is very high. However, bloodline can change. In a marriage with a mortal, the bloodline of a monk may be greatly diluted, causing the probability of spiritual roots to appear. The number of female cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals is very small, and the number of female cultivators who are willing to form Taoist couples is even smaller. Therefore, many monks who want to leave their bloodline seek intermarriage with mortals, and the lower the level of monks who want to leave their bloodline, the better. Golden elixir monks like Elder Zhang were able to leave heirs through secret methods when they first entered the golden elixir. However, after entering the golden elixir for a long time, their bodies have been completely transformed by the golden elixir, and the probability of leaving heirs will be extremely low. Even if the secret method is used, it will be the same. Not to mention that if a golden elixir cultivator forcibly leaves an heir during the golden elixir stage, it will cause damage to the body and even affect future cultivation. In addition, breaking Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin before the Golden Elixir stage will reduce the probability of being promoted to the Golden Elixir. So truly talented monks will not leave heirs easily. Therefore, a family that cultivates immortals will inevitably encounter the situation where the descendants with spiritual roots in the family are not able to take over. This period may be decades or hundreds of years, but as long as there are monks to protect them, there will always be descendants with spiritual roots that return to their ancestors. Elder Zhang didn't know how many years it would take for the Zhang family to have another descendant with good spiritual talent. He needed a young and potential monk to provide protection for the family by paying for the family's weapon refining inheritance. A young alchemy master can provide protection for the family, and Elder Zhang is very willing to do so. Li Shiming thought for a while and realized that it was easy to protect a cultivating family. Anyway, Elder Zhang was still the elder of the sect. At least while Elder Zhang was still alive, he did not need his protection. After Elder Zhang left, Li Shiming must have reached the Golden Elixir stage, so he could just protect the Zhang immortal cultivation family.
Uncle Zhang, I accept the Zhang family's weapon refining inheritance,
Li Shiming said with a smile. Elder Zhang was also very happy. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Shiming. Li Shiming took the jade slip and put it between his eyebrows to look at it. There is a lot of content in the jade slips, and the massive content shows the Zhang family's accumulation of weapon refining.
There are a large number of various refining materials, some of which Li Shiming has seen, and many more that he has never seen or even heard of, all with detailed descriptions. These instructions include the characteristics of the refining materials, the melting point during refining, what kind of effects it will produce when combined with other refining materials, etc. It can be said to be an encyclopedia of refining. Compared with Li Shiming's previous inheritance of weapon refining, the inheritance of loose cultivation tools is like kindergarten graffiti, and the inheritance of weapon refining in his hand is like the teaching book of a famous university. Moreover, this Zhang family's weapon refining inheritance also records several secret techniques specific to weapon refining, including the
Dragon Breath Explosive Fire Technique, 100 Revolutions Purification Technique,
and other refining techniques. Chapter 269 Watching. Since Li Shiming received the weapon refining inheritance from Elder Zhang would come over to guide him at a fixed time every day. His weapon refining level has also improved by leaps and bounds, and he has started to refine spiritual weapons in just a few days. Among them, what pleased Elder Zhang the most was the speed with which Li Shiming learned the spell-enhancing runes. Enchantment runes are the existence of spells in the form of runes, and the spells are solidified on the magic weapon through attachment, so as to achieve corresponding special effects, such as the basic magic runes, the soul storage runes, acceleration runes, solid runes, slow runes, fire runes, thrust runes, sharp runes, etc. that Li Shiming had already learned. Zhang's weapon refining inheritance has also added a lot of foundation building spells and enchantment runes. Of course, after countless years of development, the monks have summarized the enchantment runes that are most suitable for use on spiritual weapons. Due to the material of the spiritual weapon, corresponding magic array patterns can be added to the body to make the spiritual weapon stronger. In front of Elder Zhang, Li Shiming had always been learning to refine weapons in a well-behaved manner, without any special performance. He didn't want to show excessive talent in weapon refining. At most, he just had a strong learning ability. He had no intention of refining weapons for others. Alchemy had already forced him to give up several hours every day, reducing his time for cultivation. Without lack of resources, how would he need to show off his talent in weapon refining? Even so, Elder Zhang was still amazed by his weapon refining ability. In terms of elixir refining, I don't know how Elder Ma handles it. The monks from the sect seeking elixirs have been moved to the back. In the past few days, Li Shiming has been refining the pulse-protecting elixir, tingling elixir, rebirth elixir, etc. every day. Payudan? And for each furnace of elixir refining, you will get other rewards besides 1/3 of the elixir, which is usually a 3rd-grade spiritual fruit or spiritual tea. After actually handling it, he discovered that it was not that Chengdan resources were rare, but that the northern Shu continent was so big that the limited number of Chengdan resources seemed extremely rare for all the monks in the entire Bei Shu continent. The 3 major sects of the righteous path, as well as the major forces within the righteous path, control the Chengdan resources. Because of Li Shiming's reputation, the monks who had the elixir-making resources and alchemy materials in their hands tried their best to rely on connections and favors. No matter what, They asked Li Shiming for help in refining the pulse-protecting elixir, the spirit-fixing elixir, the rebirth elixir, and the mountain-breaking elixir. Dan. There is no other way. Among the alchemy masters, who are now willing to openly make alchemy, only Li Shiming can guarantee the refining of 4 advanced third-grade elixirs, and can also produce full elixirs. High-level elixirs can improve breakthrough elixirs much more than mid- and low-level elixirs. In order to increase the probability of becoming elixirs, monks are willing to pay any price. Li Shiming believed that after a while, he would be able to refine a top-notch set of pulse-protecting pills, spirit-fixing pills, rebirth pills, and you-breaking pills for himself. In his computer room space, the medicinal essence of each elixir is constantly accumulating, and soon it will be enough to refine the top elixir. Li Shiming also understood why Elder Ma said before that as an alchemy master, you don't have to worry about any resources. He can now enjoy the freedom of the third-grade spiritual fruit and third-grade spiritual tea. Drinking 1 cup of third-grade spiritual tea every day is not a problem, and he often takes out one of the third-grade spiritual fruit as a toothpaste. In addition, these days, he still took the time to refine several batches of second-grade elixir for Beishu Trading Company, who said he owed a lot of favors. These still need to be repaid. As for the third-grade elixir, it consumes too much energy. They have to be ranked behind the sex alchemy affairs.
Shiming, come here.
On this day, Li Shiming was refining a spiritual weapon and received a message from his master, Elder Su. Fortunately, the refining of the spiritual weapon was carried out in the machine room space. So he set aside part of his mind in the machine room space to continue completing the refining work. He himself rose into the sky and headed towards Tianmu Peak. When he was about to arrive at Tianmu Peak, he saw Elder Su and his second senior brother Wanzheng waiting for him outside Tianmu Peak.
Master, second senior brother, I'm late.
Li Shiming hurriedly stepped forward to greet him.
It's not too late. I knew you were busy, so I called you when I was ready. Let's go watch Jingxian become a pill,
Elder Su said with a smile, helping Li Shiming up. Li Shiming looked and saw that only the second senior brother was there, and the third senior brother Lu Shi and the fourth senior brother Su Chuan were not there. He thought that the third and fourth senior brothers had already gone, so he didn't care and followed Elder Su to fly towards the mountain peak where the eldest sister's cave was. The magic circle on the mountain peak had been open long ago, waiting for them to enter. A formation was arranged on the top of the mountain. Yi Jingxian was sitting in the formation, resting with her eyes closed, as if she didn't know they were coming. Elder Su took Li Shiming and Wanzheng and sat down cross-legged 30 meters away from the formation. Li Shiming could see that there was worry in Elder Su's eyes. He then looked at the formation under Yi Jingxian. It was a large formation that collected spiritual energy. It cooperated with the mountain protection formation of the mountain to collect all the spiritual energy generated by the spiritual veins of the entire mountain into the formation. At this time, the magic circle has not been opened. Once it is opened, the spiritual energy in the rest of the mountain will be extracted. Over time, it will affect the growth of spiritual fields in various places on the mountain. However, at this time, the spiritual field is insignificant compared to Yi Jingxian's Chengdan. Even if the spiritual field is destroyed when needed, her spiritual energy needs must be ensured.
Why are the third and fourth senior brothers not here?
Li Shiming looked around and found that neither Lu Shi nor Su Chuan had come. So he asked softly through the message.
Only those in the late stage of foundation establishment are qualified to watch the formation of elixirs.
Elder Su replied lightly.
It is said that there should not be too many monks watching the completion of the elixir. Too many monks will affect the completion of the elixir. When many monks are completing the elixir, except for the protection of a master, they will not invite other monks to watch.
Wanzheng explained to Li Shiming softly. Road. Li Shiming noticed the gratitude in Wanzheng's eyes when he looked at Yi Jingxian. Just to invite Yi Jingxian to watch the process of making the elixir. The risk Yi Jingxian had to pay for it was not small. But as the senior sister, Yi Jingxian still invited 2 junior brothers in the late stage of foundation building, so that the 2 junior brothers could see the process of forming a pill with their own eyes, and provide help for themselves to form a pill. Just as they were talking, the formation under Yi Jingxian was activated. The spiritual energy of the entire mountain peak surged toward Yi Jingxian as the formation was activated, forming whirlwinds due to the movement of the spiritual energy. Her body slowly left the ground, which was supported by a large amount of rich spiritual energy. Just like the body would float in the water. When the spiritual energy is too rich, the body will be held up. Li Shiming was nearly 100 meters away from Yi Jingxian. But he still heard the sound of spiritual energy flowing in Yi Jingxian's body. This was the sound of a large amount of spiritual energy pouring into the body.
It's time to take the pulse-protecting pill at this time,
Elder Su whispered softly. He was telling Li Shiming and Wan Zheng that although the sect had experienced teaching about elixir formation, it was not as real as watching the process of elixir formation on the spot. The sound here is naturally transmitted through sound transmission, and will not affect Yi Jingxian. Yi Jingxian still retained a trace of consciousness. The terrifying spiritual energy poured into her body, causing her meridians to reach the upper limit. She put a high-level
pulse protection pill
into her mouth and swallowed it. As the pulse-protecting pill enters the abdomen, the medicinal power of the spiritual pill comes into play. The medicinal power lingers on the walls of the meridians, repairing and strengthening the meridians. With solid meridians, a large amount of spiritual energy is guided through the main cultivation techniques and transformed into spiritual power and enters the spiritual lake. Today's practice is different from usual. The spiritual lake is like a monster that devours everything. No matter how much spiritual power there is, it will be sucked into it. Looking from Li Shiming's side, Yi Jingxian's body is overflowing with spiritual power, and Yi Jingxian's body will burst if he is not careful at all. This is just the beginning of a breakthrough, and before it is really dangerous. It is already so dangerous. Yi Jingxian's face showed a look of pain. She took out another
pulse protection pill
and drank it, and then the look of pain on her face dissipated.
I really want to thank Ming. If she hadn't helped Jingxian refine 2 high-level pulse-protecting pills, she would have had problems with her first step.
Elder Su looked very nervous. He glanced at Li Shiming and said through voice transmission, although Yi Jingxian has also practiced body training techniques and has a very strong physique among female cultivators, the level of attracting spirits into the body is very unpredictable. Perhaps it is because she has a good foundation that she can succeed in the level of attracting spirits into the body. Guan introduces more spiritual energy. If it weren't for the 2 high-level pulse-protecting pills refined by Li Shiming, Yi Jingxian's body would not be able to withstand the process of attracting spirits into the body, and she would fail at the first level. Elder Su thanked Li Shiming in his heart, and was happy for Yi Jingxian's luck. In his opinion, this was due to Li Shiming's good fortune. He hoped that Yi Jingxian would continue to be cared for by Li Shiming Fuyuan and be promoted successfully. Yi Jingxian's body emitted a dazzling light. It was a scene caused by excessive spiritual energy transformed in the body, and involuntarily transmitted through the skin to the outside of the body. She took another spiritual elixir, and the elixir took effect. No more spiritual energy poured into her body. At this time, the spiritual energy in the spiritual lake in her body exceeded the saturation state, and was in an extremely dangerous state.
This is the spirit-fixing pill, which stabilizes the spiritual power in the body in a short period of time.
Elder Su continued to explain to Li Shiming and Wan Zheng. Yi Jingxian continued to take the elixir. Her eyes flashed fiercely. Today's breakthrough process was not in line with the plan, and she needed to make a decision. She is a heroic girl, with a decisive personality, and she makes a decision immediately. She took out 2 high-grade,
broken U pills,
and drank them, then put 2 high-grade, rebirth pills, into her mouth without swallowing them, and kept them for later use.
Why is this kid so adventurous?
Elder Su suddenly stood up, looked at Yi Jingxian, and complained in a lowered voice. But he did not interfere with Yi Jingxian's decision. This was the most important moment in Yi Jingxian's life, and it was Yi Jingxian's own choice. After the
broken U pill
entered Yi Jingxian's body, the spiritual power that had been stabilized by the dingling pill began to shrink sharply. A small point first appeared in the center of the spiritual lake, and the spiritual power was compressed towards the small point. Yi Jingxian's body is very strong, and she has adjusted her energy and spirit to the best state before the breakthrough. At this time, her body was drying up rapidly, and the light in her eyes was slowly dimming. This was because a large amount of vitality and spiritual power had been extracted from her body. Her vitality and spiritual power were compressed into the small spot in the center of the spiritual lake along with her spiritual power, and a golden elixir as small as the tip of a needle was being formed. Li Shiming's eyes flashed with horror. He had seen a lot of experience in cultivating immortality, but seeing Yi Jingxian's vitality and spirit disappear from her body, he still felt the danger of cultivating immortality. This step is a matter of life and death, and it completely depends on how much vitality and spiritual power will be absorbed during the formation of the golden elixir. Of course, before preparing to make the elixir, Yi Jingxian also took a large amount of vitality-like elixirs
and spirit-enhancing elixirs. Although these elixirs are precious, they are not comparable to the pulse-protecting elixir, the spirit-fixing elixir, the rebirth elixir, and the U-breaking elixir. Bai can be redeemed in this sect through contribution points. Even at this moment, Yi Jingxian still tried to find a way to slow down the loss of vitality and mental power extracted by the golden elixir. She took a variety of spiritual objects one after another, which increased her vitality and mental power. But under the continuous extraction of golden elixir, her body became thinner and thinner, and her tall body had become so thin that she lost her appearance. From the view of Li Shiming next to her, Yi Jingxian was like a layer of dry skin wrapping a skeleton. If it were extracted like this, Yi Jingxian's life would be terminated. Just when he was worried, Yi Jingxian's body was shocked. And then Yi Jingxian took 2 high-level rebirth pills. In Yi Jingxian's body, the spiritual lake has disappeared, and a golden elixir emitting golden light has stabilized. The golden pill fed back special energy to her, allowing her body to recover quickly. Of course, it also had the effect of 2 high-level rebirth pills. Without the help of the rebirth pill to repair, her body would not be able to recover in a short time. Once you recover to a certain level, you can no longer resist the next round of trouble. Yi Jingxian already had a faint pressure of the golden elixir. She opened her eyes, and the mental power swallowed by the golden elixir was transformed into stronger mental power and sent back. Not only did her energy not weaken, but it increased by a large amount. Cut. Regardless of her body not yet recovering, she stepped on the ground with both feet, let out a loud shout, and put her whole body on guard. She did not use any defensive weapons, because the next divine thunder would ignore all defenses and act directly on her body. She just mobilized the little spiritual power in the golden elixir and the body refining techniques she practiced to continuously strengthen her body's defense. The rebirth pill is still working, but the energy fed back by the golden pill is slowly stopping. There were no dark clouds in the sky, but the monks present were extremely sensitive. Li Shiming felt that his scalp was numb, and some terrible changes seemed to be brewing above his head. Without the slightest warning, a golden thunder light appeared. There was no response from the mountain guarding formation and the formation under Yi Jingxian's feet. As if the golden thunder light did not appear, the golden thunder light passed through several layers of formations and acted directly on Yi Jingxian's body. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning hit the newborn golden elixir body. Yi Jingxian's body was invaded by golden lightning from the outside to the inside. After receiving the blow, Yi Jingxian's body slowly fell backwards, and black smoke like charred smoke rose from her body. Chapter 270. Congratulations. Elder Su had been waiting for this moment. He stepped forward and reached Yi Jingxian's side. He took out a 3rd-grade healing elixir and put it into Yi Jingxian's mouth. After feeling Yi Jingxian's breath, a smile appeared on his face. How is senior sister? Li Shiming and Wanzheng also came to Yi Jingxian's side, and Wanzheng asked aloud. Another golden elixir monk came out of our sect. Although there were many dangers in the process of forming the elixir, the result was still good, Elder Su said with a smile. Ever since Yi Jingxian sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, she has been in retreat for a month, constantly devouring a large amount of prepared resources. A full month of preparation has not been in vain. Li Shiming looked at Yi Jingxian, who fell to the ground. No normal skin could be seen on Yi Jingxian's body, and everything was burnt black. As he watched, Yi Jingxian let out a soft snort. Yi Jingxian moved her fingers slightly first, and Li Shiming watched as the charred black skin on her fingers fell off, revealing skin as white as jade. Li Shiming also sensed that Yi Jingxian's aura was not affected by the golden thunder light. On the contrary, after enduring the golden thunder light, Yi Jingxian's body changed as if it had been reborn. He knew that the golden thunder light was a test of the power of heaven and earth for creatures that broke through the shackles. If they failed to pass the test, they would die. If they passed the test, they would be rewarded by heaven and earth, which means that the Tao body would be greatly improved. Even if a golden core cultivator does not practice physical training techniques, his Tao body is stronger than that of a late-stage foundation building monk who specializes in physical training techniques. This is the benefit of being rewarded by heaven and earth. After passing the test of heaven and earth, strictly speaking, from now on, the golden core cultivator and the foundation establishment cultivator are no longer the same kind of creatures. Although the appearance is still the same, the Tao body has undergone great changes. The Jindan monk's Tao body is more compatible with the heaven and earth. He can fly without using any spiritual power and only relies on the Tao body.
Monks in the Foundation establishment stage need help from spells or magical weapons to be able to fly. But after reaching the Golden Core stage, flying becomes an instinct. While Li Shiming was thinking about it, the charred skin on Yi Jingxian's body began to fall off in large quantities as she moved, and her face returned to normal.
Master, I succeeded?
Yi Jingxian didn't care about the damage to her robe and the faintly exposed skin. At this moment, she felt only excitement in her heart, and she said excitedly to Elder Su,
"Although I really want to scold you. You are taking some risks. But I still want to be proud of you."
Elder Su smiled like a father. In fact, he wanted to praise Yi Jingxian's decisiveness. But with Li Shiming and Wan Zheng beside him, if they all took risks like Yi Jingxian, he was not sure that every adventure would be successful. Originally, breakthrough was a step-by-step process.
Puyu Dan
Was taken one by one. The time for the golden elixir to form would be lengthened, and the process of absorbing spiritual power, vitality and mental power would be slower, allowing Yi Jingxian to have a longer time. Take more spiritual supplements. However, Yi Jingxian found that her situation had changed, so she took 2 high-level
breaking you pills.
At the same time. After the golden pill was formed, it quickly devoured spiritual power, vitality and spiritual power, almost sucking her out. Yi Jingxian stood up from the ground. The golden elixir aura on her body spread outwards, and Wan Ning's body shook. However, Li Shiming didn't feel much. His mental strength and physical fitness had long exceeded the level expected in the foundation building period. Yi Jingxian did not do this intentionally, but she had just made a breakthrough, and could not contain her golden elixir aura.
Shun, your spirit still needs to be sharpened. Otherwise you won't be able to sustain a breakthrough.
Elder Su gave instructions after seeing Wan Jing's state. He looked at Li Shiming again, and said nothing more. Elder Su had long noticed the abnormality in Li Shiming's mental strength and physique. If he hadn't watched Li Shiming grow up, he would have thought that Li Shiming was a spiritual beast in human skin. Elder Su is extremely confident in Li Shiming's elixir. This confidence comes from Li Shiming's background. If this kind of physical and mental strength cannot break through the golden elixir, then what kind of preparation is needed to break through? It can be said that Li Shiming is just short of the realm now. His physical and mental strength have already reached or even exceeded the standard for breakthrough. Once he reaches the realm and feels the opportunity for breakthrough, he can try to break through.
Congratulations to senior sister for achieving the golden elixir path,
Li Shiming said with a smile and bowed to Yi Jingxian. Wan Zheng also tried his best to resist the influence of the golden elixir aura from Yi Jingxian, but he could not even speak at this time, and could only reluctantly bow and salute.
Junior brother, if it weren't for your elixir, I wouldn't be where I am right now,
Yi Jingxian said seriously. Only she, the person involved, knew how lucky this breakthrough was. Every level was overcome because the advanced elixir, which was more effective than the normal elixir, provided maximum help.
What did senior sister say? Isn't it right for us to help each other? We need to take more care of senior sister in the future. You are now a great master of the golden elixir,
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will chop it down for you,
Yi Jingxian said, patting her chest.
Okay, Jingxian is going to rest first, and will report to the sect tomorrow. We will hold a celebration for you to become an elixir in a few days.
Elder Su was an upright man, and he couldn't bear to see Yi Jingxian being a good woman, so he acted like a hero and clapped his hands. He interrupted the two of them.
It's master.
Yi Jingxian bent over and responded.
Sister, this is the gift I prepared for you in advance, for your entertainment.
Before leaving, Li Shiming threw a jade box to Yi Jingxian and said, after everyone left, Yi Jingxian opened the jade box and saw 20 slices of third-grade new tea and a
Juyan Dan.
Inside, Yi Jingxian covered her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from screaming. Although she is a little giant with a height of 2.2 meters, she is also a female cultivator, and she still attaches great importance to her appearance. She also knew through some channels that Li Shiming might still have
Juyan Dan
in his hand, but she never wanted to ask for it, because she knew very well that with her own wealth, she could not afford the Yanju Dan. It is public news that the Beiju Trading Company has been using the
Juyan Dan
to promote it, causing the value of the
Juyan Dan
to be exchanged for spiritual items. It has reached a level that makes ordinary golden elixir monks smack their lips. According to private information, Master Luo of the Qianhuan sect exchanged 108 third-grade formation flags for a
Juyan Dan.
One can imagine how valuable a
beauty-resisting pill is. But the congratulatory gift from Li Shiming in front of him was a beauty-resisting pill. Yi Jingxian also understood why Li Shiming was not prepared to give the Yanju Dan during the celebration. It would be too eye-catching in this congratulatory gift, not to mention the inestimable value of the Juyan Dan. Even the 20 pieces of third-grade new tea are also worth a lot of money. Judging from the quality of the new Sanpin tea, this should be the Sanpin Ling tea picked from the Sanpin Ling tea tree given to Li Shiming by Qianye Temple and fried by Li Shiming himself. This third-grade spiritual tea has now become a legendary spiritual object in the righteous sphere of influence in the Beishu continent. Since many monks tasted the second-grade spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming at the Alchemy Master celebration, Li Shiming's tea frying ability has almost improved to the same level as the Alchemy Masters. And the value of the spiritual tea fried by Li Shiming himself has greatly increased. Li Shiming returned to the sword-holding peak, and he took out the refined Feijian sword blank from the machine room space. This was a spiritual weapon he refined in the computer room while watching Yi Jingxian's elixir creation process. Since it is a spiritual weapon that you have refined yourself, you can use it without refining it at all. But he doesn't know how to change flying swords, and he doesn't need to increase his spiritual weapons at all. The spiritual weapons he currently uses normally include the 9-handled flying sword of the 9-palace sword formation, 12 third-grade needle-shaped spiritual weapons, wind transformation needles, sent by his clone Liu Yunba, and another thick earth shield bead. In addition to the 12 iron corpses, 11 of them have 3 heads and 6 arms. And the strength of the other killing iron corpse is far beyond that of the normal peak iron corpse. During the foundation building period, it can be said that his strength has reached the top level. With 108 third-level formation flags, even a golden core cultivator would dare to touch him. He didn't learn the method of refining weapons for the purpose of establishing the foundation stage. Elder Zhao was only half right about the reason why he learned to refining weapons. Li Shiming was indeed preparing to refine the magic weapon by himself after completing the elixir. But the main reason was not on himself. The magic weapon in his hand was enough for him to use in the early stage of the golden elixir. He was for the clone Li Yunba. Although Li Yunba had the natal flying sword of Jiandan sword cultivator Yunxingyi, because Yunxingyi shared the right to use the natal flying sword with Li Shiming. The clone Li Yunba would also be the same after his strength reached the golden elixir stage. Can fully exert the power of this natal flying sword. But Li Yunba still has to deal with Wang Jianfeng. With the design left by Elder Liu, Li Yunba also needs to master a certain amount of weapon refining ability to be able to refine Wang Jianfeng into a magic weapon for himself. Li Yunba is still in the middle stage of foundation building. But the preparations need to be done now. You must know that Li Yunba has a large number of top-level elixirs in his hands. Even with Li Shiming's qualifications of 3 spiritual roots. After using a large number of top-level elixirs, it only took a few years to break through to the late stage of foundation building. Presumably Li Yunba has reached the foundation building stage. The later period won't be long. The light flashed in Li Shiming's hand. He was enchanting the flying sword. A spiritual weapon. However, unlike the magic weapon enchantment, the power of the spiritual weapon enchantment was greatly improved. He enchanted the flying sword with 3 spells, Breaking Wind, Splitting Light, and Phantom. And the flying sword had built-in patterns such as acceleration and solidity. The material of this spiritual weapon flying sword is very ordinary. It is just a refining material used to make low-grade spiritual weapons. However, it actually reaches the quality of a high-grade spiritual weapon. This is because he used his weapon refining skills to forcibly improve the quality of the spiritual weapon. With Zhang's weapon refining inheritance, it was like opening a door for him, allowing him to control the weapon refining materials that he could not process in the past. Of course, he is also redesigning the weapons for Neza and the other 10 3-headed and 6-armed iron corpses through Z15. He does not intend to immediately manufacture them for the iron corpses, but to design them more carefully. His goal was huge. He did not plan to prepare spiritual weapon level weapons for the iron corpses, but instead set his target at the silver corpse stage. Yes, his plan is to upgrade all the iron corpses to silver corpses after he is promoted to the golden elixir stage, and then prepare a magic weapon for each silver corpse, like the original middle-grade magic weapon Gatling. This idea is not something that normal monks can consider. The third-grade weapon refining materials alone are enough to make normal golden elixir monks unable to think about it. It is not easy for a normal golden core cultivator to prepare a few magic weapons for himself, let alone prepare magic weapon level weapons for the silver corpse. But as a master of alchemy, Li Shiming, especially after his level reaches the golden elixir stage,
The elixirs he can refine will be of a higher grade. For alchemy alone, he does not have to worry about insufficient materials for third-grade refining. After the attachment of the spiritual weapon flying sword in his hand was completed, Li Shiming introduced a piece of information about the spiritual weapon flying sword into a magic circle, and he would receive this information while waiting for the monks to refine it. He put the flying sword, a spiritual weapon, into a separate storage bag. There were already 5 spiritual weapons of similar quality in this storage bag. He took out his guest identity card and sent a message. These spiritual weapons will be recycled by Beiju Trading Company, and more materials for weapon refining will be sent to them. Now that Li Shiming is practicing weapon refining, he no longer needs to consume his own wealth, but is instead earning wealth. Since he started refining spiritual weapons, he has sold the refined spiritual weapons through the channels of Beiju Trading Company. At first, shopkeeper Li of Beiju Trading Company thought that Li Shiming was selling stolen goods. That is, disposing of the spoils of war. But when he received the spiritual weapons, he discovered that they were all newly refined spiritual weapons. Thinking of Li Shiming's advanced stage of foundation building, shopkeeper Li guessed the origin of these spiritual weapons. Shopkeeper Li actually wanted to persuade Li Shiming that it would be better to waste this time by refining more elixirs. But he still recycled these elixirs at a high price, and provided Li Shiming with refining materials at the lowest possible price. If you want to win over an alchemy master, this effort is nothing. Not to mention that the spiritual weapon refined by Li Shiming would not lose even if Beiju Trading Company recycled it, because the quality is so good. Normally, a refining master needs to use extremely rare and precious refining materials to refine a top-grade spiritual weapon of the same quality. But Li Shiming only needs ordinary second-grade refining materials to refine a top-grade spiritual weapon. This makes Li Shiming refining high-grade spiritual weapons also have a wholesale-like feel. While waiting for the monks from Beiju Trading Company to come and take away the spiritual weapon flying sword, Li Shiming took out a second-grade high-level spiritual elixir. As his mind moved slightly, the second-grade high-level spiritual elixir he took out disappeared. It was swallowed by the invisible miraculous shape-shifting snake. The absolute changeling snake is now 1 meter long, and its strength has reached the same level as a second-grade spiritual beast in the early stage of foundation establishment. Originally, the strength of a spiritual beast like the absolute changeling snake could not increase so quickly. Li Shiming had so many elixirs that he fed the absolute changeling snake all high-level elixirs, which made the growth rate of the absolute changeling snake extremely fast. Extremely fast. Chapter 271 Treatment. A large spaceship is flying on the sea, and the sea below can be seen from the cabin window. The North Sea is an extremely dangerous sea area. There are a large number of sea beasts here, and even flying in the air is still dangerous. Among the sea beasts, not to mention the third-level great monsters, even the second-level sea beasts have the ability to attack the sky. But this large spaceship sailed safely, and no sea beasts attacked it, because there was a command flag hanging in front of the large airship, and the command flag emitted strange fluctuations, letting all the nearby sea beasts understand that this was a protected airship. In addition to the cargo hold, the upper 2 floors of this large spaceship are passenger cabins, and the lower floor is a low-level passenger cabin, mostly occupied by Changqi or foundation building monks. The cabins on the upper level are 10 suites, which are used by monks with status or golden elixir stage monks. Due to the chaos on Tianhai Island, many monks are trying to find ways to leave Tianhai Island, especially the monks who are related to Beihai Trading Company, and even mortals, are trying their best to catch the commercial airship of Beihai Trading Company. This is currently the only way to safely leave Tianhai Island. Otherwise, they will either be oppressed by the Mingxin sect and have no way to escape, or they will surrender or be killed. In the suite number 2 of the upper cabin of Beihai Trading Company's commercial flying boat, Elder Yin, Elder Ren, and Ren Feier's family rested here. At this time, a family of 3 was sitting in the living room. The eyes of the 2 golden elixir monks, Elder Yin and Elder Ren, were full of confusion and worry. The Beihai Trading Company, which had been unable to be contacted in the past, took the initiative to find them this time and gave them a ship ticket. You must know that in today's Tianhai Island, tickets for Beihai Trading Company's commercial airships are really hard to get. At present, the people picked up by Beihai Trading Company are almost all the people and family members left by the trading company on Tianhai Island. It is extremely difficult for other monks to board the commercial airship of Beihai Trading Company, mainly because Beihai Trading Company does not want to have any entanglements with the Mingxin sect that has occupied Tianhai Island. The trading company still focuses on business.
After Elder Yin got the ferry ticket, the first thing he thought of might be his daughter Yin Sherlan. It should be that Yin Sherlan had secured her identity as a true disciple of Qianhuan's sect and used her status to get the ferry ticket for their family. In the past few days on Tianhai Island, due to the persecution of Mingxin sect, Tianhai sect and Xianming sect have long existed in name only. Elder Yin and Elder Ren escaped from their respective sections. The two Golden Elixir monks took their little daughter Renfair and relied on their previous accumulation to practice. But this was not a long-term thing. The Mingxin sect is the only one in the family. And even the two Golden Elixir monks are finding it increasingly difficult to survive. Not to mention that the Golden Elixir resources on Tianhai Island are already scarce. Nowadays, how can Elder Yin and Elder Ren, who are almost equal to casual cultivators, still obtain Golden Elixir resources? They have long thought of leaving. They even planned to cross the North Sea by force if they could no longer wait for the commercial airship from the Beihai Commercial Company. If they were just the couple, they would have done this long ago. But with their little daughter Renfair here, they need to consider it for their little daughter. It has been dragged down. When they were at a loss what to do, Beiju Trading Company sent a ticket. Elder Yin and Elder Ren quickly took Renfair onto Beihai Trading Company's commercial airship. But as soon as they boarded the flying boat, strange things happened. Which was why Elder Yin and Elder Ren were both puzzled and worried. The person in charge of safety on the commercial flying boat was a late Jindan monk surnamed Jiang. With this kind of strength, Tianhai Island had few opponents except Zong, Patriarch of the Mingxin sect, who was a fake baby. Even Mingxin sect's fake infant Zong Patriarch did not dare to take action against Beiju Trading Company's Feizhou. Mingxin sect was invincible to the 7 sects of Tianhai Island. But Beiju Trading Company had the power of Yuaning Patriarch. One nascent soul ancestor can destroy the Mingxin sect. With the strength of Brother Jiang and the background of Beihai Trading Company, his status is much higher than that of the two Golden Elixir monks, Elder Yin and Elder Ren. However, Brother Jiang was extremely polite to Elder Yin and Elder Ren, and personally arranged suite number 2 for their family, which was the best suite except suite number 1 where Brother Jiang lived. After that, the servants of Beihai Trading Company would bring spiritual food every day. Although the spiritual food was second grade, it was definitely the top treatment in this kind of voyage. It was precisely because Brother Jiang's attitude towards them was too good that they felt uneasy. Elder Yin knew very well that even if Yin Sherlan was a true disciple of Qianhuan's sect and received the care of the sect, he could not let a monk in the late Golden Core stage be so attentive. Elder Yin even sensed Brother Jiang's obvious intention to make friends. He still had a reputation for being self-aware, and by virtue of his and his wife Ren's status as elders, he was unable to get Brother Jiang's initiative to make friends. Not to mention that Tianhai sect and Xianming sect have been disbanded. Even when Tianhai sect and Xianming sect were at their peak, the combined identities of the two Jindan elders could not affect the attention of Brother Jiang. Has Launer's identity changed in Qianhuan's sect? Elder Yin whispered to himself. In addition to focusing on formations, how can that kid Launer do anything else? Elder Ren shook his head and said, his own child knows that Yin Sherlan's talent is excellent. But Yin Sherlan only loves formations and practices to study formations more deeply. However, it is impossible for Yin Sherlan to achieve any major achievements in formations in just a few years. Formations require time to accumulate. Without tens or hundreds of years of unremitting research, it is impossible to obtain the Golden Elixir. In the later period, all the monks took the initiative to make good friends. Then why? Elder Yin stopped here. Elder Ren understood what he meant without having to say anything. Elder Ren shook his head helplessly. The level of hospitality provided by Beihai Trading Company was too high, and it made the two Golden Core cultivators panic. Let's wait until we see Launer before asking, Elder Yin said without any more unnecessary thoughts. Renfair didn't pay attention to her parents' conversation. She looked at the scenery outside with her eyes. Due to the destruction of the sect and the displacement, she had grown up a lot, and her temperament was no longer as out of the box as before. Of course, there was also the reason why she grew up into a big girl in a few years. She has also been inquiring about Li Shiming over the years. Unfortunately, she has never seen Li Shiming since the Tianhai sect was destroyed. She only later heard that Li Shiming went to the northern Shu continent. Elder Yin and Chief Ren never thought that the attitude of Brother Jiang from Beihai Commercial Bank would be related to Li Shiming. At the beginning, Li Shiming only got the status of an outer disciple of Qianhuan's sect. Although they know that Li Shiming has excellent talents, the 3 spiritual roots limit Li Shiming's development space, especially in the Beiju continent where there are many talents. Li Shiming's other talents are hindered by his spiritual roots. and it is difficult to achieve anything in a short time. Impossible. They speculated that Li Shiming was still relying on Yin Sherlan's protection to survive in Xinhuan sect. The commercial airship spent 20 days crossing the North Sea and stopped at Sherwanda Mountain for half a day to rest. As long as those who did not disembark from the flying boat at Sherwanda Mountain, they all stayed in the flying boat and did not disembark. So they rested. They all know that this is the sphere of influence of the demonic cultivation sects and Luo sect. As long as they are in the commercial airship of Beishu Trading Company, they will not be harassed by the Sanluo sect demonic cultivator. However, it is uncertain if they leave the commercial airship. After the commercial airship took off half a day later, Brother Jiang came to suite number 2 again. In the past few days, Brother Jiang has come here often, and he has become familiar with Elder Yin and his wife.
Fellow Taoist Jiang, please take a seat.
Elder Yin smiled and invited Brother Jiang to sit down. After seeing the ceremony, Brother Jiang sat across from him, took out a jade box, took out 3 pieces of spiritual tea, and brewed 3 cups of tea with the 3 pieces of spiritual tea.
Fellow Taoist Yin, taste my good tea. This is the best spiritual tea in the world.
Brother Jiang said with a smile, as he pushed 2 cups of spiritual tea in front of Elder Yin and Elder Ren. When Elder Yin opened the jade box, he judged that it was a 3rd-grade spiritual tea. This is an extremely rare golden elixir resource on Tianhai Island. The sect stock does not have such golden elixir except for taking out a little during important events. Resources are distributed. Seeing Brother Jiang serving 3-grade spiritual tea to his guests, he marveled at the richness of the Northern Shu continent and became more confident about coming to the Northern Shu continent this time. He picked up the cup and took a sip. His eyes lit up, and he looked at his wife beside him. Elder Ren had the same expression as him. This 3-grade spiritual tea was the best 3-grade spiritual tea he had ever drunk.
Good tea. This time, I borrowed the help of fellow Taoist Jiang to taste such an amazing tea.
He smiled and thanked Brother Jiang.
This is made by our merchant Li Keqing. Li Keqing's tea frying ability is unparalleled in the world. But it's a pity that it's hard to get him to take action.
Brother Jiang replied with a thoughtful smile. It was Li Shiming's request to Beishu Trading Company to pick up Elder Yin's family this time. Although Brother Jiang is a late-stage Jin monk, he still wants to make friends with Li Shiming. Although Li Shiming is still unable to refine the 3rd-grade elixir that Brother Jiang needs, everyone knows that once Li Shiming completes the elixir, the current good relationship will bring great benefits to himself. Not to mention that Li Shiming's method of frying tea is now as praised by monks as his alchemy skills. The Beishu continent spent a lot of money before asking Li Shiming to roast a small amount of 3-grade Ling tea leaves into Ling tea. Brother Jiang got a little share, and he used it to entertain Elder Yin and his wife this time, just to make friends with Elder Yin. If he had a friendship with Elder Yin, he could definitely invite Li Shiming to his side through personal relationships in the future.
Is Li Keqing busy?
Elder Yin asked puzzledly. He had seen the terrifying power of Beishu trading houses, and even the Mingxin sect needed to make way for its trade routes. You must know that Mingxin sect suppressed the 7 sects of Tianhai Island with the power of 1 sect, and was unable to fight back. But such a powerful sect maintained enough respect for Beishu Trading Company.
Li Keqing is a master of alchemy, and is very busy on weekdays. I can only ask Li Keqing to fry tea when he is in a good mood in his free time. To tell you the truth, in such a long time, Li Keqing has only made tea for this company. No matter how high his status is, he can't make him take action.
Brother Jiang explained with a smile. He also saw that it seemed that Elder Yin and his wife did not know about Li Shiming. But this does not affect his friendship. The relationship between Yin Sherlan and Li Shiming is known to the entire Northern Shu continent. As long as they pay attention to Li Shiming's forces, Elder Yin and his wife are Yin Sherlan's parents, and have a great influence on Li Shiming. Hearing that Li Keqing was a master of alchemy, Elder Yin understood why he could not work with Li Keqing to fry the spiritual tea. There are no alchemy masters among the 7 major sects on Tianhai Island. Even if they accidentally obtain the 3rd-grade elixir, they need to go through the channels of Beishu Trading Company and ask the alchemy master to help refine the elixir. In this process, the 7 major sects of Tianhai Island need to pay more than the monks from the Northern Shu mainland, and the success rate of refining the spiritual elixir cannot be guaranteed. Even so, the golden elixir monks of the 7 major sects did not complain at all. Without the alchemy master to take action, the 3rd-grade elixir was just a decoration and had no effect at all. This also made Elder Yin understand how noble the alchemy master's status is, whether he is on Tianhai Island or on the Beishu continent. He did not expect that this Li Keqing was Li Shiming, and Brother Jiang did not tell him.
If he told him at this time, then the friendship between them would be utilitarian, and it would be difficult to become good friends.
Fellow Taoist Yin, fellow Taoist Ren, below is Jieshan Pass. This is where the Shirwan Mountains meet the outside world, and it is also outside the Sunluo sect's sphere of influence.
Brother Jiang reminded with a smile when he saw the scenery below the commercial flying boat. Elder Yin looked down, and with his ability to sense spiritual energy, he could sense the aura of the formation. The commercial airship of Beishu Trading Company stopped for a moment outside the formation and opened the defensive formation, allowing the formation below to scan and inspect the interior of the airship.
Although our flying boat does not need to pass through this checkpoint on the ground like ordinary monks, inspection is essential. The flying boat can pass as long as it does not carry unreported personnel.
Brother Jiang explained to Elder Yin. What is power? This is power. Sunluo sect is one of the 6 major sects in the northern Shu continent. The Mingxin sect, which was running rampant on Tianhai Island, was driven out of Shawantishan by the Sunluo sect. It can be seen that the Sunluo sect is much stronger than the Mingxin sect. But even a force like Sunluo sect needs to give face to Beishu Trading Company and open the door for convenience. Elder Yin couldn't sit still when he thought of this. He didn't know how he could be on an equal footing with the monk Jiang in front of him and win his friendship. He can clearly understand his position. In the northern Shu continent, he is almost a casual cultivator of Jindan. As a casual cultivator of the Golden Pill, Elder Yin could not find out the reason why Brother Jiang, a late-stage Golden Pill cultivator from the Beishu Trading Company, took the initiative to make friends with him.
I can only ask Lanor after I see her,
he thought again in his mind. However, he still accepted Brother Jiang's initiative to befriend him. Sometimes he would bring out not very good spiritual objects to invite Brother Jiang back, since both parties were interested in making friends. Before the commercial airship was about to arrive at the place where he disembarked, he became a good friend with Brother Jiang. The commercial flying boat is not direct and stops constantly along the way. However, in addition to the normal points of support, the flying boat has an additional stopping point this time, which is in the town outside Xinhuan sect. The commercial flying boat landed outside the town, and Elder Yin and his family of 3 got off the flying boat. Chapter 272 Meeting.
Sister!
As soon as she got off the boat, Renfei saw Yin Sherlan, who had been waiting for her for a long time. She rushed towards Yin Sherlan, whom she hadn't seen for several years, and shouted. Yin Sherlan was also very excited. With hazy tears, she supported Renfei, and then raised her eyes to look at Elder Yin and Elder Ren.
My daughter has met her father and mother,
she bowed and said.
Lanor!
Elder Ren, even though he was a Jindan elder, still hugged Yin Sherlan tightly with tears in his eyes, like a mortal woman after not seeing his daughter for a long time, and shouted softly.
Lanor, there is fellow Taoist Jiang here. Come quickly and meet fellow Taoist Jiang.
Elder Yin suppressed the excitement in his heart and reminded him softly. Only then did Yin Sherlan see Brother Jiang standing next to the flying boat. The late-stage golden elixir aura on his body showed his strength.
Yin Sherlan, the true successor of Xinhuan sect, has met Senior Jiang.
She calmed down her emotions and greeted Brother Jiang. She regarded Brother Jiang as Elder Yin's friend, and considering Brother Jiang's strength, she naturally treated him with courtesy as a junior.
Fellow Taoist Yin, I won't stay any longer. Say H, Lo to Likaching for me.
Brother Jiang responded with the courtesy of an ordinary person and said with a smile. He had no intention of disturbing the family's gathering, but he also needed to reveal his identity, at least to let Yin Sherlan know who protected her family. Brother Jiang said goodbye to Elder Yin and Elder Ren, got on the commercial flying boat, and the flying boat took off in the sky. Elder Yin was confused at this time. He understood the meaning of Brother Jiang's words. The reason why he was treated well was because Li Keqing said H, Lo. And this Li Keqing and Yin Sherlan seemed to have a very close relationship. So close that Brother Jiang was willing to talk about Yin Sherlan as an equal as a late Jindan monk. However, they had just met at this time, so he suppressed his doubts first.
Dad, I have already applied to this sect. You, Mother and Fair can live in my cave for a while,
Yin Sherlan said after coming over to meet Elder Yin. Originally, even if she was a true disciple, it would be impossible for her to bring the outer sect's golden elixir monks into the mountain gate. The Jindan monks of the outer sect are not allowed to get too close to the mountain gate. If you want to be invited as a guest, you need to apply for the invitation from the Jindan elder. However, Yin Sherlan's status in Xinhuan sect has long been different, with the disclosure of her relationship with Li Shiming, coupled with Master Luo's remarks. We got permission to allow Elder Ian and his family of 3 to stay at Shaman. Ian Sherlon flew into the sect with her family. Elder Ian was surprised to find that all the sect monks Ian Sherlon met along the way would take the initiative to say hello to her. Even if they would never meet, they would take the initiative to approach her after seeing her, just to meet her face to face. At first Elder Ian thought these monks were doing it because of Ian Sherlon's appearance. But he soon saw clearly that these monks seemed to want to curry favor with Ian Sherlon. Elder Ian thought of the alchemy master Likiching, and his heart sank. Could it be that his daughter met some great person in Beishu continent? And what happened between her daughter and Li Shiming? Speaking of Li Shiming, Elder Ian still likes him very much. Except for Li Shiming's spiritual root, which is a bit lacking. Everything else is very satisfying to Elder Ian. Elder Ian knew his daughter well. She was not the kind of person who would change her mind when she saw something different. He was going to talk to her privately.
Sister, your skin is so good. Why do I feel that you are younger than when you left Tianhai sect?
Renfei was still admiring the scenery of Qianhuan's sect at first. But when her eyes turned to Ian Sherlon's face. But he made a big discovery. Before, I was just excited and didn't notice the change in Ian Sherlon's appearance. Elder Ren couldn't help but look at Ian Sherlon. She discovered that Ian Sherlon was indeed the same as before, and had not changed due to time. It was because her skin was better, and she looked younger. In the past few years, Renfei has also grown up. She is no longer the carefree girl she was back then, but has grown into a big girl. Renfei and Ian Sherlon stood together, which actually made Renfei look older than Ian Sherlon. Like Ian Sherlon's sister, Elder Ren naturally knew that this change was definitely not normal. Ian Sherlon must have taken some beauty-preserving spiritual substance to have such an effect.
I have taken a beautiful beauty pill.
Ian Sherlon had nothing to hide from her family, and explained with a smile.
The beauty pill. Is it the beauty pill that can keep a monk's face forever young?
Renfei asked with a bright voice in her voice.
Is there any Zhu Yan Dan for sale in Beishu continent?
Elder Ren also asked. As long as she is a female cultivator, who would not care about the
beautiful beauty pill,
especially after seeing the effect of Ian Sherlon taking the
beautiful beauty pill
in front of her. It made Renfei and Elder Ren a mother and daughter yearning for it. Ian Sherlon couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw the expressions of her mother and sister. Even with her relationship with Li Shiming, she couldn't ask for the Yanju Dan. She knew the value of a Yanjuan Dan. Her best friend Liang Yishuan also exchanged it for 2 precious third-grade magic circle materials. This was already the cheapest exchange she knew. Her master, Master Luo, even used 108 third-grade formation flags in exchange for a
Zhu Yan Dan.
It is said that a
Zhu Yan Dan
from Beishu Trading Company has been sold to a sky-high price and is currently still available. Not completely settled.
This one was given to me by a friend. My master used 108 third-grade formation flags to trade for a
Zhuan Yan Dan.
According to my judgment, if you want to buy a
Zhuan Yan Dan,
unless it is only if you can pay far more than what my master paid will you be able to succeed.
Ian Sherlon thought for a while and replied. As soon as her words came out, Elder Ren and Renfei were stunned. Elder Ian on the side couldn't understand why a second-grade elixir such as
Zhu Yan Dan,
which did not help anyone's cultivation, was so expensive. 108 third-grade formation flags. Even if Elder Ian and Elder Ren spent all their wealth, they would not be able to afford them, let alone exceed this value.
This kind of treasure is not what we covet.
Elder Ren shook his head and sighed. Her thoughts about the Zhuan Dan disappeared after hearing the value of Zhuan Dan.
Sister, what kind of friend gave you a beautiful beauty pill?
Renfei did not give up. She continued to ask.
Ming came over some time ago and gave me a beautiful beauty pill.
Ian Sherlon replied with a slight blush on her face.
How is Shiming doing now?
Elder Ian couldn't help but ask when he heard about Li Shiming.
Ming has become a master of alchemy. This time I was able to ask Beishu Trading Company to bring you here because of Ming's relationship.
Ian Sherlon replied with pride. She did not hide her emotions in front of her family. She and Li Shiming have known each other since they were young. And Li Shiming always thinks of her in every good thing. Now she has become the envy of many female cultivators. Having a Taoist companion like Li Shiming can be said to be the best both emotionally and materially.
Could it be that the Likiching that fellow Taoist Jiang mentioned was Ming?
Elder Ian thought of what happened before and asked quickly.
Yes. Ming is a guest of Beihai Trading Company.
Ian Sherlon replied affirmatively.
I didn't expect Ming to have such achievements. Is he in the sect? I haven't seen him for a long time.
Elder Ian finally understood why Brother Jiang was so polite to him. He also missed Li Shiming. and asked. At this time, everyone had arrived at Shirlan's mountain peak and descended to the top of the mountain. She led her family to sit down at the pavilion on the top of the mountain.
Shiming did not join Qianhuan's sect. If he had joined Qianhuan's sect, he could only be an outer disciple. Through his own efforts, he gained the favor of a Jindan elder in Shushen's sect and became a Jindan disciple. Later, he became the true story of alchemy.
Shirlan introduced Li Shiming's growth to Elder Yin. Elder Yin was deeply moved by Li Shiming's achievements in recent years, and he also understood what kind of efforts it took to achieve such achievements.
I originally thought Shiming was a rare genius on Tianhai Island, but it seems that he is also a genius on Beishu continent.
He was really happy for Li Shiming and smiled happily.
Sure, Ming is a good kid. He is really good to Loner.
Elder Ren, who had not spoken for a long time, nodded and said, as Golden Elixir monks, it was so difficult for the couple to come to the Beishu continent. However, in order to pursue Shirlan, Li Shiming crossed the North Sea and came to the Beishu continent with the strength of the Qi Chain stage. One can imagine the consequences of danger, thinking about the extremely precious
Zhu Yan Dan
that was given to Shirlan. Li Shiming's feelings for Shirlan were so deep. Elder Ren thought of this and glanced at Renfeir beside him. She couldn't help but sigh when she saw the light shining in Renfeir's eyes. She could tell that Renfeir was thinking of Li Shiming again. After Li Shiming disappeared, Renfeir would still think of Li Shiming at first. But later, because the 7 sects were broken, many disciples of the 7 sects gathered together. During this period of time, Renfeir spent time with many monks of the same age and gradually forgot about Li Shiming's existence. Elder Ren knew what this little daughter was thinking. Judging from her perspective, Li Shiming probably just regarded Renfeir as his younger sister. She also learned about the past between Li Shiming and her younger daughter from her younger daughter. If the two really fell in love, how could Li Shiming tell Renfeir stories instead of having a romantic relationship with her? I treated him like a child and coaxed him. If the 7 sects had not been resolved back then, maybe after a few years of getting along, this relationship might develop further. But Li Shiming and Renfeir are separated by Beihai, and Renfeir has almost forgotten Li Shiming. So how can they renew their relationship? More importantly, the relationship between Li Shiming and Shirlan is so deep that the current Elder Ren does not want Renfeir to affect the relationship between Li Shiming and Shirlan. Thinking of this, Elder Ren patted his youngest daughter lightly, a warning flashing in his eyes. Renfeir saw her mother's warning and knew that her mother knew about the little things. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at her mother. Mother is not an ordinary person. Elder Ren is an elder of the Xianing sect, a true monk of the demon sect, and is even called Old Demon Ren by fellow monks of the 7 sections. His shrewdness is not comparable to that of Renfeir. But Renfeir was a little unwilling. She didn't want to give up yet. The light in her eyes, when she lowered her head, was not seen by Elder Ren.
Dad, what are your plans for coming here this time? I can ask Ming to help if necessary.
Shirlan thought about how to arrange her parents and sister. This depends on the opinions of Elder Yin and Elder Ren. She said this because she planned to use Li Shiming's relationship. If it was a small matter, she could handle it herself. But she had to arrange 2 Golden Elixir monks, especially her parents. Even if she didn't want to trouble Li Shiming, she still had to make Li Shiming take action.
Your mother and I have discussed that we want to establish a family in Beishu continent. We plan to have another child to continue the family bloodline.
Elder Yin looked at Elder Ren and said with tenderness in his eyes, it is not easy for a Golden Core monk to have a child, and the price he needs to pay is not small. Elder Yin and Elder Ren had given birth to a pair of daughters, Shirlan and Renfeir, which had already consumed a lot of money. If they wanted another child, the 2 Golden Elixir monks were planning to take care of themselves in old age and had no intention of making progress at all. Shirlan opened her mouth to persuade, but seeing the gentleness and harmony between her parents, she choked back what she wanted to say. She still knew about the situation of Elder Yin and Elder Ren, since they were born on Tianhai Island. Tianhai Island lacked Golden Elixir resources, which made it extremely difficult for them to become Golden Elixir monks, and there was almost no improvement. Elder Yin and Elder Ren had 2 children in succession because they had no hope of practicing. In fact, even their major training methods cannot make them develop any further.
I want to discuss this matter with Ming. It shouldn't be difficult to buy a spiritual vein within the influence of Qianhuan sect or Shushan sect. Then establish contact with Beishu Trading Company. Establish a market. And then have Ming provide some magic pills, and it won't be a problem to get a foothold.
Incherlon said after careful consideration. With her status as the true successor of the Thousand Fantasy sect, she can purchase a spiritual vein within the sect's sphere of influence, so that her parents can establish a family. But you must consider finding a business for your parents, so that the new family can survive for a long time. Otherwise, even if your parents have savings, they will be left in vain. In addition, if her parents do not have the support of the forces, she alone, as a true successor of the Thousand Fantasy sect, will not be able to suppress the forces of casual cultivators, let alone compete with the forces of rogue cultivators for resources. All this would be different if Li Shiming came forward, which would allow parents to settle down without worrying about any trouble.
Lord, isn't it a good idea to trouble Shiming like this?
Elder Ian said slightly hesitantly. He did take good care of Li Shiming back then. But after all, they hadn't seen each other for many years, and he didn't know how much of this feeling was left. In his opinion, asking Li Shiming to help contact Beishu Commercial Bank and establish a market to provide elixirs was a big sacrifice for Li Shiming. He didn't know whether the friendship back then could support it. Besides, based on his survival experience, the relationship between him and Li Shiming is as weak as the favor.
Ming has made an agreement with me that we will become Taoist couples after we both become golden elixirs,
Incherlon said clearly to her father while holding back her shame. Chapter 273 Transaction. Shopkeeper Lida and Li Shiming were sitting in the pavilion on the top of Zhujin Peak. They each had a cup of 3-grade spiritual tea in front of them. As the owner, Li Shiming naturally produced these 3-grade spiritual tea.
Brother Ming, just because of your magical tea, I will come over more often.
Shopkeeper Lida put down his cup and said with a smile. He didn't mean to say it politely. Li Shiming is now very wealthy, and has a lot of 3rd-grade spiritual tea in his hands. Especially when entertaining distinguished guests. He uses the 3rd-grade spiritual tea that Li Shiming roasts himself. The last time Shopkeeper Lida brought a batch of 3rd-grade Ling tea, and asked Li Shiming to fry the 3rd-grade Ling tea, after it was finally returned to the trading house. Almost all of it was divided by the ancestors of Yuanying, and the remaining ones were only a few late-stage gened, and the big shopkeeper got a little share. Shopkeeper Lida is reluctant to serve such a 3rd-grade spiritual tea to guests. Only Li Shiming in the world can taste such a 3rd-grade spiritual tea at any time. In the high-end market of Beishu continent, monks have already offered high prices for the spiritual tea refined by Li Shiming himself. Coupled with the news coming from within the trading company, Yuanying ancestor attaches great importance to this spiritual tea, so Li Shiming personally refined it. The value of the prepared spiritual tea has increased again. Now, even if Li Shiming does not refine the elixir, he can earn a lot of resources for himself just by frying the elixir tea.
Brother Lai, you are always welcome here,
Li Shiming replied with a smile. Every time Shopkeeper Lai comes over, he will bring him a lot of benefits. Of course, he will not refuse Shopkeeper Lai's arrival.
Look at the resources that the customers I contacted in the past few months are willing to use to redeem them.
Juyin Dan. Shopkeeper Lida began to talk about the business. He took out several pieces of paper with recorded information and placed them in front of Li Shiming. Li Shiming looked at the resources on the paper. The exchange resources provided by each monk were clearly recorded on the paper. He was very surprised. Just from the records on the paper, you could see how crazy the monk was about the
Juyin Dan.
He once again felt that the
beauty-resisting pill
he sold to Master Luo was cheap. Not to mention the
beauty-resisting pill
sold to Incherlon's best friend Liang Yishuan. That transaction was simply a waste. Among them are 3rd-grade magic weapons, materials, various secret techniques, and even some special inheritances. The recorded information alone was an eye-opener for Li Shiming. However, he is not an ignorant monk. After receiving the
Zhang's weapon refining inheritance,
he has an extremely good understanding of various magic weapons and materials and knows their value. In his current situation, there was no need to look at those secret techniques and special inheritance. Not to mention whether these secret techniques and special inheritance will cause any trouble after being obtained. Even their effect is very small for him. His current major and concurrent skills are among the best in the mainland, and his attack methods are extremely rich. The only thing he lacks is his realm. He finally set his sights on a 3rd-grade weapon refining material, which was also the smallest variety of exchange resources. It was the only 3rd-grade weapon refining material.
Purple Lightning 9 turns Thunder Gold.
This is an extremely rare thunder-attributed metal with a 3rd-grade quality. It is a material for refining top-grade magic weapons. The flying sword refined with
Purple Lightning 9 turns Thunder Gold
has a destroying effect. and has a very strong killing effect on illusions, mental spells, magic arts, poison arts, etc. If combined with the lightning that comes with Li Shiming's sword, the effect will be doubled. Li Shiming is not short of magic weapons now, but what he lacks is powerful magic weapons. He has many ordinary magic weapons. He needs powerful magic weapons to suppress the enemy. If he hadn't already had an idea about his natal magic weapon, the purple lightning 9 turns of thunder gold, refined into a magic weapon, would have become his natal magic weapon.
Brother Lai, it's 9 turns of purple lightning and thunder gold.
Li Shiming pointed at the name of 9 turns of purple lightning and thunder gold.
Brother Shiming, there is something I want to explain. In fact,
the beautiful beauty pill
was ordered by Patriarch Ling of our trading firm.
When shopkeeper Lida said this, he saw Li Shiming's expression change slightly, and he quickly continued.
But please don't worry. Ancestor Ling has said that Ancestor Ling will send you the materials you like, and you won't suffer any losses.
Originally, shopkeeper Lida didn't need to tell Li Shiming about this matter, and it could be done in secret. But considering Li Shiming's ability, if Li Shiming learns that he has been deceived, it is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Shopkeeper Lida knew that many eyes were on Beishu Trading Company, waiting for Beishu Trading Company to make mistakes so that they could snatch Li Shiming as a guest. The Beishu Commercial Bank is indeed strong, but other commercial banks are not weak, especially the cross-continent commercial banks. But their strength in the Beishu continent is not as good as that of the Northern Shu Commercial Bank.
Just pretend I don't know about this.
Li Shiming smiled bitterly and shook his head. For a nascent soul ancestor to put down his arrogance and trade with him through formal means is already for the Shushan sect's sake. So how could he ask for too much?
That's fine. But it's actually very difficult for me to do.
Shopkeeper Lida also spread his hands to express his helplessness. The ancestor of nascent soul has taken a fancy to the
Juyan Dan.
Not to mention the existing rules in the business that the ancestor of Yuaning gives priority. Even if the ancestor of Yuaning has spoken, who can violate it? While talking with shopkeeper Lida, news came about Li Shiming's identity. After his spiritual thoughts swept over, a soft smile appeared on his face. The news about Yin Sherwan came by chance. Shopkeeper Lai happened to be right across the street, so it was easier to talk about some things.
Brother Lai, I have something to trouble Brother Lai,
Li Shiming said to shopkeeper Lida with a smile.
Between you and me, if you have anything to say, just say it.
Shopkeeper Lida agreed without even considering what the matter was. Since what Li Shiming can propose, the commercial bank can do it. Even if it cannot be done, it must work hard to let Li Shiming see the sincerity of the commercial bank.
You also know that I was born on Tianhai Island. Yin Sherlan's parents came over from Tianhai Island and planned to settle down in Beishu mainland. I want to build a city for them, and I also need the help of Beihai Commercial Bank.
Li Shiming asked. Out.
This matter is easy to handle, as long as the location is determined. I will send someone over to discuss the establishment of Fong City.
Shopkeeper Lida responded readily after hearing this. Perhaps for ordinary monks, this matter is extremely difficult. But for a big shopkeeper like Mr. Lai who has great power in his hands, it is easy. He also knew about Yin Sherlan's parents, and he had intervened in bringing Yin Sherlan's parents to the northern Shu continent.
As for the location, if you can also help me see how many spiritual stones I need to get the spiritual vein suitable for the early stage of Jindan cultivation.
Of course Li Shiming knew the ability of shopkeeper Lida. He continued.
Wait a minute.
Shopkeeper Lida took out his identity card, sent a message, and communicated with the other party. Li Shiming immediately sent a message back to Yin Sherlan and asked her to wait for a while the matter was being processed.
Brother Sherming, there is a golden elixir spiritual vein in Niang Mountain. This spiritual vein is owned by a trading company. It was originally planned to build a flying boat stop there, but the planning of the commercial route there has never been implemented. I have already asked the trading company after applying. Niang Mountain will be given to Brother Sherming, and the trading company will build a Beishu Fong city there, and the company will get 30% of the profits from the city.
Shopkeeper Lida didn't take long to come up with the plan.
It's better to pay for the spirit stones. Although I have never seen Niang Mountain, I know it is worth a lot from what you said.
Li Shiming waved his hand quickly and said, the peaks with golden elixir spiritual veins are extremely precious even if they are placed in the Shushan sect. Not to mention the establishment of Beishafang City on his behalf. And the 30-70 split gave away most of the benefits. You must know that the cities that can be named after Beishu City are all cities directly under the Beishu Trading Company.
and the Beishu Trading Company will be responsible for most of the spiritual objects in the cities. It is almost equivalent to helping to take care of Beishufeng City, and you can get most of the benefits without doing anything else. And as long as there is the name Beishufeng City, which monk would dare to risk offending Beishu Trading Company to deal with Niang Mountain? Rogue cultivators dare not do it, and sect monks have no reason to do it. How about you help fry another batch of spiritual tea? Shopkeeper Lida laughed in a low voice. Li Shiming looked at Shopkeeper Lida's expression, and understood what Shopkeeper Lida was thinking. It is estimated that Shopkeeper Lida is planning to pay the spiritual stone himself, and let Li Shiming help fry a batch of spiritual tea. The spiritual tea will be owned by Shopkeeper Lida. This can be regarded as repaying the favor that Shopkeeper Lida has done for this matter. Okay. You will deliver the Lingsha leaves when the time comes. Li Shiming did not suffer any loss, but instead strengthened his cooperative relationship with Shopkeeper Lida. In Qianhuan sect, Elder Yin watched Yin Shuan contact Li Shiming about what they had just agreed upon, thinking about how many days it would take before he could truly settle down in Beishu continent. Why most of the Jindan monks on Tianhai Island would rather stay on Tianhai Island than come to Beishu mainland is because of survival issues. When they were on Tianhai Island, the Jindan monks were all elders of the 7 major sects and had a very high status. Although the Golden Elixir monks were unable to obtain enough Golden Elixir resources due to resource problems on Tianhai Island, they were able to survive safely. When they come to Beishu continent, they will face the problem of status. When they come to the Beishu continent, they will become casual cultivators of Golden Elixirs. If casual cultivators want to obtain resources, they need to compete with other casual cultivators for Golden Elixirs. However, coming from a place like Tianhai Island where Golden Elixir resources are scarce, when encountering Northern Shu's scattered Golden Elixir cultivators at the same level, they cannot gain much advantage. Instead, they fall into trouble because they are unfamiliar with the place and have no help from friends. If it had not been for Yin Shuan becoming a true disciple in Qianhuan sect this time and gaining certain abilities, Elder Yin and Elder Ren would not have thought of settling in Beishu continent. Of course, they still had 2 preparations before coming to Beishu continent. One was to settle in Beishu continent, and the other was that in case Yin Shuan was unable to provide much help, they would find a way to attach themselves to a certain force, which would cause them to lose their freedom. Not what they want. For the sects in the Beishu continent, it is rare to accept the surrender of casual Jindan cultivators. Even if they accept it, such Jindan cultivators will not be allowed to have any power. They will only act as thugs within the sect. Elder Yin now only thinks about Li Shiming agreeing to help, so he is not worried about this. The relationship between Li Shiming and Yin Shuan means that helping should not be a problem. It depends on how much Li Shiming is willing to help. Elder Yin doesn't have much confidence in this aspect. Dad! Yin Shuan reminded him softly when she realized that Elder Yin didn't know what he was thinking. Ah! What? Elder Yin turned to look at Yin Shuan, but saw the smile on Yin Shuan's face. Dad, Shiming purchased Niang Mountain and made an agreement with Beishu Commercial Bank to establish Beishufeng City. The distribution method is 30-70. Yin Shuan said to Elder Yin very happily. She didn't expect Li Shiming to move so quickly. He had just said that there would be no time for tea and had already decided on it. Where is Niang Mountain? Elder Yin perked up and asked quickly. Yin Shuan had already taken out a jade slip and handed it over. Elder Yin's spiritual thoughts entered the jade slip and quickly found the location of Niang Mountain, which was located between Qianhuan sect and Shushan sect. Looking at the labels nearby, there are some resource production areas and a large number of spiritual veins. There are a large number of spiritual vein collections and resource production areas, indicating that there will be a large number of monks living here, which is an excellent location for the city. It's good to get 30% of the profits. It's worth it if you can hang the brand of Beishufeng City. Elder Yin knew what the name Beishufeng City meant, and he said with some excitement, It's not distributed like this. It's to hand over 3/3. Yin Shuan realized that Elder Yin might have misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. How could Beishu Trading Company agree to such an allocation? Elder Yin almost blurted out, but he immediately thought of Li Shiming's identity and couldn't help but shook his head, knowing that Li Shiming must have played a big role in this. Shiming said that you can go to Niang Mountain at any time. There are people from the Beishu Trading Company waiting there. Everything needed to establish the city will be done by the Beishu Trading Company. He can't leave the sect at the moment, so he won't go there. Yin Shuan was worried that Elder Yin would misunderstand that Li Shiming would not go there in person, and was also explaining to Li Shiming. Sherlon did not tell Elder Een about the trouble Li Shiming encountered the last time he left the sect. And even the Buddhist sect showed up. Therefore, Li Shiming's two masters asked him to go out of the sect as little as possible for fear of another accident. In particular, there are many monks staring at Li Shiming, although he has Shushan sect and Beishu trading company behind him. And even many Jindan monks are willing to help him. It is inevitable that some monks with other thoughts will take action against him. Now everyone knows that Li Shiming has a lot of money. He is like walking wealth. As long as he grabs a fortune and can cultivate for a lifetime, he will not have to worry. There are also monks who covet his alchemy ability and want to kidnap him back to their home to make alchemy for themselves. There are also forces hostile to the Beishu Trading Company and the Shushan sect who want to get rid of Li Shiming. All in all, under the current circumstances, Li Shiming cannot leave the sect. At least not openly. Chapter 274 Departure. In the Shawandishan Sanluo sect, Li Yuanba silently watched the figure of Elder Jian disappear into the clouds. There was a deep feeling of reluctance in his heart, and he didn't know how long it would take to see each other again. In his hand was the scroll of sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion, which was handed to him by Elder Jian before he left. If Elder Jian failed to attack Nascent Soul, then he would be the one to bring the sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion in Beishu Continent to this lineage. Handed down. This sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion scroll represents the sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion. At the same time, this sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion scroll is also a token. If he has a chance to successfully attack Nascent Soul, then he can return to the sword with the sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion scroll. It means Chongshao Pavilion. Li Yuanba withdrew his gaze and carefully put the sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion scroll into his storage bracelet. During this period, Elder Jian strengthened his guidance. For this reason, Elder Jian delayed for many days before preparing to go to the 3 holy peaks for retreat today. Li Yuanba clearly knew that he did not have much time. Maybe 5 years. Maybe just more than 2 years. As long as the Jindan elders in the sect guessed that the Jian elders had retreated to attack Yuanying, then their hands would be stretched out to this 10,000 swords peak. You must know that Elder Jian's attack on the Nascent Soul would only take more than 10 years of retreat. Not to mention that the success rate of attacks on the Nascent Soul has always been extremely low. Most of the monks who attack the Nascent Soul will die. The fate of Tao Xiao. As a sword cultivator, Elder Sword has a greater risk of attacking Nascent Soul than ordinary cultivators. Li Yuanba believed that with the temperament of the Jindan elders of the sect, they would start to test as soon as they got the news, and then continue to intensify the harassment. When the matter of Elder Jian was confirmed, they would pounce and snatch away Wan Jianfeng. So he was ready to take action immediately, transforming Wan Jianfeng while speeding up his cultivation. Accelerating the speed of cultivation is simple. Just take the top elixir to enhance the effect of cultivation, and then use Wan Jianfeng to strengthen the sword intention. Especially in terms of strengthening his sword intention. Since he became the master of Wan Jianfeng, Wan Jianfeng's influence on his sword intention has increased several times. His sword intention has not been generated for a long time, and his sword intention is in a period of rapid improvement. A white lotus appeared at Li Yuanba's feet, and then another white lotus appeared more than 100 meters away. His figure flickered and appeared on the second white lotus, now in Wanjian Peak. He can use this lotus every step, unscrupulously without worrying about being discovered by others. After a series of flashes, he appeared at the foot of the sword-holding peak. Ever since he took control of Wanjian Peak, he had sensed the difference between sword-holding peak and ordinary peaks. The sword-holding peak is not connected to the earth, but is placed on a foundation made of rocks on the ground. The entire sword-holding peak can be said to be separated from the ground, but connected through a magic circle. There is even a spiritual vein in Wanjian Peak itself. This spiritual vein is generated inside Wanjian Peak and has nothing to do with the main spiritual vein of the entire Sanluo sect. Of course, the formations arranged on Wanjian Peak can also use the spiritual energy of Sanluo sect's main spiritual vein for their own use at any time. Li Yuanba took out a refining furnace. The height of this refining furnace alone was as high as 2 people. The bottom was equipped with a flame formation activated by medium-grade spiritual stones to provide flame support for the refining furnace. This is the spiritual weapon refining furnace that he exchanged with his contribution points. He has no spiritual fire, and can only use the flame of the weapon refining furnace to refine the weapons. This spiritual weapon refining furnace can currently only refine spiritual weapons. Fortunately, the profession of weapon refiner does not have such strict requirements. As long as he becomes a pill, he can use the elixir fire to refine weapons, and freely refine magic weapons.
As for Li Yuanba's weapon refining level, this is attributed to the learning from the original body Li Shiming. The weapon refining knowledge learned from the original body was naturally shared with the clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba does not have a spiritual fire, nor does he have a machine room space. Many of his fine points are far inferior to those of the original Li Shiming, but his level of weapon refining is still much better than that of ordinary weapon refining masters. After all, he is learning the Zhang family's weapon refining inheritance, the inheritance of top weapon refining. He took out a piece of second-grade weapon refining metal from the storage bracelet, waited for the flame in the spiritual weapon refining furnace to reach the required level, and then put the second-grade weapon refining metal into it. After the second-grade refining metal softened, he began to continuously use the 100 turns purification technique to purify the second-grade refining metal. Finally, the second-grade weapon refining metal turned into a liquid state in the spiritual weapon refining furnace, and its purity also met the requirements for refining. A shaping method was issued, and the second-grade weapon refining metal was transformed into the shape he needed. At the moment when the second-grade weapon refining metal was finalized and flew out of the spiritual weapon refining furnace, Li Yuanba had a third-grade sword base in his hand. At this time, the third-grade sword base turned into a carving knife, and he inscribed on the finalized second-grade weapon refining metal formation patterns. Afterwards, he used magic techniques to solidify a variety of required spell effects on the finalized second-grade weapon refining metal. Li Yuanba held the shaped spiritual weapon in his hand. This spiritual weapon looked weird, and he didn't know what it did. He placed the spiritual weapon on a rock at the foot of the mountain. The shape of the spiritual weapon happened to be the dozen flying swords stuck on the rock, completely covering the exposed rock. This weird shape is customized according to the environment here. The formation pattern built into the spiritual weapon echoes the formation of Wanjianfeng. The spiritual weapon and Wanjianfeng form a hole, which is fixed on the surface of the rock. Li Yuanba looked at his results. It took an hour to refine the weapon this time. This was because he had spiritual thoughts. Without spiritual thoughts, the time would have been doubled.
Looks like I'll be busy from now on.
He looked helplessly at the area covered by the spiritual weapon, then looked at the entire Wanjian Peak and muttered to himself. Although it is not necessary to cover all parts of Wanjian Peak with refining materials, the rocks of Wanjianfeng and the main structure of Wanjianfeng must be completely covered. That is, those unimportant areas that do not need to be completely covered. Use refining materials to refix it. What he needs to do next is to add a layer of refining material to the surface of Wanjianfeng. This is not only to strengthen Wanjianfeng, but also to make Wanjianfeng a basic work for becoming a magic weapon. Of course, with his weapon refining ability, the current operations are all preparations. The most important third-grade weapon refining materials are the core of transforming Wanjianfeng into a magic weapon, which can only be achieved after he becomes a golden elixir stage monk. He shook his head and put away the thoughts in his brain. The most important task at the moment was to make preparations. He once again threw a piece of refining material into the spiritual weapon refining furnace and performed the second refining. In the days that followed, Li Yuanba practiced and refined weapons almost day and night. He did not need to declare seclusion in the sword-holding peak, because he and Elder Jian were in the sword-holding peak unless there was a special incident in the sect. He will not take the initiative to contact other monks in the sect. The sword intent climbs to the sky. That Li Yuanba majors and is constantly improving with the continuous supply of top-level elixirs. His cultivation conditions are almost the same as those of Li Shiming, both of whom far exceed those of a monk in the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual veins of Wanjian Peak are enough to supply the cultivation of late-stage Jinden monks, and there are enough top-level spiritual elixirs. Sword intent climbs to the sky is the top sword cultivation technique, and the sword intent contained in Wanjian Peak increases. His sword intent. This is Li Yuanba's training conditions. This life lasted for 2 months, and the new year has arrived. News came from Ancestor Lu that Ancestor Lu will be in seclusion in a month. This is because Patriarch Lu knew that Elder Jian had entered the stage of preparing to attack the nascent soul, so he paid more attention to Li Yuanba. Otherwise, he would not have informed Li Yuanba of the news. Only then did Li Yuanba realize that he needed to use this month to complete the tasks that the sect disciple should do in the coming year. Originally, true disciples were not allowed to think about doing tasks. This was regarded as the unspoken rule of true disciples. When many true disciples did not want to waste time by doing tasks, they delegated their tasks to the sect disciples, who had taken refuge, and had them complete them on their behalf. Since it is an unwritten rule, there is no actual protection by sect rules.
If Elder Jian is still here, he does not need to worry about anything happening. With Elder Jian coming forward, all questions can be blocked. But now that Elder Jian has gone into seclusion, if other Jindan elders cause trouble or test him because of this matter, he will still be very passive. So he decided to use this month to complete the tasks for the next year while Patriarch Lu was still in retreat and could shock the Jindan elders. Looking through the mission list, he chose 3 combat missions. This was also the simplest mission. With the Seluosec's intelligence system, he had already located the target and only needed to go and kill them to complete the mission. In the Seluosec mission hall, the jade plate of Elder Yu's identity shook slightly. This was a reminder specially set by him. As long as the news he was concerned about was discovered, his subordinates would send a message to inform him. Elder Yu had a faint sneer on his face after reading the news about Jade Disc's identity. Like many Jindan elders in the sect, he is extremely greedy for Wang Jianfeng. As an inheritance of swordsmanship, Wang Jianfeng has been affected by the sword's intention for a long time, and has reached the point of contaminating the sword from the inside out. The mind has become a spiritual creature. The spiritual object of a huge mountain can be refined into an extremely powerful magic weapon by adding only some precious refining materials. Due to the power of Elder Jian, the elders of Jindan could only think about this kind of thoughts at most. Only a few Jindan elders have made plans for this, including Elder Lu and Elder Yu. Elder Yu has a clear goal in his mind. That is, Elder Sword must hit the nascent soul stage. After Elder Jian retreats, Wanjin Peak will become an empty spiritual mountain with no one to guard it. At that time, as long as Patriarch Lu goes into seclusion, he can start refining Wanjin Peak. Even if Ancestor Lu investigates him later, Elder Yu is still blocked by Ancestor. As long as Elder Sword has not become a nascent soul, even if his strength is not damaged and he comes out of seclusion, with a magic weapon refined by Wanjin Peak, Elder Yu will have confidence. Fight against the Sword Elder. Elder Yu always believed that Elder Sword's use of Wang Jianfeng was a huge waste. Wang Jianfeng is transformed into a magic weapon, and its power is enough to overwhelm the monks at the Golden Core stage. So there is no need to regard it as just an inheritance. Besides, converting Wang Jianfeng into a magic weapon does not affect Wang Jianfeng's inheritance function. That is to say, Elder Jian is a sword cultivator who focuses on defeating all kinds of magic with one sword. With this belief, he treats Wang Jianfeng like this. Originally, Li Yuanba's appearance did not affect Elder Yu's idea of waiting and waiting. But the last time Li Yuanba almost completely suppressed this generation of foundation-building true disciples, Elder Yu felt a crisis. After Elder Jian accepted Li Yuanba, Elder Yu believed that it would take at least decades for Li Yuanba to grow up. But Elder Jian did not have much time and would definitely attack Yuanying before Li Yuanba grew up. But who would have thought that Li Yuanba would grow so fast? In such a short period of time, not only would his level reach the middle stage of foundation building, but his combat power would also be extremely astonishing. Elder Yu doesn't want to let Li Yuanba grow anymore. If he allows Li Yuanba to grow any longer, he is afraid that when Elder Jian prepares to attack Nascent Soul, Li Yuanba will succeed Elder Jian and become the next guardian sword cultivator of Wanjin Peak. Elder Yu also knew that Patriarch Lu was not in seclusion at present. With his cautious attitude at this time, it was naturally impossible to deal with Li Yuanba personally. He took out a communication card and issued an order. Li Yuanba's figure turned into a sword light and headed towards the mission target. He didn't have the invisibility ability of Li Shiming, so he didn't use Boo 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 Shang Lotus to rush forward. But the sword escape speed in the sword intention Chong Xiao Ju was not too slow. As for the sect's combat missions, he often performed such missions when he first entered the sect. He believed in the sect's intelligence system and did not make any delays on the way. He arrived at the first mission target in an almost straight line. The target is a late-stage foundation-building monk. He is not a judge and does not care about why he is an enemy of the Sanluo sect. He has no compassion. In fact, in his mind, there is no right or wrong and good or evil in the world of immortality. Some are just conflicts of interest. In the late stage of foundation building, the monk is in a magic circle. This is his temporary cave. Although it is a temporary cave, he has lived for a while, so the formation is very perfect. The late-stage foundation building monk, who was sitting in the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. The hairs all over his body stood up, and waves of heart palpitations arose in his heart. Even when he met the big demon in the wild, he never felt such emotions. He quickly activated the defensive spiritual weapon and added a defensive talisman. At this moment, a sword light appeared from the void. What seemed to him to be an extremely powerful formation could not even hold up for a moment in front of this sword light. Li Yuanba has the formation knowledge of the original Li Shiming. In their eyes, all formations inspired by formation discs are rubbish. When Li Yuanba rushed to the target with his sword escape, he didn't even pause. He directly used his spiritual thoughts to scan the formation and found its loophole. His flying sword was aimed at the loopholes in the formation, and it had the effect of breaking the formation with one sword, without the protection of the formation. The flying sword continued to shoot at the late-stage foundation building monk. Before the late-stage foundation building monk could resist, the flying sword broke through two of his defenses in an arrogant and unreasonable way, killing him on the spot. Chapter 275 Golden Pill. This is the third mission. It seems that I can return to the clan soon. Li Yuanba held a jade slip in his hand and whispered to himself while observing the map inside. In the first two missions, he did not stop at any time and took action directly as soon as he arrived at the place. With his current strength, any monk who is not a true disciple of a large sect during the foundation building period will not be his enemy at all. Even the true disciples of large sects depend on what kind of true disciples they are. Ordinary true disciples are also unable to withstand his full and continuous attacks. The sword cultivator was originally the most aggressive being in the world of immortality, let alone one who had inherited top-notch sword cultivating techniques such as the sword intention climb to the sky technique. Li Yuanba's spiritual thoughts swept ahead, where a formation concealed a cave, which was exactly where his mission target was. Just like before, without any hesitation, he shot out the flying sword and headed towards the formation. The flying sword broke through the loopholes in the formation, disrupting the transmission of spiritual power within the formation, causing the formation to collapse instantly. Fei Jian was about to continue attacking inward when he suddenly turned around and dodged to the side. At the same time, a white lotus appeared at Li Yuanba's feet. He disappeared on the white lotus and appeared on the white lotus 150 meters away. A pestle-shaped magic weapon with black mist flew out of the cave and hit the place where he disappeared. This blow condensed the full strength of the Jindan cultivator for a long time. Although the strike was empty, the energy waves swept away in all directions, and a crater was formed on the ground with this point as the center. Moreover, all the thick soil on the ground within tens of meters was blown away by the energy shock wave, which shows how powerful this blow is. Li Yuanba was shocked and angry. He did not expect that there would be a golden elixir monk ambushing him here. You must know that the golden core cultivator is also proud. Even if he wants to attack the foundation establishment cultivator, he will only do it in person. This kind of secret ambush method is completely unprepared to keep him alive. If he hadn't practiced bearing lotus step by step, and had been cautiously prepared to roll lotus step by step, this blow from the golden elixir monk would have killed him. Even if he dodged and avoided it, the danger still sent chills down his back. The moment the formation was broken, the golden elixir monk locked onto him with his spiritual thoughts, and the subsequent attack was almost guaranteed to kill him, because all the golden elixir monk's pressure fell on him. This method of full power suppression with realm is extremely effective against weak enemies with a large gap in realm. Fortunately, lotus grows step by step, can ignore these, so Li Yuanba escaped. Li Yuanba was frightened and angry, and Nyoziru, who had been waiting for him for a long time, was equally frightened. Nyoziru was a casual cultivator of Jindan in Shirwanda Mountain. When this Luo sect was expanding massively a few years ago, he wisely took refuge with Elder Yu. Elder Yu sent him a mission a few days ago, asking him to kill Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's name may not be famous in other places, but it is extremely popular in Shirwandishan. Ever since Li Yuanba killed several true disciples of the Luo sect in succession before, killing the Luo sect foundation building disciples, who ambushed him so much that they did not dare to make the slightest move. This made Li Yuanba a sword cultivator, famous for his ferocious reputation. Although Nyoziru is a golden elixir cultivator, he is from a casual cultivator, and cannot compare with the golden elixir from a large sect. There is a big gap in both skills and magic weapons. He was self-aware, so after receiving the mission from Elder Yu, he chose the safest way, which was to use a sneak attack. If it were other golden elixir cultivators, they would still have to show some respect. But Nyoziru, who was born as a casual cultivator, had never done anything. In order to become an elixir, he used countless means, including deception and abduction. With the information sent by Elder Yu, Nyoziru arrived at the mission target ahead of Li Yuanba and killed the mission target. At the same time, Nyoziru also knew Li Yuanba's behavior, so he waited in the cave of the mission target,
waiting for Li Yuanba to come to his door. As expected, Li Yuanba didn't even investigate, and attacked with all his strength as soon as he appeared. Niu Zero used a secret method to charge up and hit what he thought would be a fatal blow. But in reality, it hit him hard in the face. His attack was inexplicably missed, and Li Yuanba disappeared from under his magic weapon. If he was from a large sect, or not to mention a large sect, even a medium-sized sect, he would have heard about magical powers. Unfortunately, his background is too low, and his magical powers are too high-end. He does not know the
Lotus is born step by step
door magic. After the first blow failed, he quickly mobilized the pestle-shaped magic weapon to attack Li Yuanba again. Li Yuanba calmed down from the surprise attack. He once again used
Ubu Shang Lotus
to dodge the attack of the pestle-shaped magic weapon. At the same time, he also had time to observe Niu Zeruli. The aura on Niu Zero's body was not hidden at all due to his full strength. The strength of the early stage of the golden elixir plus the aura was much weaker than that of the early stage of the sect's golden elixir. This showed that he was from a small sect or a casual cultivator. The golden elixir monk. Li Yuanba didn't know that Niu Zero couldn't recognize
Ubu Shang Lotus
since the last time he used
Ubu Shang Lotus
in the area of righteousness and was chased by Qinya Temple. He designated
Ubu Shang Lotus
as a taboo technique that must be silenced after use. If Niu Zero was an early-stage Jindan monk from a large sect, he wouldn't have any solution. But after sensing Niu Zero's true combat power, he had the idea of a fight. This idea is very arrogant. The golden elixir stage naturally suppresses the foundation establishment stage, just like the foundation establishment stage naturally suppresses the chain chi stage. His arrogance is based on the magical power of
Lotus is born step by step.
The existence of
Lotus is born step by step
allows him to be many times faster than the opponent in battle, and he can attack and retreat, defendable and invincible. When Niu Zero mobilized the pestle-shaped magic weapon to pursue again, the white lotus under Li Yuanba's feet disappeared at the same time as his body. The flying sword in the air dare not get close to the pestle-shaped magic weapon. The quality of the two magic weapons is too different. Even if the flying sword of the spiritual weapon level has the blessing of sword intention, it will be destroyed as long as it collides with the pestle-shaped magic weapon. Therefore, the flying sword stayed far away from the pestle-shaped magic weapon, but it circled freely around the button, like an eagle in the sky waiting for the opportunity to attack. Niu Zero's mind sensed changes in the energy around him. When he was recalling the pestle-shaped magic weapon, Li Yuanba and a white lotus appeared behind him at the same time. The third-grade sword base in Li Yuanba's hand turned into a long sword. The long sword was full of sword intent and slashed heavily on Niu Zero's body. Niu Zero was blessed with defensive spells, a seemingly thin layer of black mist. But it was a secret magic defense technique that he had cultivated using the vicious techniques of many demon cultivators. In order to practice this secret method of defense against demons, no less than 1,000 monks were killed, and the spiritual blood and souls of the monks were used to refine this secret method of defense against demons. This magical defense secret method is very powerful, almost equal to the defensive power of ordinary defensive magic weapons, and it can also use the evil energy in it to corrode the opponent's magical weapons. Of course, the more powerful the magic defense secret method is, the stronger the counterattack will be. This is a double-edged sword. As for why Niu Zero didn't refine a defensive magic weapon like a normal golden elixir monk, it would have saved him so much trouble. Although Shawantishan is the sphere of influence of the demonic sect Sanluo sect, if the Sanluo sect knew that Niu Zero had spent so much of his life as a monk cultivating secret techniques, he would still be hunted by the Sanluo sect. If this kind of behavior is not restrained, no matter how many monks there are in the huge mountain of 100,000, it will not be enough to consume this kind of money. Niu Zero didn't want to use a defensive magic weapon, but he was just a casual cultivator of golden elixirs, and a pestle-shaped magic weapon was obtained by clever means. If it were another foundation-building sword cultivator, and this sword fell on Niu Zero's secret magic defense method, not only would it not hurt Niu Zero, but it would contaminate the sword cultivator's sword. But after Li Yuanba practiced
Purple Chi from the East
for a long time, his sword intention contained the power of the sun, which was the nemesis of all demonic cultivation techniques. When the third-grade sword base struck Niu Zero's secret magic defense method, the third-grade sword base emitted a dazzling light, and at the same time, countless struggling shadows appeared on the surface of the secret magic defense method. The shadow is like falling into the boundless sea of fire. which is the effect of the third-grade sword-based Jiyang sword intent. The pestle-shaped magic weapon returned and struck at Li Yuanba. But by this time Li Yuanba had already used the step-by-step lotus to disappear from the place. And when he reappeared, he was already more than 100 meters away. Shock flashed across Nyoziru's eyes. Li Yuanba's blow just now seemed not to have hurt him. But the secret magic defense technique he had finally mastered was cut off by 1%. He was certain that without the protection of the secret magic defense method, the weird long sword in Li Yuanba's hand, coupled with Li Yuanba's sword intent, would definitely be able to hurt him. This is something that is extremely difficult to imagine. Unless the Foundation Establishment Cultivator has half a step in the cultivation power of the Golden Core, he will not be able to have much impact on the Golden Core Cultivator even if the Golden Core Cultivator stands there and does not fight back. Li Yuanba, a monk in the middle stage of Foundation building, made Nyoziru feel threatened. Nyoziru no longer held back. He regarded Li Yuanba as a powerful rival. He took out a talisman, which was a golden elixir stage talisman. It was also an attack method used by casual cultivators like him to press the bottom of the box. If ordinary golden elixir spells want to attack Li Yuanba, who looks like a ghost, there is no need to think about it. Only large-scale golden elixir spells can be effective. And with his cultivation level, he couldn't cast a wide range of golden elixir spells instantly. So he could only rely on the golden elixir stage talismans. Before activating the talisman, his heart twitched slightly, because he felt sorry for the consumption this time. He hoped that Li Yuanba really had a set of Chengdan resources in his hands as rumored, and could make up for the consumption of this battle. When Li Yuanba saw Nyoziru taking out the talisman, he continuously performed lotus growing step by step. When Nyoziru activated the talisman, he retreated hundreds of meters away in one breath. The talisman was activated, and a gray mist rapidly expanded outwards. Everything contaminated by the gray mist was covered with a layer of death. The remaining weeds on the ground turned into dead leaves in the gray mist, and soon turned into powder, blending into the soil that also turned gray-black. Li Yuanba was retreating, while gray fog was chasing after him. In other words, the speed of building lotus every step was fast enough, but it kept him out of contact with gray fog. This gray mist covers a radius of 300 meters. The spells solidified in this talisman are indeed the best way to deal with enemies with the ability to move at high speeds. After Nyoziru discovered that the talisman did not achieve the expected effect, he gave up. He did not have the pride of a Jindan monk, and he was dealing with a true disciple of the Saluo sect. Even if he received the mission from Elder Saluo Zhengyue, he knew that after the incident, it was impossible for Elder Yu to protect him. On the contrary, if he failed to complete the task, Elder Yu would not let him go. But he had no choice. When he couldn't kill Li Yuanba, he chose to escape. Otherwise, when Li Yuanba returns to the sect and Elder Yu comes to find him, Saluo sect will never let go of him. A golden elixir monk who dares to attack and kill the true disciples of Saluo sect. At that time, there will be Saluo sect Jindan monks who will take over the mission. And just as Li Yuanba easily kills those mission targets in the Foundation period, he will easily use his life as a mission reward. Even his body will become the material for corpse refining, and his soul will be extracted to become the material for demonic cultivation techniques. When Nyoziru thought of this, his figure flew away in another direction. When Li Yuanba saw him trying to escape, he first thought that the golden elixir monk wanted to spread the word about lotus is born every step of the way. So the white lotus under Li Yuanba's feet disappeared and his figure disappeared, appearing in the direction of chasing Nyoziru. Cut! A shout came from Nyoziru's ear. But the one who was faster than the voice was the third-grade sword base. The third-grade sword base slashed at Nyoziru's body, and the Jiyang sword intention caused the shadows struggling with the magic defense secret method to be burned by the Jiyang flame again. Nyoziru was going crazy. The battle between him and Li Yuanba lasted for 3 hours. During these 3 hours, Li Yuanba's figure would appear close to him from time to time. Even if he tried his best, he could not block any attack with the pestle-shaped magic weapon, because Li Yuanba's appearance had no pattern. Sometimes Li Yuanba would appear above his head, sometimes behind him, sometimes under his feet, appearing anywhere at will in all directions beside Nyoziru. At the same time as it appears, the long sword transformed from the third-grade sword base will bring a blow containing the meaning of the Jiyang sword. With one blow, he immediately ran away without stopping at all, without giving Nyoziru any chance to counterattack. Nyoziru is like a slow-moving elephant. Li Yuanba, an ant, can only bite off a very small piece of the elephant each time,
And even the bit he bites is not even considered an injury to the elephant. But Li Yuanba's continuous attacks continued to accumulate damage, causing Nyoziru's injuries to diminish little by little. In 3 hours, Li Yuanba attacked no less than 100 times, making Nyoziru's secret magic defense method outside his body almost completely transparent and dissipated at any time. In addition, the Jiang sword intent in the 3rd grade sword base also affected Nyoziru's body in many attacks. The magic power in his body was affected by the Jiang sword intent, and there was a faint tingling sensation when operating. If Nyoziru hadn't been a monk at the Golden Core stage, the demonic spiritual power in his body would have collapsed long ago when faced with this Jiang sword intent that restrained the demonic arts. Chapter 276, Destruction Pill. Nyoziru mobilized the golden elixir in his body, and a surging spiritual power emerged from the golden elixir. He directly drove the spiritual power to increase his flying speed. Even though he knew that this method had no effect, he thought that as long as he could escape to the nearest place where monks gathered, he could find a way to use the chaos to escape. In fact, if the golden elixir monk uses flying spells, he can move faster. But Nyoziru has long since stopped thinking about casting spells to speed up movement. Movement spells that can be cast instantly are not very effective. Movement spells that require 1 or 2 breaths to be cast in a short time and have fairly good effects are simply not possible for him. Show it off. As long as he has the preliminary aura to cast a spell, Li Yuanba will suddenly appear at close range and interrupt him with the 3rd grade sword base and Jiang sword intent. And every time the spell is interrupted, he will suffer a certain amount of backlash. No matter how small the backlash is, it will accumulate enough to have a serious impact after many times. Not to mention that Jiang sword intent will also intensify the backlash effect, doubling the backlash effect suffered by Nyoziru. No matter how Nyoziru escaped, his speed was as slow as a child learning to walk compared to step by step. Li Yuanba was like a fisherman at this moment, and Nyoziru was like a fish that had been hooked, unable to escape Li Yuanba's control no matter what. What Li Yuanba wants to wait for is to drag the big fish Nyoziru until he is unable to resist, and then kill Nyoziru. Crack! A cracking sound came from Nyoziru's body. Nyoziru's face became even more ugly, and a look of panic flashed in his eyes. He never thought that one day he would be forced to this extent by a foundation-building monk. The magic defense secret method that he relied on most was finally forcibly broken by Li Yuanba with a sword, and his own attacks failed again and again. This helplessness made him almost crazy. How he wished he could hit Li Yuanba once. As long as he hit Li Yuanba once, he could seriously injure Li Yuanba or even kill him on the spot. But his pestle-shaped magic weapon failed every time, making him obviously much stronger than Li Yuanba, and his strength had no effect at all. Let me go! I'm willing to swear a blood oath to become your lackey. Nyoziru didn't even care about his face. He shouted loudly. In fact, as a Jindan monk, he carried out a sneak attack on Li Yuanba, so he had no shame at all. Li Yuanba smiled coldly. He approached again and responded to Nyoziru's words with a sword. Ah! Nyoziru let out a shrill scream. On his back, a sword mark appeared. There was not much blood flowing from the sword mark, which was over a foot long, because Li Yuanba did not dare to use his full strength with his sword, leaving most of his strength to allow him to quickly use Ubu Shanglian to escape. So the wound caused by this sword was not deep. Li Yuanba knew that even the advantage he had at this moment could be regained by Nyoziru at any time. As long as Nyoziru didn't completely lose his fighting power, he couldn't relax at all. Although the sword was not deep, it only cut into the skin a few inches. To the Golden Core cultivator, such an injury was nothing. But the damage done to a monk is never based on the depth of the wound, but rather on the invading energy contained in the injury. The most terrifying thing about Li Yuanba's sword was not the spiritual power. The spiritual power in the middle stage of Foundation establishment could not have any impact on Nyoziru, and would soon be driven away by the spiritual power in Nyoziru's body. But the Jiang sword intention in this sword is not so easy to drive away. Nyoziru felt that the place where the sword was hit seemed to be burned by flames. The spiritual power in his body, which was clearly many times more powerful than Li Yuanba's spiritual power, was pouring towards the wound, just like water poured on a fire. It's not that he can't drive away the sun sword intent, but that he needs time, mobilizes a lot of spiritual power, and continues to consume spiritual power to drive the sun sword intent out of his body. But how could Li Yuanba give Nyoziru such a chance? 2 breaths later, he was hit by another sword in the thigh, with the same deep wound and the same sword intention. In the following time,
No matter how crazy Nyoziru was, he kept getting hit with swords. There were more and more wounds on his body, and his face became paler and paler. He felt death. His bloodiness, which was not much at first, was rising now. After all, he was born as a casual cultivator and acted ruthlessly. When he was about to die, all he thought about was to die together. His eyes were red. He shouted and spit out his golden elixir, preparing to explode his own golden elixir. This was not the first time that Li Yuanba had dealt with the golden elixir monk, and he had been on guard against his move for a long time. Just when the golden elixir was spit out and terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations were sent out in the air, a white lotus appeared next to the golden elixir, and then one hand pressed on the golden elixir, looking for death.
Let's die together.
Nyoziru saw Li Yuanba's movements. He didn't take action this time, but just let out a roar. The energy of the golden elixir in Li Yuanba's hand fluctuated violently. His figure used
Boo Shang Lotus
twice in succession, placed the golden elixir 300 meters away, and quickly appeared twice more.
Boo Shang Lotus
in Nyoziru. Behind.
Boom!
The moment he appeared behind Nyoziru, the golden elixir exploded with a loud noise. The terrifying spiritual shock wave swept outward in an instant, and everything in its path was turned into powder. Li Yuanba's third-grade sword base penetrated into the heart of Nyoziru, who had lost his golden elixir. At the same time, he shrunk his body as much as possible, and used Nyoziru's body to block the direction of the spiritual shock wave. At the same time, his body changed from human form to refined corpse, and his defense increased several times. Without the golden elixir, Nyoziru's body's defense dropped to the extreme, and he was naturally unable to block the fatal blow from the third-grade sword base. Before his life faded away, he still had disbelief in his eyes. What he saw was that Li Yuanba turned into a refined corpse. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell anyone about this unexplainable weird thing. Nyoziru's body was hit by the spiritual shock wave of his golden elixir self-destruction. Even at a distance of 300 meters, his body was facing the self-destruction shock wave, and he was still under the power of the spiritual shock wave, turned into blood mist. However, with his body as a buffer, Li Yuanba had time to use Step-by-Step Lotus to flash 100 meters away, and with Nyoziru's body as a barrier in this direction, the power of the spiritual shock wave was incomparable. The residual power of the spiritual shock wave shook Li Yuanba's body, but did not cause any harm to him. He was a little unaccustomed to the corpse-refining body, so he immediately switched back to his human form after the danger was gone. He flew to the explosion site, and saw Nyoziru's broken body. Most of the body was destroyed by the spiritual shock wave, and the remaining parts could hardly tell that it was still a human body.
Ha ha ha!
Li Yuanba laughed loudly as he looked at the scene, and the sword intent in his body was more active than usual. He killed a golden elixir monk. No matter how weak the golden elixir monk was, a golden elixir monk was a golden elixir monk. Killing the golden elixir monk at a higher level made his whole body feel extremely comfortable. The golden core cultivator, who had been using his sword intent for more than 3 hours and almost killed with his sword intent, felt that his sword intent had grown a lot after undergoing this training. The benefits gained from sword intent this time are quite a lot, probably comparable to the results he gained from practicing sword intent in Wanjian Peak for several months. In addition, there is an inexplicable will in sword intent, which is the greater the realm. Invisible benefits gained from killing the golden elixir monk. Li Yuanba felt that when his sword intention met the golden core monk again, the suppression of his realm became smaller and smaller. This was the effect of the inexplicable will in the sword intention. This is normal. A sword cultivator's sword spirit grows fastest in battles, and sword cultivators all grow up in killing. His mind swept through it and found a storage bag. The surface of the storage bag suffered some damage, but the internal space of the storage bag was not damaged.
So poor!
Li Yuanba couldn't help but blurt out as his mind entered the storage bag. First of all, a golden elixir monk is still using a storage bag that is only used by foundation building monks. Even though the internal space of this storage bag is not small, reaching 100 cubic meters, it is still very shabby. You must know that true disciples of large sects can use their contribution points to exchange for storage bracelets after becoming true disciples for a period of time. Perhaps those who have a golden elixir master will be rewarded with a storage bracelet by the golden elixir master. In fact, it was the items inside the storage bag. The only thing he could see as having some value was a pestle-shaped magic weapon. The pestle-shaped magic weapon is useless for both Li Yuanba himself and Li Shiming. They are not poor without magic weapons. And they still have some pursuit of magic weapons. He doesn't look down on ordinary magic weapons. This pestle-shaped magic weapon is a magical magic weapon. It is estimated that if Li Yuanbao wants to use it as a flying sword, a burst of Jiang sword intent will destroy the evil magic circle pattern built into this magic weapon. And the real person Li Shiming is a righteous monk. How could he hold a pestle-shaped magic weapon with such a demonic aura? Li Yuanbao scanned the rest of the items in the storage bag with his spiritual mind, then gave up the idea of keeping them, and would find an opportunity to trade them all. Only then did Li Yuanbao truly understand the difference between casual cultivators and sect monks. If Niu Ziru was a sect golden elixir cultivator, how could he dare to use this method to slowly grind the opponent to death? You must know that even if the sect's golden elixir monk is not his opponent, such a long time is enough to summon a bunch of fellow sects to come to the rescue. That is to say, casual cultivators, like Niu Ziru, can only escape for their lives when they encounter danger. The skills and magic weapons of casual cultivators are both extremely weak. The pestle-shaped magic weapon is a bit weak both as an attack and as a defense. It is not a defensive magic weapon after all. Using attack instead of defense will not be effective against faster enemies. Not good. Li Yuanbao is preparing to put away the storage bags. These storage bags will be collected and sent to Li Shiming, the main body, and will become a warehouse in the computer room space. He suddenly stopped moving. His mind swept over an object, and the object appeared in his hand. This is a contact card. Casual cultivators are not sect monks. To communicate with each other, they either apply for a contact card from the sect within their sphere of influence, or purchase a contact card from a large chamber of commerce. They rely on the contact formation of the large chamber of commerce to communicate with each other. The goal of the contact card in front of you has the mark of Sun Luo's sect. This is the contact card from Sun Luo's sect. The contact card has been encrypted by the master, and other monks cannot use the contact card even if they get it. Li Yuanbao used his spiritual mind to scan the contact card carefully, and at the same time, he mentally contacted Li Shiming, the real person in the distance. On the other side, Li Shiming was slightly moved. He mobilized Z15 to record the data scanned by his clone Li Yuanbao's mind. There is a dense anti-cracking array on the contact card, which even a senior array master cannot easily crack. It is extremely strict to have such an anti-cracking method. But Li Shiming himself is a worse formation master. And with the help of Z15, it can be said that he is 3 points stronger than the formation master in cracking formations alone. It didn't take long for Li Shiming to crack the contact card from Sun Luo's sect. Li Yuanbao mobilized a sword intention, and under the precise guidance of his spiritual thoughts, he penetrated a certain point of the formation pattern on the contact card, disconnecting the formation line here. His spiritual mind found that the restrictions on the contact card disappeared, and he could query the information in the contact card. He found the last communication data of the contact card, and he saw the name of the person Niu Ziru last contacted. Since the contact card came from the Sun Luo sect, Elder Yu maintained his own identity and did not hide his identity. It is estimated that Elder Yu would not have thought that Niu Ziru, who worked for him, would die, let alone the contact card of the Sun Luo sect. Cracked. Elder Yu! Li Yuanbao knew who was going to deal with him, and he felt helpless. Although he knew that Elder Yu wanted to deal with him, he was unable to do anything to Elder Yu. Although Elder Yu is inferior to Elder Jian in terms of strength, he is definitely an elder with real power in the Sun Luo sect, and he also has the support of the nascent soul ancestor behind him. Elder Yu's power is even greater than that of Elder Sword. Elder Sword relies on his personal combat power in Sun Luo's sect, while Elder Yu, in addition to his personal combat power, has many demon cultivators who have taken refuge in him and are driven by him. It is absolutely extremely dangerous to openly be an enemy of such a powerful Jin Dan elder. This time, if Elder Yu didn't want to get into trouble, was worried that Ancestor Lu would find out something, or send out the golden elixir monks from the sect, or took action himself, no matter which of them, there would be no current result. Even though Li Yuanbao escaped the attack of the golden elixir monks, he also exposed the introductory magical power of Shinzu Tong's step-by-step lotus. It is conceivable that once he was exposed to the building lotus step by step, he mastered the magical power as a foundation building monk, which showed that he had the inheritance of magical feet in his hands. Plus, he was able to learn lotus step by step in such a short time and apply it freely. All kinds of doubts about him are inevitable. At that time, even if there is the protection of Patriarch Lu, he will not be able to maintain the safety of his sect.
Even he couldn't guarantee whether Patriarch Lu would take a peek at the inheritance of the magical power. The more he learned about the magical power, the more he understood how attractive it was. He is not a large sect like Jianya Temple. Even if he reveals his magical inheritance to the outside world, he still has enough confidence to protect the inheritance. Chapter 277 Forgetting Each Other. Li Yuanba thought about his thoughts, and returned to the cave, where the last mission target was. Although there was a battle in the cave, because there was no real confrontation in the cave, there was no damage inside the cave. He also found the original owner of this place, the mission target of the Sunluo sect. The foundation building monk, who was the target of the mission, was already a corpse, and he was randomly thrown into a utility room. No matter what, finding the body was considered as completing the mission. After putting the body away, he returned to the mountain gate of Sunluo's sect. Li Yuanba would not stay outside for too long. He wanted to return to the sect before Elder Yu discovered that Niu Zuru had missed. It happened to be evening at this moment, so he used Bubu Shenglian without any scruples when he was on his way, and returned to the mountain gate of Sunluo's sect in only a few hours. When delivering the task, he did not encounter any trouble, but his sensitive perception allowed him to sense that a monk was paying attention to him. He sneered in his heart. Now he has sufficient cultivation resources. His strength is growing rapidly, and his future is bright. This time, he will take revenge on Elder Yu after he becomes a golden elixir monk. After handing in the task, he felt relaxed. Although the 3 tasks completed this time did not contribute much, they were enough for him to maintain seclusion for a year without being disturbed. After returning to Wanjin Peak, he began to practice by taking top-level spiritual pills every day. During the rest of the time, he refined the refining materials and placed them throughout Wanjin Peak according to the original design. The following days were boring but fulfilling. Boring because he was alone every day. Wang Jianfeng didn't even have an outsider. He was the only one there. And enrichment means that except for arranging a small amount of practice time every day, he is busy the rest of the time. Without a moment of leisure time, Li Yuanba practiced the sword intent to the sky technique, and his cultivation improved very quickly. He could feel the increase in spiritual power in his spiritual lake almost every day. Within the Shushan sect, Li Shiming, the main body, is also extremely busy. It took him nearly 3 months to complete the alchemy order assigned to him by his master, Elder Ma, and the number of pulse-protecting pills, spirit-fixing pills, rebirth pills, and you-breaking pills in his hands reached 29. There are so many of them, including one each of the top-quality pulse-protecting pill, Dingling pill, rebirth pill, and you-breaking pill. Of course, these are the alchemy resources accumulated by the 3 righteous sects, and the forces closely related to Elder Ma in recent years. Under normal circumstances, given the importance of the alchemy resources, alchemy masters with a high success rate are invited to take action as much as possible. And this kind of alchemy master is rare. You must know that even if the alchemy master refines the 3rd grade elixir, it still needs to depend on the state. Many alchemy masters spend their days leisurely just to find the state of alchemy. Only when the alchemy state is excellent, they will refine the more precious 3rd grade elixir. Elder Xiangma, an alchemy master who has inherited the alchemy inheritance of Shushan sect, can only guarantee the success rate of 3rd grade elixirs, but cannot guarantee the quality. This shows how difficult it is to refine 3rd grade elixirs. After finally meeting a talented alchemy master like Li Shiming, who could take into account both success rate and quality, they naturally tried their best to send the most important 3rd grade elixirs, such as Chengdan resources first. No one knows whether Li Shiming's current state will continue forever, so they all want to take advantage of Li Shiming's alchemy state, which is still at its peak, to refine all the elixir resources. In the past 3 months, he continued to refine 3rd grade elixirs, and Li Shiming's alchemy level increased significantly. At present, even if he does not refine the 3rd grade elixir in the computer room space, he can still ensure that the elixir is full and of a certain quality. Of course, there is still a big difference between refining elixirs in the outside world and refining elixirs in the computer room space. However, with the continuous accumulation of experience, this gap is constantly shrinking. In these 3 months, Li Shiming has also made huge gains in other aspects. Now he is cultivating the righteous path of immortality and Shu in the northern Shu continent, and can be said to have friends all over the world. When Elder Ma introduces his friends, he will communicate with Li Shiming face to face. Even these friends of Elder Ma, who are the most powerful Jin Dan elders in large sects, are extremely polite to Li Shiming. In addition, Li Shiming received a lot of resources. especially the third-grade corpse refining resources he proposed, which became the reward for many golden elixir monks seeking elixirs. As for the matter of the righteous monks refining corpses, it may be a reason for others to criticize the righteous monks who have no status. But for an alchemy master, this is nothing at all. And the righteous golden elixir monks are also willing to use third-grade corpse refining materials as rewards. Who knows that the value of third-grade corpse refining materials in the righteous way is far less than the value in the demon sect. Using third-grade corpse refining materials as a reward is not good for the righteous golden elixir monks. Very cost-effective. After these 3 months, orders came from Elder Su's friendship. Although they were all third-grade elixirs for early-stage golden elixir monks, the elixirs were of all kinds. Fortunately, the Shushan sect has collected a lot of third-grade elixir recipes, even some rare third-grade elixirs. And the golden elixir monks who come to ask for elixirs will also take the initiative to provide corresponding elixir prescriptions. During this period, he still refined a lot of second-grade elixirs for the Beishu Trading Company. As for the order for the third-grade elixirs from the Beishu Trading Company, he would have to wait until the order from Elder Su's friend was completed before he would consider it for the Beishu Trading Company, refining the third-grade elixir. Besides, Beishu Trading Company's order for third-grade elixir needs to be verified by Shushan sect. Third-grade elixirs are different from second-grade elixirs. The influence of third-grade elixirs on the strength of large sects is extremely obvious. So Shushan sect needs to control the whereabouts of third-grade elixirs. Li Shiming's alchemy level has strategic significance for the Shushan sect to a certain extent, which also allows his status in the sect to increase as he continues to refine third-grade elixirs. During this period, Elder Su and Elder Ma talked to him many times, both of which made it clear that the sect valued his safety. He was told both inside and outside the words not to go out easily. His alchemy ability was really important to the sect. You must know that on the surface, Li Shiming received all private orders, and the rewards were all given to himself. But in fact, so many Jindan monks seeking elixirs had strengthened their ties with Shushan sect through such transactions. Even at the golden elixir level, the status of Shushan sect has been significantly improved. At Li Shiming's sword-holding peak, visitors would come to discuss elixir refining at fixed reception times every day. Some of them were offering rewards to retrieve the elixir, and some were sending elixir refining materials. Since the reception time was clearly stated, it did not disturb his life much, except for this period of time. He was almost indistinguishable from seclusion. The conflict between good and evil continues, but it has nothing to do with Li Shiming. As long as the Shushan sect is not destroyed, the refining master who is only in the foundation building stage will not be allowed to fight. As for the clone Li Yuanba, because Elder Jian is not here, no one will give orders to Li Yuanba. But it was said that Elder Yin and Elder Ren took Renfair and settled in Niyang Mountain. With Li Shiming's greeting, the city construction in Niyang Mountain was very fast. Together with the construction of formations in Fangshe and various preparations for selling spiritual items, it was all completed in just a few months. Since there are 2 Jindan monks stationed in Niyang Mountain, plus the name Beishifeng City, even if their settlement encroaches on some of the interests of other casual cultivators, no casual cultivators will find trouble at this time. Renfair is extremely bored these days. Although the construction of Niyang Mountain does not require her to do anything, she can't leave her parents and go out alone while building her own home. In addition, she was very unfamiliar with the Beishu continent and had few friends. Even her sister Yin Shirlan had no time to spend with her. Yin Shirlan is a true disciple of Qianhuan sect. There is no problem in coming to Niyang Mountain for a short period of time. But if he stays in Niyang Mountain for a long time, he will not be able to explain to the sect. It was not until the construction work in Niyang Mountain was completed that Renfair got the chance. During this time, she also gained an understanding of the situation in the area where Niyang Mountain belongs. It is located within the sphere of influence of the righteous path and is extremely safe. Even safer than when she was on Tianhai Island. It was precisely because of the safety here that when she asked her parents to leave home, Elder Yin and Elder Ren did not stop her, but only warned her not to leave too far. As soon as Renfair left Niyang Mountain, she took out the flying boat, found the location of the Shushan Zongshan gate on the map, set the direction, and drove the flying boat towards the Shushan Zongshan gate. She also has a reputation for self-awareness, so the route she chose is a route commonly used by monks. There are many casual cultivators along this route, and with the prestige of the Shushan sect, safety can be guaranteed. Fei Shoufei traveled for several days, and Renfair finally arrived at the gate of Shushan sect marked on the map.
Stop moving forward! Who are you? Before Renfair actually reached the mountain gate, she was stopped by 2 monks wearing Shushin sect law enforcement robes. A non-Shushin sect monk like Renfair could not enter the Shushin sect's gate on her own. She knew this, so she was very happy after being stopped.
2 fellow Taoists. I'm here to see Li Shiming.
Renfair bent over and replied with a okay salute.
Is there an invitation?
A law enforcement monk asked in a deep voice. Renfair was startled. She didn't expect that meeting Li Shiming would require an invitation.
If you are not invited, you need to contact Master Li yourself and get Master Li's consent.
Another law enforcement monk saw Renfair's look and knew that she was not invited. So he shook his head and said, after contacting Li Shiming, Renfair really couldn't do it. Her contact card was used on Tianhai Island. The contact card that could be used there would of course be of no use on the Beishu continent.
2 Taoist friends. Please tell me that I am an old friend from Tianhai Island, and I am here to visit.
Renfair saluted again, with a hint of prayer in her voice.
It's not that I won't help you. Master Li's daily time is extremely precious, let alone me waiting. Even the Jin and elders in the sect will not disturb Master Li unless there is something important. I will wait to see Master Li. I haven't even had the opportunity to meet him.
The law enforcement monk saw that Renfair was a female cultivator, so he spoke so politely and explained to her very clearly. When Renfair came from Niang Mountain to the Shushin sect gate, she was still very excited, and the closer she got to the gate of Shushin sect, the more excited she became. In a few years, she had almost forgotten the Li Shiming who told her stories every day. After arriving in Beishu continent and hearing about Li Shiming's reputation, her almost forgotten memories became clear again. She had prepared a lot of words in her heart that she wanted to tell Li Shiming. She wants to re-establish contact with Li Shiming. She is no longer the girl without any thoughts. She has experienced the decline of the 7 major sects of Tianhai Island, experienced the days of hiding every day, and experienced the embarrassment of lack of cultivation resources. She didn't want to continue like this, although her parents had a foundation in Niang Mountain. That foundation was nothing compared to Li Shiming, the master of alchemy. Even the foundation of Niang Mountain was just handed down casually by Li Shiming. What Renfair has heard the most in Beishu continent in the past few months is Li Shiming's deeds. Whether they are monks from sects, people from trading houses, or casual cultivators, everyone knows about Li Shiming. As long as Li Shiming is mentioned, every monk will look up to him with admiration. But now that she was outside the gate of Shushin Zongshan, she could not meet Li Shiming, let alone the other thoughts in her heart. Renfair was a little unwilling, so she settled in the town outside the Shushin Zongshan gate, thinking that she would always be able to meet Li Shiming if she stayed here. With her worries on her mind, she stayed one night in Guanshan town. She was not really a casual cultivator, and had quite a lot of spiritual stones in her hands. She chose to stay at a pretty good inn in the town. In the morning, the inn clerk brought spiritual food over. But Renfair looked through the window, and saw a flying boat flying over Guanshan town in the sky. An extremely powerful aura was exuding from the inside of the flying boat. Renfair's parents were both golden elixir monks, so she naturally sensed the golden elixir aura from this aura.
Dear guest, this is Lord Jindan who is going to visit Master Li. Lord Jindan will pass by here at this time every day.
Seeing that Renfair was paying close attention to the flying boat in the sky, the clerk explained with a smile.
How do you know it's a golden core cultivator?
Renfair glanced at the guy, who was on the 2nd level of Chi Chain. She didn't believe that the guy could sense the aura of the monk in the flying boat.
Master Li is a master of alchemy. He is a master who can refine 3rd-grade elixirs. Except for Master Jindan. How can the other monks be qualified to meet Master Li?
The man said with some pride and complacency, judging from the look of the clerk. If you didn't know better, you might think that he has a close relationship with Li Shiming.
Go down!
The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener meant it. Renfair felt that the words seemed to be talking about herself, so she couldn't help but wave her hand and order the waiter. The waiter bowed and retreated, not realizing that he had offended anyone with just one word. Renfair stared blankly at the flying boat that was getting further away, and the last glimmer of hope in her heart was cut off at this moment.
Little brother,
she called softly, with a look of reminiscence in her eyes, and ended with a helpless sigh. She returned to Xiangyang Mountain by flying boat that day, and never mentioned looking for Li Shiming again. Chapter 278 Growth. 2 years have passed in a blink of an eye. During these 2 years, there has been constant friction between good and evil in the Beishu continent. Fortunately, it did not cause too much conflict. The biggest conflict in the past 2 years was just that 2 arhats from Chiba Temple went deep into the Shirwan Mountain of Sunluo sect, and were discovered by Sun Luo's sect and launched a pursuit battle. The two arhats from Qianba Temple had special secret techniques and managed to dodge during the massive pursuit by the Sun Luo sect. Of course, this is also related to the special geographical environment of Shawandishan. Shawandishan is not the Sun Luo sect, or it is not the only family of human monks. There is a clan of equally powerful spiritual beasts here. The two arhats penetrated deep into the sphere of influence of the 100,000 mountain spirit beasts, making it impossible for the Sun Luo sect to track them anymore. However, since that time, the two arhats from Qianba Temple seem to have disappeared. The Sun Luo sect was wondering whether the two arhats had fallen into the hands of the spiritual beasts from Shirwan Mountain. After Li Shiming learned that two arhats from Qianya Temple appeared in Shirwanda Mountain, he had some suspicions in his heart. However, the clone Li Yuanba has been hiding in Wanjin Peak. Even if the two arhats really came for Li Yuanba, it was in vain. As for Li Yuanba's mission in the second year, after choosing 3 missions, he did not accept it immediately. Instead, he quietly left the sect and only accepted the mission when he was near the mission target. He quickly completed the 3 missions. Let his 3 tasks for the second year end quickly like this. During the rest of the time, Li Yuanba never left Wanjin Peak again. In the past 2 years, Li Shiming has lost his initial enthusiasm for alchemy. He started refining a furnace of 3rd-grade elixir every day, and then only opened 1 furnace every 10 days. But neither the Shushan sect nor the Beiju Trading Company had the slightest objection to this. He would do this because he still followed the advice of his master, Elder Ma. In the beginning, I took on a large number of refining tasks for 3rd-grade elixirs. On the one hand, it was to gain fame. This was extremely important for an alchemy master. Only with reputation would there be private orders. On the other hand, it is for more practice, so that I can have more opportunities to practice on the 3rd-grade elixir. But Li Shiming has always maintained a speed of refining 3rd-grade elixirs every day, which will have a considerable impact on other alchemy masters. His master, Elder Ma, is better off. Among the 3rd-grade elixirs that Elder Ma can refine, only low-level 3rd-grade elixirs will be affected, and the business of the remaining 3rd-grade elixirs is still normal. But not all alchemy masters can refine 3rd-grade elixirs that exceed 2 or more 3rd-grade elixirs like Elder Ma, which conflicts with Li Shiming's alchemy. Coupled with Li Shiming's alchemy success rate and quality, it is almost impossible for other alchemy masters who refine low-level 3rd-grade elixirs to have any chance of refining alchemy. Who would be willing to hand over the elixir that could be used to refine 3 high-quality 3rd-grade elixirs to an uncertain alchemy master, in order to prevent Li Shiming from inexplicably becoming enemies with other alchemy masters? And because his level had never failed and he no longer needed to practice, Elder Ma persuaded him to reduce the number of 3rd-grade elixirs he refined. Of course, this is also due to the limited number of 3rd-grade elixirs from the 3 major sects of the righteous path. And there is no guarantee that Li Shiming can refine a furnace of 3rd-grade elixirs once a day. Now Li Shiming refines a furnace of 3rd-grade elixir in 10 days. Not only does it not reduce his income, but it increases the value of each shot he makes many times. The favors and rewards paid by the monks who ask him to make a shot are far more than before. Sitting on the stone bench at the top of Zujin Peak, Li Shiming looked at the scenery in the distance. There was a cup of spiritual tea in front of him. The faint water vapor was mixed with the aroma of the 3rd-grade spiritual tea. Even if you drank this spiritual tea, you would feel refreshed. 3rd-grade spiritual tea has become his daily consumable, which is part of the reason why he has reached the peak of the late foundation building stage in just 2 years. Even if there was a supply of top-notch elixirs, it would probably take at least several more years for this to happen. However, a cup of 3rd-grade spiritual tea every day, coupled with various other training aids, allowed him to raise his realm to the peak of the late foundation building stage in 2 years. And because of the 5 elements chi receiving formation in his spiritual lake, when he reached the peak of the later stage of foundation building, the spiritual power in the spiritual lake was purified to the extreme earlier. He felt that he was only 1 step away from the golden elixir realm. Remote. But this step is like a chasm. At least it has been a month since he reached the current state. But he has not taken any further. He gently popped out a 2nd-grade elixir with his finger. The 2nd-grade elixir drew a line in the air and then disappeared. He stretched out his palm, and the magical changeling snake that had taken the 2nd-grade elixir took the initiative to put its head under his palm and let him caress it. Today's absolute spirit changeling snake is almost the same as him in terms of realm. The absolute spirit changeling snake has reached the peak of the 2nd level, and is not far from the 3rd level great demon. It is estimated that this magical morphing snake is the fastest growing morphing snake in history. No monk would have the luxury of Li Shiming to feed the second-grade high-level elixir as snacks to his pet beast without any scruples. No matter how wealthy a monk is, he cannot guarantee the supply of high-grade elixirs. You must know that even the true disciples of the Shushan sect dare not guarantee the high-level elixirs used in their own cultivation, let alone supply excess high-level elixirs to pet beasts. When Li Shiming refined the second-grade elixir, he not only received 1/3 of the reward, but also used the 110-point elixir formula to obtain twice the amount of elixir. Every time he refined the second-grade elixir, it was better than the elixir. The monks gained more than twice as much. It is precisely with such conditions that the miraculous changeling snake, which loves to eat elixirs, grows rapidly. Speaking of Li Shiming's self-preservation ability, it can be said that he can be invincible in the foundation building period only by relying on the magical changeling snake. Because of the special nature of the absolute changeable snake, even the divine mind cannot detect it. However, the attack of the absolute soul changeling snake can directly penetrate the monk's defense with its poison. At least the monks in the foundation building period cannot defend against the absolute soul, the venom of the changeling snake. It is estimated that if there is a foundation building monk who becomes his enemy, he will die inexplicably without him taking action. Of course, with Li Shiming's current status, there is no need to worry about combat power. In the past, Elder G's lineage in this sect was still hostile to him, but now they continue to take the initiative to show their kindness. I believe that if Elder G dares to reveal a trace of hatred towards him, Elder G and other monks may dissuade him, or even betray Elder G for profit. Although Li Shiming reduced the number of elixirs he made, his level of weapon refining increased significantly. Except for the fact that he was unable to refine magic weapons due to his realm, he could freely refine various other magic weapons and spiritual weapons. Among the products of Beishu Trading Company, the magical instruments with Li Shiming's mark have become as sought after by monks as his elixir. The spiritual weapons produced by Li Shiming can produce spiritual weapons that are 2 levels higher than the materials, and the quality is not bad at all. If it weren't for the limited number of spiritual weapons he produced, it might even have an impact on the market.
You can surpass me soon!
Li Shiming murmured to himself as he stroked the phantom changeling snake. Although the strength of the absolute changeable snake has increased rapidly due to his young age, apart from his instinctive loyalty, his intelligence is not very high, so he cannot understand what he said. He was speaking out of emotion, according to his feeling. If he continued like this, he might not be able to find a breakthrough opportunity in 10 years. To be honest, let alone 10 years. Even if it took 40 or 50 years. At his age, he would be extremely young to break through the golden core stage. But he was not satisfied with that. He was only one step away from the golden elixir stage. So he wanted to take this step as soon as possible. The people he usually dealt with were all golden elixir monks, which made his vision very different from before. He even knew that as long as he became a golden elixir monk, he would receive more attention based on his alchemy level. By then, not to mention the golden core stage monks, even the nascent soul stage monks will look for him to take action. And only then will his influence truly allow him to be safe. After drinking the 3rd-grade spiritual tea in one gulp, I felt the fluctuation of spiritual power in the spiritual lake inside my body cause the slightest ripples in the spiritual lake after the 3rd-grade spiritual tea entered my stomach. However, I could not make any more spiritual power come out of the spiritual lake. Even his Taoist body has also reached its extreme level a long time ago. This extreme level was reached after practicing the Diamond Body Protection Divine Art and Sword Demon's Secret Book. The Wushu Taoist body reached the theoretical limit in the foundation building period. The only effect of this cup of 3-grade spiritual tea was to make his spirit clearer, and the rest of the effects were all wasted. A white lotus appeared at his feet, and then the figure disappeared along with the white lotus. When he reappeared, he was already in the cave. His cave had changed a lot from 2 years ago. A variety of precious ornamental spiritual plants and ornaments make the cave hall extremely luxurious. These are all gifts from the monks who came to seek alchemy. The monks seeking alchemy have tried their best to give gifts, just to find out his preferences. His 3 senior brothers all got a lot of benefits. Every time they saw the 3 senior brothers, their faces were all red, and the spiritual weapons on their bodies were upgraded to a higher level. The senior sister has just been promoted to the golden elixir stage and is still in seclusion, so she has received a lot of benefits. He ignored the rare spiritual objects in the hall and walked into the training room. Today's 3rd-grade golden lotus is much larger than 2 years ago. This is the result of continuous cultivation with third-grade spiritual objects. The two pure spirit koi have grown to half their size, and are swimming nimbly in the spiritual spring. It is precisely with the third-grade golden lotus and pure spirit koi that the aura and environment in the training room are excellent. Whether he is practicing or not, he will spend most of his time in the cave here. He took out a jade slip and read it with his spiritual mind. It was a formation jade slip. Since the sect had a lot of contribution points for the task of refining the third-grade elixir, he had enough contribution points to squander, and he exchanged a large amount of formation knowledge. However, this formation knowledge did not allow him to break through and become a formation master. It only allowed his formation Starlight Sea to expand again, and the starlight within the galaxy in the Starlight Sea nearly doubled. Regarding the breakthrough formation master, he also asked Inshirwan to help ask his master, Master Luo. According to Master Luo, breaking through the formation master requires an understanding. And with the existence of Z15, Li Shiming can solve any knowledge of formation through data. This allowed Li Shiming to solve the problems in the formation faster. But it also gave him no chance to gain insights. Fortunately, this does not affect his formation application. He is now no different from a real formation master in terms of formation, and even surpasses some formation masters in many calculation levels. Just as he was quietly thinking about the formation knowledge, he suddenly sensed something. His consciousness entered the computer room space and connected to Z15. Z15 cast the display on his eyes, and what he saw were countless formulas and data, displayed like a swipe on the screen.
It seems that new experiments are still needed.
He was very clear about these formulas and data, and knew what they meant. This is a brand new research, and he plans to place satellites in low Earth orbit. The data in this area, including various technologies, are actually complete in Z15 and do not require much difficulty. But in actual operation, he has failed 5 times, which is also the most failed research he has encountered, even though he only failed 5 times. You must know that he has a large amount of data to support it and countless experiments by his predecessors. According to normal circumstances, there should not be continuous failures at all. But after 5 failures, he made an astonishing discovery from the failure data. It seemed that the world he was in was not a sphere. I still remember that during the first experiment, in order to reduce the impact on the experiment, he took the rocket he created to the bottom of the 33rd heaven. He didn't add any immortality methods to the rocket. At most, he used the weapon refining method to strengthen the material, without any means of cultivating immortals. Rocket entered the 33rd heaven just as he imagined, and was able to continuously transmit real-time data to him through the communicator. Rockets seem to be high-tech products, but in fact the biggest technical problem lies in the rocket engine. As for the demand for chips, it is simply ridiculously low. The micron-level chips he produced have great computing power when used in rockets. In his opinion, the materials that have been enhanced through weapon refining methods can at least allow the rocket to reach the technical capabilities of the rocket in the previous life without using the means of cultivating immortals. With complete data accumulation, even if the world is different, the success rate of launch is extremely high. But under the monitoring of data, the rocket continued to improve, penetrated the 33rd heaven, and reached the designated orbital altitude. But then the rocket flew further and further away and never came back. In this first experiment, Li Shiming thought that the data of the planet he was in this world was not the same as the data of the planet in the previous life. So he recalculated based on the existing data. This led to the second, third, and fifth experiments. But the result of each experiment was that the rocket could no longer return to its predetermined position. However, the rockets launched in these 5 experiments were not in vain. He obtained a large amount of data. He reformulated the calculation formula and used Z15 to calculate near-Earth data that fit this world. Chapter 279 Strength. Li Shiming is about 100 miles away from the sect, and he can't be considered leaving the mountain gate here, because this place is still within the highest monitoring range of the sect's formation. When Jindan monks arrive here, they will be noticed by the sect's formation. He flew upwards and stopped when he reached 10,000 meters. At this point, the monitoring power of the formation below is much weaker. After all, the position close to the 33rd heaven will greatly interfere with the spiritual power. He took out a rocket from the space ring. Since becoming the guest of Beishu Trading Company, Beishu Trading Company will fully satisfy him with any needs he has. A super large trading house like Beishu Trading Company was not comparable to the small trading houses he had cooperated with on Tianhai Island. All kinds of items, whether spiritual or mortal, will be delivered regardless of the quantity, as long as he can provide a name. This allowed him to create a sufficient amount of liquid hydrogen, allowing him to conduct his own experiments at will. As for the SHL of the rocket, this kind of mortal metal is even easier to make. Coupled with the enhancement of the red yang spiritual fire, it is no worse than those aerospace alloys in previous lives. The huge rocket is fixed by the launcher. This launcher is not an ordinary thing. It can be regarded as an improved spaceship. The launcher is suspended 10,000 meters in the air, and the huge rocket is held up by it. Li Shiming checked the time and recalibrated the time on the chip inside the rocket with the time on the monitoring instrument. Since he was conducting the experiment alone, there was no need to consider any sense of ritual. With a thought, he started the rocket's engine, and flame shot out downwards. All the fixed buckles of the launcher automatically separated, and the rocket slowly flew upwards under the strong propulsion force. He did this here without worrying about other monks discovering that at his status, some excessive personal hobbies would not cause any trouble. Besides, he also has the reputation of being a genius weapon refiner, so it is normal for him to experiment with weapon refinement methods. After the rocket submerged into the 33rd heaven, the rocket's condition could only be judged through monitoring instruments. The advantage of launching a rocket at an altitude of 10,000 meters is that it saves a lot of fuel. This kind of rocket launcher that can float at an altitude of 10,000 meters would not be possible with the technology of the previous life if it were not for the cultivation of immortality. Of course, since the rocket is fired directly this time, it consumes much more fuel than a normal rocket launch. Under the two-phase elimination, according to the calculation of Z15, the fuel is enough for the rocket to rise to the specified height. As the first stage rocket separated, the rocket had flown out of the dense atmosphere, and the attraction of the Earth became extremely weak. The engine of the second stage rocket is ignited and continues to propel the rocket upward until it reaches the designated altitude. Li Shiming, who was below, had horror in his eyes. His mind was constantly paying attention to the Z15 data, which revealed some of the secrets of the world to him. Turn on the camera function. When the rocket separated in the second stage and the rocket's arrowhead relied on the last bit of fuel to maintain its height, he moved manually and said to himself in a deep voice, although he had actually guessed some facts in the previous 5 experiments. When he actually confirmed his guess through this experiment, he still couldn't believe this discovery. The camera function on the rocket was turned on. Since there was not much fuel left, he could not guarantee how long the rocket could last at that altitude. Different from his original idea of planting surveillance satellites in high altitude. After many experiments, he has become less interested in planting surveillance satellites. Instead, he is more interested in pursuing the truth. The rocket persisted for 35 seconds, and finally fell due to exhaustion of fuel. During the fall, it rubbed against the atmosphere at high speed and turned into a ball of fire. Li Shiming did not feel any regret for the 6th failure, let alone feel distressed for losing a rocket. Different from the previous life, the value of ordinary things in the world of cultivating immortals is extremely low. If it were not for his request, Beishu Trading Company would not accept such a low-value order. The biggest consumption of a mortal rocket is its time cost. Yes, the time of an alchemy master is extremely precious. The cost of the time he spent on the manufacturing factory he established in the sword-holding peak using space formations was hundreds of millions of times the value of the materials used in the experiment. Li Shiming came to the projection room where the manufacturing work was done, and he imported the video recorded by the monitoring equipment into the projection equipment. This place, including the entire manufacturing factory, is different from the outside world of cultivating immortals. Everything here was built in the style that he controlled in his previous life. Although the screening room was used by him alone, it was still built in the style of a small cinema. The decoration and internal equipment are all the results of his years. The seemingly ordinary items in his previous life were all achieved by his painstaking efforts to restore the technology. That is to say, in the world of immortality, with the help of divine thoughts and the massive technical data in Z15. Otherwise it would be simply delusional to want one person to restore the technology of the previous life. Especially after he learned how to make weapons. He no longer needed to use electric arc furnaces to make many equipment, but used Qiang spiritual fire instead, which reduced a lot of time and allowed him to make it in just 2 years. So many things came out. After he sat down, a picture appeared on the screen in front of him. The picture looked at the Earth from a bird's eye view. What made his scalp numb was that he did not see the edge of the Earth. He only saw the entire Beishu continent, as well as some islands close to the Beishu continent, and beyond that was the ocean. Even though he knew that this land was extremely vast, He never expected that only the Beishu continent could be photographed from ultra-high altitude. You must know that at such a height, the outline of the planet could be photographed in previous lives. What frightened him even more was the curvature of the Earth. He originally thought that the Earth was flat. This was analyzed by Z-15 based on the data returned from multiple failed rocket launches. But according to this picture, the Earth still has a curvature. But this curvature is too small. So small that if the Earth under his feet was still a sphere, he could not imagine how big this planet would be. He shook his head. It seemed that his original satellite plan was going to be ruined. Because judging from this picture, he needed to overturn all previous research on space and reset a set of space theories on his own. He is not short of time. In the current Foundation building period alone, he can live for 200 years. When he breaks through to the golden elixir, his lifespan will increase to 500 years. He had plenty of time to re-research and formulate a set of space theories that fit this world. But this time would definitely not be short. So he decided to put aside his desire for space first. Of course, there is no alternative. At an altitude of 10,000 meters close to the 33rd heaven, he can use drones to set up temporary low-altitude satellites. Few monks would be willing to get close to it at a distance of 10,000 meters. The main reason is that it is too dangerous. The monk's control of altitude is not as accurate as is. The height of most monks in the air will not exceed 3,000 meters. The altitude is the awe that monks develop from the time they first become monks. That is, only monks at the golden core stage and higher level will enter the 33rd heaven, due to the scarcity of monks at the golden core stage and above. Coupled with the vastness of the sky, the drone is equipped with formation patterns that hide the fluctuations of spiritual power, and only uses radio microwaves from the previous life to communicate with the ground. This kind of radio microwave, which has no connection with spiritual energy, will not be noticed by the monks, greatly reducing the risk of discovery. Li Shiming shifted the research target to drones that stay in the air for a long time. Regarding this point, since there is no need to consider the restriction of using simple mortal objects, it is actually much simpler. His level of weapon refining is extremely high, coupled with a formation level that is close to that of a formation master. And he has gone through several years of study and research in mechanical engineering and electronic science. It can be said that he combines the two worlds of his previous life and the world of immortality. The crystallization of wisdom. The most difficult energy problem in the previous life is the easiest to solve. The spiritual stone is very small, but it stores a large amount of spiritual energy inside. If a mid-grade spirit stone is used, the power it converts is enough to allow the drone to fly for several months. While Li Shiming was doing research, Li Yuanba, the clone in Shirwanda Mountain, needed to get out of seclusion again. 2 years is a very short period of time for any monk. But in these 2 years, Li Yuanba's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Sitting next to the 5 magic weapon level flying swords at the top of Wanjin Peak, Li Yuanba's aura almost merged with that of Wanjin Peak, and the sword intent on his body seemed to be indistinguishable from Wang Jianfeng's sword intent. If the Sanluo sect knew his monks, they would probably be shocked by the speed of his cultivation. The aura on his body is already in the late stage of foundation establishment. In just 2 years, he has advanced from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the late stage of foundation establishment, and is still close to the peak stage of foundation establishment. This is an extremely unimaginable cultivation speed. But in fact, this speed of cultivation was achieved naturally. In addition to the assistance of a large number of top spiritual elixirs, it was also because of the influence of the golden elixir monk who killed Nyo Zero on his sword intention. Since returning to Wanjin Peak that time, Li Yuanba's sword intent has grown at an extremely fast rate. A breeze suddenly appeared on Wanjin Peak, and the wind became stronger and stronger. If you sense it carefully, you will find that it is not the wind, but that he is disconnecting his sword intention from Wang Jianfeng. Wanjin Peak has long been different from before. The position where each flying sword is inserted has been reinforced with refining materials, and the reinforced part of the 10,000 flying swords is connected to the entire Wanjin Peak, except for the core part of Wang Jianfeng, which is currently unfinished. Elder Lu spent countless efforts to design the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon design and the collected refining materials. Only the core 3rd grade refining materials are not used, and the rest are completed by Li Yuanba. As long as Li Yuanba makes the core 3rd grade weapon refining materials into the core of Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon, according to the requirements, Wang Jianfeng can be turned into a magic weapon. Naturally, this work needs to wait until he reaches the golden elixir stage before he can carry out it. At present, he has already done everything he can do. The sword intention was withdrawn into his body, and he slowly stood up. The aura on his body is not hidden at all. And with the sky-high sword intent, and the state close to the peak of Foundation building, his combat power has now been improved several times compared to 2 years ago. And he didn't expect that without the restriction of sword intention. The effect of taking top-level spiritual pills would be so good. Even the original body of Li Shiming's Wugo Dao body seemed to be slower than his cultivation speed. Both parties also take top-level spiritual pills to practice according to their maximum endurance. And it depends on each other's Tao body's ability to absorb spiritual energy. Li Shiming also had the help of Samp and Golden Lotus and Jingling Koi. Not to mention that Li Shiming also regarded Samp and Ling tea as a daily drink. But it is still not as fast as Li Yuanba's cultivation speed. The difference is probably related to the Yang to Yin body that Li Yuanba formed after practicing Purple Qi from the East. In order to balance this Yang and Yin, Li Yuanba maintained his human state during the day and practiced the sword intent climbing to the sky technique. At night, it transforms into the state of corpse refining. This state does not require practicing any skills to actively absorb spiritual energy. The body will naturally absorb the cold air from heaven and earth into the body. This discovery came 2 years ago, when he transformed himself into a corpse-refining state at night, and sensed the changes in his body. It seems that due to taking the top elixir some time ago, the Yang state of the human state has exceeded the Yin state of the corpse-refining state. Therefore, after switching to the corpse-refining state, the body instinctively undertakes the reconciliation, frantically absorbing the cold and cold energy. Gas. He discovered something unusual the next day. All the improvements in his human state and corpse-refining state were reflected in the improvement of his realm, which gave him double the effect of training. You must know that during the day, he took the top elixir to cultivate his human state. But at night, because the medicine took time to digest, he did not take the top elixir. Between Yin and Yang, he is taking double the top-level elixir every day to assist his own cultivation. This effect naturally makes his cultivation speed exceed that of his own body. Li Yuanba didn't notice this before, so he really can't be blamed. First of all, the Tao body he transformed through practicing Purple Qi from the East is a Tao body that has never appeared in various classics. The characteristics of this Tao body require a long period of self-exploration. A state like Li Yuanba's, in which life and death were integrated into one body, is not to be said to have come after him. But at least no similar state has been found among the ancients and historical classics. Li Yuanba was born from an accident, and it was Li Shiming's lack of knowledge about immortality that caused the accident to become a clone. Moreover, because of the ability of Li Shiming's original body, the clone Li Yuanba grew all the way and achieved this unknown Tao body through Purple Qi from the East. Secondly, although Li Yuanba had his own cave before, the cave was at Wanjian Peak. Even if he was confident that Elder Jian would not discover the cave, he would not dare to transform into a corpse under the eyes of Elder Jian. Only now that he is practicing alone, he has the opportunity to transform into the corpse-refining state and the human state at any time. Chapter 280 Magical Powers. Li Yuanba chose a name for his Taoist body. Taiji Taoist body? He originally planned to call the Yin-Yang Taoist body more suitable. But this Yin-Yang Taoist body is really too unpleasant to hear.
It seems that the master's news can't be kept secret for long,
he murmured to himself. 2 years have passed, and Elder Jian has not appeared, which has long made the monks in the sect make some guesses. Li Yuanba was still able to get some information within the sect. His information was not obtained by making friends with other sect members, but by purchasing it with spiritual stones. There are forces within the sect that specialize in selling information, which he noticed after hearing other monks mention it when handing in tasks. Nowadays, the power that sells information will send him various news about the sect on time every few days. And the asking price is not high. That is, 110 spiritual stones per month. Recently, among the rumors about Elder Jian, more and more monks suspected that Elder Jian was in seclusion to enter the nascent soul stage. Elder Jian Dan even took the initiative to come to Wanjian Peak and wanted to enter Wanjian Peak to visit, but was blocked by Li Yuanba. Although Li Yuanba is in 10,000 Swords Peak, even Elder Jian Dan may not be able to harm him. But he will not bring trouble to 10,000 Swords Peak if it can reduce the trouble. With his ability to freely mobilize the sword intent of Wanjianfeng, his combat power in Wanjianfeng has almost reached the middle stage of fighting against Jian Dan. Originally, he planned to stay in seclusion at Wanjian Peak for the rest of the time except for the 3 sect tasks each year and not leave Wanjian Peak. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and his state reached a point where he had to leave seclusion.
He needs to go to the real body Li Shiming and retrieve some pulse-protecting pills. Ding Ling pills. Resurrection pills. And breaking pills to prepare for the subsequent completion of the pills. This time in his plan was more than 4 years. Who would have thought that it took him 2 years to reach the level he expected? During this trip, Li Yuanbao was not going to tell anyone. And he was leaving quietly. Ancestor Lu still doesn't know whether he has re-entered seclusion. But as long as there is no 100% confirmation that Elder Jian has broken through the nascent soul stage in seclusion, no Jinan elder will dare to attack Wanjian Peak's formation. Therefore, there is no need to worry about Wan Jianfeng's safety in the short term. But judging from the current situation, it probably won't last long. This is why he is so anxious. He needs to advance to the Golden Core stage and completely transform Wan Jianfeng into a magic weapon to ensure Wan Jianfeng's safety. As a sword cultivator, Wan Jianfeng's importance to him is self-evident. Without the help of Wan Jianfeng's sword intention, his sword intention cannot be improved quickly. The improvement of sword intention is to some extent even more difficult than the improvement of cultivation level. Otherwise, the previous sect would have invested massive resources and a long time just to build a sword intention inheritance like Wanjian Peak. In his estimation, at least until the late stage of Jindan, these 10,000 sword peaks were very important to his cultivation. Without Wan Jianfeng, his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. Although he left quietly, no matter how secretly he moved, he still couldn't hide the sect's formation. All he needed to do was to leave the sect's formation in the shortest possible time at night. And then use Ubu Shanglian, escape far away. Li Yuanbao sealed Wan Jianfeng, and the formation was fully opened and in an automatic guarding state. He himself turned into a sword light and flew towards the mountain gate. When several Jindan elders in the sect who paid great attention to him realized that he had left the mountain gate, they could no longer find his location. Li Yuanbao's figure appeared and disappeared in the dark night as white lotuses flashed. He now covered a distance of 200 meters with one step. He looked back towards the mountain gate of Sun Luo's sect, with a hint of helplessness on his face. Who would have thought that as a true disciple of the Sun Luo's sect, he needs to be careful at all times. The demon sect is a demon sect after all. Although the sect appears to be peaceful on the surface, the darkness hidden in it is actually more terrifying. Another reason why he left quietly was that he didn't want any of his fellow disciples to know about his cultivation. Originally, he had occupied Wanjian Peak, which had already made many fellow monks jealous. If it were revealed that his cultivation level had been promoted to the late stage of foundation building in just 2 years, it is estimated that some Jindan elders with backgrounds might be in the sect. Many took action against him. It was not until he could no longer see the mountain gate that he felt relieved. This time he planned to return to the sphere of influence of the righteous path. And he reached a position close to the Shushan sect and took the initiative to hand over to the main body Li Shiming. On a mountain wall of Shirwanda Mountain, in a cave covered by vines, 2 lifeless monks suddenly opened their eyes together. They are the 2 arhats of Chiba Temple, the Art of Wisdom and the Art of Wisdom. At this time, they were covered in dust and looked like they had been in a cave for an unknown amount of time. A few years ago, Shishin Arhat and Wisdom Arhat entered Shirwanda Mountain and were hunted by the Sun Luo sect. The Sun Luo sect thought that the 2 arhats had fallen into the mouth of the spiritual beast, but they did not expect that they were not far from the boundary mountain pass. Using the secret method of Buddhism to walk into suspended animation and turn into mortal beings to wait. After the wise mind and wisdom opened their eyes, vitality also appeared in them. Although they have been suspended here for more than 2 years, their recovery only took about 10 breaths. Even the dust on their bodies was shaken away by spiritual power due to their restored strength, leaving them in a spotless state. The mind and wisdom use secret methods to maintain spiritual connections with each other, so they wake up at the same time. Brother Gigi, have you sensed something? Shishin Arhat hadn't spoken for a long time, so he slowly asked. He knew that if he had not discovered something, the wise Arhat would not have woken up. That man left the mountain gate of Sun Luo's sect. Wisdom Arhat replied calmly. The Wisdom Arhat did not doubt the Wisdom Arhat's answer. The reason why Chiba Temple sent the Wisdom Arhat to look for possible reincarnated bodhisattvas was because the Wisdom Arhat had practiced the Fate Path. Among the several magical powers in Buddhism, Fate Power is considered a relatively special magical power. The power of destiny is not like the power of the divine eye, which can see thousands of miles. Nor is it like the power of the heavenly ear, which can hear all sounds. Nor is it like the power of the divine foot, which can travel thousands of miles in a day. But Fate Power is the most mysterious magical power.
After obtaining the breath of a certain creature, you can use the breath of that creature to deduce the past and future of the creature. The big reason why Chinya Temple has no doubt that Li Yuanba is the reincarnation of Bodhisattva is because of the Fate Master's examination of Li Yuanba's past. Li Yuanba's past is completely blank, as if he never was a child and appears as an adult. This inability to view the past situation can only be achieved through the means used by the reincarnated Bodhisattva in the legend to hide the weak period of birth. Even the reincarnation of the Venerable cannot possess such means.
He has practiced lotus growing step by step, and he needs Brother Gigi to find out where he passes in advance.
Arhat Jishin spoke normally now, and he continued,
This is natural.
The wise Arhat nodded slowly, his eyes flashing with light. After a while, with a tired look on his face, he took out the jade slip map and marked it, then closed his eyes and rested. Fate communication can detect other people's futures. If it is an unimportant general event, the consumption is insignificant. But if you want to conduct a detailed exploration of a certain place, you need to pay a lot of money to get it. The Wisdom Arhat's Fate Pass is almost always used in the most critical events for Chiba Temple. In fact, it is too important to Chiba Temple, and I dare not let him consume it in the drama. Jishin Arhat took the jade slip and saw that somewhere on the map in the jade slip was marked with a location and an approximate time period. He calculated the time in his mind. Even though he had been pretending to be dead for a long time, his judgment of time was still extremely accurate. He also closed his eyes and rested in order to restore his condition to its peak. Although, step-by-step lotus is just an introduction to Shinzutong, its movement speed is still unsolvable, even for a Jin Den monk. As long as he does not have the means to kill Li Yuanba on the spot or the ability to trap Li Yuanba, it was almost impossible to catch Li Yuanba. The purpose of the two Arhats was not to kill Li Yuanba. They were to bring Li Yuanba back to Chinya Temple alive. As long as Li Yuanba is brought back to Chinya Temple and uses the methods in the temple, Li Yuanba will naturally be able to gain Suhui and remember everything about his previous life. Another purpose of Chinya Temple paying such a high price is to prevent the reincarnated Bodhisattva from becoming a demonic cultivator. For Buddhism, it will not only lose the reincarnated Bodhisattva, it will even give the demonic cultivators an extra demonic cultivator nascent soul.
Let's go!
After a while, the wise Arhat stood up and said. Jishin Arhat then stood up, and the auras of the two Arhats were once again obscured. A strange energy similar to spiritual energy protected them within it. Li Yuanba likes to use
Boo Shanglian
to rush forward. This speed and this unrestrained feeling are vaguely consistent with his sword intention. Of course, he was extremely careful along the way. He maximized his spiritual consciousness and sensed all possible dangers. Even when using
Boo Shang Lotus,
there is still some energy left. This is so that when encountering danger, you can activate another
Boo Shang Lotus
at any time to allow yourself to escape far away. Ever since he was targeted by Elder Yu and had the golden elixir button of a casual cultivator to freely set up traps to deal with him, he knew that his enemy might have reached the golden elixir stage. Currently, the only way he can protect himself when facing the golden elixir cultivator is to
throw a lotus step by step.
He was already extremely cautious. According to his judgment, no one should be able to track him, because he was too fast. Even if a monk discovered that he had left the sect, he would not be able to catch up with him, and his route was not mentioned to anyone. So there was no need to think about intercepting him on the way forward. He was confident that he would reach Jieshan Pass and pass through Jieshan Pass before dawn. After the main body Li Shiming repeatedly cracked the formations of good and evil at Jieshan Pass, Li Yuanba was also able to crack the formations at Jieshan Pass and freely pass through the defenses of the two formations. At the moment when his figure appeared on a raised rock in the valley, he seemed to have entered some kind of illusion. Countless gods and Buddhas appeared in his consciousness, and the sound of Buddha flooded his consciousness like a flood. Li Yuanba's figure stood on the rock. His feet were supported by the white lotus that appeared out of thin air, and he remained motionless. Jishin Arhat clasped his hands together and kept chanting Buddha's sutras. He was actually not far from the rock. He also practiced magical powers, and what he cultivated was other minds, a magical power that can affect the minds of others. The other minds of the Arhat with a wisdom heart, because it is in other minds at the entry level, has a limited scope of influence. However, other minds can become the magical power of Buddhism, which naturally has its own special features. The protective shield formed by the psychic energy emitted by
his mind communication
can not only hide the spiritual power of him and the wise Arhat,
but also shield the monk's perception of danger. The latter one is more important. A monk's perception of danger is closely related to the monk's own mental strength. It is extremely difficult to block this perception of danger. The closer the distance is, and the greater the difference in strength, the stronger the perception of danger. The wisdom Arhat used the spiritual energy of his mind to hide himself, and the wisdom Arhat 10 meters away from the rock that Li Yuanba was about to pass. This distance was already within the absolute realm for the monks, and even the slightest abnormality would cause it arouse the monk's perception. Li Yuanba maintained the highest level of vigilance along the way. He even kept scanning with his spiritual mind. But he did not find the two Arhats 10 meters away. This shows the horror of other minds. Hiding oneself is not the biggest function of other mind communication. Its biggest function is to influence the minds of others. Just like now, any attack aimed at Li Yuanba can trigger his long-prepared step-by-step lotus escape. But the spiritual net emitted by his mind made him fall into a trap targeting the soul. The gods and Buddhas he saw in the sky and the Buddha's sounds he heard were all imposed on him by the Arhat of wisdom. Impact. When Li Yuanba's mind was controlled, he lost control of his body, and all escape actions were impossible. The Arhat of wisdom and heart is on the left, and the Arhat of wisdom is on the right. They are slowly approaching Li Yuanba. For them, the distance of 10 meters is only a distance that can be reached in one step. However, Jishin Arhat hopes to extend the time that Li Yuanba is mentally affected, so that it will be more convenient for them to bring Li Yuanba back later without having to consider Li Yuanba's resistance. Li Shiming, who was far away at Shushan Zongzijian Peak, was sipping tea and his hand stopped in midair. The moment the clone Li Yuanba's mind was affected, the main body sensed it. A consciousness followed the inexplicable soul connection between the main body and the clone and came to the body of the clone Li Yuanba. As soon as Li Shiming's consciousness entered Li Yuanba's body, he immediately felt the same mental illusion as his clone Li Yuanba. Fortunately, the early warning function of Z15 discovered that his mind was affected, and promptly issued a mental warning to him, giving him the opportunity to withdraw his consciousness from his clone Li Yuanba. Damn it! Why won't Chiba Temple let me go? Li Shiming said to himself angrily.